Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank everybody for tuning in. I appreciate you. I see you guys. I've been trying. I've been seeing the messages. You guys have been having me rolling. I appreciate everybody that's going to be tuning in there. I see my guy California. That's the top message I'm able to see right now. And shout out to Fred as well. Everybody, you guys see the title. You see the title. I'm going to go ahead and I just want to catch up with a lot of the fans to see how they feel. Let me go ahead and see if I can hear this voice real quick. Let me go ahead and shout out to everybody coming out there. Also, get ready to drop this link because you know what this is. We're over here to discuss things together as gentlemen and see what we got going on. So shout out to my guy Mounty for pulling up as well. I hope you guys can hear me. Boom, boom, boom. Let me just get this clear real quick. Oh, yep. I hear it. I hear it. We hear it. And everybody out there, what a delayed stream. And I read the messages. I was like, wow. And all I pretty much was reading was that you guys missed me just as much as I missed you guys. And we had to come up and talk about some stuff that, the Miami Dolphins. I got to be honest. I have to be honest with a lot of the people. The Miami Dolphins owner mentioning this whole $10 billion sale, throwing it in the air, it has actually affected me as a fan. And I want to know if my thoughts on this whole sale point of the Miami Dolphins owner, is it a problem to you guys? Like, is it an issue? Because it's starting to make sense as time went by. And I just want to have those type of questions with people in the chat. Also, as you guys can see, the Waddle holdout, the Waddle, Jalen Waddle going to hold out. He got that 5th year, but you guys saw. Shout out to Antonio Brown and his sources. I mean, this guy has been dropping gems here and there. He got the Zeke right. He got a whole bunch of things to be right. He was even on my side with the whole crazy Justin Herbert. So there you go. I mean, a lot of things were up in the air, but CT ESPN Antonio Brown, he was out here saying Jalen Waddle with a potential holdout, Tyreek Hill with a restructure of a deal. And I mean, whatever else is in effect, because now you see the latest on NFL Network. Now they're talking about, now the draft is over. Now they want to talk about the whole situation with Tua's contract all over again. It seems like the Tua's contract situation seems to be hot for a week, then it dies out for a month. Then it comes right back and it hits us right up front. Like, we're not dealing with the same situation. Everybody knows out there exactly what's going on. So again, shout out to California. Shout out to Fred. Let's see if my guy Fred pulls up. Mounty pulled up. Mr. Paul, Crazy Dolphin, I see you. Good afternoon. How you doing? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. I hope all of you guys are doing well yourself. Appreciate you. I'm glad I was able to find some time today and click that link. Let me go ahead and share the stream, maybe on Twitter, and we could get some things cracking and rolling out here. Give me 1 second. This whole owner situation, this whole owner for sale situation is really like, that has affected me. And I got to be honest. Stephen Ross, man, Stephen Ross is the best salesperson. He's the best investor. I don't think there's anybody better and smarter than him. I think he's done. And when I mean he's done is he came, did his job, invested his money into the organization to try to make it a big, it was like a volcano that never wanted to erupt. And it's just building up. And Stephen Ross was that volcano for the team. He was out there, he bought it from the Huizenga. He poured all this money into the thing to fix it. And now he's selling us OBJ, Odell Beckham, high big name. He's selling Jalen Ramsey, big name. He went out and said okay to a big name, Tyreek Hill. He has a big name in Tua, Jalen Waddle. He has all these big names. And now we're hearing discussions that, oh, he turned down a $10 billion offer. You know what that tells me? He's been here for the Dolphins as an investor. He's been the guy that says, you know what, I'm gonna turn this into a money magnet. I'm gonna triple it. I invest 5 billion, and now I'm gonna sell it for about 15 to 20 billion. Because when you really think about it, what is the reason for someone to bring out to the light that Stephen Ross and some other guy had a discussion that he turned down $10 billion sale? So now we're hearing that the owner turned down a $10 billion sale. All that's telling me, the only thing that's telling me as an outsider is, wow. So that means you have to go higher than 10 billion if you want the Dolphins. That other franchise was sold for about 5 point something the not too long ago billion. Ross envisions his to be in a hotter market in Miami. You have to double that if you want to come with trying to persuade me to sell this team. I got a feeling. I got a I got an honest feeling it's gonna take someone that's gonna have to give him an offer from somewhere between 17 billion to 22 billion for the sale of the Miami Dolphins. Stephen Ross is not gonna last here any longer. He is not gonna be the owner. This team is in fact up for sale. And Stephen Ross is just the guy that built it, set it up, put the F1 racing. He took away the whole Circus du Soleil crap. He built a whole beautiful racetrack, and now he has the beautiful stadium with the canopy on top. I mean, this guy has just poured in money in a short duration since he's owned it, made it this masterpiece, and now he's going to go ahead and sell and take the profits. It hasn't really been, this owner sucks. He never cared about a Super Bowl. He cared about just having star players, making sure seats sell. Stephen Ross has fooled us all, guys. Stephen Ross, the boss, has fooled us all. I don't know if I should be feeling this way. I mean, did if this guy decides to sell this team for a profit, never won anything, what are we going to do as sitting here as fans? Like a owner is going to be here just to fix stadiums. Like if this was some sort of hotel, like if this was some sort of hard rock business or some huge estate. So owners are just going to come to stadiums that are rich, buy the team, get high players, pay them, sit there, fix the stadium, and then triple their pockets. That's the best. That's the best sale ever. How can you get as much billions of dollars in one sale other than selling a football team? This is crazy. This is unbelievable what Stephen Ross has put us through since he bought the team, if I'm not mistaken, in what? Let me search it up because I think it was the 2008 season. Shout out to Fred, first one in the building. Let me check when Stephen Ross actually. It could have been the 2008 when he sold it from the Huizenga. How you doing, Fred? How you feeling? What's on your mind?
What's up, Pete, man? How you doing, bro? How you doing? Couldn't wait for you to start this thing, man. You know what I mean? I've been kind of excited, man, for you to get started, bro. But how you
2009.
doing?
No, man, me too, man. That's why I was every time I poured the time, I was hoping I had time to go live with you guys when it was hot. Right now, I'm a few days late, but hey, maybe some places didn't give you guys the opportunity to give your thoughts on it, and you could
Right,
come
right.
around here and in an open panel and tell us how you feel right here, right now.
Yeah,
Right
well,
now, the thing that's bothering me so far, Fred, is the owner.
yeah.
Is he pump faking or is he really trying to win, man? Because
Hey,
if
Pete.
you look at his history, he's just a he is a god when it comes to like building places and getting
Oh,
all
he
these
is,
things.
bro.
So he is an investor. He's one of the smartest investors I think in the whole world.
That
And
he is. That he is.
if he sells the Miami Dolphins, Fred, for $20 billion, because he will not turn down a $20 billion offer. I promise you that.
Yeah,
And if he sells it for 20 billion, I mean, who would ever be a smarter investor than Stephen Ross, who are able to turn a franchise, not win anything, but sell it to another owner thinking that this thing is a winner? Because you have to sell something at its peak and you have to sell it to someone believing in where it's going. That's the
right.
issue.
So yeah, Pete. So you know where I am with that, man, is as far as him selling the team. hey man, like I'm all for that, man. Let's get some new people, some new ideas in the organization, man. You know what I'm saying? Now, if he go ahead and gets 20 billion, 20 billion, 22 billion, like you say, hey, shout out to the man. You know what I'm saying? That's what he does, man. You know what I mean? Make money. That's his thing. I'm not going to knock him for that. However,
Also,
I have no pushback with him wanting to sell a team, man. I'd be excited, man, about the next owner coming in here, man. I really would. And
man, I can't believe it's disheartening to think this way because the reason it's frustrating me is because he is gonna sell it because he knows this thing is not a winner, and if he has an offer, he can get $20 billion. He's
mhm,
gonna jump off of it quick because he's gonna sell it at its highest peak, knowing it's not gonna win anything. And to be quite honest, I think he's like he's a frustrated owner at this point. That's why he threw that marble out, Fred.
yeah,
That's why
yeah,
it's known now that $10 billion is too low to sell. Now
yeah,
what's coming out is give me something higher and I'm out. So if you
yeah.
just offer him double that, he's out.
Oh
He's
yeah.
out.
Well, Pete, like damn what I
He
was gonna
never
say.
won
Yeah, man.
anything.
Like
An owner
only
that
thing.
thinks that the franchise is gonna win something is not gonna sell.
Well, Pete, I just only hope, man, like the next owner who takes over, man, is more dedicated into winning a Super Bowl, man, and not just making money, not just making money, Pete, but actually gives a shit about winning something, man. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of owner I would like to see next, man. You know what I'm saying, Pete?
Yeah, because it
That's
seems like this owner, Stephen Ross, he just wants to win in a sale point. He wants
exactly
to,
that's
you know.
exactly, man. That's what I've always felt with the Dolphins. Pretty much were, man. To sell seats, man. You know what I'm saying? Bring in high name cats and sell tickets, man. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully, man, the next owner is about wanting to win, Pete. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, man. Hopefully, he's from right there in Florida. You know what I'm saying? And actually gives a shit about Miami Dolphins, bro. When it comes to
Isn't
pro
that one of
football,
the that's one of the main things, right? That we were told, oh, Stephen Ross, he's a Dolphin. I mean, he went to South Beach High School. He was out there shining and he loves Miami. So that's kind of what they sold us. And probably the whole time backdoor, he's just here to try to invest this amount of billions, try to, you know,
and make money
maybe he
and
tried
make
to
money, Pete.
win. You know what I think? You know what?
Which all
Honest,
owners,
man. I gotta be honest. Another part is I think Brian Flores, like, I think Brian Flores just destroyed this whole like organization to the point where I feel like that has a little part of where maybe, maybe deep down inside guilt, and now he's like, you know what? This business is not for me. I don't make great decisions. If I could take a profit, because missing out on Brian Flores and staying with Greer was a total failure in my eyes. And I'm starting to see that if these offers are coming out like that, this guy's not going to be our owner for long. And I hear your points. You're making valid points. A new owner that actually
yeah,
cares about football. But let me tell
exactly.
you, we get a new owner, Fred. He's jumping off this Tua stuff. This Tyreek Hill stuff, we're jumping off of it. You know we're going to be a bad franchise for at least a decade.
Hey, Pete, yeah, unfortunately, man, time is not on my side, man. How long it's going to take for the organization to be a winner, Pete. You know what I mean? But hey, man, organization has to start somewhere, bro. It is what it is, and I like I said, man, I hope the next owner is actually about trying to win something, man, and not trying to sell fucking tickets, bro.
I agree. I agree. So, what are
You know.
some ways, if let's say we do hire a new owner, what are some ways you can see that he'll actually mean business and trying to win something?
Okay, I can see ways with, well, just come in, look, clear everybody the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? Clear everybody the fuck out. Get new ideas. You know what I mean? Get new people in the front office. Just clear everything out, man, and just do and go what he feels. What would make a winner, man. Simple as that. Get a new owner, clear everything the fuck out, and then hey, excuse the language, but you know,
No,
you
that's
got to
true.
start somewhere. You got to start
Got it.
somewhere, Pete. Got to start somewhere. Hopefully this owner is like, um, man, I wish I had the Miami Dolphins. I know what to do with them. I know what to do with an organization like that.
How long? So let's say, so you want an owner to come in, and from that instance, he buys the team. That same offseason, he clears everything out.
Exactly. Exactly, Pete.
You know what I
Exactly, bro.
gather? You know what I
Because
gather from that?
what's the sense of buying this team, you know, and if you're going to keep everything there that wasn't working. This is like a new building, Pete. We need some new nuts and bolts, bro. We need to sandblast the old fucking beams right down to the beams, sandblast them, clean all that shit up, new bolts, all that, Pete, and build it up again, man. You know what I'm saying?
We got to
Get
get
rid of
that bad
that.
luck.
Get
But
rid of,
but
get
you know
rid of
what I
that.
gathered from that? There's a problem. There's something in the way there, Fred. When you go out and buy a new house, you're gonna
Yeah,
spend $1 million on this beautiful mansion right now. You don't go in buying this $1 million house trying to gut it down because you bought this house, but you didn't like nothing about it. You see that? You see where the problem lies there? So if an owner is loving what Ross is selling, Ross can just be a conniving liar as a smart investor just trying to get his money. So hear me out, Fred. In this scenario, if Ross snakes out of the Dolphins, because probably experts already told him, man, if you can sell it to someone that's blind. Like sell it to a two-and-ear. Sell this team to a two-and-ear if they want to buy it because they will spend that money. They believe the hype. A lot of the fans question the team and their trajectory of where they're heading with this regime, GM, owner, etc. Right? So
yeah,
if an owner's gonna buy a team that has to strip everything down, he's gonna be the guy that's gonna say, Ross, you're lucky I offered you 10 billion. I really
yeah,
want to give you
yeah,
8.5. You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? He's
Uh,
if he's gonna sell it for 20 billion, he's gonna sell it to a two-and-ear that believes in this crap. That's the scary part, Fred. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. This is what's gonna derail us a whole decade of just straight mediocrity, dude. Straight up.
well,
Because it's
well,
scary for because if Ross sells, that means he's done with this crap. He found
right.
an idiot to buy the team, and now we're to the point where we're gonna be stuck with Tua. If Ross is trying to sell the team, think about this. Think about the scenario. Ross is doing everything in his power not to have to pay Tua out of his pocket. But if he's interested in selling this team, Fred, he has to sell the team right now, instantly, before Tua gets paid, so his money don't come out of his pocket to pay Tua. If Tua's that hot, then maybe a Tua-near buyer will say, hey, I'm buying the Dolphins. That's my quarterback. That's my team. Here's 20 billion, and I got my franchise quarterback. Here's 200 and 300 million fully guaranteed to the star lefty in Miami. Let's continue this and let's roll with it. That's how the new
Well,
owner's mindset is going to be. But Ross is sitting back telling him, yeah, you got all that. Of course, Tua's the best. You don't hear his fans, left arm of God. So he lied to the buyer, sold out of this crap because the owner, Stephen Ross, does not believe. And that's the scary part that I'm leaning on. Point. If he sells, it's because he doesn't believe, and we're gonna be stuck with with a new owner that does believe, and it's going to be to the point where we're going down this decade of straight up meteorite. He's going to take the new owner before he does that idea that you came up with, Fred, which is beautiful. It's going to take him up to 3 more seasons. If 3 seasons of straight up disaster, the first year, right, with the new owner and Tua might get hurt. He's going to get away with it with the new owner, right? Let's say he just hurts his throwing thumb and he's out 12 games. Next thing you know, new owner will be like, okay, I paid you. You're my quarterback. Let's fix that thumb. He gets another excuse with new ownership and management. See how scary this is, Fred?
Well, first of all, Pete, if I just paid $15 billion, man, for the franchise, man, you're not going to tell me how to run my franchise. You know what I'm saying, Pete? You know what I'm saying? I'm the owner of this. I make these moves, man. You just go ahead, go out the pasture and do what you do. But right now, I just paid this money for this team. You're not going to tell me how to run it. This is how I feel that the Miami Dolphins need to be ran. I need an owner like that. You're not going to sell me nothing on anybody in the organization. If I feel like, I don't want them here, boom, that's it. They're gone. You know what I mean, Pete?
I know, I truly get you, but I find it hard to believe an owner buying this team for 20 billion and actually, unless it's someone that, you know what, unless Deion Sanders buys the Miami Dolphins, Fred, that's probably the only owner I can possibly see say, I'm buying the Miami Dolphins, and when I get there, I'm getting rid of this quarterback Tua because he's no good. I'm bringing my son in, and he's the star player in Miami. And next thing you know, we're going to build a championship. You get what I'm saying? Like, it would have to be a real intelligent owner. And I would love to see a young owner like that. Things need to change in the NFL.
Exactly,
it can't be these old moguls that have 100 billion and almost close to a trillion that are just sitting back. And it has to be, you know what? It has to be money hungry young investors in this market that want to, either make the organization great, win and invest their millions. And if they lose, that's it. They get bankrupt. They got to sell, new owner. And it has to, because young owners are going to want to pursue things differently and better. These old rich guys with their pockets so deep, if they lose, it doesn't hurt them. The NFL is a shield. There's some franchises, Fred, that even if they don't sell tickets, all 32 teams get together and give every organization a portion of all ticket sales. You see what I'm saying? So you could go through a whole season, not have no fans in your stadium, and the NFL from all 32 teams is going to come together and still give that stadium portions of ticket sales. It's unbelievable. They get back up.
Well, that you mentioned Deion Sanders, an owner like that, man. I could see an owner like that wanting a winner. You know what I'm saying, Pete? Wanting a winner and just realizes what he has to do for his organization, man, to become a dynasty, man. Become not even so much a dynasty, but be a good organization, man, a solid organization. You know what I'm saying? I'd like a owner like a Deion Sanders, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And
that's impossible, but you know what I mean.
I want the owner to love the team, man. You know what I'm saying? Not just, bottom line, not just fuck it. I'm making money off of seats selling and all that there. I don't give a shit what they win or don't win. I'm making money, man. Nah, man, I want an owner that actually gives a shit about winning, bro. You know what I'm saying?
No, I completely agree with you, Fred. And another fear into that sale thing, Stephen Ross, I don't even think he minds burning the money to sell this team and sell it even higher. It's almost like what the Broncos did, right? The owner went, got Russell Wilson, and then sold it after the Russell Wilson stuff. So another factor into this whole mess is Stephen Ross knows he's on a timetable. And Stephen Ross knows the only way to sell a franchise at its peak, and actually he might be the one that has to pay Tua. He might have to be the one that pays Tua just in order to try to sell it to another owner that believes in this whole thing. That's the reality. And one thing because let me tell you, a guy like in Ross's age, who's like probably 83 years old,
Yeah,
he can guilt trip through a sale to another owner. Let's say this new owner is 65 years old. Ross can sit here and use his age as a guilt trip to sit here and persuade the sale. Masterminds at selling. There's tactics in this. There's levels to this. And Ross can use his age, say that he's done. He really don't want to deal with this. He's getting too old. He wants more freedom, and he might get away selling it at a max potential at its peak. I don't know, man. It's so hard to trust Ross right now as ownership. He's gonna have to actually make you know what? At this point, Stephen Ross, I'm talking to you directly, and I hope you're watching. The only way you earn my trust is if you do what Fred did without a sale. How about that, Fred?
that's
How
right.
you like that? Do
That's
what
right,
Fred
man.
just said 5 minutes ago on this live stream. Strip this down like if it's Scarlett's and Hollandale, the strip club. Strip it all down. And
That's right.
guess what? Rebuild. And I want a
Exactly.
clean rebuild with football minds in this organization. That's what I
Right.
want. And you know what? Maybe a Deion Sanders as head coach slash
That's right.
GM role. Give us someone that cares. Have you seen Deion Sanders, the way he treats these kids? Like if it's old school, bro. It's
Yeah.
beautiful. It's beautiful,
Yeah.
Fred. It's
Yeah. It is.
discipline. It's discipline. It's teaching them. If you're not good and you're in your feelings, you're going to be in your room, like he said, and play video games. Or you're going to man up, hit those pads, and get on the field and find a way to get better. Come on, man. We don't need
Exactly,
this
Pete.
sissy stuff over here in Miami, man. How you feeling about this other stuff? You want to move topics, shift topics? Let me go back to the chat because
Yeah.
the chat would we got Finsanity. I see Finsanity. Oh, look at this. Look, shout out Shake Money. They're laughing. The narratives are pitiful. That's Tuanir is in the chat saying they don't like the narratives. They're pitiful. Wow. Look. Finsanity with the wow. This is amazing.
That's
Shout
right.
out to you guys in the chat. Shake, get up there. Shake Crypto. I'm thinking it was Shake. I'm like, what's going on? Shout out to Crypto. He made it. Come up here, Crypto. Um, yeah, that's pretty much it. Shout out to Scant Dollar. I was late, 3 days late, but you know what they say? If you're late, at least you made it. You made it, and we made it. Let's talk about the OBJ. That's a good one that I didn't put on the title. Well, we actually discussed this OBJ, remember? But there's only now a different issue now, Fred.
What's the issue now, bro?
Kim Kardashian is not with him anymore. That should have been the situation. That was the sale point for Ross. And let me ask you something, Fred. This whole Odell Beckham signing. How do you feel about it, dude? Because I remember what you were saying,
And
but now that it
well,
actually happened, we can have a change of hearts. We can actually feel maybe it hit us different. How do you visualize it?
well, with
Let's
the
not
Odell
forget
Beckham,
he signed a 1 year,
right,
$8 million
right,
deal.
right,
1 year,
right.
eight
With the
million. But you're gonna have these two and ears, right, Fred?
up to eight
And all
million,
these and all
up to 8 million,
exactly
Pete.
up to 8 million. But it's only 3.5. When they start speaking like that, Fred, that lets me know from Jump Street this is a bad deal. But go ahead, Fred. Let me know how you feel. They
That's
pay to it in a few
that's
years. We will
okay.
be saying we told y'all so. Shout out to F Money.
That's okay. I'm with that 1 year, $3 million, Pete. I'm good with that. However, like, hey man, this could possibly be Odell Beckham's last contract, bro. And hey man, hey, if he can come in and help the team, you know what I'm saying? I'm all for that, man. I'm all for Odell Beckham, bro. I'm all for that. I'm all for that at that price. Uh,
This is insanity, Fred. It really is insanity. Um, We went out and got Odell Beckham. And I called it. I said we would on the stream with the Odell with the Tyreek 2K. I called it. I said we would sign him to a 4-year, $4 million deal. Right? I said $4 million deal, 1 year, with incentives possibly to 10 million. So I was off a little bit on the numbers, but even though it was lower than what I was thinking was already high, that was my max value, right? That's the highest I would have went for, and with a high value. So we saved some money, but at the same time, we didn't do what was like we didn't upgrade, Fred. Let's just be honest. Based on what we could have got in the draft, dude, Xavier Worthy, Brian Thomas Jr., who went to Jacksonville. If we
Right.
needed a receiver to be a third, why not get a young rookie, descendant with tremendous talent, put him in the building with the first round, because it's already questioned if your first round that you drafted is even going to get playing time.
Right.
Nobody can sit here and say he's going to play. The same avenue they came at me with the Channing Tindall, right? And he
Mm-hmm.
never saw the field because he never learned the scheme. I don't care what these little two-and-ears or these experts out here and on every platform, I don't care what they tell me. It's still, you have to learn the scheme. You have to be better than the guys on the team, and you have to still produce and show something. So until that doesn't happen, I'm thinking it's a horrible draft, Fred. Terrible. Based on
Well,
the rookie you could have got that would have actually helped you, because Odell, bro, the only thing about Odell is he's sure-handed. He has no speed, right? He came out of
right.
college running like a 4.4. You think he still runs a 4.4 right now, Fred, after all his injuries with his age right now? Let me ask you.
No, I don't think he runs a 4-4 anymore, man. However, I do think that with his experience, man, this guy's he can still run routes. It's not as probably not as quick as he did, but I think he can still run routes. I think he can still get open. But and I'm good with the signing at that price. But I would think, man, the reason you drafted these two wide receivers, man, you just go ahead and bring them in the mix, man, because I don't think that there's none of these two wide receivers can't do that, and maybe better than what you're going to be getting with Odell Beckham Jr., bro. You know what I'm saying? Even though I am good with the signing, but hey, you just drafted two wide receivers, man. You know what I'm saying? Get these boys in there and get them acclimated. That money that Odell got, you know what I'm saying? Uh, you could have you could have got you a guard. You know what I'm saying? Use that to get you a guard. You know what I mean? And they could have went somewhere else with that Odell Beckham signing. But hey man, you can't knock
All
it
right.
if
So
it's $3
Fred,
million, bro. You can't knock it, Pete.
I remember when we traded for Tyreek Hill, right?
Yeah,
During that week, I went around, went to different platforms and different Dolphin content creators, and I was hearing a lot of these people in the community, and maybe even some beat writers for the team. A lot of them were
yeah.
saying we have three 1,000-yard receivers. Cedric Wilson was going to have 1,000. Waddle was going to have 1,000. And Tyreek Hill was going to have 1,000. Shout out to Cap for Life for pulling up in the building. Appreciate you. Do you remember hearing those three wide receivers were going
Oh,
to get
I remember
1,000
that.
yards?
I remember that. Now you're asking me to compensate with a guy who has a $3 million contract, heavy base incentive, and you don't want him to get the ball to get his money, but you don't want this other guy to get 2,000 yards, and you don't want Waddle to hold out because he's talking about holding out if you don't give him the ball. So I love to see how the hell this is going to work out.
Oh, it's a lot. Cap, if the locker room is untrustworthy, like I've been trying to tell this fan base for like 3 years now, the owner is untrustworthy right now, and the receivers are just gonna do what they do. And guess what? They just put two divas. It doesn't get any more diva than this, Cap. Tyreek Hill and Odell Beckham. They just put two loudmouth diva me-type receivers in front of Jalen Waddle, bro. And it seems like nobody cares about that.
Yeah, and I'm not even bringing up the running game. I'm not even touching the running game. I love to see how that's going to work out. But look, it's moves that we want to see. I hope it works out. But when it comes to the offense being the way we wanted last year, this offense is not going to be the same like last year. I'm sorry. Whoever thinks that's going to be the same, you try telling that to these guys we just mentioned now. And the running game. And Jonnu Smith. This offense is not going to be the same. You're going to ask for the ball, you're not going to get the ball. You're going to get what you're given, and Tua's going to play ball control. And if he's smart, he plays ball control and doesn't fall into the hype.
Where was our running game cap for life at the end of season? Oh, you're going to tell me injuries like they told me?
They wanted 2,000. They wanted 2,000. You know it. That's what screwed everything up.
And now they have guys that want 3,000 cap. Okay, Cheetah. Odell wants his $8 million. He needs 1,000. And now Waddle, he's gonna either hold out, which might help get Odell to that threshold where he scores maybe double-digit touchdowns. Remember, last year we didn't have a tight end. We were the only team in the NFL last year that didn't score a touchdown with a tight end or a fullback like that through the air. So Odell could come in, probably score double-digit touchdowns. That's going to leave Waddle with low numbers. This is why it's almost impossible. Odell could come in and take Waddle's spot immediately. So now they're threatening holding out. How do you feel about that?
No, my thing is, if you want to hold out, that's fine. We got enough personnel, but we don't have enough personnel past 6 feet. I think maybe 3 guys only. So you don't want to play that game, man, because if you want to hold out, you got guys over there that are hungry, and you got another guy who's can take over your snap. So that's a play this game right now.
I didn't hear Cap. He was breaking up a little bit.
He was breaking up a little bit. You got to repeat it, Cap, because you're kind of choppy, buddy.
Oh, no, I was just saying, like, you got to be careful when you fall into a situation where guys are coming into a contract year just like last year, and you're not going to help them. You know what I mean? That's why all these guys left too. You know what I mean? Like, if Waddle gets upset, which we hope he doesn't, but, you know, we got guys we drafted. We got guys we picked up. We just don't want to play that game.
Yep.
Hey, Cap, do you think the reason they drafted these 2 wide receivers because they thought about a situation like this with Waddle, bro?
Of course, bro. Especially in my opinion, and everybody says no, but I think you guys need to put to account that they're going to be an 18-game season, and we need all the personnel we can get for next season. If a lot of these guys don't make it this season, because we're going to have to increase the roster if that happens, in my opinion. So yeah, like, you have to be very, very vigilant on what these guys say and do this season. Whether you want to believe it or not, and I thought they were rebuilding. But they're going all in, and they're going all in with people that are like basically, 30-something club. You got like 8 guys in the mid-30s, and then you got draft picks. So a lot of these guys that are waiting for contracts, you better fall in line this year, because this year's not about you guys. It's about winning.
Right. Well, I don't know. I don't know, man. What I don't see, man, is I don't see Waddle being 1,000-yard receiver this year for this team. I had him right around like where he was in Baltimore.
He should demand the trade. You don't think Waddle should demand the trade?
Ooh.
I mean, at this point in time, Pete, if things don't work out the way we want in week 4, and we have a chance to better our personnel by making moves, we don't have any other moves to make, bro, if this is the front office, unless they have a free pass again. But, I thought this was the year. Now we're hoping in just talking about rebuilding, which we don't want to talk about, but it sounds like we are.
That's what it is.
I don't understand why we're saying we now.
Cap, I feel like it's a slow rebuild. You know what I mean? Not only slow, but a sneaky rebuild. You feel what I'm saying, Cap?
There you go. Now you're
They're
saying
just doing it.
sneaky. You
Yeah, they're
said
just doing
slow.
it.
Now you're saying
Yeah,
sneaky, Fred. And that's
yeah.
the owner trying to get rid of this team, bro. And trying to get rid of this team because he knows it's collapsed. It has collapsed. Go ahead, Fred.
And you know, well, that's pretty much where I was with it, man. But give me a minute, man. I'll think of something else. But trust me, man, I'll think of something else, man. But all in all, man, at the price that you got Odell Beckham for, man,
Look,
fucking why
I don't
not?
want to put all
Why
my
not?
eggs into the Odell. I don't want to put the Odell Beckham basket full of eggs that we're gonna hope and pray that he comes through. I want the special
Right.
team. I want the special teams to come through and save this team's ass when needed. I'm tired of the offense and defense doing everything and the special teams getting a free pass. And I think we have the personnel to do that this year, man. I really don't understand why we can't take one to the house.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, Cap, I think I heard you say the other day that, we got Tyree and Waddle. Why not use these guys, man, on special teams, man? That
We can't use them because if they get hurt, we're not gonna have them for what? We're not gonna have them for what? Like this is the year.
Okay, man. But man, hey, man. Hopefully they wouldn't get hurt, man. But hey, man, if you got
If they
weapons,
get hurt,
man.
they get hurt, Fred. That's what football's about. Next man up. But we can't be playing scared with our mindset every year. We haven't even done it yet in 4 years. If we haven't
you
done
got
it in 4
weapons,
years, what makes to try it and put these guys out there, bro? Waddle did it well in college, and Tyreek did it well when he was with Kansas City. But we don't want to do it here. You got A-Chain out there now that you got Jalen Wright. But no, we can't do it either. But he did it in college. Sometimes, man, I just don't understand this fan base, man. Like, I get we want to win, but if we want to win, use the weapons we got.
Exactly. That's what I'm gonna say, Cat. I don't want to go down with bullets left in my gun, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, spend these bullets and let's save ourselves, man. You know what I'm saying?
Baltimore can do it to us. Buffalo can do it to us. All the other teams can take it to the house on us, but we can't do it to the other teams. Does that not bother anybody?
Hey. I think, man, both of these wide receivers we just drafted, I think both of them are the type, man. You can put in special teams and take it to the house, man. You know what I'm saying, man? Look, man, if you want to use weapons, man, use them, man. Use them. They're no good to me.
And you don't have to necessarily take it to the house. Yeah, I would love that all the time. But give us a field position.
But it's a threat, Cat. It's a threat. It's a threat of that happening, Cat. You know what I'm saying? With them back there like that, it's a threat that a team honestly has to be thinking about on special teams, man. You know what I'm saying, bro? Especially with the new rules on the special teams, man. Hey, man, we'd be a threat at taking one to the house at any time, Cat. So yeah,
Darren Rizzi used to work for the Miami Dolphins. He's part of the NFL Special Teams Committee. He pretty much told Joe Rose on Joe Rose's show, this rule caters to teams that have weapons on special teams. What's the problem? What is the problem here? If you got a guy telling you this rule caters to that, use your speed. That's why you got it.
I mean, the problem, you want to know where the problem is? The problem is deep. And this is why I say it's deep. When you already think about it, you want to get players in here that want to practice. We have players that are considered stars, like Teron Armstead, who never practices, plays one practice a week, goes in on Sunday. We need players with a different mindset in the building. That's what needs to change. We need players that are going to want to come out and practice and prove that they belong and they're better than who's there behind them. That's just the mindset that needs to change. And I think until we don't change that, It's gonna be this whole thing back and forth where we're just this talented team on paper through roster. But I mean, you could get all the biggest, all the baddest guys all through the block. But if you put them all on one team and they're not together, trying to work together, it's gonna flop. It's not gonna work out. And that's what I believe is going to happen with us. It's already happening to us. There's a slight rebuild going on behind our back door because I honestly believe if the owner could sell the team, he would. But since now I think people are aware of the how bad situations might get, he might just have to rebuild because he doesn't have a potential buyer at this point because of the organization trending in the wrong direction. Man, we got Shady McCoy coming up here on NFL Network telling Joy Taylor to her face that I don't think the Dolphins should pay Tua. You see what I'm saying? It's going, yeah.
Shady said that. Shady said that.
Yeah. Or they shouldn't pay him as top dollar. Be a top paid quarterback at least. If they're going to pay him, give him a low ball type offer. People could insinuate, but saying that you're going to give a quarterback a low type contract already lets you know you don't have that quarterback. He also mentioned in his talk that what happens when you're thinking about the next 3 to 5 years? Is that quarterback going to get any better? Do you see him getting any better? Is he going to take his talent to the next level in the next, let's say, 3 to 5 years? You see Tua without Tyreek Hill maximizing talent on the field? The Washington guys that you guys have hope for right now, the rookies, they might not even see the field. So you guys can say their name to me at the same time, but I don't even want to. I want to see who their number is. I'm already upset that I know their name. I want to know now who their number is because I want to see their numbers put in work on the field. I doubt it because of the diva wide receivers we just plugged with OBJ. OBJ, do you think he's going to hit that $8 million threshold cap where he has to potentially get 70 catches, 1,000-something yards?
I'm hoping and praying he hits every incentive, but my worry is if he lasts a full season. That's my worry.
So he's not consistent.
I don't see Waddle with 70 catches, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying OBJ.
And you better hope and pray he has 1,000 again. That's what they're hoping and banking on.
I don't see Odell with 70 receptions, bro. I see Odell.
Waddle. I'm not talking about OBJ. You better hope and pray that Waddle is our number 1B. Number 1B.
Okay, Cap. Well, we hope and pray that Waddle's our number 1 dude, but bro, even he misses games, bro. Even Waddle misses games.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting, Fred.
It is, man. It is. Hey, for that matter, man, the Dolphins might be considering Waddle like an injury-prone wide receiver, man. You know what I mean?
And you think they'll be wrong for envisioning him as an injury-prone wide receiver? You think he's upset?
No, they wouldn't.
You think Greer already gave him an offered contract, and he looked at it and said, "Wow, seriously?"
Well, no, I don't think they're wrong for looking at him as.
You think? Hey, this is interesting. Waddle and Tua. You think they're like getting manipulated or trying to get played in this whole scenario where, hey guys, you guys are best friends, help us out here, we love you guys, take this team-friendly deal, Waddle, take this team-friendly deal like that, we can keep both of you here? You think there's a scenario where that's being?
I don't think.
That's a good point. I mean, I don't think they have the same agents, but it could be possible. They're trying to, how Greer does it, with a deal.
Waddle's going to want that top money, man. He's going to want that top money, bro. I don't see him taking a team-friendly deal.
How you going to get top money in front of A.J. Brown, in front of Stephon Diggs, in front of who else? Who else should I name?
Right. But this is what this guy is going to come. This is what he's going to command, Cap. This is what he's going to be talking about. Me myself.
And the problem is he can't get ahead of Tyreek because they're on the same team.
Yeah, yeah. So like, it is interesting, Cap. You know how they look at Waddle's contract, bro. It is.
I think he's gonna either get pimped. To be honest with you, I think he's gonna get pimped in the deal if he stays with Miami. His best bet is to get out of Miami. What'd you say?
Who has not gotten pimped here? That's the question. Of course. That's how you negotiate, bro. You always start low. But we always start low.
Yeah. It's scary moments right now when you start thinking about it right now with the scenario that I just thought about it. They're probably working these two contracts together, trying to figure this out. And I believe that. I really
It could be
believe that now.
possible, bro. It could be possible. They could be doing Javon Holland too at the same time. You know how Greer does it. He always does 4 contracts at the same time.
You think he'll pay Jalen Phillips first?
That'll be interesting. They all been 5th-year option. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. He already picked up both of their options, so they're safe for one more year after this year. So where do you see?
That's your 4 guys right there: Tua, Waddle, Phillips, and Holland.
Hey, Cap. Would you consider Waddle a number 1 wide receiver, bro?
If he didn't drop passes, bro, yeah.
If he didn't drop
The fact
passes.
that you have to say that almost tells you no. Don't you think, Fred?
No, I think I just think he's not a number 1 wide receiver because of his size. You know what I mean?
He's got the speed. He can catch the ball when he wants to in the slot. And the slot he can catch when he wants to with the best of them. He's got the numbers, he's got the yards, but he's got the drops.
Yes, and then and then there's the talk of him catching the ball with his body. You know what I'm saying? So no, I don't consider Waddle a number 1 wide receiver, bro. I just don't, bro. I just don't. He's too small, and like I said, Waddle is injury prone, man. No, I don't consider him a number 1 wide receiver, but he's going to command somewhere near that kind of money, man.
Now you ask me, Fred, if you ask me if he can be a number 1 receiver this season, yes, he can be. He can be. He can be a number 1 receiver this year. This is the year to do it. He can be.
He could be, but who's to say that's going to happen, man? He's still playing with Tyreek Hill, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, who's the number 1? Him or Tyreek, bro? And which many people's going to say Tyreek Hill is.
There's a scenario in my head, right? Look, check this out. Y'all don't think there's a scenario where all 3 get 1,000?
Oh, no way, man. No way, bro. No way.
How about you, Cap? You don't think all 3 will get 1,000? Odell, Tyreek Hill, and Waddle?
I think it'll be the same like last season. I think one of the running backs will get 1,000. They might get 1,000, and then you might get receivers maybe with 1,000 games. You might see it like that again because they're going to spread the ball around, bro. So I wouldn't be shocked if you see a running back with a receiving yardage of 1,000.
What? A-Chain?
If not A-Chain, if not him, then, Raheem almost did it, right?
Cap, so you're telling me a running back is going to have 1,000-yard receivings on this team over Waddle and Odell?
It could be possible, bro. Out the day, bro.
I'm not going to lie. With all the screen passes we saw the last few games of the season, you might be onto something. You might be right.
Raheem almost did it, bro. Raheem almost did it, bro. And that's because we had to compensate for the 2,000 for Reek.
Raheem almost.
How many yards A-Chain?
Hey, Cap, and especially like Fred pointed out, Waddle's injury prone. Odell is injury prone.
Right.
If Tyreek, by any chance, goes down a few weeks because he's injury prone, he's always limping. Whether he plays hurt. He's a soldier, but he's in and out of the lineup. So if these 2 guys, Waddle and Odell, are out, Then you got Tyreek in and out. You're gonna have A-Chain out there and Ekuzama and a Washington. Yeah, you might have A-Chain get 1,000 yards, dude. It's crazy to think that way, but it's not impossible because of the questions and concerns of the injuries at wide receiver that we have, bro.
Hey, Cap, how many yards Mostert had receiving last year, bro? You said he almost had a
Can
thousand,
somebody
bro.
look that up? I'm on the road, bro. I'm curious myself.
Oh, okay, man. But I don't think Mostert. I don't think Mostert was.
Can somebody
I don't
look up
think
the
Mostert was.
receiving and the rushing? That would be great.
Yeah, I don't
So
think Waddle. I don't
so
think
here's
Waddle
the
was up
here
there. I
here's the
mean,
scenario. Here's this scenario, right? Who do y'all think is going to help out who? Because depending on what you guys see helps out each other more is going to be the reason why I believe there could potentially be three 1,000-yard receivers. If Odell is eating out of the slot and we keep Hill and Waddle on the boundary, Waddle could potentially go down in catches drastically where he has only like 50, 55
yeah,
catches, but he could hit that 1,000-yard marker because Odell Beckham is eating the inside of the field so much that they have to compensate help on Tyreek Hill and Odell because Waddle's taking the second best corner. Tyreek Hill is taking two people, and Odell is coming in with fire trying to get that $8 million threshold. He actually starts off the season, the early portion, week 1, 2, and 3. This guy starts off hot. I'm talking 7, 8 catches a game, almost 70 yards because he's gonna be the first down guy to eat all through the middle. And if he could average 8 to 10 catches a game, and they're all short dump offs, quick slants, in routes, all type of little things in the middle, where it opens up Waddle on the outside. That's what'll actually do it, Fred, because Waddle
no.
won't have to take the punishment hits. He won't have to go inside with the slants. He could hit them with stop and goes. He could hit them with comeback route, hitch routes, and he'll be eating with 20-yard catches, 50-yard bombs, just
I,
unlimited catches, and he'll
I
still
don't know.
be happy in the offense. Yes, if this guy's
No,
getting
Pete.
50 catches, not taking hits, and having a production that's actually putting up touchdowns, he'll be happy with 50, 1,000, and 10 touchdowns. Tyreek Hill, 111 catches, 1,500 yards. He took a bump down, but guess what? 11 touchdowns. Why? Because Odell is there taking all the in routes, the break routes, which, yeah, he could sustain better hits than Jalen Waddle, but now he's aiming for a target, which is 8 million. He gets over 60 catches. He gets over 850 yards. He gets over 7 touchdown catches. He will hit a threshold where the whole room is happy, continuity together. Tua's feeding them out, spreading them out beautifully, dividing it how it needs to be. And that's the only route where it could actually work, Fred. Anything other than that, all 3 receivers are going to be in the huddle barking at each other like if they're 3 Rottweilers begging for one bone in the yard.
Oh, Pete, and this is me, Pete. I could be wrong, bro. I could be wrong, but I don't think Odell hits 1,000 yards receiving. Um, if you're just going to go script plays to him, I think the way Odell gets his 1,000 yards, man, is if he's going to if Tua can if Tua can sit in the pocket and if they can block for him, give him time, and then catch Odell, downfield somewhere, bro. I don't believe he's going to get it scripted because like him just going, in slants like that, I don't think he's going to hold up to that, and then Tua just get the ball out, in the spot. I don't think that's Odell's
You know
game,
what
man.
I
That's
already
not Odell's
envisioned,
game.
Fred?
He
Bro,
can't. He can't. He can. He's not going to be able to hold up to that kind of route running. Pete, he's not, bro. And take
he
these hits
doesn't
like that.
have
He's not going to do that.
he doesn't have that coach he had in New York anymore. This guy has Mike McDaniel, Fred. He's going to move him in motion. It's actually better that we have Odell be the one that we move in motion and leave Tyreek Hill out there. Leave Waddle out there. Let them trust that they can separate off the jam and win off of that, because Odell on the move helps him be able to release. And, he's lost some speed. But if you catch him on the move on a sweep, right there in motion like Mike McDaniel creates, I can see this working into Odell's favor. I can see this potentially opening up everything around, and this is the reason why the run game is going to work. I don't want to hear anything about running until we're up. We're up. Pass, and then run because we're up. And let's just run you out the clock because you can't keep up. And if our offense could be sustained in that theory, which it's not impossible if Mike McDaniel uses Odell in motion like that, it'll be crazy. Because if we're scoring early and often, guess what? Guess what, Fred? Everybody likes to consider us, the Dolphins have all the speed on offense. No, we have the speed on defense too. If we're putting up points, Odell is converting them into touchdowns. And Tyreek and Waddle early and often, Chop Robinson will actually have an easy job if all he's asked to do is pass rush. He will have an easy job. The pass rushers are just going to worry about rushing the passer quick. You don't think that's going to benefit? How do you feel about that scenario? If, in fact, that comes to fruition where someone like Odell can step in and take that leadership role, and all of them understand what their role might be. Waddle, you're the deep threat. If Tua sees you open off the snap, no double coverage over the top, he's going to throw you a bomb. If they play over the top on you and they play over the top on Hill, now we have too much people with double the help. Here's Odell, easy catches all day. He could be he's the Travis Kelce in our offense, Fred. This is the missing piece, the Travis Kelce.
This what I see with Odell, bro. I'm gonna go back even when he was with the Rams. You know what I'm saying? And even with Baltimore with Lamar, these were quarterbacks, Pete, that literally sat in the pocket and found Odell open, or starting to come open. You know what I'm saying, Pete? And hit him and hit him big. I don't see that where he's going to. This is, you talk about three different type quarterbacks here getting Odell the ball now, bro. You know what I'm saying? The quarterback with the Rams and the ones with the Vikings, these guys had arms that could hit Odell downfield, bro. You know what I'm saying? Now,
that's what I'm saying, Fred.
We don't have a quarterback like that, or I'm even say an offensive line like that to give the quarterback the time to let Odell get downfield like that, bro. I really don't. I really don't. Wow. So we're going to be I really don't. I really don't, Pete.
Wow. Really don't. So now you know where that takes me.
That's where Odell ate. Yes, in Baltimore. I'm going to go back just last year. In Baltimore was with, Ravens had an offensive line, gave Lamar Jackson time. And not only that, but Lamar Jackson escaping on his own and hitting Odell downfield big, bro. You know what I'm saying? We don't have that quarterback.
Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right, Fred. This might be a disaster.
That's how Odell ate his last 2 years, bro, with the Rams and the Ravens. That's how he ate, bro. It wasn't this quick, this quick in the spot catching, bro. No, I don't even think that's not even Odell's game, bro. You know what I'm saying? Odell's game.
You're spot on. You're spot on.
Come on, man. This offense, man, is geared for Tua. This geared. Hold on, Pete. Go ahead. Hold on, Pete. This offense is geared on Tua, Waddle, and Tyreek getting in spots, bro. Meeting the ball in a spot and catching it. You know what I'm saying, bro? And
I know exactly what you're saying. Man. This OBJ signing just screwed up that clock in Tua's head, Fred. And let me explain something to you. You're absolutely right. What was I just thinking? Let me sip
Exactly,
this other
Pete.
coffee because this coffee had no sugar. Let me explain something to you, Fred. Tua is a rhythm timing quarterback, like you just pretty much
Exactly.
mentioned, right?
Exactly,
You don't
bro.
think having now two diva wide receivers like Odell, Tyreek, maybe Waddle's a little quiet, but Waddle might be the one that sends him a text message before the game and say, "Hey, I'm not going to tell you nothing during the game, but make sure you get me that ball." That might be a scenario where Waddle plays in this scenario factor. But
Right.
during the game live, Fred, you don't think someone like Odell, Tyreek, and now Waddle with the little slick underground private text messages trying to get balls thrown his way too, that's going to interrupt the timing of the play where Tua might want to go to? Tua might be in a situation where he's going to hold the ball too long now, Fred.
Exactly, man. Exactly.
He's going
That
to
could
want
be
to hold
holding
the
the
ball too
ball,
long
and
now.
holding the ball, man. It could just be because, like, damn, if I don't get this dude the ball, he gonna come back to the huddle bitching and shit. And you know what I mean? It's gonna be some extra shit to
Bingo.
it gotta go through. You know what I'm saying,
Bingo.
bro? So
Bingo. Exactly.
it is what it is, bro. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, and then you gotta look, man, like everywhere Odell went, man, even when he went to the Browns from the Giants, bro, I believe that
No.
fucked up
But
Baker.
no, because
I believe,
Fred, we're getting the Baltimore Ravens Odell. A little bit older and just a tad bit slower. That's the
right,
Odell we're getting. If he
right,
couldn't eat with the most electrifying quarterback on the planet that buys the most time, and he
right,
couldn't eat with that, he's
yeah,
not eating with a quick thrower. Odell's not 2014 Odell anymore. He's not
no,
separating and blasting and then being explosive off the cut anymore.
exactly, Pete,
So
exactly,
if
bro.
Tua's gonna, if Odell isn't, this is a disaster waiting to happen, Fred. And this is exactly what's gonna derail the season early on in the portion. Tua might sustain an injury because of this.
Hey, bro,
I'm
hey,
not
this
joking.
is, and hey, this is just me on my take of it, Pete. Like Odell, man. To me, he's not what he was, bro. He's going to take a minute to clear, get open, bro. So that's some shit. Tua have to hold the ball for and let Odell do his thing, bro. Like now you asking
What have you
Odell with
heard
this
on every
offense.
major platform, Fred? All about Tua. What have you heard about every Dolphin podcaster platform, wherever they go to get their tick and their fix for Dolphin news? Everyone has always said Tua gets hurt when he holds on to the ball.
Yeah, yeah. So, and I believe you asking Odell, you're going to be asking him really, man, to change his game up, bro, to come into this spot throwing wide receiver deal, bro. You feel what I'm saying?
So let me ask you a question. He's the third option or the second option?
Well, where they got him, man, they signed him to be the number 3 wide receiver. You know what I'm saying? They signed him to be the number 3. So I don't know. We don't. Of course, none of us know Pete, man. But that's my take on. Tua and Odell. You know
Oh,
what I'm
yeah.
saying?
No,
Tua,
you were spot on.
yeah, man. Like I said, man, I don't. That catching the ball in the spot like what Tyreek and Waddle do. I don't know if Odell, man. I don't know how he gonna work with that, bro. Like I'm saying, especially the last
The
2
only thing
years.
that'll save Tua right now at this point is if a Chad Ochocinco scenario happens with the Dolphins, where he just doesn't make the team. You see what I'm saying? You trained in
Yeah.
the offseason, you came in. Who was the other guy that just probably didn't make the team that was a little older receiver? I forgot his name. He played in the preseason, and then he didn't. I forgot the wide receiver's name. He was a little older. I think McDaniel brought him in from like the 49ers, and he didn't make the team. Hopefully, Odell does that somehow, or just Odell doesn't like he doesn't like what's going on, or some scenario. But yeah, that's the only thing I think that's going to save Tua at this point if Odell does not make the team. Or you know what else will probably help him out a little bit?
What's that?
If Waddle actually holds out. Because if Waddle actually holds out, that will actually help him a little bit because now he could feel comfortable getting rid of the ball quick. You understand what I'm telling you? Because if he has all three, it's a problem. He's going to hold on to that ball. The max Tua can handle is 2. Okay, he's not open real quick. Boom. Now I know where the little deeper other timing route was at for my number 2. I'm going to throw it there. He throws it no matter what. If he has to worry about 3, I'm sorry. He's going to hold on to that ball and make a lot of mistakes. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Interception, sack, or incompletion. In that order.
This is like, with the Odell Beckham coming here now, man. He shouldn't even be complaining about getting the ball, man. But that's me. Look, man, you here.
Fred, he's not going to be able to go into. You think? Let me ask you something, bro. You think Odell Beckham had the courage to go to Lamar Jackson and complain to someone like Lamar Jackson? Let me get that ball.
No.
But you know who Odell did do it to? He did it to little old Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, he did. That's what the point. That's the point. He did. Yeah. Hold on, Pete. That's the point I was going to try to come across, man. Like,
go ahead.
When Odell went to the Browns, bro. Before he got to the Browns were gelling, Pete. They were good. They really were. They were good at wide receiver.
That locker room.
And Baker Mayfield was good with them. So when Odell Beckham got there, bro, Baker Mayfield just fell off. Now I'm thinking like, well, damn, man, this new wide receiver that's a diva coming in, getting it in Baker Mayfield's head, man. He just fell off drastically, Pete. Drastically. Yeah, I mean, so, but
he went to Baker Mayfield. He screamed at him on the sideline. That's why he went to Eli Manning. He used to scream at Eli Manning and act like a diva with a Super Bowl winner, bro. Yeah. And you think he's not going to scream at Tua? When he notices that Tua doesn't have that it factor, when a winner like Odell that wants to win, you know what I'm saying? Like Cheetah. You see the difference is? Cheetah is paid big bucks. So it might be worth him just to get along with it, because he's getting paid the most money. Odell's not. Odell got $3 million, but in reality, he deserves that $8 million, right? And now he's gonna come in week 3, 0-2, heading into week 3. He hasn't gotten the ball. He's been wide open on film. You get that guy ticked off week 3 with no catches on film. He's open, and you know what his dad is gonna do? Odell Beckham's dad. Do you know what his father's going to do, Fred? He's going to do the same crap. He's going to do the same crap he did for Cleveland to Baker Mayfield. He went on the internet, he played tape, and said, look at my son, Odell Beckham, wide open on all these routes. But Baker Mayfield don't get him the ball. Oh, yeah, that happened, Fred. And guess what? He'll do that to someone like Tua when he realizes, man, this guy, he just doesn't stay late after practice. He just doesn't want to win games. It's like he's just going along. There's no fire. I don't see Tua upset, not throwing that ball on and not getting a first down. When people realize who you are in the building, they might hear a lot of good stories about you, but let them ride the same bus for a whole week straight. I bet you find something you don't like. And then when what you don't like, you don't find in that locker room, when it comes to live bullets playing and trying to win games, if Tua doesn't show Odell Beckham that he has that winning fire in him, if Tua doesn't get mad at Odell Beckham for dropping a ball, Odell Beckham is going to probably look at him and say, this guy's not it. Give me Skyler. Give me someone that's trying hard. Give me somebody that wants it, because I want my $8 million. I know I can get 65 catches. I've been open all week, but Tua don't throw me the ball because he doesn't want to hold on to it. He's throwing it quick to Tyreek. This could be a locker room disaster, like we keep pointing out. It's unbelievable. It is actually unbelievable where this has went to. This season, we should be on Hard Knocks the whole year, bro. The whole year. Like the whole season.
Hey, it's going to be an interesting season. Can't wait for the season to start, man. And hey, man, it's exciting, bro. It's exciting what goes on.
Oh man.
Come on,
I'm
let's do
excited.
something else. Dude. Let's do
I'm
something
ex-
else, man. What else? What else you got up here, bro? Let's do something else, Pete.
Waddle.
I'm cooking now, bro. Yeah.
The defense, man. These defensive guys. These
oh,
defensive guys.
oh,
Defensive coordinator.
okay. Okay. Hey,
You
man,
believe in it? You buying it?
um,
You see progression or you see regression?
I see, man, here we go, Pete. This is what I see, bro. Like, I see a slow rebuild, bro. It's what I see with the defense, bro. It's what I see,
Crazy.
man. It's a slow rebuild with the defense, bro.
That's
You know what I
crazy.
mean? But,
So you know what
however,
that means, right? We
okay.
need a high potent offense. A really high
Hey,
potent offense. Shout
man,
out to Mountain pulling up in the
Pete,
building.
man. Hey, Pete, the offense let us down late in the season so bad, bro. So bad. Let us down so bad, bro. The defense got blamed for it, bro. And you know what they went through with the injuries, man. You know, the offense just let us down, bro. And not one game, Pete. They let us down for 5 games, bro. Like the last 5 games of the season, bro. The offense let us down, man. Let us down big time, bro.
Mountie. No, I hear you, Fred. You're absolutely right. You've been spot on. What's up with you, Mountie? How you feeling?
Hey man, I'm chilling, man. How y'all doing?
Good, man.
Okay.
Good, man.
Yeah,
Hanging
man.
out.
Listen. Look, on paper, we got the most quotable offense in the league, but ultimately, it's gonna come down to execution and staying healthy.
You want to know
It,
what this team kind of reminds me of, Mountie? You remember that Colts team that had Peyton Manning, had all the firepower, the Edgerrin James led offense, but their defense, it was needed for them to score a lot of points early because their defense was speed. That's what that Colts team was defensively with Dwight Freeney. I forgot the other edge on the other side, the Bob Sanders, a little small, fast safety, their other safety, but they had speed back there, and they got a
yeah.
lot of points scored on them because they just would get beat down by the run too, and that's another thing. They scored points, but if they couldn't stop the run, teams just played the clock factor against Peyton Manning, and that led to a lot of losses that way. That's what I feel. I just feel like we're missing the Peyton Manning. That's the only thing. We're missing the Peyton Manning to this team this upcoming season. Speed, inexperience on defense, and now what?
I'm
Supposedly a
just,
high potent offense.
I'm just being really critical of Tua at this point, year number 5. What is it that he can actually work on for him to actually get better, to compete, to get to the next level?
You know what I?
Well,
You know what? You know what I say, Mountie? I got one thing, man. I like to see him work on, man. And it's real shit, man. And I need McDaniel for this too, man. You know what I'm saying? I need them to, you know, come on, like I said, give me another second and a half, man, with an offense like that, and actually, you know, catch guys open. You feel what I'm saying, man? You just
Well,
this
well,
too this
well.
too fast. This too fast, quick release is leaving dudes open. You know what I'm saying? Because you want to go to this person so fast. You know what I'm saying, bro? We're not looking at the rest of the guys on the field, bro. That's what I need. I
Well,
think Tua and McDaniel need to work on.
this
so
in combination with
so
this
to answer
team.
that question real quick, Mountie, Fred. So if this guy gets actually 3 1,000-yard receivers, Waddle, Odell, and Tyreek Hill, what question marks will Tua leave on the table then? How can he not be considered a franchise quarterback? Because if he has 3 1,000-yard receivers, there's no such thing as another narrative that Tua is not going to his second read. In fact, some will say he's going to his third read, but that doesn't necessarily need to be the case, because if you have 3 1,000-yard receivers who actually could do it, that proves that you're going to your second so much, and more often than not, you're hitting your third read as well. So what question marks will Tua? He would knock off all the Tua doubters. Like, we will have to all believe at that point, right or wrong?
Right. You're right. You got 3 wide receivers with 1,000 yards, man. Then I'd say, he is processing the field. You know what I'm saying, Pete? But come on, man. When's the last time you seen 3 wide receivers with 1,000 yards, bro? Has it ever been done?
It's been done. It just doesn't happen a lot. I remember it happened not too long ago. So let me search that up. Hold on. I remember because I'm telling you, they brought the Tuaneers dug themselves a hole here. They brought up this. So I don't remember. I'm going to find to see where they got it. But when we traded for Tyreek Hill and we had Cedric Wilson and Jalen Waddle, they came up with this. And they showed me lists on their platform. So we'll see. So I can remember. 3 wide receivers. I'm searching it up. Go ahead.
Okay.
3 wide receivers. 1,000 yards. It's like Google kind of like already knew what I was going to search up. They already had it on board. 1980, the San Diego Chargers. The 1985 Washington Redskins. The 1995 Atlanta Falcons. Funny I mentioned the Colts and Peyton Manning. The 2004 Indianapolis Colts, and last but not least, now I remember the team they were hyping up, right? The 2008 Arizona Cardinals with 3 wide receivers with 1,000. Anquan Bolden, Larry Fitzgerald, excuse me, and I don't remember who the rest is. But yeah, it's been done plenty of times.
Okay. It's been done. You know what I'm saying? But come on, man. You know what I'm saying, bro? You just named me, bro. You just named me Hall of Fame quarterbacks, bro, that done that. You know what I'm saying, bro? Peyton Manning. You said
exactly. So if Tua goes out this year, Fred, and Tua goes out this year and he does that, that's it. It's over. Tua doubters are wrong. Admit it at that point. You got to admit it. He might have got a little taller. Samoans probably hit their growth spurt later than others. He probably kept growing. He's probably 6'2" now if he does that in that scenario. We don't know. But I feel like he'll knock out all the doubters. 3 1,000-yard receivers. Okay,
if Tua does that, cool. Cool, man. Shout out, big props to him. You know what I'm saying, bro? But what good is that, bro? When you got to go in the cold, bro. Now you got to win me a playoff game. You got to win me a playoff game. You got to win me a playoff game in December, bro. So what's all of that going to matter? 3 wide receivers with 1,000 yards, then you go lose a playoff game, and maybe because the weather is 10 degrees, maybe because the wind is blowing, bro. You know what I'm saying? And what good is all that to me if you got bounced in the first round of the playoff? So, the 3 wide receiver thing, it's a yes, it'd be a big deal. You know what I mean? I'd say, man, I'm proud of Tua at that right there, bro. But when you got to go, and what it is, bro, it is what it is. You got to go possibly play in the snow, and you just bomb it. Bro. So what good is all that? Them 3 1,000-yard receivers, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Right now, we'll probably be the only team in the history that didn't go to the Super Bowl with 3 1,000-yard receivers, because I think all those teams made it to the Super Bowl with their 1,000-yard receivers. And if that happens and we bomb it in the playoffs, that will be historic. Stephen Ross won't even have a dog fight to sell this team anymore. It really is. So this season is shaping up to be historic, however you look at it. I know Odell even at this age, has the capability and the skills to be a possession receiver? Bro, Jerry Rice was 45 years old with the Oakland Raiders catching passes from Rich Gannon. Do not tell me.
Hey, Pete, you there? Can you
Yeah,
hear me,
man,
Manny?
I crack myself up sometimes with Jerry Rice take right now. Jerry Rice almost got 1,000. Didn't he get 1,000 yards at 40-something years old with a Rich Gannon? Odell Beckham could do it. Odell could do it.
All right, man.
Oh my
Okay.
God, this is incredible right now. The offense that. How many points do you think we should average per game right now with this offense?
I don't know.
28.
Okay, with this offense right now, bro, I say we should average what we averaged last year in the beginning of the season. Because at the end of the season was just abysmal, bro. What we were averaging was just abysmal. I can't see us be averaging what 15, 16 points a game. No, I can't imagine that. I imagine it. The scoring should be 30 points a game, bro. I'm gonna say 30 points a game.
Damn, that'll be a historic amount of points. That's historic. But I can see why you see that.
We were averaging that, Pete. We did average that. In the season through 7 weeks, I guess. I believe it was. We were averaging 30 points a game, Pete.
Oh yeah, it's because of the
Maybe
whole
more.
70 point. The whole 70 point helped us out.
Well, Pete, it was what it was, Pete. But we were averaging 30 points for like 7 weeks, I believe, man.
Let me see these guys going. Yeah, Cully, you're right. That whole when I was gonna say the Jerry Rice, I couldn't hold it. That made me crack up myself, man. Shout out to you guys in the chat. Flip side, Canna, Color, all these guys out there. We got Thomas, Twitter Thomas. That's his name, Twitter Thomas. He's scared to click that link. California. What's going on with these guys? Third receiver on the Cardinals, it was Steve Breston. Shout out to Scant Dollar. Steve Breston got 1,000 yards. You never hear that guy's name. But hey, it's happened before.
Preston, I think I heard of him before. I think I heard of Breston before.
I heard of him. I remember hearing about it. And that's why I said the Tuaneers, they blew that up. And it was all because – and you know what? And now that I mentioned Cedric Wilson, I got to be honest with you. I feel like we downgraded. I'm being real right now. Cedric Wilson is a better wide receiver than Odell Beckham is today in today's NFL.
Wow.
He really is. He really is. He's more explosive. He's more explosive. He's faster. He can separate more, and he could do what Odell Beckham does. Let's just be honest. You want Odell Beckham here, right? Because he could be a possession receiver and catching traffic. In reality, that's not what you want, Odell Beckham. You don't want him to be all stuck in coverage and be sticky. You wish he can separate with some explosiveness off his break. And that's what I think he's lacking. That's what I think is going to be an issue. And I don't know, man. I think you kind of like brought something into the air that I feel like we're going to see in season is going to be a really big problem, Fred. Tua is going to hold on to that ball. Yeah. I know what I'm telling you. Now with 3 wide receivers, that will make any quarterback want to hold on to the ball.
Well, Pete, man, if you're looking for your third wide receiver, man, that's what it takes, man, to hold the ball a second longer, bro. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe even the Creole. I mean, he maybe even had to be off script if you're coming back to your third wide receiver, Pete, man. You know what I'm saying?
And let me ask you a question, Fred, and Mounty too, because I forgot you were kind of up here. My bad, Mounty. Let me ask you two guys a question right now. If Odell is not getting the targets thrown his way, let's say it's already week 11. He has 10 catches on the season. He knows he can't meet no threshold. You think he's gonna be a motivated blocker for the team, like someone like maybe River Craycraft would be dominant at that?
Yeah, I think he's still blocked because he'd be out there. You know what I'm saying? Eyes would be on him. He'd have to block. He'd have to. You know what I'm saying? A big part of that running play, is called for him to block, man, and he has to do that. He has to do that, man. I don't think he was sold out on that, bro.
Wow. How about you, Manny? How you feel? Someone like Odell Beckham, no motivation, doesn't get the ball thrown his way at all. Late in the season, 5-5,
Well,
we're sitting.
I made mention of this early when the Odell Beckham rumors started swirling. I said, listen, first of all, my first concern was is is OBJ. How is that going to? How are the two
The
going
man did.
to coexist between Tyreek Hill and him? Now, if he's not getting the targets, especially to where he can't make his money, then that's going to become a problem in short order. I believe
Yeah, if he can't make his money, yeah,
he's gonna be a 2.5.
if he can't make his money, you know, hey man, and if it starts going that way early in the season, can you hear me, Pete?
Loud and clear.
Oh, okay, because sometimes I think I get cut off. You know what I mean, with my internet. But if it's by week 7, 8, 9, 10, man, he feels like he's not getting the targets where it comes to making his money. Hey, things could go sour, man. You know what I'm saying? We don't know, man. We have to see what kind of dude Odell Beckham is, man. You know what I mean? But hey, man, we seen Cedric Wilson get missed on plays where he could have had time. So it is possible, man, can get upset. Yes, man. I've seen Cedric Wilson get upset after a play a couple of times. I
Oh
seen Mike
yeah.
Gesicki.
Remember in the Kansas City game in Germany or wherever we played it?
I seen Mike Gesicki get upset after plays, bro. You know what I'm saying? So
100%.
It's on the Odell, man, how he takes it. You know what I'm saying? He could be like, oh well, fuck it. I'm just here. You know what I'm saying? Well, but
No,
hopefully it
you're
don't.
100.
Hopefully it
That's
don't
what
be
it's going to
that.
lead to. That's what it's going to be. That's exactly what it's going to end up being. If Odell's not getting the ball thrown his way, he's not making catches. It's going to
So
be.
then he's definitely not having 1,000-yard season. Then, right? He's not getting the ball thrown to him. Then he definitely can't have 1,000 yards receiving. Then, right?
Look, I'm going to be honest with you, Fred. He's not going to have 1,000-yard receiving. Even
Right? I
if
don't think so
Waddle
either.
and Tyreek Hill both get hurt, they could both get hurt. He still won't get 1,000-yard receiving, in my opinion. That's
Right.
just the truth. He's a safety valve. He's more of a check down. A 3rd and 3, hit the slant. If it's open, you should win that coverage because they're going to put a linebacker on you.
Bro,
I don't. Yeah.
now we've all heard of running backs getting having 1,000 yards receiving. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like I don't even think any of our backs will have 1,000 yards receiving, bro. Not because they don't have the ability to. I just think the ball placement to them, you know what I'm saying, won't allow them to do it. Because to me, what I noticed, man, something out in the flat. Running backs have to seriously adjust to even catching the goddamn ball, Pete, to make plays, bro. You know what I'm saying?
How often?
Yeah.
How often do we even throw to the running back?
Very often, not often enough.
I'm just curious to see, Tua this year,
I said,
especially everybody likes to make that everybody likes to make that adage. Oh well, it takes 3 seasons. Okay, here it is. We'll see in this
yeah,
offense.
yeah.
We'll see. We'll see.
And this offense can take a step back, man. And I'm
Well,
not
well,
even talking about playoffs.
how long was Brock Purdy on San Francisco before he did what he did? Two, maybe.
That's
Maybe
another
two.
thing. I'm glad you brought that up. That's another thing Shady McCoy brought up to Joy Taylor in her face this morning, right? He told her, if Mike McDaniel was the one that was able to build this team and make Tua with Tyreek, who's to say he can't do that with another quarterback?
Yeah, I agree with that. Y'all, I agree with that.
Because
He should be able to.
Shady
He
McCoy
should be
said,
able to do that with
everybody
another
here
quarterback,
questioned
bro.
Tua. He said everybody here, basically where he was sitting at with Joy Taylor, with the other guy, he told them all in their face. He's like, everyone here was questioning Tua whether he was going to be a good quarterback or not. Then Mike McDaniel and Tyreek come in. Now Tua's one of the best. How? And then they got Tua ears in their feelings with that one, but that's the truth. I firmly
Bro,
believe that.
bro, I think Mike McDaniel can do so much more, bro. So much. I think he has so much more in his book, bro. That, but he's not able to. He's not able to show it because he has to deal with what his quarterback can do and what his quarterback can't
Oh
do,
man,
bro.
y'all gonna
I
like
think
this next
I
topic.
think Mike McDaniel has a whole bunch more, man. I really do.
I forgot to bring this up when we were talking three wide receivers, right? Um, I gotta be honest. This whole wasn't Mike McDaniel a wide receiver in college? Isn't he? Why isn't he making wide receivers, bro? Why does he need the most talented wide receivers? We can't even trust this coach to develop and put a wide receiver. You see what I'm getting to, Fred? He needs Tyreek Hill. He
Exactly.
needs Jalen
Well, well,
Waddle.
well,
He
well, well.
needs an
Not really.
Odell Beckham.
Not, not.
When is he
I,
gonna make someone?
I disagree. I respectfully disagree with you, Pete, a little bit. Tua needs Tyreek Hill. Tua
Yeah.
needs OBJ. Tua
Exactly,
needs
Mountie.
Waddle. Tua needs that
Exactly. Exactly, Mountie.
because
100.
see Tua. Listen, he needs guys who can separate. He's not known for great ball placement. Where say he was say you switch him with Herbert and put him out there with Mike Williams and Keenan Allen. Those are procession receivers. Now, how would Tua play with receivers such as that, who don't get
Yeah.
that separation like that, where he's got to place the ball right?
Right.
Ball placement
Exactly,
is
Mountie.
vital.
Exactly, Mountie. And I don't mean to cut you off, but this is why I think he drafts these small wide receivers,
Guys
small,
that
quick
can get
wide
open
receivers,
quickly.
bro. Exactly, man. Exactly. Exactly.
He don't
Exactly.
have to hold the ball long, get it out quickly.
It's just rubbing me wrong that our coach, with the criteria, with his resume that he comes in, we still got to be the team that spends the most. 5 draft picks for Tyreek Hill, 2 for Jalen Waddle, this and that. Like, come on. Give us a Ekuzama. Give us one of these Washingtons to turn into a star. That's what really needs to happen, because we can't just continue to sit here and peg and always have to depend on other teams to use their talent, their young guys, and then when they're really great in the NFL and they're already aged out, then we trade for them. We keep falling for the same trap. It's like, oh, we fell for the Arian Foster. Remember, we had the Reggie Bush. The fan base thought we were going places. Is we get the names, but yet it doesn't make sense on why we would go out and get an Odell. Why us? Why did we have to overpay for an aging Odell when, in fact, there's reports already that he ditched Kansas City because they didn't offer enough money? So it's clearly by that theory alone, you're not coming here to catch passes. You're coming here to collect the check. It's pissing me off as a fan. And now we supposedly have a wide receiver coach that can't teach a wide receiver to do anything in this league. He needs the stars. He needs the best wide receivers. Why can't we develop at no position? This team could never develop at a position. Makes no sense. Absolutely no sense. We're behind the ball, so far behind when it comes to coaching and developing. People aren't realizing that. That's the reason why our depth is always going to be bad. That's the reason why maybe this draft pick we just drafted, they're drafting. Bro, why do we continue to draft players that need development when we can't develop? It's a proven fact. This regime is on crack. What is going on? We want developmental guys coming out of the draft. But they have, where's the track record, guys? Show me the track record of where we developed the guy, other than it being like a high-praised star power guy. The only one I'll probably give up a little bit is probably Christian Wilkins. But that was all him and all effort. Other than that, who did we develop that we said, wow, this guy has all the intangibles, but yet saw the production?
Hey, man, you know what, Pete, man, and maybe
Cam
this, maybe
Smith,
it's just,
Noah
maybe it's just me, Pete. Maybe it's just me, man. You can call me crazy if you want, man, but it seems to me, man, like your undrafted dudes, man, have more upside than the dudes you actually draft, bro. You feel what I'm saying, Pete?
It does feel like a lot of like
It feels to me like
undrafted
it
and
feels like the
outsiders
undrafted.
coming.
It feels like the undrafted dude, you know, to me, that they pan out better than the dude you actually draft, man, or have more upside, bro. That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, because probably the prior regime and a lot of those guys, like their heart felt they were just they were done with this regime. They saw they saw inside the cake and they don't like that feeling. So they said, you know what, I'm out. I don't need to stay for dessert. I'm not gonna eat that cake. And that's what I feel. A lot of those players that we recently drafted are out of here. Like a Mike Gesicki. Mike Gesicki still should have been with the team. He really should have, paying him those contracts that he's dogging around. But yet, he got tired of that cake. It's the same cake over and over again. At some point, you're going to eat a piece and gag. And you're going to tell yourself, I'll never eat this cake again. They just lose. It's just lost because of a lot of it was targets. Don't you think? Targets become a problem. And that's just what I firmly believe right now. We're in trouble. I don't trust this wide receiver coach that we have. He's no coach. And now, let's get this scenario down pat. If we pay Tua, let's say we wake up tomorrow, they actually did what we expect them not to do. But they actually pull it. They do it. And we wake up and it says, breaking news. Miami Dolphins have paid their quarterback. Wah, 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 50 million, all that, what they said happens. Should that come with an extension to the head coach as well? Are we now stuck with Tua and McDaniel for the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, I think so, man. I think so, man. I think Tua's not going anywhere, man. I think he's going to be with the team,
if you
man.
hitch the money to your quarterback right now, you have to
Mm-hmm.
sit here and extend your head coach as well.
Yeah, man. Because and Mike McDaniel, Man, for right now is the only coach that understands, what this quarterback is, man. What this quarterback is. You know what I'm saying? To me, if you get another coach in there, man, if he doesn't have to go with Tua, bro, he's not going to go with him. He's not going to go with him. You know what I'm saying, Pete? I honestly believe another coach would come off a Tua once he sees his, his inabilities. And I can't work with that. I can't call this because you can't do this. I can't call that for that route because you can't you can't do that route. I'm not gonna say you can't do that route, but you're very inconsistent of doing of completing this route. You know what I'm saying, Pete? So Mike
another coach will try
McDaniel,
to put him in that position a lot because that's
yeah,
the advantage.
and this is the knock on McDaniel, man. Instead of working with Tua on the things that that he really can't do, you're not working with him on that. You're just sticking with what he can do. You know what I mean? You're just sticking with what he can do, and you're handcuffing yourself because you can't call this play or call that play because of which quarterback is, man. And that's what burns me up. Like I said, I think McDaniel has a whole hell of a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying, that he's not using.
I'm not buying that notion. McDaniel don't have crap, Fred. Stop with that. He don't have crap. Because if he had it, he wouldn't spring himself to this quarterback.
No,
and
man.
He won't be sprung onto this. I'm starting to get a little concerned because if we do pay Tua, we're stuck with this McNerd. Let's just be honest here. It's going to be a decade of, or half a decade, at least 5 years. If we extend Tua, that guarantees McDaniel here for 5 years. That's not good. That's not good. Not in my eyes. I don't think he's a really great coach. This guy can't even develop a wide receiver.
He can develop a wide receiver, bro. He can develop a wide receiver, man. You know what I'm saying? That's what wide receivers coaches. That's the wide receivers coach's job to do. To have your wide receivers, man, work on his routes, get his routes done, man. McDaniel is there. It's McDaniel's job.
So you're telling me McDaniel taught Tyreek Hill something, Fred? He taught him something?
No, man. No, bro. Nah.
So you think McDaniel taught Jalen Waddle something?
I don't think he had to teach them dudes nothing, Pete. Tyreek is a wide receiver. I don't think Tyreek needs help from McDaniel, bro. I don't think Waddle needs help from McDaniel, bro.
So the guys that do need help, what have they done? We've had receivers we've drafted. We've had what has Braylon Sanders? What has Ekuzama? What has all these other rookies and other guys we wanted to see?
Because you know why, Pete? Why you don't see him, Pete? You know why you don't see him, Bobby? Because as a comma, Sanders, these dudes aren't quick. They're not quick to get the spots, to get the football, bro. And what the game and what the game plan is, bro. They're not quick enough to do that. So why is McDaniel going to use them, bro? You know what I'm saying? They can't get to them spots quick enough, man. And this is what he can't use. Because you got a quarterback that can only just do that right there, man. Throw in this spot. You feel what I'm saying? Because the more, if you notice, Pete, the more Tua holds on to the ball, the longer he holds on to the ball, bro, the more inaccurate the dude is, Pete. The more inaccurate he is, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you're 100% spot on. That's why I said if Tua's going to be going more often than not to the third option this upcoming season, I already gave you the scenario. More often than not, in this order is what's going to happen. Interception, sack, or incompletion. Finally, you might get a completion. But on the third option, it's not going to be pretty. And there's a high chance it's going to be an interception.
So that's why McDaniel can't do that. Maybe that has something to do with the offensive line can't block long enough for that. Bro, you know what I'm saying? For deeper routes to happen. Bro,
So you're telling me McDaniel already knows that he can't do that?
Exactly, bro. Exactly.
And
He's like,
why the F?
I don't
Do
have
we have Odell Beckham here on the team then? If McDaniel knows, then why the heck are we even wasting that $3 million when we know we could have used that $3 million elsewhere?
Hey, man, hey,
Make it make sense.
that's what I say, bro. You could have used that $3 million, bro, towards going go get you another offensive lineman, bro. Another offensive lineman, because that's what Odell Beckham is going to ask to do, to run to these spots to get open.
We need speed. Odell Beckham don't have it. He can't be in the spots for Tua. He's not going to do nothing on this
Yeah,
offense. It's not going to work, Fred.
but you still have to respect Odell Beckham, bro. You know what I'm saying? On the field, man, the defenses do have to still put emphasis on watching for Odell, though, Pete. You know what I'm saying, bro?
Nobody. They're going to Patrick. It's going to be. You know what's. Odell Beckham is going to be wide open right there on a flat route, Fred. And guess what? Patrick Queen is not going to respect that. He's going to be right there in the middle picking off Tua's ball, just like he did. Things were open. Tua's going to throw the ball on time to the guy he trusts. Let's not forget that.
Right.
These other guys could be open even if they're losing talent. But Tua's going to throw the ball who he trusts is going to be there. More often than not, that's Tyreek Hill.
Right.
It's a problem. It's a problem. So
Right.
it's a waste that we got Odell now. It's a waste. He's not going to be in Tua's spots, like you mentioned. He doesn't fit that criteria. Not anymore. Tua, if he decides to hold on to the ball to force it to Odell, does that guarantee that he's going to be open and separated? He's not that Odell anymore. So it's a disaster waiting to happen. It makes no sense.
And you know, like, for real,
and
you
McDaniel
know.
can't figure it out because McDaniel paid for this guy. He vouched for it. He says, yes, I need Odell. But now you're telling me he's okay. No, it's a total flop, no matter how you spin it right now.
And then, you know, who's to say Odell's not here? Odell's here because maybe Tyreek or Waddle gets hurt. Now they have somebody else that can fill that void. You know what I'm saying, Pete? You know what I'm saying, bro?
Tyreek probably did vouch for Odell. Tyreek wants to party in Miami. You got one of the biggest faces to party with. Think about that.
Hey man,
think about that.
Look, hey, look,
After
Pete,
you beat the Washington Commanders, you go out and you go to Miami and you go party with Odell Beckham, your teammate.
It
gets no better than that.
And to me, it's like, this is to me, man. You know, a wide receivers coming to the end of not wide receivers, but players coming to the end of their careers, man. You know, where did they happen to end up? In Miami, bro. You know what I'm saying? In Miami.
This is where people come to retire. They save money, no state tax. They keep telling you, oh, they're all going to sign for no state tax. Well, you're going to retire over here. You're going to take the money, go along with the script, and be okay with it.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. So no, I don't see Odell with 1,000 yards. Hell no.
So it's over from that standpoint. It's over from our coach right now.
Odell Beckham
in his scenario.
OBJ hasn't had 1,000-yard season since 18, 19, something like that.
Probably even longer than that.
Wow.
The last time he was with Cleveland, and then he got hurt the following year.
So he's gonna automatically come to Miami, you know, with this limited quarterback, bro, and go and get 1,000 yards. So that's going to happen.
He's not even going to get to party with the quarterback in Miami. He's not going to like it.
I don't see OBJ taking more than about maybe 500, 600 snaps, maybe.
That's a full workload.
I don't know.
Almost 800 to 900 is almost a full workload. So yeah, that could be right. 500 snaps. How many targets? 500 snaps, how many targets? And is it going to be, and Mountie, if he's on the field, if he is limited on snaps and he's on the field, is it going to be like that Mike Gesicki scenario where these Tuaneers were out here complaining, right? So it's still the same crap. If every time we see Odell Beckham on the field, it's an automatic pass. And when he's out and we got River Craycraft in, it's an automatic run. Is that going to help us offensively?
No,
Is that going to help us?
of course, it's not going to help us, man. It's not going to help
I
us.
think that's what we're going to do. That's what we're known to do with our players now. Tyreek Hill gets a lot of snaps, but he also gets substituted a lot when he doesn't want to sit here and block. He's always on the sideline. He gets the ball on a drive 2-3 times. Boom, he goes to the sideline. That's it. He goes to the sideline. Drive is over there. River Craycraft. We got that. So if it's a one scenario with Odell Beckham, isn't it a disaster from the jump? If that's the case, like Mounty just finished saying, if he gets about 500 snaps, that's half the workload. That to me is like a rotational piece, an important role, because that's a lot of snaps. And if you're in, it's pass. Come on. That doesn't sound like something that's going to be in our favor. One predictable offense. This is Mike Gesicki all over again with a lesser jump ball type receiver. I don't know. I could be wrong, but if I feel like that's where you guys are making me lean to now, talking snaps and bringing that whole stuff up. I mean, I feel like one-dimensional now.
No, I think they can still run the ball with Odell Beckham on the field, bro. I think they'll still be able to run that ball, man. You know, however, it does seem more likely that it's going to be a pass play. You know, if Odell Beckham's on the field, if depending on Odell Beckham and River Craycraft on the field, bro, you know, it's more likely going to be a run with River Craycraft on the field. You know, this is just
what
me.
I'm saying. We need to change that. No, that's a fact, and we need to change that. We can't be bringing in these other receivers that are just good blockers. River Craycraft has good hands, but he ain't no wide receiver, bro. He ain't no wide receiver.
Craycraft? Yeah, yes he is, Pete. Yes he is.
He's not gonna get you no 60-yard. He ain't no 60-yard guy. He ain't gonna bring you nothing explosive. He ain't gonna score from the 40. It's just not gonna happen.
Why not, Pete? Why not, Pete? Why not, Pete? Have you ever seen Craycraft put in that situation, bro?
Have you ever seen Craycraft catch a pass longer than 30 yards? Yes or no?
No, because I haven't seen him targeted the past 30 yards, bro.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to get to.
No, man, no,
that's ain't gonna catch that either.
Nah, man, that's you ain't gonna see that, bro, because of Waddle, Tua and Hill and Waddle, bro. Craycraft can get open downfield, bro. You can't sleep Craycraft like that. He is a good wide receiver. He can do that, bro. But that's not being. You're not going to see that, bro, because of Waddle and Hill, bro. You're not.
If Braxton Berrios had Craycraft's hands, Braxton Berrios would be a dangerous threat. But I'm still keeping Berrios over Craycraft because of the speed and agility.
No way.
Because I've seen little Berrios with Mike White go downfield and hit 40, 50-yard bombs when they were a Jet together. I've never seen Craycraft do that. He's always been the block,
you know what?
Run a slant, a out route, and that's it.
Because that play is not called for him, Pete. The ball is not called for him to make a play like, you know what I'm saying, Pete. Bro, I honestly think
play for Craycraft when he gets a little bit older. Are they gonna wait for him to get older to call that play, Fred? If they don't call it because they don't call it for a reason. He has no speed to get downfield.
Nah, Pete. Nah, that ain't it, bro. That ain't it. It's because of Waddle and Hill, bro. That's why Craycraft is not targeted like that, bro. I honestly think Craycraft is a good outside wide receiver, bro. I really do. I think you could put Craycraft on the outside. You putting Berrios on the outside? Hell no.
I'm not putting Craycraft on the outside either.
Oh my, you wouldn't.
I would put Berrios. Yeah.
Pete, you wouldn't. Pete, that's right.
Flatline. He will get flatline.
Pete, man, you wildin', man. You wildin'.
Imagine L'Jarius Sneed jamming him up out there on the boundary.
No. I'm telling you, L'Jarius. L'Jarius Sneed ain't jamming up Craycraft like he did Hill, bro. He ain't doing that. He ain't doing that to Craycraft, bro.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Oh
Yes,
my
he will.
God.
He will jack
Oh my
that
Yeah.
dude up and put him on the
What you
ground.
say, Mountie? Hey, Mountie, what you say? What you think,
oh
Mountie? What
my
you think, man?
God. Oh,
What you think, Mountie?
Craycraft, listen.
Craycraft, which
His
Craycraft
claim to
Craycraft over Barrios? Who you going with? Mountie.
Oh yeah, well, I'm going with Craycraft.
Thank
He's
you.
a bigger target. He's in the red
Right,
zone. So
right.
Y'all gonna make
Barrios.
me.
I mean,
It's about to be. It's about to turn into a Pete film session. Craycraft hour. Go ahead, Mountie.
listen, Barrios. He hasn't really proved his worth yet.
Right.
I mean, I haven't seen it. I just haven't seen it.
Hey, Mountie.
I'm underwhelmed.
Hey, Mountie. Could you see? We know it's not going to happen, Mountie, but could you see Craycraft on the outside, bro? At some calls, man.
I
At some
no,
calls.
not no.
No.
He's not a out wide guy. He's not an out
Oh
wide
my
guy.
God. Oh
Maybe
my
on a
God.
running play. Maybe on a running
Oh my
play. Yeah. I just can't. I don't know. I
Oh, let
know
me
he
see. Let
does
me see.
well in the slot.
Mountie, could you see a fade to Craycraft?
No.
Oh my
Uh-oh.
God.
I think River
Hence
Craycraft. I
the
think River Craycraft is
reason he
just clicked
hasn't.
the link. River Craycraft just
I say
clicked the link,
no.
guys. What's up, Color?
You knew exactly how
I
to
say
target
no.
me,
Go
didn't
ahead.
you, Pete?
Go ahead,
You
Mountie. Go ahead,
planned this,
I
Mountie.
think I
bro.
figured it out.
You planned this, bro. You're like, color ain't coming up. What do I need? I need to talk about Craycraft.
You
What's
got
up,
it, Color.
Color,
You
man?
got me. How you doing, man?
Oh, pretty good, man. Pretty good. It's a little warm today, bro. Pre-summer in Florida has definitely set in.
Oh, oh.
And for
Hot
y'all who
already,
don't live
Color?
here, pre-summer in Florida is also known as spring everywhere else.
Yeah, yeah,
Color, my man.
What's
What's
up,
going
Mountie?
on?
yeah.
So this Craycraft thing, man, like
Yeah,
seriously.
Color.
First of all,
Uh-huh.
if y'all would bother to show up at camp a little more often, you would see a lot of things from Craycraft because Tua D's makes a great point that he's not part of the game plan. It just is what it
There
is.
you go. Thank you, Color.
Neither
Thank
was
you.
Durham Smythe. I mean, neither was anybody else beyond the second wide receiver last year. So, what are we talking about here? They've made it
So
clear whether it's right, wrong, too late, should have been done earlier, doesn't matter. They've given us a signal that the next step of Tua's progression is to come out of his shell and start banging the ball around to everybody. We know
So
he
we
can in the
basically,
right
so we
system.
basically wasted Rivers Craycraft elite years.
No,
We
what I'm
wasted his
saying
career.
is, what I'm saying is he's not elite. He has elite hands and eyes, but he's
Yeah.
still not an elite receiver. He falls below the speed average. Okay, look. I'm a white guy, so I can say it. He's a white guy, bro. It just is
No,
what
that's
it
fine.
is, man. You know what I
That's
mean?
fine.
My
I'm gonna tell
point
you a
is
white guy
though,
that I love,
but
Brian
what I'm
Hartline.
saying
I'm gonna tell
though
you right
is,
now,
but what
Brian
I'm saying
Hartline is
though is
better than River Craycraft.
skill wise, if he were to be pressed upon, I've seen things in camp that I'm like, okay, this guy does have elite skills. Like he does have toe drag swag. He can
There
catch
you
a
go.
sideline back shoulder pass at beyond
There you
30
go.
yards, with a defender on him. I've seen this stuff,
Right.
bro. You know what I mean? So
Hey,
the
Color.
first video you pull up, if you do pull up a film session on Craycraft, pull up the video they put out there when we signed him a couple years ago, and watch how he catches the ball, bro. And you'll see why this was my point in coming up.
Color,
That Mike McDaniel,
Color. It was only me and
you
you.
said he was a wide receiver, and that he should be making wide receivers. Well, why do you think he's been locking Craycraft on this roster for the past 2-3 seasons straight, bro? Because he knows what I'm talking about.
No, yeah, I was the only one, in the community along with you. I
Excellent
think it
point,
was only
Color.
me and you, Color, that said that Craycraft had the best hands on the team, and I
Does that
fully
mean that
believe that.
Does that mean
Hold
that
on, man.
other guys coming in, the draftees, Odell Beckham Jr., all that? Does that mean that Craycraft is so good that he can't be pushed out? No, that's not what I'm saying. But we're talking about Barry. As much as I love my Hurricanes, bro, I mean, I'm going to go with Berrios' hands all day long over. I mean, Craycraft's hands all day long over Berrios.
Thank you, Color.
No, when it
Thank
comes
you.
to hands, but when it comes to actually being able to work with Tua and make plays, who do you trust more often than not to make more plays? Is it Craycraft or is it Berrios?
Give me
Let's be
about
honest here.
2 minutes, and I'll answer that question.
Take your time. How
No,
about you, Fred? You're gonna say Craycraft.
I'm gonna answer it now, bro. I'm gonna answer it now. I'm going with Craycraft, bro.
I think Berrios separates faster. He's quicker. I think he'll be able to work with Tua a lot better. And I'm gonna look at some stats. How
And you
about
know
you,
what,
Mounty?
Pete?
You going with
You know
Craycraft,
what,
right?
Pete?
Go ahead, Fred.
Hey, Pete. Let me say this, Pete. Like, you know, yes, we know we're not going to ever see it. We're never going to see it. But if you ask me, bro, Craycraft can get behind the defensive backs, bro. I think he can beat him.
2 minutes, bro.
Hey, y'all don't even understand how loud and wrong y'all are.
It took me
Listen
2 minutes, Pete. It took me exactly 2 minutes, and I have your answer. The question was again,
who would you prefer on that
working with
football
Tua
field?
to get the job done.
Yep.
Right.
Working with Tua to get the
well,
job
I'm going to
done.
go with Craycraft. You know why? Because there is a stat that actually measures whether a guy's getting his job done or not. It's called success rate. And Berrios last year was 57.6. River Craycraft was 66.7.
Wow. Well, I mean, that's good to hear. But in the NFL, I guess
so Craycraft is
production is more
literally
important.
doing his job better.
No,
which
he's not.
has to help Tua. You know what I mean?
Craycraft in 2 years, under his friendly head coach that they've been together in 49ers, in 2 seasons, averages 9 catches a season. He had 9 catches last year. He had 9 catches the year
Right,
before.
but see, this is the thing people miss about Durham Smythe, Pete. The highest success rate of any player on the team, 72-point-something%, right? And they don't understand that, yeah, this other guy can have the tangibles. This other guy can be a speed guy. This other guy we can assume is going to, now we finally got a tight end. What is this finally got a tight end nonsense? Secondly, because the thing about that success rate, dude, that I think a lot of people miss is it's a measure of somebody's job performance. So when it comes to people like Mike McDaniel in this system who require a high degree of do your job, he's going to save those players, bro. There is no way he's going to let a player go or not get a player involved that's got the highest success rate of any player on the team. I'm sorry. Durham Smythe is not going anywhere, and he is our tight end one until otherwise said different by Mike McDaniel. Same with Craycraft as far as wherever he's at. The guy dude, 72% was the highest success rate on our team. River Craycraft's was 66.
That's fine.
So you're talking about two guys that do their job.
No, they could do their job, but the production just isn't there.
People can just get it out of their head. They're not going anywhere. They will be with Mike McDaniel for the rest of his career. No matter where Mike McDaniel goes, at least River Craycraft's going with him.
This might be the last year. Might be the last year. McDaniel, Tua gone. If he falls for that trap. Because Braxton, look, you 3 guys say Craycraft.
Coach has to be able to trust at least a couple players on his team.
And you guys know I don't really like looking at stats, but now that I'm looking at stats, Berrios had 27 catches his first year with Tua and McDaniel. Craycraft doesn't even have that in 2 seasons. In 2 seasons, he doesn't have 27 catches. It's just a horrible take you guys went with. I know you guys feel bad with Craycraft.
It's
you
the
can
speed,
see him
bro.
on the door on the way out.
It's the speed, bro. It's the speed. It's the speed.
Feel like
I came up here saying Craycraft falls below the speed average. That's why he's not a guy. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to say he's a guy.
That's exactly why I won't put him out there in the boundary like Fred.
But you know what? Berrios' speed means nothing to me if the ball is on the ground.
But I mean, it's easier to hit an open receiver that has some speed
How much
than
did
to
Tyreek
trust a
Hill's speed
Craycraft to
matter?
catch in
How
traffic.
much did Tyreek Hill's speed matter on that slant route that he dropped against Philadelphia?
You know what kind of sucks? Because I do like Craycraft too, and you know that, Color. And I'm glad that you mentioned the toe dragging things on the sideline. Man, you know that we don't see that with Tua. Remember, we used to see that with Brian Hartline? Bro, Tannehill didn't have the elite receivers,
You know
but he
what?
had
That's
that dude.
actually who Craycraft reminds me of. That's a dude, spot on.
But that's what you see in practice, Color? Is Craycraft doing that on the sideline like
Yeah.
that?
I personally have not seen the man drop a ball.
Wow.
I know that he doesn't have 100% catch rate, but I must be looking away or, you know, maybe on the toilet or something when he's dropped the football because I've never actually
Color, those are probably one of the most. That's probably the hardest pass to cover. If you can catch passes on the sideline, like Brian Hartline with his toes, cornerbacks can't cover that. But if Tua was really that accurate, like they claim to be, how come we don't get that, bro? Because that's almost guaranteed money. That's guaranteed.
Because
You
you know
don't think
why,
that?
Pete?
We do.
Because you know why, Pete?
Got one of the, who
Oh,
got one
Color,
of the
don't give me that
touchdown
scrap
passes?
of what we do.
Wait a
When do we
minute.
see that, Color?
Who caught one of the
Pete, you gotta
touchdown
calm
passes
down,
that
Pete.
got the ball rolling against Baltimore comeback a couple seasons ago? River Craycraft in the back of the end zone.
Well, yeah,
When
but
Tua rolled
what
out.
I'm talking
Remember when
about,
Tua rolled
yeah,
out?
with the little spin,
Yeah.
and he ran out. Yeah, but that wasn't toe drag swag on the
No,
sideline.
but he was right where he needed to be and wide open playing the comeback to his quarterback.
Hey, Pete, check this out, bro. And I really feel like this, bro. I really feel like this. That what Odell Beckham will be doing here, bro, I honestly think Craycraft can do the same thing, bro. I think right now at this moment, Craycraft may be even better than Odell Beckham Jr., bro.
You're not
I
gonna
really
believe me,
do.
but I would prefer
See, you're
Braxton
going far
Berrios.
there, dude. You know what I mean?
No, he's
Color,
right. He could be on that
Color,
Braxton. He could
Because
be
I'm
on the
saying I'm
Craycraft
better than
level right
Odell.
now.
You know what I mean?
yeah.
Just because I can catch a ball really good. You know?
I'm gonna tell you, man. You know, depending with me, you know, your quarterback has it makes a big it plays a big part, and with
Problem with that take,
Craycraft
is
and
that even
showing
if I was
Craycraft
Fred, the
and
problem
showing
with that take,
Craycraft skills, man.
problem with that take, Fred, is that even if I were to isolate hands and eyes away from athleticism, because we know Odell owns River Craycraft in athleticism, that's not even a question. Okay, but when I look at, I mean, dude, it's not as if when you isolate hands and eyes, Odell Beckham is almost Hall of Fame. Like he's number 2 to me in the entire league of the ability to
Okay,
actually catch a football.
now color at 32 years old, bro. Now at 32 years old, bro.
Dude, your
We're
age,
talking
bro,
about
your
now,
age.
color.
Hey, does his hands still open up? Because age don't have nothing to do with whether you see the ball into your possession, bro.
Also, we're saying Craycraft doesn't have any hands. Then
I didn't say
doesn't
that.
have any hands.
I didn't say
Okay,
that.
well, Craycraft.
I
Okay,
said
if
that
you want to
Odell
say
Beckham Jr. Has got the athleticism and the hands, and he's number 2 in the league for me when it comes to hands and eyes. As long as he's still employed by the NFL, he is the number 2 best hands in the league for me.
oh, not for me, not for me.
I mean, you don't lose that gift, bro.
You see, I mean, fans
You
fall in
could
love
be
with
90.
one play
If your
and
hands
think
are still usable, you could be 90 and still catch the ball, bro. It's not a
that's
skill
you
that's
can still
lost
catch
by
the ball, but
age.
you can lose it. You can lose it
No,
if
bro.
you
No,
lost.
I have
If
never
you,
lost my ability to catch an object, bro.
I'm
Ever.
telling you, you can lose it. You
No,
get
you
older,
can't, bro. No,
you
you
can
can't.
lose the speed, and you can't track a ball the
The
same
only way you
anymore.
could lose it is if he went blind. That is literally the only way he can lose it.
No, I agree. He still has one of the look. I'm gonna be honest with you, Color. Odell Beckham has. I trust his hands probably more than
I
other
wouldn't even need
receivers
my
we have on the
hands.
team.
You can lob off one of my arms. As long as I still have my eyes, and at least 3 limbs, I'm catching that football.
I agree. You can't. It's like riding a bike. You're gonna know how to snag that ball out of the air. But here's the thing: I think Odell Beckham has the best hands on the team.
I just won't
It's
be
between
catching it
him and
with the
Craycraft.
arm that you lobbed off.
It's between him and Craycraft that have the most surest hands on the team. That if you need them wide open,
On our
you throw
team,
them
yeah.
100 footballs. Yeah,
On our team,
on
yeah.
our team, it's Craycraft and Odell, best two catchers of the ball on our
And
team.
then I would probably, again, Smythe has never been athletically tested in his catching ability, but his rate is high enough to probably add him there because it's extremely high. It's over 80%, bro. For
Hey,
like
man,
3
and then
seasons in a row, you know what I mean?
and then where have we seen Craycraft, you know, to where as though, you know, a serious, you know, a remarkable catch
Only
is
in
what
camp.
it,
I've only
you
seen it
know.
in camp, bro. I can only say I've seen it in camp.
Okay, man, you know,
dozen times. A dozen
from
times.
what I've seen Craycraft on the field, man, you know, I haven't seen him drop anything in any games. You know, when I seen he was targeted, bro, he on the slant. You know, that's what I seen him do. You know,
Get that catching ability out of a guy that's way more athletic than Craycraft. That's why he falls below the wayside in the NFL. It's not any shade against him. He's just he's not a guy. It is what it is.
If you ask me, Craycraft is being wasted with the team, bro. He's being wasted.
He's like one of those tentacles for the coach out on the field. He's so, you know, you can trust him to do what he's supposed to do on a given play, and that's valuable to a coach. So it's like, you know, there's a couple players on every championship team that are like that. That's why I try to work towards keeping him. But I mean, dang, if he's beat out, he's beat out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Fred and everybody up here, do y'all think Tua has the most pressure as the quarterback in this league right now? Like compared to the other ones like a Geno and a Daniel Jones? Like who has the most pressure as a starting quarterback right now to prove it?
Probably Tua. Even besides the haters putting the pressure on him, I'd say Tua just in general. Like if I was a national talking head, that's probably who I would say.
I don't know.
I mean, a part of the reason I say Tua is because this is year number 5, and you got to look at his draft class. They've all gotten paid, so he still hasn't gotten paid yet. So the pressure is inevitably on him because he still has. And I said this last year. I think the team wants to see him play well, solid 2 years before they give him the bag.
You said what? Robert Saleh? What you had said, Mountie?
No, I said Tua. I said the pressure is ultimately on Tua because one, look at his draft peers. They've all gotten paid.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So and this is year number 5, and I said this last year. I said, watch. This team is they're gonna want to see, honestly, they're gonna want to see him play 2 years solid before they give him the bag. I don't think they're gonna give him crazy money right now. I just don't see him. They want to see him play on that 50. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
I really
probably
do.
Gonna play. I'm gonna play a clip right now that's probably gonna get.
And interestingly enough,
mad.
While the pressure is probably the highest it's been, the expectation is actually the lowest it's been. They've done a very good job, like his own camp, the Dolphins, his own fans, of really lowering that expectation. Let's be real.
So I'm about to play a clip from Emanuel Acho. I know you guys know who he is from Speak on Fox.
Acho, the best dressed dude in all of sports talk.
Emanuel Acho. And the Dolphins should pay Tua because they have to, he says. And let's hear what he has to say about paying Tua. 1 second. It's about a minute long. You should pay him because you have to pay him. Tua is now it gives me the loading button. 1 second.
Most important piece piece in this Jenga game that the Miami Dolphins are playing. Everything is already built around Tua. So if you don't pay Tua, then you got to get rid of McDaniel and everybody else because the offense was constructed for the quarterback that Tua is. He's a rhythm-based quarterback. He's a timing-based quarterback, and he is an accurate quarterback. Let's go into more nuance. Go back to the 2013 Washington coaching staff. You got McVay. You got LaFleur. You got McDaniels. You got Bobby Slowick. You got Raheem Morris. Now look at the quarterbacks that all of those individuals have. Brock Purdy, Garoppolo, Stafford, Tua, Stroud, Penix, Cousins. None of those quarterbacks are playmakers, but what they do an incredible job of is getting the ball into the hands of the playmakers. That is the tree from which McDaniels reigns. All of those coaches are very similar. Their quarterbacks aren't playmakers outside of maybe Jordan Love. He has a little bit more juice with his legs. But all of the other quarterbacks are accurate, timing-based, ball-out right now QBs. That's who Tua is. So though you might not like Tua for your team, Tua is the perfect quarterback for the Miami Dolphins. Thus, Shady McCoy, I do believe they have to pay him.
Wow. How you feel about that,
Okay,
Fred? Go ahead, Mounty.
So the thing is this. Okay, so and this is what just like chaps my ass when they say, "Oh, Tua's accurate. Tua's accurate." How many balls has Tua really thrown where they were actually put on the money when they were contested, like he was throwing to possession receivers? Tyreek Hill is wide open. The route combinations he's throwing the guys wide open, and that's just a fact. Majority of his throws, that's what it is. You go back and look at the tape. He's throwing the guys
And
wide
what you
open.
heard what color mentioned up as soon as he got up here, right? The toe drag swag catches, the sideline catches. Where do we get that at? CJ Stroud does that. He could throw those passes. Kirk Cousins, we've seen him do that with Justin Jefferson and Addison all nonstop.
I wasn't going to go deeper into telling you who was throwing those balls. The Craycraft, that's a different discussion.
Oh, man. And the whole time you had me thinking it was Tua. Come on. Let me see the egg. Don't hide it under you. Let me see it, Color. Tell us who it was.
Hey, Pete.
Man.
Pete.
You know why? Catch me starting that conversation, bro. Sorry.
Hey, Pete,
fire in the community.
There's been
plenty from Tua. He does practice with the first team too. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Tua's thrown in plenty of great balls. I'm just saying, like
what happened, Fred?
The particular toe drag swag one I have in my mind that was back shoulder beyond 30 yards on the sideline. Yeah, that one happened to be thrown by Skyler. I'll have to admit.
Oh my God, Skyler!
Look,
thank you.
You don't see us, our wide receivers, having to do no toe drag swag, bro. Because here we go again. That's throwing the ball outside, bro. It's not good. We're not good at that, bro. You don't see the toe drag swag like that, bro.
Tua doesn't throw outside the number. He don't throw
exactly,
outside the
bro.
number.
So exactly, bro. So you don't see toe drag swags with our. If you do see them, bro, it's because the ball is thrown out there. You know what I'm saying? And like, it's not what the route calls for. It's because it's taking the wide receiver out there. You know what I'm saying? Because the ball taking so long to get out there. Now he may have to toe drag swag, but it's not a play where it calls for, bro. Because we can't hit that.
So wait,
simple
Pete,
as that.
Whole time when I defend against people calling Skyler trash, this whole time you thought it was because I liked you.
Say that again?
I said, you mean this whole time that I was defending Skyler against people calling him trash? This whole time you thought it was because I liked you?
Me?
Yeah.
No, it just means that I know that me and you are on the same page.
I'm kidding, bro. But I did want to point out that it's because I've seen things with my own two eyes that people can't erase from my memory. So they can talk all the trash they want on Skyler until they're blue in the face. It doesn't work for me because I've seen it with my own eyes. And a lot of the people talking trash about him have seen that too, which is odd to me. but I won't.
Hey, Color, how did I meant to ask you, either you or Tony, because you guys go to training camp. How did Skylar look last in the training camp?
Well, I mean, like he has every year, except there was a first couple like days of camp where I admit he didn't have the best seemed like the best posture, kind of like
Okay.
as if he wasn't taking it serious. But I thought, for me personally, my opinion was that he probably likely was told, "Yo, we've got to get a strong look at Mike White, and this is his first couple days of camp, and you're the ball boy." You know what I mean?
No, what he was told was, listen, we have to play the money game. Mike White gets paid more. We would look like complete idiots and be the only dumb organization in the entire NFL that would have an emergency quarterback that's off the roster pretty much, getting paid at $4 million, and having the backup Skyler getting paid less than $1 million as the clear-cut backup.
Right.
That's a face game, bro. That's what all it is. It was all a face game.
To further answer Mounty's question, Tony is always, Tony is never afraid to jump up on a panel and answer that for himself. But him and I did talk about it publicly one night, and from the top of my memory, he's of the position, and he's not wrong, that there were a couple camps towards where we're running the 2-minute drills and whatnot, and the way they have it structured, Mike White kind of really outshines Skyler for like a couple days in a row on these particular drills. And I don't disagree with Tony on that take. So to me, it's like I view both of the guys.
You know what they're basing that off, right, Fred?
Well, for myself, I view both the guys as sort of the same asset. You know what I mean? Except one's being paid way more than the other, and
exactly.
And
I think
Skyler has a little bit better ball placement ability than Mike White.
Exactly.
And you know what? All of that is being based off of in practice. Go ahead, Fred, because I know what I'm going to say. Go ahead.
Well, man, I just honestly believe, that Skylar Thompson can't be no worse than Mike White. However, he can't be no better than him. We don't know. We haven't seen Mike White or Skylar Thompson enough, and that is a money problem that sent Skylar Thompson down to third string quarterback, bro. It was a money deal.
100%. Like I just told you, we would be the only team in the organization of the league that has an emergency quarterback, third string, getting paid over $4 million. That would have looked at as the dumbest move from an organization, from a general manager standpoint. Think about that. So they played the safe route. They needed him, right, to be a backup. He was clearly the backup. Skyler's just more talented. And here's the issue. People could come here and sit here and tell, yeah, Mike White completed more passes in practice, so he looked better. But did you not hear Color come out his mouth right now, right, and say the guy that was completing downfield comeback routes, toe drag swag passes was Skylar Thompson? Maybe Skylar Thompson was asked to do tougher things on that practice field and more tougher throws than those other guys were, and it made it look easier for Mike White to complete more passes. So all the guys on the social media, the two in ears and all that, yeah, Mike White completed 10 passes today. Sky White completed 4. And guess what? He sucks. He only but he had the outside throws. He had the tougher throws that the coaches want to put him in position to get more reps in. You see what I'm saying? Instead, where they're not Tua, how are you going to get Tua to get better on sideline toe drag passes if you're not even practicing those throws? We saw it all in camp when TD was live. We heard it throughout the whole stream if we weren't looking at it and you were driving. Oh, another slant, TD calling out. Another slant. Oh, this one would have been a sack if it would have been another game, but he still completed a nice post inside. We hear this from TD streams when he's at practice. So it's like easy stuff for Mike White, easy stuff for Tua, and it seemed like Skylar had the tough things. Throwing interceptions, they were laughing at him. Oh, he threw it in double coverage. Maybe they asked Skylar Thompson to do that. Don't y'all think that? That's what practice is for? You see what I'm getting to? So the fact that they like I was hearing and looking at it for myself through the streams and hearing everybody that was there, everybody was just focused during the offseason. Oh, he completed 9 passes out of 10 throws. Mike White did. And Skyler only completed 6 out of 10 and threw an interception. Why does it have to be by completion percentage? Why can't your eyes identify what's being asked of these quarterbacks when they're on that practice field? Are these people that smart? Are these people not calling that out? Because that's what's important. That's the reality of it. And all I hear is the guy that caught the sideline toe drag pass, which is a tough pass to do, is Skylar Thompson. Did we see Tua do that? I didn't hear that in camp by none of the guys. Where they at? That's the difference. So they're asking Skyler to do tougher things and trusting him to do tougher jobs on that field. So guess what? Skyler's the best quarterback on that roster. Miss me with anything else. Y'all can have it.
Yeah, me myself, man. I think, I really do think McDaniel, if he put emphasis into it, really could, man, make something out of Skylar Thompson, man. I really do, man. I really
Fred,
do. I think
Fred,
he can make something out of Skylar Thompson.
Fred, if Gesicki catches that ball in stride versus Buffalo in the playoff and scores that touchdown, right? I'm only asking for one, and that one is almost like a guaranteed touchdown.
Why
If we win that Buffalo game, you would have not had thought we could beat Chiefs following week.
Huh?
You don't think that
say,
if Gesicki catches that ball in the cold on the road in Buffalo in that playoff game from Skyler and he scores that touchdown, we win that game. You don't think you have faith in your system that Skyler would have beat the Kansas City Chiefs after that winning in Buffalo? You would have went into the following week like, man, we need Tua to beat Kansas City? Yes or no?
Man, look. It go back. It goes back to the playoff game against the Bills, if you ask me. Like I said, the numbers don't reflect on how the man played. It was clear the wide receivers was just dropping balls up and down the field, man. It was like, to me, Skylar Thompson ain't have a chance, bro. And I still think the man was sabotaged with Waddle's drops, bro. I really do.
You better believe
even
it.
Even a drop by Tyreek Hill, bro. I
say that one more time, and I'll say Trey Waddle right now. Waddle, I just
think, that they sabotaged Skylar Thompson, bro. Come on, wide receivers dropping. Man, we had about like 4 or 5 drops that game, bro. That could have had a serious outcome in that game. Now you got Skylar Thompson. You got Skylar Thompson winning a playoff game, bro. Come on, bro. How's that going to look? How's that going to look for Tua? How's it going to look for Tua?
Ask those two and ears right now. What playoff game was fun to watch? The Skyler-led playoff game, or was it the Tua-led playoff game? Let they ass lie.
Hey, Color, you there? Hey, I remember when TFTG was calling the game last year, that Buffalo game. Color was like, he was going crazy when they dropped those fucking passes.
Oh man, that might be a
Dude, they were losing it.
To watch.
Like, this is bullshit.
Hey man, I missed that whole thing.
I was AFK for a second. Sorry, gentlemen. What was that,
Manny? Color, remember last year when Skylar Thompson was dropping? Dude, he was putting dimes on Waddle and Tyreek Hill in the Buffalo playoff game. You and Al Capitan was fucking losing your shit.
I know, and I still haven't to this day, as much as I've argued, because I'm not going to go as far as, and I don't think it's necessarily right to go as far as Fred is going, you know what I mean? Like some kind of conspiracy, whatever. Look, you're entitled to your own opinion. I'm saying you do have a valid, plausible reason to think that, but there's no reason to. Like, I don't ascribe malice to people for that which can be explained by incompetence. You know what I mean? So we'll leave it at incompetence. What I've always argued is against people ignoring what that would have made Skyler look like had even one of those balls been caught. You know what I mean? As far as like the stat line, the box score, and all that, and possibly even winning the game. So, that's all I've ever wanted was somebody to acknowledge that, or at least stop calling the man trash. You know what I mean? So
It's no way. It's no way you could, dude. The way Skylar Thompson played in that playoff game, and he put those balls right on them, dude. That dude can play ball, man. I'm telling you.
I love Skylar Thompson, and I'm
but
not.
you know
I
what?
don't care. He is my favorite Dolphin quarterback. I don't care what these 2 years tell me.
That being said, Mounty, I haven't yet, after all of that, because I remember. I mean, I don't. You know what I mean? I've never felt the need to go like, oh, did I get Mandela affected or something? But I have yet to go back and actually re-listen to our call for that game. But you're right. Like we were calling it in real time, like, and even saying, "Look, this is."
You and El Capitan was fucking losing it.
Yeah, and it's like, everybody wants to go back now and nitpick whether was it the defender, and that's not how it played out that day, and everybody knows it.
Look, man,
that Minnesota game. I know that Minnesota game.
There wasn't anybody in our chat that day. Mounty, when we were calling the game, there was nobody in our chat disagreeing with our call.
No.
There was nobody calling the haters for calling what we were seeing with our own eyes.
That was the closest we've come to winning a playoff game in, 25 years, bro? 25 years. We've never been that close to winning a playoff game in a long time, man. In a long time.
Larry L said we were going to lose like by 42 points or something.
A lot of those 2 years were saying that.
And to his credit, he corrected. He stood corrected and admitted he was wrong afterwards. But still, like the hate was real leading up to the game. Oh, I'm behind anybody that plays for the Dolphins, but we got no chance to win this game. Like, okay.
I'll say it. Remember, I went up and shout out to Steven and Miami Sports Music. I went up to their station the week that we were going to the playoffs, and I got upset and I started screaming on a regular like Monday or something because I was complaining to Steven about how low his energy is. Why did the light just leave? And I was complaining to Steven that his energy's down. You look defeated. We're gonna lose to the Bills, and it was just like the whole community. A lot of like go back. I want y'all to go back and look at their energy going up to the playoff with Skylar week and tell me they don't all look defeated. That was the issue with me. Their energy. They might have said, "Oh yeah, we could beat them if Josh Allen throws turnovers." But their body language, their energy, it didn't sound like they were trying to be convincing with us winning. And a lot of them said,
funny.
"Oh, I'm not." It was crazy, bro. It was
the only time I've ever seen those people turn on the quarterback quicker was when Tua failed.
Yeah.
They didn't give the
later
same hope.
when the sore healed up, everybody wants to all talk the same nonsense we've talked for the last 2 seasons straight. So I'm all for it. We got Odell. Let's get this thing cooking. We're building a quarterback out of whole cloth. Let's see how good McDaniel is. And Greer. Because they're literally building a quarterback out of whole cloth. What was the first step to getting a QB coach, a private QB coach? Most people would say making the phone call, right?
Yeah.
Well, I would say the first step to getting a private QB coach was admitting you have a problem.
True.
So, respect
you go.
that. You know what I mean? It might be late.
And remember, when the season ended, Tua said out of his own mouth, "There's 5 things I got to work on." Oh, really? 5? Huh. It's crazy. No, you're right. You're right, Color.
And like
the great thing, what? So the thing of it is, Bill's fake crowd noise is that I actually don't need to fabricate narratives to make him look bad. That's the problem. That's the part y'all don't understand.
And something else I don't understand is like, okay, like McDaniel's good for working with the quarterbacks, I guess. Okay, how does what is a quarterback? A private quarterback coach gonna come in and do that McDaniel can't sit there
That's really not
and
the
try
point
to
of it,
help
Fred.
you?
There's actually a lot. There's actually a lot they could do when it comes to the particular things that we think Tua has a problem with. I actually think that is a valid remedy. You know what I mean? But I can understand people saying, "Hey, why'd it take so long?" But we shouldn't be that. I mean, if you want to be that way, that's fine. But it is what it is, and it's being done. If he learns from it and grows from it, and we see him, fix things that we think he needs to fix, then you have to respect somebody for admitting there was a problem and making that move. I mean, why, you know what I mean? Like, none of us are perfect, man.
I understand that.
It's not our fault. The Dolphins. It's not our fault. It's not his fault. The Dolphins want to give him zillions of dollars to be their quarterback. Now, at least give
Actually,
him credit
that's
for
not
saying,
what
"Hey,
they
I got
want to
this
do."
problem, and this is what I need to."
That's where you're.
to
That's where
fix
you're
it.
wrong at, Color. If they wanted to pay him and give him this money, they would have done it already.
I'm just
That's
talking
the
about in
factor.
general. You know what I mean? He's
Yeah,
already made
the
millions
media,
playing
could
quarterback.
talk. Yeah, he did, but we're talking about the next contract, the big contract, and the media could talk about it. But what has the organization? What has their colors shown? Think about that. If the
Well,
if
their
Ross and
colors have
Greer
shown
wanted
pretty
him
much the
so
number that
bad,
most people are
why has it
talking
took it
about.
so long? Why has it took it so long?
I think their colors have shown about the number that most people are talking about. And if there is any delay, like let's say if the report of negotiations just starting was a falsehood, you know what I mean? And they've been going on the
The
whole
fact that
time.
the contract is taking too long and
And
so
that means you
long
don't like, then
shows
that must mean his camp don't like the number that everybody's been talking about.
well, there it goes. The organization don't like him as much as the Tuaneers think that Ross might like him. Ross ain't gonna pay for this guy because Ross don't like Tua.
Well, I don't know if it's that. I think that they're just really staunch on when they've got a number in their head, they've got a number in
If
their
the
head.
owner loved him, if the owner liked him,
Bro, if we
he
were
would
going to
have already paid him.
Listen though,
He
Pete.
would have already paid him.
Listen though, Pete. Look what Lamar Jackson ended up getting paid. We could have easily afforded to do that.
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah. So if what makes anybody think other than inflation that if Chris Greer has a certain number in his head that he's going to budge? Because I don't think it was a big stretch.
First of all,
what Lamar Jackson got for us to have done that.
First of all, Color, if it's up to Greer, he's giving Tua whatever amount Tua's asking for.
To AB's point, Ross turned
not
down
up to
$10
Greer.
billion, dude. He just
It's
turned
not
down
up to
$10
Greer.
billion.
It's up to Ross. Greer went, hey, Tua wants $50 million. Ross chuckled.
Well, I think Tua's camp needs to somewhat play this nicely because he's already picked up on his fifth-year option.
Well, I agree.
And
he has no leverage.
Greer probably already, like I said before, probably already wants to see him play. Look, he probably don't want to get into these serious contracts until maybe week 10 or something like that. Why? He wants him to play at least 2 years. I mean, dude, you don't pay a guy the bag and he has one good season. He has one healthy season.
Joe Burrow, his rookie year, had one of the most Mountie.
And then
Joe Burrow,
in his playoff, the biggest game of his career, he put up 7 points, and he got lucky with that.
The owner's not happy about that and not having a home game. That's why he's not paid. That's the fact. And let's talk about that. Because if we're talking about concerns and injuries, well, Joe Burrow had a devastating, gruesome injury his rookie year when he blew that knee in like 5 places that they won't even show you in a replay.
Look,
guess what? They still paid him.
My first take on it when I originally came up was to say that I just personally don't see any reason when a guy is contracted to play another year, why on God's green earth, that somebody would just be like, hey, let me give you more money all of a sudden and whatever else. Like, why? We have no incentive whatsoever to do a deal right now. None.
I saw a percentage that I forgot what podcast and whoever did it. They put up a number where quarterbacks on the current team that play on their 5th-year option has like a 80-something% chance of leaving that team the following year. That's how high it is.
Well,
that's how high the percentages are.
Okay, so that may be the incentive. The organization may actually really want him to here long term and doesn't want him to do that. So
we're going to be that 13% that plays Tua on that 5th-year contract, still doesn't get a home playoff, and we're going to keep him and pay him?
I wanted to conclude why I agree that Ross and Greer probably have the patience of a turtle. You know what I mean? Because look, the Denver Broncos just sold in 2022, just sold for $4.6 billion. Right? Now you think, it's Denver Broncos. They're a big organization, but not like huge, right? Dallas Cowboys, you know how much their Dallas Cowboys are valued at? $9 billion.
Not more than the Dolphins. Not more than the Dolphins.
$9 billion.
I'll tell you right now, not more than the Dolphins.
$9 billion, and Ross just turned down $10 billion for his team.
He wants 17 plus.
I'm telling you, bro.
Man, he's got patience. Seriously, Tua has zero leverage to command any more money than what we offer.
Exactly.
And this what burns me up, man. This really burns me up is that when they say we have to pay Tua because he's proved that he can stay healthy. You did not prove to me that you could stay healthy. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
because
AB, I'm sorry. Yes, AB, it does include the F1 racing, but with Dallas, I think comes the the whole emporium there too, the whole stadium and all that.
It's part of the F1. It's part of the soccer. It's part of the tennis. It's everything included, and I wouldn't take all that for $10 billion.
Let me see what the same search has the Dolphins valued at, so it'll isolate it from the F1.
Yeah, man, that's way more than $10 billion.
It's fair. But let me isolate it from the F1.
Crypto made it in the building.
Okay. So
Crypto?
Out of probation. They let Crypto off of probation, Cap. He's up.
As of May 2024.
Free man.
What about Shake Money?
As of May 2024, Forbes estimates the Dolphins are worth $5.7 billion. That's the 11th highest valued team. That's a 24% increase from the previous year. Wow. The value of the team is attributed to the stadium and Formula One race, so they include it there. You know what I mean? So it's all.
Yeah, let me say this.
And
I say 12.75 does it.
The deal with billionaire Ken Griffin, but the two sides could not finalize the deal. Ross won control of 3 entities in his family.
You know how much the Rolling Loud concert event that Richie Incognito promotes? Richie Incognito promotes the biggest rap concert event in the world, and that plays out at the Hard Rock. Imagine how much revenue comes in for that event from Miami.
24% increase from last year.
That's not even including the concerts that Bad Baby performs there, Cap for Life.
That's why I say 12.
Crypto.
12.75.
The slime stuff.
Tell these guys what a satisfying high percentage return would generally be in any given investment. Like 10%, right? Like you're killing it if you're making 10%, right?
10 is the target.
Hell yeah.
10 is the target. But yeah, that's why I say give them 24 above now.
You'd be the great Gatsby. You'd be the great Gatsby if you hit 17% on a return. You know what I mean?
No doubt.
Yeah, I think he
24%.
And
that's in 1 year.
Year over year.
That's in 1 year, you said, Color?
1 year since last year, 24%.
So imagine when he bought the team.
No, he
For
bought it
$1 billion.
Yeah.
No, he
like
bought it
1
for
year,
pretty much
1
$1 billion at $1 billion.
Wasn't
Yeah, it's
last
like
year the
800
first
million.
F1 race? Wasn't that the
And
first
he's
F1?
already look. He bought the team for $1 billion. I'm gonna sit here and estimate he's laid out $5 billion to like fix everything, pay everything.
Yeah.
So he's
Yeah,
gotten
and
money
remember,
back with the seat
crypto
sales and
preaches it all
everything.
the
So he
time.
didn't lose $5 billion.
Right,
But
and
in fact,
crypto
he had to
preaches
lay
it all
out
the
that
time,
much.
the compounding interest. Now, next year,
Exactly.
that 24% is going to be on 5.7 billion instead of 4.6 billion.
Yeah, bro. I wouldn't want to sell it either.
Right.
Shit. You know the
That's a
return
lot
you're
more
making
money.
back?
That's why he
No,
knows.
I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's why I
he
say
knows
you
the
write
value
him
of
a
the team.
clean.
That's why he
You
knows
write him
the
a check
value
for
of the
about
team's gonna be
13
12
billion.
billion
The
in no
team is
time. That's
sold.
why he wants 17. You know?
He'll
Yeah.
get it too.
And
He'll
his,
get it.
and his and his team's got the longest non-playoff winning team in the
It's
NFL.
not even that, Fred. The
Okay.
Formula One. Did you see all the
Yeah, I
food
can
and
only
everybody
imagine
that
what
came
the
down
Raiders
here,
is
bro?
going for with Las Vegas.
You had Patrick Mahomes over here. You had Elon Musk down here. There were people buying food platters for $500 a plate. That's big time money for big time
For
people that
Formula
come
One?
down here, man.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
The
Who
little
spent
tiny
$500
lobster
for a plate at
rolls.
Formula One?
What is with
Bro,
Mahomes
the
pounding our whole
the
stadium?
little
by throwing a
tiny
football
lobster
into the
rolls,
stands like that?
$200 each.
Yeah, the crab cakes were
Hey.
like $230. Yeah,
$230 for a crab cake at a Formula
for
One
crab
event?
crypto.
You better
Carne
believe it.
asada nachos. Carne asada
What the
nachos
hell?
for $500. For $500, crypto.
For some nachos and some crab cakes? Damn.
telling
Yeah,
you, bro.
everybody that went to
Damn.
F1 last weekend, they're asking for a loan from the bank this weekend. That's how bad it is.
And
Man.
$500 shoes and that
You say
$4 million
you
watch.
need to take out a home equity line of credit. Is that what you're saying? You gotta take out
They're all behind schedule now. They didn't think it was gonna be that. A Zephyr Hills water bottle, $99 plus
Gotta
tax.
know.
No, a beer was
Water
water
$17.
bottle. Jesus.
A 12-ounce beer was $17 from what I heard.
Seriously, did Ludacris show up?
I don't know, man.
You can't have a F1 race in Miami without Ludacris being
An
there.
F1 race.
Luda.
Man. Mm. Damn.
But yeah, bro, this is how negotiations start.
Bring
Remember,
the hot
Huizinga
Yeah,
had the
I can
Panthers.
calculate what the
Huizinga had
intrinsic
the
value of the
Marlins.
Dolphins is.
Huizinga
give me
had
the
like a
re-
whole
the
bunch
revenues
of
they made in the last
sports
10 years, I can
organizations,
tell you.
and Huizinga sold all of them individually later on and made his return. Like Ross
Yeah.
is doing the same thing.
You know
Now.
what? You know, the other day I was literally thinking about what I forgot who it was. There was this one dude. You guys remember I Test? Remember I Test? When
Yeah.
he brought up when he reminded all the fans and brought everybody to light with the cursed ritual. Well, let's think about something here, right? I am a believer in like other spirits. That's just me. I'm not forcing that on anybody. I do believe in higher power. And I gotta be honest, if you think about the last time we were actually winners and winning divisions, like consistently top dog and going to the Super Bowl,
I said it last
Jimmy
it was
night.
at the
Hopper was still
Orange Bowl.
alive.
It was the
It
year
was
elected.
it was played in the Orange Bowl where the Marlins
That's because
play
Jimmy
now.
Hopper was accounted for, Pete. He was not
It's
buried.
where
That's why.
it's when our stadium
bro.
was where are the Marlins play now, the Lone Depot Shark Stadium.
Let me tell you something,
We
bro.
were there
What the
in the
Marlins are
Orange
doing
Bowl.
to that
When we were
stadium,
there,
so-called stadium is criminal, bro.
what we did in the new area
Again,
and
bro.
build over the Indian burial, that means we
They
put
got
no
rid of the
respect
Orange
over
Bowl
the
for
Indian
that, bro.
burial's
For
dead
an
life.
overpriced art gallery, you got rid of the Orange Bowl. That nobody goes to go see the games over there, man. I
No,
don't
yeah,
know
I've
how you
been to
people sleep at night, bro.
The Marlins Stadium is empty. I gotta go to a Marlins game.
We talked about this last night, and everybody forgets 08. But check this out, Pete. Has it hit you yet that the last time we won the division was the year Obama got elected?
Yep, 2008,
That's crazy.
2009.
Isn't that crazy, bro?
Chad Pennington was our quarterback.
It's been 16 years since Obama got elected. That is absolutely nuts to me.
15 years. 16 years since we won the division.
In November, right.
November be 16 years, yeah. Wow, that's crazy. Chad Pennington, man. I think he should be in the Hall of Fame, man.
Crypto, is that the year Tom Brady got hurt?
Oh, I gotta leave.
Pretty
Man,
much.
if I'm gonna be associated with people that eat cereal with water, I gotta jump, bro. I'm sorry, Pete. I gotta get going, man.
Mm-hmm.
You call me a Tua hater, but don't say I eat my cereal with water, man.
No, but that's violation, bro.
Water. Nobody eats cereal with
Like,
water.
What up, KP?
All of us only had to make that mistake one time in life.
KP, you want to something there, Pete?
What's up, KP?
This team will not return to prominence until they resume building the full extension of the Miami Metro Rail. From the time they abandoned extending the Metro Rail, see that sucks. In other words, Miami's got to get some more political balance. It's got to become a little bit more blue. It's been red. Ever since we've been losing, Miami-Dade politics has been fully red. Bring back Alex Pinelli.
1,000% accurate, my friend.
Oh, damn.
I'm just making shit up. Bring back Alex Pinelli.
Damn.
It might be cursed, man. The curse might be real.
It's a political curse. I'm telling you, bro.
Those were the good old days. Chad Pennington dropping back the paths.
Oh no,
a nice rainbow
they
to
still
change.
haven't flipped the presidential numbers down there, man.
Hey, well,
Yeah,
you see Rick Scott's boondoggle. The Brightline. You heard what's happening to the Brightline, right? Brightline Railway has now gone bankrupt, or is on the verge of bankruptcy.
Oh,
And that's
They just started. What are you talking about? Bright
KP, that reminds me of that Family Guy episode when they
No
tried
way,
to
bro.
rob
They
the
just
train,
started, KP.
and the train conductor was like, "Nobody rides the train anymore."
They had the Amtrak over here, and the Brightline was supposed
we
to
got
take
the
over.
slowest trains on the planet now. We could have had high-speed rail by now.
So they're saying it's really just
trains.
a slow, a manufactured crisis, because the reality was that they just want to bring more rail to the East Coast, and they, met resistance from, all the various municipalities and governments, and so eventually there will be a East Coast Railroad to necessarily alleviate the stress on companies who want to ship things up and down the coast. So that's what Brightline was.
Yeah, because they can't do it international anymore. Ever since the BRICS started the new currency, they're not trying to do industrial business with us anymore, logistics anymore. So yeah, I can see that, man. We're trying to do east so we can get the coal that we need from here, but we need to still get forms of energy somewhere else, and that has to go internationally. We're gonna have a hard time.
So when Miami returns to national prominence,
corners, they're not gonna be able to get the cargo over in time.
When Miami returns to national prominence as an essential economic region other than tourism, then the Dolphins will be good. So that's what happened in the 80s.
Infrastructure
Miami
bill
was coming out. Miami was good.
That infrastructure bill was all for construction in Miami, but as far as logistics, you better have a good connection logistics wise, because as far as infrastructure down here, the only thing we got is cement, but all the wood and everything else and all the nails and everything we're getting internationally. We're not getting it locally.
Well, that Brightline Railroad was supposed to have been built with Obama money.
Already, bro.
It was supposed to have been built with federal money when Obama was president, but Rick Scott canceled that and then gave it to his buddies, and they put up the Brightline. That's where the Brightline came up, a private enterprise.
Yeah, they just started that thing. I can't believe it, man.
Yeah.
Well,
You're talking about the high-speed rail supposed to have been already there.
Automobiles in people's backyards for that to happen.
KP, let me ask you a question, KP. If Stephen Ross You hear the reports, right? He might be selling the team. I think he's going to sell the team. Hopefully he doesn't, because I like him as an owner. But
I think
if he is this, just this
eventually.
bright investor, because there's investors out there. They buy a property, they fix it, they flip it. That's what they look to do to make their money. If Ross's MO was only to buy Dolphins, because it's not like you could throw a white flag and not try to play games while you're investing. The games have to be played regardless. But if his only goal was, I'm going to go to Miami, make that stadium fresher. Here we go. I'll make the stadium with new seats, put a little nice roof on it. Here we go. I'll put a nice racetrack next to it. And when I'm done building this, then you know what? I'm going to sell it and get out of this crap. If he's that type of owner,
he's a real estate guy. That's what he does. He's a real estate guy. That's what real estate guys do.
AKA
and then
he's just fixing it
right now.
Yeah, we're about to get flipped, and the evidence of that is what you guys were talking about. Those damn prices, they were charging like $150 for a cup of Kool-Aid at the damn F1. The value can't be any higher. They offered a shrimp plate for $600, legit, for 6 shrimp, $600 plate.
That's crazy.
That ain't inflated.
That's not inflation. That's freaking greedflation. That's greedflation, not inflation.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
The only thing
that's the real name of it. Greedflation is taking over.
Hey, Color, and you're not too far off. You were talking about a racetrack in the back of your yard. That F1 is not the only thing, because they're already expanding the expressway down here. So they already have that to the point where people are going to get bought out on their property.
Man, I wouldn't be surprised if the plan is to make Grand Theft Auto a real-life simulation.
They're doing something.
KP.
I don't know what they're
they
doing
got
in Miami,
it. You
but
see
they're
the
doing
latest
something.
one?
They're building something over here.
That latest one is a hot ticket item.
So the problem I have with that,
Grand Theft Auto will be virtual reality now.
If that
the wealthy people are just going to come down here and shoot us poor people for fun and get points every time they run us over and shoot us.
What sucks about that, if that's our owner, which we know who he is, what kind of sucks about it is, right, we just pretty much believed throughout all these years we had a chance, and the whole time the owner didn't care. All he did was worry about building this, making it nice, get big names, right, here and there, and just sell the team. He really didn't care. That's not a player.
He wanted the Jets. You remember he wanted the Jets. If it wasn't for Johnson & Johnson outbidding him for the Jets,
you take out the bathroom, you put in the nice Home Depot tile, you put the rain fountains on it, you change out the old piss-stained toilets, and you put in the new, and then you sell that bitch. You flip it. That's the analogy that you're laying out, which is 100%.
Yeah. I think he gets the team sold by August. What do you think?
Nah. He's going to wait till this window year to see what happens. And then after that,
You think Jorge Mas is going to get it?
I just want to place an early bet just in case the odds makers are, ratcheting it up.
Or hey, and maybe, you know what, maybe? You know who's going to buy it? It may be Jeff Bezos.
Early odds.
Jeff Bezos has been repositioning himself.
Bezos could buy it outright.
Yeah.
Buffett could buy it outright. Yeah.
Jeff Bezos moved to Florida. He tried to put
the brothers can definitely buy it outright.
He tried to put the Amazon product of selling lab grown meat, and DeSantis said no, we're not having that lab grown meat stuff. We're gonna have actual meat. So he's here. Jeff Bezos is here.
Yeah, he's from here. He went to Palmetto High School.
Yeah.
Same place as Rohan Marley, same place as Kimbo Slice. They had Kimbo Slice. They had the Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Jackson, and they got Jeff Bezos. Miami Palmetto High School.
From Palmetto, yeah. Ketanji Jackson is from there. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that.
I know, that's right around the corner from my hood.
I think somebody got to give him spark up his interest. I don't know if he's interested in football at this stage of his career.
Oh, I'm gonna give you a topic you're gonna like: red, white, and
I
bills.
don't know.
I got a question to you fellas right now. If you guys had to put your hard-earned work money, the money you work hard for, and you want to just you put a big bag and you feel confident on this one team that's gonna win the division in the AFC East.
Uh-oh. Is Pete cut out?
They got him, bro.
But Pete, you think we're rational? We're fans, bro. We're gonna put the money on the Dolphins, no matter what.
Talking to red,
We're gonna put the money on the Dolphins, no matter what. We're a rational team.
You're gonna make money back if you bet on the Fins, of course. Yeah.
Here's a hot take.
Damn. I'm putting in an early bid.
Gisela swoops in and buys the Dolphins to thumb Brady in the eye.
Did you guys see the roast?
Yeah.
I didn't see it yet.
Maybe Gazelle. Right.
I heard it was pretty damn good.
It was great. It was great, man. It was so great that Brady finally had enough. You know what I'm saying? He couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah. I heard they went after his man. He was like, "Nah, don't ever do that again," type of deal. And I heard some stuff about jiu-jitsu. I heard it was funny as shit, man.
Drew Bledsoe was
he's talking about jiu-jitsu? What did he say against jiu-jitsu?
They talked about how his wife was dating the karate master. So, he should have known that, when she was going to visit him 8 times a day for karate lessons, and she's still on white belt, that he was basically fucking her.
Well, remember when he dipped out of camp mysteriously that day, KP?
Yeah,
he was gone for like 11 days or something. I think he caught her in the act that day. That's what I think happened. To be honest with you.
Yeah,
I think he got a call from his private investigator, and he had to dip out. You know what I mean? Like, I think he caught her. Bro.
Tom Brady has that smile, bro, like everything's all good in his life, bro. I think you're right, bro. I think he has everything. I think God is on his side right now, bro. He knew what was going on. He's like, ain't nobody suing me for nothing. I got everything right now. He got the leverage, bro. Tom Brady is the GOAT, bro. God damn it. I can't believe Patriots beat the Dolphins, man. I mean, oh, God.
That's crazy.
But that is my own personal opinion and not a factual opinion at all. I just think it's weird that day he dipped out of camp all mysteriously and nobody would give an answer. No, they didn't tell us why and all that. He was gone for like 11 days. And then right after that, they filed for divorce. I'm like, I think he caught her, man.
Or the karate master caught him and broke him up a little bit, and he had to heal from the bruises before going back in public. So,
well, that may have happened when he got there,
Hey, so the question I had: who you guys have winning the AFC East? Honestly, if you had to bet money,
we have to, bro. Us.
Win it. The Bills will win.
It has to be us, Pete. It has to be.
So if you put your money, you're putting
on
the Bills.
Say the Patriots are winning the division. There you go. I'm gonna stir up some controversy.
No, bro. Like, we have to win, bro. I put money on
the MVP,
now.
and the Patriots are winning the division.
What is
everybody?
I think Greer gets fired on the spot if that happens.
As a Dolphins fanatic, I will hope that it's us. But if I have to do my Warren Buffett and just invest rationally, then I wouldn't put my money on the Dolphins, unfortunately.
Would it be the
Bills?
Why?
Because we have
y'all who don't like Greer, you ought to be rooting for the Patriots to win the division because that expels Greer instantly on the spot. So that means there's new guys, new turnover, and everybody won in New England in year 1, and Greer can't do it in year 7. That right there is the formula to get rid of Greer. If y'all really trying to get rid of him, y'all should be rooting for the Patriots to win the division.
Oh, Crypto, I didn't even think about that, bro.
Well, Crypto, you could think about the Texans, right? They traded all that capital for a left tackle, lost a start franchise quarterback, already have a franchise quarterback, and already won a playoff game.
Yeah, it's true, bro.
That should be
it.
It's
true. Before you really have,
but it'll really burn even more if the Patriots was to do it in one season.
Yeah, because that's in the division.
The Patriots did it, Crypto. Oh my God, bro.
That'll sting even more.
That would be worse than losing to Tennessee, Cleveland
Here's the
advancing,
perfect
and
storm.
Houston
Y'all are
advancing.
missing it. Here's the perfect storm, okay, for Greer. Well, imperfect, I guess you could say, but perfect storm for Greer, right? The Texans beat the Patriots in the AFC Championship game to face the Green Bay Packers in the Super Bowl.
Wow.
Right.
Oh, God.
Who just narrowly defeated Brian Flores' Minnesota defense in the division championship.
Right.
And the Packers narrowly beat the Philadelphia Eagles, Jalen Hurts, in the championship
Super Bowl. In the championship game.
But I hear you. That would sting too.
And C.J. Stroud had to beat the Chargers to get there.
Narrowly beats the Chargers.
And Teddy Bridgewater heroically off the bench.
That's true. He had to nearly beat the Chargers to get there, right? Last second drive, 50-yard field goal.
And the reason the Dolphins didn't make the playoffs was because of the Justin Herbert-led San Diego Chargers under first-year coach John Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Let's add that to the mix.
That Final
that
Four would be
is
the
definitely a perfect
death blow.
storm for Greer to be out
That
of here.
Final Four would be the death blow, bro.
Under those set of conditions, if Greer is not out, he's like a cockroach in a nuclear bomb. You just can't get rid of him.
But the saddest thing about this conversation is that 5 out of 6 of us, though, are going to be rooting for the Dolphins to win every goddamn game. That's what's so sad about this conversation. Yeah. I know that's like 5 out of 6.
Damn,
Pete, I'm not sure about you, Pete. I'm not sure about you, Pete.
I'm not sure about the Skyler haters, KP. I'm not sure about the Skyler haters. They didn't want my guy to win. I match energy now.
KP. If the Dolphins were to sell a team, bro, they were to sell the team. What kind of owner would you like to see take over, bro? You know what I'm saying? What kind of personality owner would you like to see take over?
Changes the logo to something else, bro.
Listen, when Joe, let me get a little long answer there, Fred. Listen, when Joe Robbie was the owner of the team, Joe Robbie was a football guy with old school values. Miami as a community was a different place. Since that transfer of ownership to Huizenga and then to the guy we have now, and with the community, the way it's being sold out and gentrified at a super rapid pace, I mean, obliterating the native people's lives in this community, I'm sure it's going to be a super exploitative person who I would not support. So I'm not hopeful. Again, but hey, I'm the toxic Dolphin, the bitter Dolphin, so I'm not hopeful. Yeah, you
Toxic
know, same
KP?
thing as toxic.
You've been going to school with Tony.
I just feel like if this thing doesn't go the way we want, KP, I think you're right. I think it's going to be a never-ending cycle. I think this cycle is never going to stop.
They'll probably sell to Richard Branson.
We're going to be the Dallas Cowboys of the Southeast.
They'll sell it to some big name flashy guy like Elon Musk, Richard Branson. One of those guys will be the owner.
Y'all think I should start my day out with a Diet Coke, cherry Diet Coke, or a Pepsi? Which is better?
I'm telling you, Giselle's going to come in and keep them all under, man.
They got vanilla, KP. I'm gonna see.
Hey, let's say we win the division like how how Tampa and the NFC South won the division, right? You could have a negative record, go 8-9, win the division. Let's say we win the division this upcoming season with a 9-8 record. We win the division. Yes, it's possible. Bills quarterback gets hurt. Josh Allen derails their season. Jets can't get it together, and the Patriots win 6 games. Is that gonna feel like a success? Wow, we got a home playoff game. We won the division, and done.
No, bro, it's gonna be the same thing, Pete. The never-ending cycle.
I should get vanilla cherry. Vanilla cherry flavor.
Vanilla cherry's good too.
Think that'll work?
I'll get in any way I can get in, Pete. I feel good about
Fred,
however I
so with
got
that,
in there.
As long as
so
we
we
get
get
past
in with a
that,
9-8
I
and win the
think
division.
Well, Pete, just ask a Kansas City fan because their division's been trashed for Patrick Mahomes' entire career. So, you know,
So what do you guys think about that? This guy Rashid Rice gets suspended probably, allegedly for like half the season, and they already got their replacement.
You see,
Do you
that's another thing.
I can't do
Passed
Fireball
up on
whiskey.
Worthy.
I gotta do the generic one.
but the Fireball one, you got to be careful. They got two different.
Good teams do what good teams do.
They got a
I'm
fake
at
one,
work. I
and they
can't do
got an
Fireball
alcoholic one
whiskey.
and a fake
I have
one.
to wait till I gotta wait another 8 hours. Do the Fireball whiskey.
Yeah,
Right
but they
now,
got
you
the
can
fake
do
one.
Y'all doing fireballs now?
the teams to beat to get to the Super Bowl are going to be in the other divisions. So, I mean, it really is kind of a, I don't know. It would still feel just as good for me, Pete.
To win the division. Wait a minute, say that again.
To get to the Super Bowl, you have to beat
Division
other
is
teams
there,
in other
bro.
divisions. So it doesn't matter to me if our division had a bunch of injuries and we cakewalked through our division. It wouldn't take any of the luster off of the championship for me, because
Yeah,
if that's
nobody
the
would
case,
forget. Nobody would remember that.
Well,
right? If that's the case, then we should take
Oh,
all
they-
the luster off Kansas City because
will.
their division has been trashed for Mahomes' entire career.
no, that's not true. But when
You
they
guys
got
see
to the
that
playoffs,
fast?
they've been
Not
beating
true.
all the healthy
Did-
teams.
Yeah, but the factor here still is the
The
question, right?
Broncos been
If-
competitive. The Chargers been competitive with
Yeah, just as competitive as
what's
anybody
his
in the
name?
East, right?
Yeah, but the scenario here is under we won
Not
the
as
division
competitive.
because Josh
The
Allen
Dolphins, Jets, and
got
Bills
hurt.
was no competition for the Patriots.
That's the issue.
We literally laid
With-
down. That was the least competitive
With Josh
to
Allen,
a reign as far as dynasties. I mean, the Dolphins, Jets, and Bills didn't offer no resistance to the Patriots dynasty.
That furthers my point.
At least,
Nobody's
at
taking
least
any
the
luster
well,
off what the Patriots did because of that.
well, at least during Kansas City's reign, the Broncos and Chargers have at least won freaking
Well, fair
playoff
enough, but I'm
games.
just talking about, like, relatively speaking, nobody is going,
The,
oh,
the
you're
only resistance was what? The
full of
division, right? In
injuries
2008.
that year, you know what I mean?
so Fred, that's gonna make you jump out of your seat and travel to a home playoff game and pay all that money for the inflated prices because we won the division with a 9-8 record and Josh Allen was hurt for 13 weeks of the season.
Well, to be
Oh, no,
2008
no,
all
no,
over
no.
again. No, it would be literally
yeah, no.
2008 when Brady got hurt and Chad Pennington won a division with 11 games. It would be the
I
same.
want to hear first seed. I want to hear first seed. I want to hear division winner, and I want to hear home field advantage. That's what I want to hear before I invest. Before I even thinking of investing, I want to hear all those three things, bro.
Yeah, you want all your
They
competition. to
starting
be
an
at
IPO
full
or
strength.
something? Did I miss something? Where are we investing at?
Bro, like if we're even thinking
I don't
about
know what
investing,
Cap talking about.
no, if we're investing on type of tickets for the future with this team moving forward, I would want to see some type of production based during the playoffs as opposed to the regular season before I even invest anything in the future.
That's true, Cap for life, and that's important that fans need to realize that. Right
You also
now,
got to
the
buy
season,
low, man. You got to buy low, bro.
yeah, but do you
By the
think the
time all
season
that
ticket
happens,
prices
the
are
ticket's
worth
gonna
it?
be out the window.
Hey, we bought low
think-
during 10. Didn't we buy low during 10 for Tua? We bought low then.
So
Yeah,
some
we
people
did. We've had
Yeah.
5 games. Flores gave us 5 wins.
Yeah, but you remember those prices were cheaper.
We bought
The
low.
But after 2 straight playoff appearances, whether we fell out of them or not, and whether we collapsed or not, that's still enough. That's my buy low point right there.
So what I'm saying is, should fans restrain from buying season tickets right now
No,
because of the crash that could happen and
No.
it's overpriced? I
I
feel
just
that
bought
way.
'em.
No, you just demand the
I just bought
refund
him for
after
the
you
first
get
time in my
after you
life,
lose.
Pete, this year.
I can't
so
buy
I would say
season
no.
tickets if I'm not believing in it.
Pete,
No,
I just
but
bought.
I understand.
Pete, I just
But
bought
buy
season
them and
tickets.
sell them.
Pete, I just bought.
I don't
season
even
tickets
think
for
that's a good investment, crypto. You buy them so high
Yeah,
right now,
it's
you're gonna lose
basically the
money trying to
You
cold.
sell
want
them
an
in
answer from
December.
the
It's the
genuine
It's
cold
gonna
article?
go
game
up.
in round one. It's the
Pete,
Steelers game in
would you
round
like an
one. It's
answer?
like
You
all
just
these
said
games
it
you
was
got in the first
$500
round.
for a hot dog.
Would you like an answer from the guy that put his money where his mouth is, bro? Please.
He said it was $500 to
I
buy a
$500.
just
crab
bought
cake.
season tickets.
What
I
makes you think
just
it's not
bought
gonna be
season tickets
$1,000
for
for
the
a crab
first time
cake?
in my life this year, Pete. That's my buy. This
Hey,
is
they're
my buy low point.
You say that one more time, Color.
I said I just bought season tickets for the first time in my life this year. That is my but this is my buy low point.
You bought it at the highest it's ever been.
Well,
Look
whatever.
at the
If that's
numbers.
the case, then I'm wrong. That's what I've done
But
my
it
whole
could
life.
be,
That's why I'm poor.
but Pete, you got to realize the crab
You're still
cakes is
gonna
probably going to be
enjoy
selling.
Color no matter
Crab
what.
cakes are
So
going to be
that's good
selling for
stuff.
$1,000 next year.
Remember,
A
it's
pound.
about going out and having
Imagine
fun
how
no
much they're
matter
going
what, Color.
to charge for water, crypto, in that sun. Imagine how much they're going to
Yeah,
get to charge for water.
Think about it, Pete.
right. It's going to be like $300 a bottle for water.
Let me just say that you and me one
I'm
on
only
one.
gonna go to a preseason game, Color. That's it. Y'all gonna meet me at a preseason
Go to
Skyler
the
Thompson
preseason
game.
As
game.
if
I'm
we're
not
on a
going to a
phone
I
call right
promise
now.
you, man.
Yo,
I'm going to the
you and me
preseason
right
at
now
Skyler
as
place.
if we're on a phone call, okay? I'm going to
Go
tell
ahead.
you, right?
Wow, Pete.
Well, we're going to talk to you as if we're on a
Preseason?
phone call and nobody's listening, all right?
All
This
right.
is exclusive color talk right here. You're not going to get anywhere else, okay? Pete, we went 11-6, and a second playoff collapse, second year in a row with a bad quarterback. And now we have also now found ourselves above water on our cap with all our players going forward.
No, you're right.
This
Because
is the buy low point for the team. If you're talking about exclusively the quarterback being the cause of everything, then yeah, you're right. I bought high. But I'm talking about the fact that we've done what we've done the last 2 seasons with a bad quarterback.
no,
Right.
I
So this has got to
completely
be,
Color. I love that take.
by
And we've
definition,
been able to
says it's
keep
a
all
low
the
anyways.
and we've been able to keep all the parts pretty much together, which means that we're heading to a point where this is going to become cyclical, and eventually a quarterback is going to be good enough to do to get the deed done. If that means it's Tua getting better this season, then that's what that means. If it don't, then it's another quarterback. My point is we've afforded what we're doing.
We have the talent to just plug and play at
It
quarterback.
could be.
I don't,
But the thing
believe
is,
it or not, I don't see a blow up if Tua fails. I don't see us blowing this roster up. I think what McDaniel and Greer are trying
some of the
to
core
build
pieces will
is
be out of
to
here.
be
Waddle is
transcendent
gone.
of any quarterback.
Yeah, it should be. The next quarterback should be
It's
to
to stop
take it by the reins.
the need of having to build every
That's
4 years. This is
that's
what the
provocative. That's
championship teams
provocative,
have done.
Color.
They've
No, I
created a
actually believe
situation where they
Color.
don't have to rebuild every 4 years.
That's
You heard me,
provocative,
KP?
Color.
I actually believe
Yeah.
Color to 100% because
Actually,
a
technically, you can.
scenario. Look, I just read today, matter of fact, earlier this morning that we have the 24th. We're tied at 24th in the league with the easiest strength of schedule. So we have an easy schedule. The only scenario I can see is Tua going down, maybe
No,
with a
you're reading it
concussion.
wrong, Pete. It's the 24th worse. That means we have a harder schedule.
No, the teams on top have a tough schedule. Our
We
seasonal
got a second
opponents.
place schedule.
We have the 24th. It's the 24th rank because according to the schedule record wise, it's 141 wins and they have 148 losses.
All you
So
need
that's
to do
Talking about
is
the record.
all you need to
We're
do
second
that's
place
what they
schedule.
based it off of.
all you need to
So
do is
what where I come with Color is I still think we have an easy schedule. Tua might be able to win certain games, and we're like 3-3. Tua gets hurt, he's out, and yeah, I'm gonna say it.
I don't see
Skylar
how you say
Thompson
we have
comes
an
in
easy schedule.
and is still able to sit here because it's an easy schedule according to the schedule makers and what the win-loss record is. Shout out to the
No,
Rabid
all the
Dolphin. I
teams
hope
we
it's the
made it
Rabid
pretty much
Dolphin and
made the
not Lewis.
playoffs.
What's up, Lewis?
this has to go ahead, Lewis. I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna steal your thunder.
So
bro.
that's my
Oh
point.
my God.
No, the Patriots and Jets are the only team that didn't make the playoffs who we playing, right? For the most part.
I agree with all y'all. I think the Miami Dolphins are the worst team in the AFC by far. It's not even close. We're coming
In
in
the
last
AFC?
place.
What's tricky is I feel like
in the whole AFC, Pete. I think we're the
that's
worst
why I
team.
asked the AFC East question, right? If you had to put your money in, because
Wait a
honestly,
minute.
the
No,
Bills
no,
are a quarterback. Look,
forget
let's
about
be
the
honest
division.
here.
Forget
Let's
about the
be honest
division.
here.
We're
Josh
the
Allen
worst team
has
in the
not
AFC.
he hasn't gotten an injury that took him off of the field yet. And I don't hope it happens, but this is the NFL. It's bound to happen. And if the season is going shaky for the Bills, he's not going to play through a bad injury. He will sit. And I feel like this might be the unlucky year. Listen to
Well, we
me what
got
I'm telling you
Juno
clearly, Lewis.
Smith,
Wait, what I'm afraid of, this is
Lewis.
gonna be the unlucky year that Josh Allen
We can't
sits. Tua finishes the year,
beat
just
a
wins 9
horse
games, and we
team.
win the division, bro. And then that's what's gonna classify him as, oh, he's gonna be the Dolphin starter. He won the division his 5th year. We gotta pay him. Woo, 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 all this and that. That's gonna be the disaster formation in my eyes. That surely is, but that's what I feel is gonna happen. We're gonna win the division this year because Josh Allen got hurt. You guys heard it here first. That's why we won the division.
I don't know. I'll be the one to say it. I'd still put my money on the Dolphins this year simply because when you look at it, like without any bias or any, like just from the outside in, and you look at the 4 teams involved, I think our roster gives us the best chance to win. I would say that no matter who I was a fan of, you know.
Aaron Rodgers coming back with that broken Achilles. Now he has weapons. He has Mike Williams, Garrett Wilson, Brees Hall, the new offensive lineman that all Dolphins wanted, right? That put a Hall of Fame jacket on him.
Oh man,
They have the
We have a
defense.
running back that scored over 20 touchdowns last year, and he might not even be our best running back.
No, I mean, I think, Color, I think you were onto something.
Damn.
I do believe if Josh Allen gets hurt, we're going to win the division. I do believe that. And it's sad to say that, but I think based on his prior injuries already, and he's been playing through certain injuries, he's going to end up getting hurt playing the way he plays football. And it sucks to say that, but at the same time, it's gonna suck to finally win the division in that scenario, and then we win it, and then the organization and the fan base, the leaders in the community, are all gonna throw in our face. Tua, his 5th year, won the division. He deserves to get paid.
Well, what if everybody's 9-8?
And if
what if everybody's 9-8? What if it's just one of them years?
Everybody's 9-8.
Yeah. Like, let's say people get injured in our division, and that's why we win it, and we go 9-8. But like a whole bunch of other people go 9-8.
Nah, it's the same thing about look. I don't want to get into a situation. I don't want to get into a situation if it's the Ravens in round 1, if it's the Colts in round 1, if it's the Steelers in round 1, it's all the same outcome. Like it's a loss. We got to get past that hump.
Plus, all have the same records and still win the division.
Yeah, but we lost to all 3 of those teams in the first round. Is my point.
Oh, then still lose after losing the division? What do you mean? What are you talking about?
We lost to the Colts after week 1, right? When we had the blackout game, right? We ended up beating the Colts, and then what happened after that?
What game you talking about, Cap?
The Colts game.
All the way to like 2003 or something.
Game, what year are you talking about? I'm confused. What are you talking about? The Colts? Cap, what are you talking about?
During the Fiedler and Lamar Smith game, bro, the blackout game that nobody got to see, bro, the wild card game.
Oh, you talking about 2001?
Bro, like it's all the same outcome. Like we got to get past that hump. That's my problem. Like until I invest in something, you got to give me the division. You got to give me a first seed. You got to give me you know what I'm saying, home field advantage. Give me something different. Don't give me the same outcome just because you're happy.
9-8 and a Cap 9-8 with a divisional win is not going to give you the home seat. It's just
that's what I'm saying. Are you content with that?
No, I'm not happy with that scenario. That's why I'm trying to see how they feel. Because if we win the division because Josh Allen gets
Depends
hurt,
on the weather.
there's an asterisk. Now I'll tell you what. If we win the division with a 14-3 record and Josh Allen got hurt that year, then I'll give the nod. I'll say, wow, we won the division, regardless if Josh Allen would have came in or not. It would have been hard to take 14-win season, and you know what I'm saying, Cap. But if it's a 9-8 struggling team, and you got the Tua ears on all these platforms going around trying to blame the defense, we're allowing 35 points per game. Like, no, wake up. That's what we're gonna do. Our defense is not gonna be good. You see what I'm saying? So it's put up or shut up right now, and that's how I feel, regardless of if there's injuries or not. Straight up, put up or shut up. Even if Josh Allen gets hurt, we better win the division with a 14-game win season. We better be in contention, like Cap for Life said, for #1 in the conference. There's no questions about it. We just got Odell Beckham. How do you? So let me ask you guys: do we only put up 7 points in the frigid temperatures if we have Odell Beckham?
See, look, this is where I want people to
versus the
compartmentalize.
Chiefs in that playoff game last year? Was that enough?
Real quick,
if we would have had Odell last year in the playoff, do we put up more than 7 points? Yes or no?
I think so.
Hey, people need to compartmentalize, bro. Like, if you're gonna say, okay, fine, like we're #1 statistically throughout the season, that is not the same with having first seed at home field advantage. It's not the same. So everybody's all hyped up about passing yard record and #1 this and #1 that. It didn't work to dick when it came to the playoffs. So I would like people to think that we can do better than that.
Cap, when you hear the community counting on a rookie running back that was drafted in the 4th round, and they're going to count on him to take lead, you know your team is in disarray offensively. Just know that. Just know that.
Wait a minute. Who's counting on a rookie running back? I was
just like
the community.
Talking about the Bills.
The whole community.
Ooh! What team you talking about?
Just like a third round running back that we thought was going to do great things for us last year, and he did that. Is that the same way you're talking about, Pete, about the 4th rounder? You talking like the same way we thought about the 3rd round pick from last year? Never mind. I'm talking positive. Never mind. I'm talking positive. I'm sorry. Never mind. Y'all got
whoa. Yeah. I'm glad you're stepping back from that, because even with that same 3rd rounder, a lot of this community was still screaming, and they were out here on their panels saying, we're dangling A-Chain in front of the Indianapolis Colts face to trade him for Jonathan Taylor. So that 3rd rounder, the community didn't even believe in David A-Chain. And almost everybody
said that.
Oh, I'm just saying. They were dangling the trade for Jonathan Taylor. A lot of people.
Put him out there.
A lot of people were saying that. A lot of people on their panel.
They wanted Jonathan Taylor, but I don't know if they want to trade A-Chain.
No, they were dangling A-Chain to the Colts.
No, I don't think there was ever any trade talk. No way.
Okay, all right. Maybe Pete is the only one that heard that, because there was
I think they just wanted to grab him.
Taylor.
He must.
But I don't think they were.
You're talking about
Devon A-Chain.
like dangling him like as this is the guy we're gonna play instead of him. Yeah, but nobody was talking about trading him.
Wow.
I don't remember anybody.
You don't remember anybody, Color?
No,
saying that we're dangling A-Chain in their face
about signing
to trade for.
I was talking about trading Waddle for Taylor.
Wow. This is incredible news. But yeah, I mean, that same 3rd rounder that you're mentioning, that the community wasn't in high.
Why would we trade him?
The community was in really high praise of begging for Jonathan Taylor. And there was just a few guys in the community saying, man, this guy with the speed could really work in this.
That you're right about. That but nobody was talking about trading.
We weren't talking about trading A-Chain, though.
Oh, man. I remember when you guys I remember the day vividly. I'll bring it up.
I want to know. You guys. What do you mean by you guys? Who? Like who? You guys by who?
It was like you, Lewis, right? Because this is how you're into it.
That's cat.
Yeah.
That's cat.
No, hold on. I'm gonna explain how you're involved in this, right? Because remember you partnered up. You partnered up with that guy from Inside Leverage. Wait, this is how it happened.
Lies.
You partnered up with that guy from Inside Leverage, Ennis, right? I said his name. And you brought him to TFTG.
He was co-conspirator with Inside Leverage.
You brought him to TFTG. Yeah, he was there. Right.
Damn, he's a co-conspirator.
Color was
damn. Lewis is a co-conspirator.
Color was with.
I ain't know. This is some breaking news.
Yeah, and Color was with the whole Inside Leverage. And Color got in it. It was Color. It was Color. It was Color that said, matter of fact, I remember, and the Inside Leverage dude, Ennis, right? It was both of them that said we're dangling Devon A-Chain to the coach right now, according to Ennis's sources, that we're trading. And I feel like Color kind of bit into that. But yeah, that's what happened.
Now I know why you were so you completely heard something way different than I understood. I don't know what
nobody heard that. I remember that day. We're dangling
trading Waddle for Taylor, bro. That's what I remember.
No, it was A-Chain. You said it. You vouched for it, Color. You vouched for it.
No way would I ever trade a guy we literally just drafted without putting him on the field one time. I would not do that. Like I wouldn't even suggest that. That's like
this is straight up lies. Color.
Go last year to the TFTG streams and during the preseason, and you would hear.
Well, you are the one making the accusation. So you are the one that has to look for the evidence and provide it. I know it's not there.
Here it is. All 22 film breaking down.
Bro, hey, look. Since I have you guys up here, we were talking about this earlier. Are you guys okay with not using A-Chain on special teams or Waddle or Hill?
Sorry, Cap. Terrence just reminded me. There were actual talks with the Dallas Cowboys to trade Mostert to the Cowboys. That is what I was talking about. I don't know if you confuse that with A-Chain going to the Colts.
Mostert going to the Cowboys.
Oh yeah, Pete's definitely confused.
I just dropped the chat. You see Terrence in the chat? Shout out to Terrence. Shout out to Ralph. Shout out to Red, White, and Bills.
Color, don't worry. You're correct, Color. Pete is definitely confused on a lot of things. He's confused.
I'm confused on the season, man, because again, we got Odell. If it works out, I feel like this team, even with Tua, we have so much that even with an average Joe, we can make it work. This is Jay Fiedler all over again.
Hey, Pete. I heard. Hey, Pete, hold on, Fred, real quick. Hold on, Fred, because I heard you and Pete earlier when I first came in. Right, I wasn't here that long. Trust me. But the conversation you guys were having,
is that bad?
It was terrible. It wasn't even bad. It was terrible. But let me just pose this question to you and Pete, you and Fred, because y'all were the ones talking about it, right? This 3 wide receiver having 1,000 yards. I think it's a lock. Tyreek gets 1,000. I think it's a lock. Waddle gets 1,000. Now with Odell Beckham, I don't think he gets 1,000. But let's just go to what he did last year in Baltimore. He had 35 catches for a little bit over 500 yards. Now we did talk about this the other night on TFTG. Go shout out to the boys and go watch that episode. I thought it was great. Until I was up there until my phone crapped out, but I know Color was up there with his Cap and Ali. But let's say instead of that 35 catches for a little bit over 500 yards, Odell Beckham gets, let's just add 15 more catches. That would put him at 50 catches. And let's say for the sake of argument, he gets around a little bit over 700, right? As a wide receiver 3, because I think you were making a good point, Pete. I can't believe I just said that. But let's say Tyreek Hill gets, he doesn't get the 1,800 he had this year.
Somebody mark that.
Let's say that number goes down to 1,500, Pete, for Tyreek. Let's say Waddle gets around 1,100. 1,200. But now your third wide receiver.
Wait, only 50 catches, Lewis.
Right. Let's say OBJ has, because remember, he averaged 16 yards per catch last season. So let's say he gets 50 catches and that number of yardage goes from 500 to, let's say, a little bit over 700. Do you and Fred think that's still good production from your wide receiver 3? If that was the scenario,
Yeah, I think 700
catches and 700
Yeah, I
plus
think
yards?
700. I think
Okay.
700 plus yards for the
And
third
that's
wide
what,
receiver. Yeah, I think that's very good. I think that's very nice.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah, Lewis. If
absolutely.
we get that from
last the
Odell,
full
that'll be
season, Lewis?
legendary. That'll be
And
That's great
legendary.
numbers, Lewis. But what, you
and
think
I
he's gonna
think
last the full season?
well again, I
Yeah.
listen. He played a lot of the games last year, and I'm not.
But in the
That's something we
scenario
can't
that
predict.
Lewis played out, yeah, he lasted the full season, Cap. You get what I'm saying? So in
Yeah.
that scenario that Lewis laid out, he obviously
I'm
lasted the
just
full season to give us those numbers. And those
Yeah,
are
I
high
think
yardage
like
numbers.
600 yards. That's not bad for. I mean, the majority of the time he was
I'm
injured. He
just
still produced.
I'm
Yeah.
just trying to
Fred.
paint
Hey, Lou,
realistic
So now, given the
expectations. I'm
right,
just trying to, because the 1,000-yard narrative, I don't think he gets there, right? But I think realistic. If he had 35 last year, I think he can get up to 50 in this offense and a little
But
bit
do
over
you
700
think
yards.
3 guys will get
Absolutely.
3,000? Do
Basically,
you think
some
3
of
guys will
Waddle
get
and
1,000
Hill's
apiece?
numbers come down
okay,
hold
so
on, man. I
to
can't
be
hear. I
to
can't
be
hear. I can't
so
hear.
Hills.
given the difference between Matt Stafford and Lamar Jackson and then now Tua, is it logical to probably look at something like a performance between what he put up in 2021 and what he put up in 2023 with Baltimore, like somewhere in between the two? Because he played, he didn't put up a lot of numbers in 2021, but he came in 8 games, okay, on pace with the Rams
What was his
to be
yards
putting up those
per
numbers. You know
game?
what I mean?
Well, technically,
With the
Color,
Rams,
last
because he
year,
played half the
he had
season. Yeah.
5
what
touchdowns in 8 games with them. You know what I mean? 3 started.
Color, technically, last year was the first time in his career, OBJ's career, to actually accept that third role, because going into Baltimore, you knew it was going to be Zay Flowers and Mark Andrews. So that was his first time. So having those, 35 catches, 5 something in a run first offense, now he goes into a more pass friendly offense, accepting the third role. That number that Lewis
That's
laid
why you're
out,
looking
which
at the
was only
Rams. Yeah.
700, I maximized it with 3 1,000 yarders, which isn't impossible. But 700 yards is still a really great contribution to the season that will lead to wins. Only, and hear me out, only if those 700 yards actually come with 7+ touchdown catches.
Again, as I pointed out,
Yeah, that's why I would be more
in
focused on touchdowns.
2021, he had 5 touchdowns. So in 8 games with the Rams.
Last
Hey,
year, he had 3?
Did y'all talk? Yeah, I
Right.
think he had 3 last
That's
year.
what I was.
Did y'all talk about the Tyler Boyd signing?
No, what happened?
Oh, that happened while we were live. He went to
Oh
Tennessee.
yeah, he
I saw
signed
it.
with who did he sign with?
Tennessee.
He went to
Tennessee,
Tennessee. Now the contract that
Tennessee.
says it can be up to $4.5 million. So knowing, I think if it again,
Come on, Lewis. Don't try to
less,
sit
so he's
here and
getting less
compare
to
a
it.
OBJ to a Tyler Boyd.
So
Please
he's
don't be
less.
doing
He's
that.
getting less.
I'm just saying that's what I heard, right? I've been working all day. That's what I heard, that someone texted me and said it was up to 4.5. I'm just playing the game. Knowing what we know now, we all like the move of OBJ because of the $3 million price tag with the incentives up to 8. But if, let's say, Miami could have went for a younger receiver in Tyler Boyd for
Boyd is
kind of
definitely a
the
better
same
buy.
around the same amount of numbers, which one would have been the better buy, Tyler Boyd or OBJ? I'm just asking.
Well, I was hearing they want.
Yeah, the
I thought
better
they
buy.
wanted
You
Tyler
just
Boyd.
defined it. That's Boyd is definitely the better buy.
No, it's not.
You get more
How is Boyd the
longevity
better
out of
buy?
him.
Boyd has been a number 3 his entire career, Crypto. OBJ
Yeah, he has been a
has
number
been
3.
a number 1. Now you could label him.
Yeah, but now
one of the
he's a
worst
number 3,
2s.
permanent number 3.
Yeah, he could be considered one of the worst number 2s
with the hands
or one
of
of the
Randy
best number
Moss,
3s.
dude.
However you want to look at it, the worst number 2
I
in the league.
don't think
or the
Boyd
best
has
number
catch
3.
problems. He's bailed out Joe Burrow quite a bit over his career.
He ain't on the
But he's
level.
never
as
been an
Odell.
Odell. He's never been an
Well,
Odell.
you wasn't having that
matter of
opinion
fact, you
before
know what,
cover before we got him because you were saying he was overrated based on that one catch he made.
No,
That's
not what
our
I
guy
said.
did.
That's not what I said.
No. Crypto, when Jamar Chase got hurt last year, he couldn't even hold
he's
it
not the
alone.
best catcher people think he is because of that one
Let
catch.
me
The
speak for
question is,
myself.
do they have a top 10 receiving core?
I said that
Do
catch
they
is
have a
not
top
as
10 receiving
amazing as
core?
people think it is, but that's for any wide receiver, bro.
No, Brent Grimes made that catch weeks before he did. That same exact catch.
Well,
that's why I don't look at that
Grimes
catch as
should have
something
been
of what you
playing
call it.
receiver then.
So does Tennessee have a
maybe
top 10
wasn't.
receiving core? That's what you should be asking yourself. If that's the case, then
Yeah, they
but if
do.
not, it's irrelevant.
I was just saying it was amazing. It wasn't amazing to me, Crypto, but I don't think Tyler Boyd, based on me watching what the limited amount I've seen him play, I don't think he consistently puts
He has
his eyes
multiple
on the ball.
1,000-yard receivers. I think matter of fact, I think he has more 1,000-yard receiving seasons
fine.
than Odell guy.
Fine. I haven't my sample size with him of watching his eyes all the time and all that on every play is very limited, so I can't argue with you on.
No, he screwed me over a couple fantasy games.
I've seen him.
100%
I've seen him.
100% Cap. That guy screwed me over because when Jamar Chase went down, Cap, when Jamar Chase went down, I put that guy on all my
Justin
fantasy
Jefferson
lineups.
is my number 3 because
And
I've only seen a couple of his catches, but certain things I see in the way he catches the ball let me know that he's on the DeAndre Hopkins, Randy Moss level. You know what I mean?
What do you think about Tennessee's receiving
I'm
core?
just saying as far as youth and longevity and how much you can squeeze out of the juice. Boyd is much more. You can squeeze more out of him.
If he's just below Odell, then yeah, you're talking about adding years to that. Yeah, okay, better buy. I go with that.
You know what, Crypto? When I'm looking at both of the players, I think Boyd would have been the better option now because he's a better blocker than OBJ. He's bigger.
I'm telling you, bro, they were going after
sustained
Boyd
less
first.
injuries.
Bro, they were going after Boyd. They were going after Boyd.
Boyd was cheaper.
And you probably don't have to deal with ego issues because of the fact he was a permanent number 3.
True.
100%.
He doesn't always think he has to get the ball.
I'm not so sure we don't need a little ego at
Lewis
wide
left the
receiver
panel
3 right now, bro.
I'm glad you said that, Crypto, and I just look and Lewis.
Yeah, but I'm not so sure we don't need a little ego at wide receiver 3 right now, bro.
Hey, Fred,
I'm just saying you won't have that issue naturally with him.
You let Lewis.
I mean, I know it's hard to say. Nobody ever thinks a team might need some ego at a position, but yeah, ego can be useful. It's not always a bad thing in a.
But we all know who egos hurt. When it comes to, you can't talk to me.
Well, we'll let OBJ and Tyreek work that out.
So was last season ego or was last season arrogance? What was last season?
So Fred, how did you feel about Lewis's 700-yard questions? Remember what you said. You feel like his question was you think that's possible, Fred? Odell's gonna have 700 yards in this Tua-led offense, Fred? Where you at? I'm surprised you've been quiet.
700 yards is reasonable. That's a good expectation.
I'd say over. I got $50.
I would take 100 yards and 10 touchdowns. Is he giving me double-digit touchdowns? I don't care if he has 40 yards on the
I'll put $50 on it, under 700, but he'll get you 6 touchdowns.
Right. So if all you had was $1,000, if all you had was $1,000 to bet, if you had $1,000 to bet, and that's all you had, you have to place this bet.
Listen, I'll do the over on 5 touchdowns.
Are you doing over or under?
I'll do the over on 5 touchdowns, but I'll do the under on 700 yards.
That's why I'm on the. He got 3 touchdowns last year. If he doubles them this year, to me that will be productive. I don't care how many yards he's got.
Crypto, if he has over under 700 yards, you have $1,000 bet right now. Yes, your only bet you have.
Over. I mean under. Sorry, under.
Under for $1,000. I'll do under.
Under
6 touchdowns, I will go right at 6.
I'll do the yeah.
I'm doing under as well.
I want him to double his touchdown production. That's my focus.
So let's say
red zone. He's the only
touchdowns, over under for 1,000.
Him and Craycraft and somebody else are the only 6-footers on the team right now for the wide receiving core. So he has to be a deep threat option.
Over under on touchdown catches 5.
Slightly over. At least that's my target.
What you doing?
I want him to have a type of year that Waddle had in his rookie year. Get the scrappy yards.
Over. What you saying? Over 500? Over 500?
5 touchdowns.
Oh yeah, over 5 touchdowns. Yeah.
I want him to.
Because you got to put into a
I want
consideration
him
what
to
if
score
Waddle
double
or Hill are hurt.
digits.
If
That's
Waddle
what
or
I
Hill
want.
are hurt, he's going to pick up the slack. You would hope.
I don't know what McDaniel going to do on the screen passes, fade passes in the end zone. I don't know what's his playing plan for that. That's up in the air.
Out of 17 games, if you can't get 5 touchdowns, I mean, who do we get rid of?
On the fade
To,
pass to the end zone, if that's going to Odell, study completing 16% of it, will go to 23%.
if he gets 8, that'll be more than what Berrios got.
Where Pete go?
But you
It's gonna
forgot
be
too.
fun.
Berrios is still on this
I
team.
want to see those rookies
Berrios
though.
is still on this team, Crypto.
I want to see those rookies. Now you know what? The ultimate disaster if Odell doesn't even make the team.
No, but that's what I'm saying,
Nobody even
Crypto.
thought about that
If
possibility.
Berrios is still on this team, who's making the team? Who's making the team, Crypto? Berrios or OBJ? Think about it.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody think it's a shoe-in for Odell to make the roster because of the deal we got. He might just ball. The bottom might fall out in training
I'm
camp,
telling you
and
right now,
everybody on the
crypto.
roster might beat him out.
Exactly,
Nobody
crypto.
thought
That's
about
what they.
that possibility.
No, I said that during this live stream. We might do the Ocho Cinco during training camp, and he might not make the roster. Who knows? If these other guys are so talented,
Right, right. Yeah, we also must keep that in the back of our heads and don't be disappointed if it happens.
They're already labeling him as the number 3. The scenario,
Right.
the scenario where it gets murky, right? Because people don't want to take this into consideration, and they think that this might be impossible. But a Jalen Waddle holdout is very much in play, and I don't understand.
Hold
Like,
on.
this guy can
Man.
hold out in season as well. If
That's
he
only if we
knows,
start out 1-7.
that's not
Then he
only
holds
no,
out.
because
That's
how?
the only
If
way
he
I
was
can see him
part of
holding out.
that 1-7, and now he's gonna hold out. No, crypto.
Absolutely, because that
The
means Tua
only
didn't throw
way
him the ball. They give him the ball
the
enough. He force fed Tyreek and Odell Beckham. That's
the
how
reason
you do it.
the reason why I feel like this holdout is serious, and it's not being taken serious yet, because it's still early on. But I guarantee you right now, crypto, when training camp comes around and Waddle's not there, when preseason games are there, that's when the two ears are going to be concerned, when they see him on the sideline with clothes, not participating and playing,
Uh-oh.
holding out, forcing the team to pay him. You know why? Because he might have an in. He might already know the organization wants to restructure Tyreek Hill. They favor him more. They love him better.
Pete, I'm back. I'm
They
back,
might.
Pete, man. You had a question
Okay,
for me,
hold
Pete? I'm
on.
back,
Yeah, I was
bro.
calling you, and I got you. 1 second. He already knows they're going to give Tua this massive contract. He has inside coverage where Jalen Phillips is taking a team-friendly deal, along with Javon Holland taking a team-friendly deal, leaving him to be forced because they want to pay all these other guys. Listen to what I'm telling you clearly. To him to want to take a lesser deal.
What did
And
look though?
since he's not being taken seriously among what he believes, Jalen Waddle is going to hold out in season. That's the trajectory where we're heading at, because it's clear they're
How
going to
much money
favor
do they need to
this.
give him to keep him from doing it? 32
You gotta
million.
pay Waddle top dollar. You gotta pay Waddle more
32
than
million.
what.
You got to give him a number.
You want me to tell you Waddle's market right now, crypto? You want to hear it? T. Higgins. Let T. Higgins get 32 million. You got to pay Waddle 35.
Is
How
that
about that?
considered a premier position, Pete?
What is the thing?
If
What is Tyreek's replacement value? That's what you give him, because he'll be the
That's
future
what I'm
number 1.
saying. Is a receiver a premier position? That's what I'm asking.
You give him what Tyreek's replacement value. You cut Tyreek and you pay him that money. That's what his
Yeah,
value would be.
I agree, crypto. I agree.
And then if they don't give him that, then that means that they screwed. Then we will be rebuilding, full blown rebuild.
And so, old crypto. So you say as while Waddle's here that it's not going to be going through a rebuild crypto, even though Waddle would be here, bro.
I mean, we can go with a
My
rebuild
bad.
with him here. We did it with Xavier Howard. We went through a rebuild with him. I mean, we can
Right.
still do a rebuild with Waddle. He
Yeah.
just will be a core
Yeah.
piece.
Yeah.
So you guys think now, if Waddle holds out, how would you guys feel about this offense now with Tyreek Hill and Odell Beckham?
I think then we become the Minnesota Vikings. We
How do
basically
we
are the Vikings.
how do we become the Vikings? The Vikings got Aaron Jones at running back. They got Addison who's linky, speed, and could catch everything. Justin Jefferson, who's one of the best in the NFL. We don't have Addison is not OBJ. I mean Beckham is not Addison.
Well,
Beckham is not Jefferson.
Hutchinson, we got
We
our
don't even
version
have
of
a
Hutchinson.
Hawkinson.
We do. That's what Juno Smith is. That's what I've been told. That's the
You
word
know
on the
what?
street, Pete.
I firmly believe that's the scenario that's falling behind closed doors. That's the scenario we're falling to. And I truly believe that Waddle should be demanding a trade right now. I feel bad. I really do.
I think Javon Holland should be demanding a trade, not Waddle.
Has Javon Holland well, why do you think that? Has Javon Holland gotten competition signed over him? Has Javon
they
Holland
just
gotten a
drafted a
safety
rookie in the
take his
6th
position?
round.
Has
A
Javon
rookie in the
Holland
6th round. A rookie in the 6th round.
a rookie
That's what we
in
got.
the
That's his
6th round?
replacement. And the fact that the word on the street, he has a bald cat. He has another bald cat. So we cannot have this guy. When he buying extra bald cats.
Hey, crypto.
Waddle's been the one treated wrong and disrespectful. And the community is not going to admit it because they're greedy because they want 3 elite receivers. For who? For Tua. Where, in fact, Jayden Waddle could be somewhere like the Indianapolis Colts where they could plug him up next to who? Michael Pittman, complement his possession skills. Waddle will be the number 1 in Indianapolis with Anthony Richardson making all pros, bro. And you guys know it. They're holding Waddle's back because we overpaid for Tyreek Hill, and now we got Diva OBJ. You damn right Waddle better open up his mouth. He better stop being that sissy he is. He better demand a trade right now.
Demand a trade.
Hey,
wait a minute, he already spoke to his agent already. Pete, what are you talking about?
Could the
Waddle
two
would have
wide
had
receivers?
if Waddle would have had 3 kids with a baby mama right now, he would have been asking for a trade yesterday. Crypto, stop playing. That guy's probably still single with no kids. That's the issue. He's writing it along. Let him would have been with 3 kids and a baby mama here in Miami and another baby mama.
You think he would have asked for a trade because of that?
He would have asked for a trade the moment they traded for Tyreek, bro.
Hey, Pete.
No, I don't know if he did it actually. No.
Hey, crypto. Do you think drafting the 2 wide receivers, bro, is like some insurance in case Waddle want to do some crazy shit? 2 wide receivers, bro. Speedy, fast wide receivers that I think can get open just like he can, bro. You think that might be some insurance?
They could be up to something. Yeah. You could look at that as a future insurance policy against
I can look at that
when it comes to his contract.
Right. I think that could very much come into play right here.
You got to start paying close attention to how much time, how many reps they get in training camp. They starting to get very overly high volumes of reps in training camp. That means they know something that's coming down the pipe.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's what you pay attention to. Because now, all of a sudden, we get rumors that Waddle might hold out. Then these 2 wide receivers may not be a mistake that they drafted. They could be in their future plans, long-term future plans, because they probably heard some things about this.
So let me ask you this,
And then they
Crypto.
draft 2 wide receivers that match his abilities, Crypto.
Right.
Yeah. Crypto,
Yeah, that match speed and build.
Oh, okay. You think they're somewhat similar to what Waddle brings to the game?
Right. That's what they're thinking as far as the guy from Virginia Tech.
Oh, okay.
Or the Malik Washington. Not Malik Washington, but
Taj
Taj
Washington.
Washington.
Taj, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think
Him.
both of them. I think both of them are as capable as of doing what you ask of Waddle, bro. I really do.
And they probably be better hands catchers.
Maybe so.
Might be a plus.
Yeah, Taj to me is a more physical wide receiver. He's small, 5'10", and all that.
Yeah,
but he's
Jarvis
like,
Landry style.
yeah, exactly. But he's faster than Jarvis Landry.
Yeah, he's faster. He just his Jarvis build.
He doesn't. Waddle is more. You look at him, you get hit. You think he's gonna. He always lays down. He always stays down.
Yeah. I think if Waddle, this contract falls apart and we knowing about it now, then that could be what they foresaw why they got those 2 wide receivers.
Oh, okay.
That could be something there.
And it was nobody, and you know what? It was nobody but Waddle that dropped those passes in the most pivotal game in a playoff game. And he can't question nobody else but him. So he's wondering why.
He was dropping passes, Pete.
He dropped playoff balls, and wide receivers, they make their name, Crypto. Where do you make your name as a wide receiver? You start scoring touchdowns and making big catches in primetime games in the playoff when the world is watching. And you make those mistakes.
He did that already.
But let me tell you something, Crypto. You can have 100 catches during the regular season. The opposition is always going to look at you because they're always going to remember that playoff game. So they're always going to consider Waddle the dropsy, Butterfingers. Why? Because he dropped balls in the most pivotal game. That's just what's going to hold on. The Rabid Dolphin Lewis is back.
What do you mean, Pete? He had a big game against the Jets without Tyreek, Pete.
Have y'all lost y'all's fucking mind?
Oh, we got a Bills fans pulling up. Love it. What's up, Mark?
Hey,
we might have lost our minds, Lewis. We might have lost our minds. We might have lost our minds the moment we fell in love with the Dolphins. But go ahead, Lewis. Tell us.
No. Y'all lost y'all's mind when you hit start on this goddamn stream. That's when y'all lost y'all's mind. What the hell y'all talking? You think Waddle's holding out? Have y'all lost y'all's mind? Like, what are you talking about? I never said he was holding out.
Oh, so what you think, Lou? You think he'll just hold out?
That's what happened. Lou, you think that man is going to be here for this season, Fred, and he's getting extended. He's going to be here.
Lou, okay, Lou. If they say here, we offering you this right here. Waddle say, man, get the hell out of my face with that. You know what you can do with that. Then what we do, bro? Then what do we do?
So
because like Crypto said, you got to at least give him what Tyreek was getting when Tyreek is gone, bro.
No, you don't. Why you got to do that?
Because, man, it seems like it would be equivalent, man. You know, the
man is not on Tyreek's level. Why you got to give him that? See,
he's not on Tyreek's level.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
He's actually on a trajectory, keeping up his. Tyreek didn't start his career with 3 1,000 yards.
They both pretty much drop the same amount.
Tyreek Hill didn't start his career with 3 1,000 yard seasons.
Hey Lou, and you know Waddle was going to be the dude before Tyreek got here, right, bro? You know that, right? So
what does that matter? What does that matter? He's still not.
You know what's funny, Fred? It's funny, right? Because
you're looking at him as the number one. Then that's what that matters, man. You're looking at him as the number one wide receiver.
And he is a number one wide receiver, but again, there's levels to this.
Okay, if he's a number one wide receiver, if he's a number one wide receiver, how come you wouldn't at least give him what Tyreek was getting when Tyreek was here, bro?
Because he's not on Tyreek's level.
Tyreek is getting right at 30. Tyreek should be getting more.
Yeah,
based on what what Amon-Ra just got.
The fact is, Tyreek Hill has 5 Pro Bowls selections, I think 3 All-Pro selection, and he came with a Super Bowl. Waddle has none of those on his resume. So the fact is, yes, he's a number one receiver because of the skill set he brings. But as far as paying him what other guys, like I wouldn't pay Waddle what Justin Jefferson's going to get. I wouldn't pay Waddle what Jamar Chase is going to get.
Waddle could go to a lot of these teams and be the number one wide receiver. Lewis, what are you talking about? Waddle goes to Tampa right now. He's the best wide receiver on their team. And they have Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. Waddle goes to Atlanta right now. He's the best wide receiver over Drake London and Kyle Pitts.
And he can be the number one over here. But why are you, again, you're not overpaying for him, though. That's what you guys are missing. So every wide receiver.
You're saying you're not overpaying if you know he's one of the best wide receivers in the league. If you know Waddle could go to 20 plus teams and be the number one wide receiver, how is he not? How are you overpaying? Why? Because you have too much.
You're talking about paying him the man $30 million. What are you talking about?
If T. Higgins signs a contract
so he should
of
be
$30
going in
million,
between 25 and 30. You think, Lewis?
Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah, 27, 28. Yeah, but 30.
Okay, that's fair. Okay,
well, not that kind of
I was only saying 30 because the Dolphins was thinking they may need to pay him that in order to keep him. That's why I said 30.
No.
Listen. Since you say 27,
I'm not saying he deserved it. I'm just saying the Dolphins are going to fall for that. That's what I'm saying.
Fred, that's so close to 30. That's worth it.
Yeah, it's close to 30, but you know, like roughly what I'm saying.
But I was only saying 30 because I think the Dolphins may fall for that because they're going to be chasing everybody else. That's why.
If Waddle signs for 27, Lewis, T. Higgins signs for 22 a year.
Well, you think about it. The guy, Ahmad-Ra.
Mark took off. Where Mark at? Come back up here, buddy.
Ahmad-Ra St. Brown just signed for $25 million. Is Waddle better than Ahmad-Ra St. Brown in Detroit?
I think so.
They're in the same class. They're in the same category.
No, I think Waddle's better.
The production is similar.
No,
Waddle's not better than Ahmad-Ra. I think Ian brought up a good point when it comes to Ahmad-Ra. I think their production over the total of their 3 years has been similar.
I think the only thing that stopped Waddle
27 million is 28 million is a fair value for Waddle.
I think Emanuel St. Brown would have not had Waddle type numbers if Tyreek Hill would have went to Detroit.
If Tyreek would have went to Detroit, he probably could have had more attention would have been drawn to him.
I don't know.
I don't think Emanuel St. Brown is that type. Like I honestly firmly believe Waddle is elite compared to Emanuel St. Brown. Emanuel St. Brown ain't nothing but a Jarvis Landry with a tad bit faster.
First of all, Emanuel's got way better.
He's a tad bit faster than Jarvis Landry.
What are you talking about, Pete?
He doesn't. I'm telling you. All right, go ahead,
Pete. Hey, Pete. Ain't nobody sticking Amon-Ra St. Brown, Pete. Nobody.
That's cap.
Well, he's a number one.
Emanuel St. Brown will get locked down.
He's the number one focus guy.
Jalen Waddle will get locked down.
Easy to shut him down, Shouldn't it be easy to shut him down if he's the main focal guy and he's getting everybody's best corner?
Emanuel St. Brown has an elite offensive line with one of the best offensive running games. He has time back there.
But if somebody else is drawing attention, like a Tyreek Hill, and he's drawing their number twos, why do you think he won't be as productive?
Hold on. Let me get my
point across. Against number one.
Okay, let me say. Okay, I'm gonna say, Crypto. The only way you're shutting Amon-Ra St. Brown down is if you got a Tyreek, where all the focus is on over him, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't think there's a defensive back in this league that's going to shut down Amon-Ra St. Brown, bro. I don't. That's where I am with that, man.
That's cap.
I'm not arguing that.
That's cap.
It can. If it's a team effort, anybody can be shut down with team effort.
Oh, well, yeah.
Tyreek been shut down with team effort before.
Let me tell you guys something. We got Mark the Bills guy here, and I want to hear how he feels because I got to be honest, Mark. This Keon Coleman draft pick, to me, I'm hearing a lot from the Dolphins community, right? Because they're sitting here making it seem like the Bills downgraded massively, right, Mark? And I want to know if you feel that way along with the Dolphins community. Because in fact, let me tell you something, Mark. Mark, before you go, I want to let you know how I feel. I feel like you guys in the second round just drafted, I would give like a 77% chance of offensive rookie of the year candidate, Keon Coleman. And I think you guys upgraded. I really think you guys upgraded when it comes
That's
to the
cap.
wide receiver position. But how do you feel, Mark, and your Buffalo
Well,
Bills?
I got a big mouthful for you here, Pete. First of all, I was glad to see Diggs go. I didn't want that contract anymore. Houston took it on. Buffalo ate the salary cap space this year, but next year they're starting out $14 million under the cap. They have 10 draft choices next year: a number 1, 2 number 2s, a number 3, 3 4s, a 5, and 2 6s.
Mark,
They
you
also have
guys
they
did
also
what the
wait a minute.
Dolphin community was begging for us to do. Every podcaster, every single Dolphins contributor that comes out and makes content, they all said before the draft, "Oh, we need to trade back. We need more capital. We need this." And we drafted the biggest, and I'm not going to say bust just yet because I don't trust it, because we've done this before, which is draft ability over production, and I don't seem like we can develop talent like that. But again, you guys did what the Dolphins community wanted to do,
What
like with
was
all of
said
them,
today on
and that was
Joe
trade back
Marino's
and get
show
more
today?
capital. That's crazy.
Well, they
We
only
talked
traded back
about we
6
talked about
spots.
moving draft choices, and Buffalo moved down. They weren't going to take. They were going to take Coleman anyway, but instead of taking him at 28, they got the Chiefs to give him a third-round pick, who became defensive lineman Dwayne Carter. They then moved down because they knew Carolina wanted Leggett, and they moved up 59 picks in the second round. And now, what you look what Buffalo has in the draft. Now, let's talk about Keon Coleman for a minute against Stephon Diggs. The last 6 games, last regular season games of the year, Diggs was non-existent. Shakir was the best. Shakir and Kincaid were the best receivers that they were going with. And they picked up Curtis Samuel in the offseason, but they needed size. So they got size in Keon Coleman. They have a man who's 20 years old, who's still physically developing, and he's not going to be the number one. He's not going to be the Tyreek Hill like Diggs was. There is no more 160 targets to a number one receiver. There is diversity across the board. You're going to have Coleman. You're going to have Shakir. You're going to have Curtis Samuel. You're going to have a myriad of different receivers to pick from. Matt Collins is a solid number 4 or a special teamer. We don't know what Chase Claypool can be. Again, right now he's roster fodder, but we don't know what he's going to be. So it's hard to say. They have James Cook. They got a really solid running back that's a polar opposite in relationship to
Pretty
what they
much
have.
entering
in
his
James Cook.
prime of his career into the 3rd year of his season, right?
Right. And you take a look at a Ray Davis. Yes, he's 24 years old, but running backs come in on one contract anyway. He's not going to be here in 4 years, and that's what his
That's
time.
what I'm saying. Like
That's
a
what his
running
time
back's
is.
prime year is during their rookie contract and into their 3rd year. They got everything figured out. You would hope,
And
if they're that guy.
what Buffalo
They know
did
pass block,
is,
they know run schemes, they know everything by now in the 3rd year of the offense.
and the bottom line with Buffalo is that they replaced age because they had gone as far as they're going to go with the roster that they were going to go. So
What did
they
you just
did is
say? They replaced what?
they replaced age with
Age. I just
and
wanted to make
cost
sure the Dolphins
with
Dolphin fans heard that, because we just upgraded and we got older with OBJ and Tyreek Hill. But go ahead, Mark.
the Bills got rid of age and picked up cost savings. By moving from 32 to 33, they saved $3.2 million in cap space. By getting rid of Diggs and eating that contract this year, they now gained all that cap space in the future. They're $14 million under, and they can make simple restructure moves that take them to $35 million under, plus additional restructure moves that can take them over to $60 million under. What they're doing is they're going to have a winning year this year, probably win the AFC East again. But in 2025, they're planning for the phase 2 of the Josh Allen era. They're going to be younger, they're going to be faster, they're going to be less expensive, and they're going to be able to just build and build and build. They couldn't build because of the amount of age on the squad and because of the cost of the contracts. And look what Gabe Davis, $13 million to Jacksonville. Are you going to pay Gabe Davis $13 million? Well, Chris Greer could pay any ridiculous amount to anybody because he's already proven that. I'm just saying. But Gabe Davis, $13 million, $9 million for Mitch Morse with 30 or 31 years old with concussion history. You got Jordan Poyer in Miami. Congratulations on that. For $2 million deal for a guy who's washed. Fantastic. Way to go. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if it was me, I would have went for Mitch Morse first instead of Poyer. I would have really.
Hey, Mark.
I would have really. Thought about
Hey,
the
Mark, I
Messiah.
got a question. I got a question for Mark. You think y'all kind of trying to copy what the Patriots did when they had Gronk and Hernandez? Is that what y'all trying to do? Is that the
No, I
intent?
don't think that that's the case. What they're doing is they're trying to diversify targets. They're trying to get away from the Hill factor. Stephon Diggs was turning into a not as good version of Tyreek Hill. You're giving this guy 160 targets. He's got 109 catches. His yards per catch went down to 11.8. His touchdowns decreased, and the guy literally disappeared off the map the moment that they got rid of. They moved on to a different offensive coordinator.
Mark, he got
So that's what
160
y'all doing.
targets. You said last year, right?
Yep.
Stephon Diggs. You think out of
160.
those
That's a lot.
160 targets, Josh Allen wanted to throw those 160 targets, or you think a possibility, like I think, that it was his divaness, his begging for the ball, trying to force Josh Allen to throw
Both.
it to him? You think
That's
there was a
exactly
little
what it
bit of
was.
that in there?
Both.
What it
This is
was,
why
right?
what you're going to see is you're going to see Benjamin with 70 targets or so, Samuel with 60 targets, Shakir with 60 or 70 targets. Kincaid's probably going to be up over 100. They got Cook, they got Davis, they got Knox. They're going to diversify the offense. Now when you come out on an offensive set, what are you going to cover? Who are you going to cover? What exactly are you going to do?
Which I
Well,
think
actually, that's more like the
makes
Kansas City Chiefs
Buffalo.
model.
Which I
But
think.
yeah,
Which I think
It's
makes
weird
Buffalo
that Lewis
all that
left when you started talking
more.
about this.
Hold on, Pete.
damn, Pete.
Which I
I
think
agree with Lewis. The
makes
Patriots winning the
Buffalo.
division.
Which I think makes Buffalo all that more dangerous, man.
Yes, much
You know.
more dangerous.
Yeah.
They have a center
Well, yeah,
now
if you
that
That's
they
what I'm
diversify,
drafted
you
saying.
from
don't know who
Georgia,
the
who won two
He's talking
national
about
That's
championships.
what you have to do.
he's talking about bringing diverse to the offense, and it's funny because that's what the Tuaneers want with this Dolphin offense, Fred. Mark, and that's what they're begging for. And we got the biggest names in the game now, right? So there's no excuse. That's what the factor is here in Miami, Mark. They're giving him Tua the biggest names so he can actually be more diverse with the ball and spread it around. There's no excuse no more. But there
Well,
is
the problem in
concerns now.
Miami is
You
that
know what
you
the
got Hill and
concerns
you
are,
got
Mark?
Waddle. What are the
Yeah, but
concerns?
we got OBJ. The concerns here is now every time Tua holds on to the ball, he breaks like a Lego.
I'm telling you
And
something.
you know what?
If I had
You
a
know what?
choice, and I'm not being, this is not homerism, I'm going to take the physical potential of a 25-year-old Chase Claypool on a $1 million contract versus a minimum $3 million
You
contract
guys
for a
gave him 1
31-year-old
million
breaking
bucks.
down OBJ.
You guys gave him only 1 million.
I think $1
to a
million.
Canadian.
I think it's $1 million. I think it's $1 million to American, and
I
I
don't
think
think
he's only
Justin
got like a
Trudeau would like that.
$60,000 dead cap hit
Hey,
if they
you didn't
do
have
cut
to
him,
say that.
or they can put him on a practice squad. We don't know what Chase Claypool's going to be, but I know what. And here's my problem with the
He could
OBJ signing
resurrect
with
his career. I
Miami.
hope he doesn't.
Here's
That's the
my
wrong
problem
team.
with the signing. You spent $3 million for a number 3 wide receiver after you just drafted 2 more Smurf wide receivers in the draft. You didn't choose to fix your guard position. What you did is you didn't choose to go get a guard in free agency. Now you might very well after June 1st, after the money for
After
Howard
June 1st,
opens
yeah.
up, you can
Dalton
certainly
Risner.
do something. But at the same point in time, look how many targets is your third receiver getting in Miami with Hill and Waddle? That's the thing.
Exactly.
Why are you spending money when you're not going to allocate the resources? I don't understand it.
Right.
It makes no sense.
And Mark, I really think, man, myself, for me, I really think Josh Allen is going to get something out of Chase Claypool, man. I really think that's going to be a real tough combination right there, bro.
We don't know
I
what
really do.
Claypool is. We know what Claypool went to. We went to a situation with a poor quarterbacking situation in Pittsburgh. We
Hey,
had
bro,
a situation
everywhere
with no
Claypool,
quarterbacking in Chicago
You
and
mean
too
Chicago?
complex a
everywhere
system in
Claypool
His
Miami to
best years
learn and
came in.
pick up that
His
path.
best years came in
every,
Pittsburgh.
In Pittsburgh.
You know what,
okay,
Mark?
and that's
At
when
first,
in
Mark,
Roethlisberger wasn't even nothing like what he was looking like. He got Roethlisberger when Roethlisberger was just about on his way out. So we don't know. You know what I'm saying? He's been with bum quarterbacks, man, practically his whole year, man. You know what I'm
And
saying?
don't forget, Claypool is something. Claypool is not just a wide receiver. Claypool is going to be used in Buffalo as an H-back. He's going to be because he was running jet sweeps in Pittsburgh. Remember, the man is 6'4", 238, and he's running a 4.42.
You know what's funny about that, Fred? Remember when we picked up Chase Claypool? How the whole community was all talking through their platforms. Oh, it's a perfect hire. We love him. He's great. He's gonna be good. Now he's out of a sudden bad. So this is my problem with these Tuaneers and these channels, right? Listen to me, bro. This is why they can spit all they want to spit, but they give me headaches sometimes, right? Let's say this, right? Now Chase Claypool, he's a bad receiver. You want me to tell you why now he's labeled a bad receiver? Because of one mistake because Tua
The
threw
one
that
drop against the
interception.
Ravens.
No, the interception in the playoff games. No, they forgot about that. It was because of the wrong route in the playoff game in Buffalo that led
you talking
to
about
the
the division
interception
for the division?
In Buffalo for the title. Exactly. That one bad route, this is how evil and conniving these Tuaneers are, Crypto and everybody listening. Tua could screw up 15 times. They give him chances. They won't hang him and put him down. But one mistake from a wide receiver, that's it. He's done.
Could you guys answer me a question?
No, they crucified him more for the Ravens
answer
game.
why the fact you took two Smurf wide receivers when you already have two small wide receivers who can't block and didn't bother to pick up anybody on your defensive line, and then you go
Mark,
get a guy.
That's why I wish you could come around. Mark, that's why I wish you could come around more often, right? It only made sense. It only made sense, right? Look, Mark, listen to me. With the first round, y'all can have it after me because mine is quick, Fred. Give me 1 second, please. Mark, it only makes sense. Two routes in the draft. Let's be honest here, Mark. The Dolphins are on the clock at 21, and they literally have either who? Xavier Worthy, the guy that just broke record, and you want to keep the speed theme in Miami with Mike McDaniel. Or two, Mark, you nailed it on the head. You wanted a big receiver that can catch and be possessive and make those big catches. Then you had Brian Thomas Jr., who had the most touchdown catches because of those abilities out of LSU, bro. So why you didn't draft these two playmakers?
Come up here.
Made no sense to go any other route, Mark. You nailed it, bro.
Pete, you want me to make you guys sick?
Nah, Mark, let me answer your question.
Let me just land here, please. Let me just land. Javon Solomon had 16 sacks one year and 18 sacks another year. That's in a single year at Troy. Your boy Chop can't set the edge. Robinson had 11 sacks in 3 or 4 years in college.
Chop is riding the bench. That guy, all those skills that he has, Mark, listen to me. I've seen this before. You can have all the skills in the world, but if you don't have it upstairs to know what's going on schematic-wise, how to help other positions on the field, how to just do your job the way the coaches are asking you to do, and you're out there just wilding out because you're fast, because you think you're the best with all the talent in the world, you're a bust. You're a failure. You can't follow operation.
No, you're not. Let me, Mark. First, let me address your question, Mark. I think you know why.
Oh no, you're not. What happened with Zach Thomas, Fred?
What happened with Zach Thomas,
Fred? They said Zach Thomas was short. Zach Thomas was slow. Zach Thomas is this, but his ability to have it upstairs and know how to play the game.
Hey, Shake Money, get up here, Shake.
All right, let me go.
Hey, Shake Money, get up here. Pete said you're not on probation.
Mark, to your first question, man, why would we go get these two fast wide receivers? Like, you know, it's evident, bro. You know,
we need these small. Size, we need these quick. Let's not take his words out of context. Well, Mark said he said, "Why would we go? Why would we go?"
He said, "Why would we go? Why would we draft two fast wide receivers, bro? Two small, fast wide receivers."
Mark said size.
He said, "Why would we get two small dudes, bro?"
He did say that.
I did.
But he was
I asked him why do you get two more small wide receivers who don't have any size that are basically.
I'm trying to answer the question. I'm trying to answer the question.
Don't listen to the peanut gallery in the chat.
And this is the answer to that, Mark. The reason we go get two small, fast wide receivers because we need these type of dudes to get to these spots Tua throws in, bro. You need speed and quickness to get to those spots, bro. That's what we need.
That's great. If your quarterback's throwing in
Brian
2.1
Thomas,
seconds, which is what he's doing.
Fred.
It's,
Brian
it is
Thomas
what it
is
is.
6'5". Brian Thomas is 6'5" and ran a 4.3.
Brian Thomas is faster than either one of those two guys that you drafted, and he's big. He's the guy. He's the guy that you should have gotten instead of Hill. You should have gotten Deebo Samuel, which is what I was saying years ago, instead of Tyreek Hill. Deebo Samuel is a better fit for a legitimate NFL offense. But McDaniel loves the speed, goofy offense. So he's going to go get fast guys, and then he's not going to get anybody who blocks, and then he's going to get his head kicked in by every physical team that you play. And that's what's happening. It's been proven out, and it's going to be proven again.
Facts, Mark. Instead of getting the big, fast guy, he said, you know what? I know these two little guys, like Fred is pointing out, because he's bought into this whole rainbow.
But Mark, why wouldn't
So
the
he's
head coach
accepting
go get a player that suits his ability and his offense?
I'm sorry. Could you please repeat your question, Crypto?
No, I said, why wouldn't the NFL coach go get what best suits his coaching style?
Tyreek Hill
Well, his
even
coaching
said we
style
should
is
have
a
drafted
failure.
Brian Thomas
I'm
Jr.,
sorry.
bro.
I'm sorry.
Tyreek Hill even
I
said.
know, but that's I get that's your opinion, but maybe that's what he is as his first NFL head coaching job. He
You know
want to
what,
try out
Crypto?
Well,
what works
good.
for
When the
him.
Dolphins are 7-10
Fred and
next year,
Crypto.
and McDaniel's ass is out the door, and Greer's ass is out the door, you can start a legitimate rebuild. And the first thing you got to pray for is you better hope to hell that Tua's not given a 4-year, $240 million or $220 million extension, because that's going to kill your franchise.
That's my only concern. That's my only
he's getting
concern.
that. What do you mean?
That's your only
That's what he's gonna
concern?
get
Let
paid.
me tell you something right now, Fred. When the face of the franchise, the cheetah, Tyreek Hill, when he speaks, you listen. None of these
Well,
guys
you
in
guys paid
management
Josh
are
Allen
smarter than Tyreek
$180
Hill when it
million.
comes to football. I don't care what anybody tells me. And even he said, this is how I know Greer just bust this draft no matter what. Brian Thomas Jr. in Jacksonville with Trevor Lawrence is going to be a star. Mark my words. Because, bro, Tyreek Hill said that if he's there at 21, you draft him. And Tyreek Hill, who is he? The cheetah. What do we always say about him? He begs for the ball. He's a diva. And even he knew how much of a skill set Brian Thomas Jr. brings at his size and his potential, that he would have to either probably be a number 2 behind someone like Brian Thomas, bro. The guy's Julio Jones-ish. How do you pass up on a Julio Jones type receiver?
Are you saying Tyreek will be number 2 behind Thomas Jr.? Is that what
No,
you're saying?
100%.
To move.
If I'm a quarterback, Crypto, and I'm 5'11" and I'm dropped back, I can see 6'5", 4'3", wide open, faster, more often than not, in the middle of the field than I can see a 5'9" Tyreek Hill open in the middle.
Pete, let me put something out here, because I think it's going to clarify something to everybody.
And let me tell you something, Crypto. Right now, Tyreek Hill, he came out of college running a 4.2, but as of today, I don't think he runs a 4.2 anymore. You hear me, Crypto? He might still be fast as a 4.3. He's a 4.3 guy, but so is Brian Thomas Jr.
He's still fast. He's still fast.
He's a 4.3 guy, but he's not a 4.2 guy no more. He's not 4.2 no more.
Let me give you, guys. Let me give you my thought. If you draft Brian Thomas, first of all,
by the way, Pete. By the way, Pete. Em said he loved the work you're doing. Em is very ecstatic about your work you're doing, Pete. Keep up the good work. That's what Em just texted me backstage.
Hey Pete, how about Pete? Check this out, man. Hey Pete, I just don't like how you go in on Chop Robinson, bro. You said he's small, bro, and because he's fast, bro. You know what Chop Robinson can bring? He can bring getting quarterbacks off of their spot, and that's probably why.
You never heard me say Chop Robinson is small. He's a little light for his position, but he has size.
Yeah, but Pete, you go in and talk about that he's just fast, bro. You go in on because he's just fast.
He's Channing Tindall.
You know what Chop brings, bro? He brings quarterbacks off their spot.
Come on,
bro.
Pete.
He gets he gets down, but theirs are up is because he's helping their production be up, Pete.
What do you mean, Pete? He's not Channing Tindall, Pete. You got to give the man a chance, Pete.
No, he's not Channing Tindall, man.
He's Channing Tindall until proven otherwise, and that's just the facts and reality. That's just the reality.
Shit, everybody's Channing Tindall till they prove otherwise, Pete.
No, that's not true. Players are coming out.
Everybody's Aaron Donald until proven otherwise. They're neither.
That is not true. Aaron Donald was questioned.
Everybody's Aaron Donald until proven otherwise. Okay, go the other direction.
Exactly.
Y'all not being fair. What production are you guys going by right now that make him a star player? What, you never seen somebody be fast in a combine?
His ability, his attributes.
So Isaac Guerrero was
solo jump. He can do everything known to man. He's an athlete.
I heard when the combine was out and everybody was out there during their pro days, when Isaac Guerrero sat up here and had one of the fastest 40s at all running backs, they said, "Oh my God, this guy's gonna be a third round, second round running back now. He's great." So if speed mattered so much, how come he turned around and was a 7th rounder, I believe, to the Los Angeles Rams?
Hey, Pete, EM said you had brilliant takes. He loved your takes. Keep up the good job in the community.
Out there. Shout out to EM.
He said you move the needle a lot for him. You have moved the needle.
Mark.
You have won him over. So keep up the good work. EM says you're a maker and a shaker in the community. And he said keep up the good work. You are a maker and a shaker. You know, you move the needle in the community.
We got Shake pulling up in the building. I wonder what he thinks right now with these takes, man. What's up with you,
Shake? Is on probation. Hey, Shake.
What's going on, brother? How you
out of jail.
Oh, so glad to get Mark back. I'm not gonna lie, I love Mark, man. Go ahead.
Okay. First thing I want to ask Pete is, Jermaine, please come up on the panel. Please have the guts to come up on the panel, because you want to talk garbage about me. Why don't you come up and why don't you and I have a little talk? And that way I can explain football to you, because you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. You don't know a pink eye from a brown eye.
Hold on, Mark. First of all, man, it's been a good, clean take with Dolphins fans up here, bro. We don't need 2 Buffalo fans coming up here, man, and just ripping into it like
Fred,
that, bro.
I can tell you more how to fix your team than you people can.
You can't tell me. You can tell them. You can tell them people that, Mark. But I know what's going down, bro. And I respect your takes, man.
For 23 years of the playoffs. You made the playoff 4 times in 23 years. That's exactly what I know. I know you haven't won a playoff game since the turn of the decade.
Because Mark, what it is, man. We got trash at quarterback.
What you have right now, Fred, is you have a situation with a general manager who can't.
I want Red, White, and Bills to come up, man.
Been a failure for the duration of time he's been in Miami, and as his time as a general manager, he has been in abject failure. A failure means that you haven't achieved or accomplished any goals. You've won 1 AFC East title in 2.5 decades. You haven't won a playoff game.
Actually, Dan Mitchell is the greatest Bills content
creator. You ain't got to tell me that, Mark. I know that. I know this, man. I already know this, bro. I already know this.
Why do you stand here and support these people?
Hey, Mark.
Get the common sense to find out.
Hey, Mark. I really want to know your thoughts on these. I want to know your thoughts on. I want to be fair, right? I want to know your thoughts on both sides. I want to know your thoughts on these Dolphin content creators. You can name whoever you want to name. Just give me your thoughts. And also, be honest with me. You can include me there. I don't care, bro. Just tell me how you feel about me, too. I don't care.
You know who I like?
I want you to do first the Buffalo Bills. I want you to name drop the Buffalo Bills content creators right now by name. Let me know how you feel about them.
Dan Mitchell.
Okay.
Go ahead. Number one, Dan Mitchell.
The number 1 content creator for the Buffalo Bills is Joe Marino. The second is Greg Thompson.
Shout out to him. I you know what? I'm taking you, and I like you, Mark. So I'm taking this really seriously. So if you're vouching for Joe Marino, I want to sit here and say shout out to Joe Marino. I respect Mark.
Then I would go with Greg Thompson from
Who the hell is that?
Cover One Sports. you have to look these people up because unlike Pete, who has the guts to come up and have a panel show, the Buffalo people do not have panel shows. It's just not what they do. They have a different mindset. The Dolphin content creators have a myriad of people who do broadcasts. So anyway, I like Joe Marino as number one. I like Greg Thompson as number two from the whole Cover One group. I really, really like Steve Tasker and his group. Eric Wood does a really nice job with content creating. And then you have guys that are clowns.
What about Michael K? What about Michael K? What about Michael K's content?
Now let's talk about the bad ones. Let's talk about the ones you don't like.
Dan Mitchell is a fanboy. He doesn't know anything about sports. He wants to push his agenda with, the AFC East roundtable. He wants to push his agenda with the Bets Are Us. Rico doesn't really know very much about sports. Z-Bot is another guy that actually knows the Bills and knows it really, really well. So I like Dan Mitchell as a person, but as a content creator, I think he is substandard. I think Rico is substandard. There are others.
I don't think Michael K would agree with you about Dan Mitchell. That's Michael K's number one.
No, Michael K would agree with me about Dan Mitchell because he doesn't like Dan Mitchell either. He doesn't think of him as a knowledgeable. Michael K and I talk and we chat, and he has a different viewpoint on a lot of things than I have. But I like Michael K. I don't like the fact that he's abusive. Sometimes in his conversations, I don't try to be. I may end up being that way, but it's not by intent. I think it might be just by my own stupidity and arrogance, to be very honest with you.
Listen, I don't listen. If I may have like a couple minutes.
Here's the voice. I heard the voice. Shout out to EM for pulling up. Go ahead. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Pete. Shout out. Salute to you, man. Salute to the panel for everybody with the exception of Mark. I am disgusted.
Oh my God.
I am disgusted. I am really disgusted with
the
you.
Rabid Dolphin. Go ahead.
I am really disgusted with you gentlemen right now. You allowing this quote unquote Buffalo Bills fan to come up here and these are his words, not mine. He said that he can educate the fan base better than you guys can.
Yeah,
and y'all are tolerating this.
I was questioning Pete why he was going along.
And I got one thing to address real quick.
You want to compare your football knowledge against mine? Sometimes.
Wait.
No, I don't. No, because there's no conversation need to be had there, bro. So I want to address something you just said about.
I think you're probably going to be substandard.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Check my receipts. Where are yours at? Check my receipts in 2019. So real quick, you know what? You know why the Buffalo content? You know why the content creators don't do panel shows?
No, hold on. I want EM. Hold on, please, EM. Can you do me one favor, please? I actually want Mark to finish before you guys, like him and Lewis.
He was done, bro. He was done.
Trust me, he was not done because.
Well, he'll be done after this.
He was not done
because he'll be done after I'm done with him.
Said I think he might have more Buffalo Bills content creators that he might not like. He only said Dan Mitchell. So I want to know if there's maybe more.
I talked about Rico, who I don't really particularly care for. There's a couple of other guys that aren't even well known. Now let's go about you. But you asked a question about the Dolphin content creators. Who do I really like? Pete, obviously, I like his show.
Mark. Thank you for that.
I liked Steven Daniels when he was on Miami Music because he gave me a fair chance to go ahead and talk. I like the TFTG people because they have a different type of show, and it's a lot more fun, a lot more playful, and a lot of stuff goes on. So I really like El Cap, and I like Ali the Persian, and I like Shake Money and stuff. These are all great guys. And believe it or not, Lewis, I like you too because you have sports knowledge and you have common sense, and I think you raised your children in a fantastic way. And again, I want to congratulate you for your son for going as far as he's gone in his career to date.
Nice.
Now go ahead, Ian.
So, Ian, please go ahead. I'd like to go ahead and get your opinion, please.
So now you don't want to say who you don't like in the Dolphins community?
Oh, who I don't like? Well, Sharif gets a little. I mean, he's not a content creator, but Sharif gets on a show and he tends to, elaborate on a point a little bit
lengthy.
Don't
count. I love Sharif, so that doesn't count. Only content creators.
Now how you gonna tell him who? How you gonna tell him?
No, because it's only content creators. We're not gonna be talking. No, Sharif he has beautiful takes. So
Anyway,
like
the
only
guy that I
content creators.
particularly don't like in the Dolphin world. Oh, and I also like Dougie. Dougie's fantastic and my favorite content creator. I'm sorry, Pete. I know this will hurt, but I like TD when he's not, just trolling. When TD's talking football, I like TD a lot because he brings up very valid points. The guy that I just don't really like in the content world in Dolphin land is Reason. Reason is just the epitome of a homeboy, and he makes me want to puke.
I knew that was coming.
Hey, Mark, I don't know if
Hey, listen. He doesn't like the most credible Dolphin content creator in our community. Oh, it makes perfect sense. Anyway, my point is this, right? You just said, now I know why the Buffalo Bills, content creators don't do panel shows, because they don't let idiots like this up on. They don't want their channel to be, the quality of the program to be brought down by idiots like Mark. Right, I understand now, and I definitely co-sign that. But for you to be for you gentlemen to be sitting up here and allowing this dude to sit up here, and I can't believe y'all are not obliterating this man right now. He said he can educate y'all, our fan base, better than you gentlemen too, and y'all didn't respond to that.
You want to ask me any Dolphin questions?
He ain't say shit to nobody on the panel. He called Jermaine out. You know that.
Yeah.
He specifically called out Jermaine.
That is Crypto and Mark and Pete. Y'all, I cannot believe you're allowing this
because he wasn't talking to me.
I'm not allowing anything. I'm just asking a question on how Mark, a Buffalo Bills fan,
Let's not get selective amnesia. He clearly said Jermaine,
and also
his
our
first order of business was to call out Jermaine.
Yeah, okay, all right. Y'all can kind of walk that. Y'all can walk it back all you want. You can dress it down all you want. But he said he was again. I know what his intentions were. So, but it's cool. Y'all don't want to address him. That's fine. That's why I'm up here.
Oh, Jermaine, man, he can hit the freaking link button and come up here and defend himself.
No, I said when Pete let him go, I was like, nah, hold up, Pete, man. You know what I mean? He's a Buffalo Bill fan, man. Let me go, bro. Let me go, man. I'm a Dolphins fan, So I'm not. I know what's going on with my team, man.
He don't know shit about football, period, bro. Let alone trying to educate our fan base. He can't even educate his own.
That's what I'm with him.
He can't even educate his own fan base.
Mark, let me ask you a question.
It has a lot to learn in life too.
Mark, if you only had $1,000 in your pocket and it had to be for gambling, will you bet the over or under on Odell Beckham having 5 touchdowns?
Great question, because that is completely up to Mr. McDaniel and how he wants to profile his receiving core. I think last year there was a great push for Tyreek Hill to get 2,000 yards, and it hurt at the expense of anything going out to a third receiving option. That's why Berrios did nothing.
Again, you heard me say that the first year of Mike McDaniel. Again, he's regurgitating my information, right? When I was the first one in the community to put that out, and when McDaniel became the head coach in his first year. But go ahead. Continue.
That's all right. I'm not regurgitating your information. We're just regurgitating what's factual, what's been stated by many, many people, and it was quite obvious to all that can look.
Nobody said it wasn't stated by many. I just said I was the first. But go ahead.
Goody for you. I mean, you just happen to listen to more Dolphin podcasts than I can. Anyway, so do I think he's going to get more than 5 touchdowns this year? I would say no. He's not going to get 5 touchdowns because I believe McDaniels is going to go through the same thing he always does. Tua is going to throw to Hill 160 to 175 times. He's going to have to feed Waddle because Waddle's coming up on a contract extension. So therefore, because of all these things that are going on that are dynamics that are far more than football, no, he's not. Odell's going to give you about 30 catches, about 440 yards, maybe 3 touchdowns. He's not going to be that much of a factor.
And that's why they're bringing him in. Why they're bringing him in.
Yep, because Miami continues to bring in stupid players that don't fit the scheme. They
like Chase Claypool. Like Chase Claypool.
Wide receiver.
Like Chase Claypool. Like Chase Claypool.
EM, would you please stop so I could finish?
Okay, go ahead. You're right.
Thank you. Chase Claypool is training camp fodder in Buffalo. That's what he is. That's all he is. He's not going to be a star receiver. He's going to be a 5, a 6 if he even makes the team, and he's more probably a practice squad player.
But didn't you just say he was going to make you would take him over Odell Beckham? Didn't you just say that like 20 minutes ago?
Yes. We take a 25-year-old that's got that has more physical potential.
Mark, let me ask you a question,
shown.
Mark. Well, hold on, EM, real quick.
Lou, please, if I may, so I don't have much time. Real quick. So you just said, right? Odell is going to be a 35 to 40 catch wide receiver, 3 touchdowns, 500 plus yards, right?
I said about 4.5.
About 4.5. So you would rather take a guy that you just said is more than likely going to ride up on a practice squad as opposed to the guy that's actually producing for his respective team. You would rather take
I do have a question for EM and Lewis when this is done.
Is that not the dumbest shit y'all have ever heard in your life?
Hey, absolutely, EM, but that's not. Hold on, Mark, real quick, because Mark said he would.
EM, I don't think ABAB agrees with you.
Crypto, hold on, real quick, goddammit. Mark said that Odell Beckham is going to have 30 catches with like 400 yards here in Miami. Now, last year, Mark, he had 35 catches for over 500 yards. And listen, this is no shade at Lamar Jackson, but it's not even close comparing quarterback from a throwing the ball perspective Tua Tagovailoa to Lamar Jackson. So you mean to tell me OBJ is going to have less production with a better passing quarterback? You think his numbers are going to go down from what he did last year?
Yes, Louis, because I don't look at stats. I look at systems. I look at systems, not stats. Miami's system is to go to their number 1 and number 2 wide receivers.
On our system,
wow.
Please. No. Educate our fan base on our system, if you will, Mark.
I will. Miami runs a speed-based wide run game offense that throws 170 targets to Tyreek Hill, over 120 to Jalen Waddle, and they have historically, over the last number of years, since this system has been in place, the 2 years that this system has been in place, and it's going on to its 3rd year now, they have a propensity to ignore third wide receivers. Berrios did nothing. Cedric Wilson did next to nothing in your system. And what makes me think they're going to change their system because you have Odell Beckham Jr.?
Well, thank you for stating the obvious, right? Because you obviously been listening to a lot of people like myself and other people in the community, right? Educating the fan base of the scheme over the years. But what you are failing to realize is this. Well, maybe they felt like when they put the film on, right? Braxton Berrios had trouble separating, right? River Craycraft had trouble consistently separating, right? And that type of approach and that type of situation really isn't magnified until you play upper tier teams, right? Teams that are better equipped, defensive back wise, to really minimize Tyreek and Jalen Waddle as well. Right? They didn't have. Could it be that they didn't have a viable third option, which is why you entertain and you ultimately bring in a guy like Odell Beckham, who's an ideal scheme fit from a route running perspective, a player that can get open in short areas really fast. He's an ideal fit. And for you to sit here and say that he's not a scheme fit, you're a fucking idiot, Mark. You obviously don't know anything about our scheme, bro. What are you talking about?
He wasn't a scheme fit for the 2023 Dolphin offense. He wasn't a scheme fit for the 2022
How is he not?
Dolphin
offense. Look at the skill sets of Tyreek and Waddle.
Please.
Right?
Can I finish, please?
No. You had enough. You misinformed enough.
I don't know how they're going to change their offensive strategy.
You've misinformed enough. You've misinformed enough, bro. No, he has. Is he the vertical threat he was 5 years ago? No, that Odell is long gone. But in terms of Odell being a solid route runner, a player that's shifty off the line of scrimmage, that can get open in confined areas relatively fast, that is an ideal scheme fit for a West Coast based, horizontal based approach. Fuck out of here. What are you talking about?
To an extent, I agree with. Hold on, Mark, because to an extent, I agree with EF. Remember, Jerry Rice was 42 years old,
idiot.
and he was running this West Coast offense, still getting open off quick slants. Yeah, the guy was 42 years old playing.
I'm talking about. I'm talking about targets, and that's when you have to look at an offense. And let me go back to Lewis's point because it's one that's very well taken. Why would I take a Claypool versus an Odell Beckham? Is Odell Beckham more of a viable, or is he more well known? Is he better? Is he a better player? Yes, he's a better player, but he's 31 and he's on the smaller side. Buffalo is making a scheme change to go to bigger wide receivers who can block and can do additional things. They're not going to go to the 170 targets for one receiver like you have with Hill and the Bills had with Diggs. If Claypool even makes the roster, he's 6'4", he's 238 pounds, he runs a 4.42. Who knows where his head is at? And we're not going to find that out until training camp. I would much rather take.
But you'd rather have a player make the practice squad as a player that's actually out there producing for his respective team. Got it.
Mark, I gotta be honest with you. If it comes down to like cut day, and you guys have these two options to cut, either Mac Hollins or Claypool, who do you think? Because I know who I think is you guys will keep.
I'll be honest with you. I think they would put Claypool on the practice squad and they would keep Hollins simply because of his special teams ability.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. Spot on. I thought you were about to say the opposite, that you guys will keep Claypool. I was about to say you're crazy. Mac Hollins, but yeah, I
want to be clear, Pete, though. Listen, I'm a Chase Claypool. Listen, I'm a Chase Claypool fan, but I'm just not. Again, he's just not a fit for this offense, right? He can still be productive. The size, the speed is still there, right?
True, EM. I would have preferred to keep Claypool and his size on our team than actually get one of these these rookies, Washington.
Well,
these Washingtons are not guaranteed to make the roster, and if anything, it's only going to be one. See what I'm saying?
Again, when you talk about building a scheme, right, and you're looking for players that, looking for skill sets, especially from, a free agent in a draft perspective, you ideally have every coach has a specific skill set that they require for their schemes at every position on the football field. Wide receiver, we're talking about Chase Claypool right now. He's just not a receiver. Again, it's just not a Mike McDaniel issue.
Up here, Ian.
It's not a Mike McDaniel issue. It's a West Coast offense issue. Generally, historically, when you look at receivers that embody his skill set, they're not fits, bro. They're just not.
Can I ask you a question?
I totally agree with you. You're right. It's totally a scheme fit.
Hold on, Mark. Hold on, Mark, real quick. I just want to.
I think Bills are going to have a better special teams than us, Mark.
Well, hold on, Pete. Forget about
they
all
historically
that right now.
do because you still have Danny Crossman and we don't.
God damn it! Who cares? I don't give a fuck about the Buffalo Bills special teams. I don't care about that. But
you should care about the Miami Dolphins special teams.
You hear that, right, Fred? You heard what Lewis just said, right, Fred? Go ahead.
Well, I'm saying we're having
no. Go ahead, Lewis. Don't worry. Go ahead. Don't worry about that. Just go ahead, Lewis.
I'm saying we're having a conversation about receivers and schemes and stuff. So I wanted to ask him up here.
That's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
Because again, I'm just asking. We found out today that Tyler Boyd signed with the Tennessee Titans, a bigger body receiver, a younger guy, right?
Did he really?
Yeah,
I didn't see that.
For $4.5 million, so $4.5 million. Would you say Tyler Boyd could have fit in the Miami Dolphins? And I'm just asking, not that I'm trying to shit on Odell, but do you think Tyler Boyd would have fit in the offense that you're talking about down here in Miami?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think Tyler Boyd. And first of all, Tyler Boyd is not a bigger body guy. He's only like 6 foot, maybe 6'1". He's not a bigger body wide receiver.
Okay, all right.
But again, he look at the background that he is coming from, right? That same, Sean McVay / Zach Taylor, right? / Kyle Shanahan / now Mike McDaniel. The concept fundamentally is pretty much the same. So he's got the background in the system. You look at the skill set, right? He's thrived in this type of system. So yeah, he would have been a scheme fit, which is why the intrigue was there with the Dolphins. It was reportedly that the Dolphins checked in with him, right? Because they know this better than I do. So yeah, he would have been a fit. Now, I think OBJ, even in his advanced age of 31, relative to the wide receiver position, I think he still offers a more vertical element than what Tyler Boyd offers, right? But yeah, he would have been a fit. But I like the Odell fit a lot better. I think Odell still has enough juice, right? Is he the vertical threat that he was 5 years ago? No, but I think there's still some juice left in the tank. And I think he's going to be, again, if scheme right, if, Mike McDaniel is able to incorporate him into what they already are, already what they have going, I think Odell can be productive. And at 35 catch, 40 catch potentially, that is what they brought him in to be a threat. Right, where teams just can't roll the coverage to Tyreek and Waddle. You got to have viable options other than a 1 or 2, which is why they bring in Odell, not only Odell, but Jonnu Smith as well.
So, Ian, let me ask you a question. How do you think, just make a basic estimate of how many targets you think Hill's going to get, how many Waddle is going to get, how many Odell's going to get, how many
That's a good question,
the tight
Mark.
end room is going to get?
I had that specific kind of question. That's the kind of question I had for Lewis, was receptions for Odell Beckham. And then what the question I had was for EM. No. Well, that's hold on, because I had two questions. I had one for Lewis, Mark, which you're tying into that question that you just asked. So I want to ask EM first, and then after EM answers, I'm going to ask Lewis that question. So EM, Mark said, I think he said 470 yards receiving. I'm going to say 500 yards. If you had $1,000 to bet, and only $1,000, and you needed to win this bet bad, right? Will you bet the over of 500 yards receiving yardage for Odell Beckham, or the under to save your financial status from being homeless? How about that?
Oh, well, I would bet over, because I think Odell
over 500.
I think, again, if I'm a betting man,
tell us why.
I think more realistically, it's in between that 500 to 600 range. But keep in mind, this is a receiver who people are saying is washed. He can't get open vertically. He was 7th in the league in yards per catch last year, right? Okay, so there again, which is why I think there's more juice in that tank than what a lot of people, even our fan base, than what they realize. So if I'm a betting man, to answer your question, I'm a bet over, because I think Odell, again, look at the attention that Tyreek and Waddle already get. And then now, in terms of I want to kind of circle back to Mark's question about targets. No, I think targets are going to go down dramatically for Tyreek Hill. I don't think 169, 170 targets. That's not on the table for this year. I think the approach will be diversified, in a passing game, as well as I think there's going to be more emphasis on the run game. So running the football, that's going to take targets away from Tyreek Hill as well. So I think in terms of the passing tree, the passing in the passing offense, those targets will be. I'm not going to say it's going to be even amongst all three. No. Because Tyreek Hill is still the most dynamic wide receiver in the league, and he does need a big, part in his offense. But in terms of the 169, the overly emphasis on Tyreek Hill in the approach, no, I think those days are long gone.
And that's what I said earlier.
It could be if he's not yapping his mouth about 2,000 yards.
Well, that's what I said.
He already did again, Crypto.
Well, hold on, Fred, real quick. And that's what I was trying to tell you earlier, Pete, when I first came up. If you look at Odell last year in a more run-first offense, right, again, Lamar Jackson's great, but I hear EM say this all the time, and he's valid. He has a valid point when he says it. Lamar Jackson has never thrown for over 4,000 yards in this league. Odell had 35 catches for a little bit over 500 in that offense. And one of the reasons Odell he's already came out and said he believes Mike McDaniel in this offense can unleash him. So I don't know what the targets is, but that's why I gave you that scenario, Pete. If he had 35 last year, I'm going to give him an extra 15 catches, right? So that's going to put him right at 50. To EM's point, what he just said, he averaged 16 yards a catch last season.
So my question that I was going to ask you, Lewis, I was going to ask you.
Have the example, the Rams.
Lewis,
what was his
Lewis, I already know your answer. I already know your answer.
His career didn't start and end with the Ravens.
Let Lewis finish real quick. But this is the question I was going to have for you, Lewis. Same thing. $1,000, your only bet. The question I was going to have for you, 42. No. I was going to have the opposite. Receptions. I was going to say 42 receptions. And you just said he's going to have almost 50. So you think over.
I'm gonna.
Just so
If he
everybody
had
knows the
35,
question I was gonna have for you.
if he had 35, I'm gonna give him
42.
an extra 15. I'm gonna say he has around 50 catches, and I would say he's in the high 600 to breaking almost 700 yards.
I think
feel
y'all
confident
percentages are off.
putting
If we're not getting
$1,000,
extra
you laugh
turnovers to give us
all
extra
your
possessions,
laughs on that.
this is not mathematically possible. Because I mean, we need more possessions in order for those percentages to work out. We can't run the ball a higher percentage and expect higher percentages of pass receptions. The math don't work out.
Well, Crypto, he asked me my fucking opinion, Crypto.
Yeah.
I get that, but I'm just saying the math doesn't work out. I'm just trying to do the simple math. We can't have the same ratios.
Well, I do think this.
The Rams
I
is
know
a
what
good
you're.
example.
Well,
Is what I'm saying.
crypto. I see what you're saying in a way, because
Crypto, you're a goddamn fool, Crypto.
they're trying to get away with it, Crypto, by just easily saying we're gonna give less targets to Tyreek Hill to feed a little bit more of OBJ. Can you imagine the locker room, the problems that will happen in our locker room?
Well, what
If that in
problems?
fact is
As
true,
long as it
huge
contributes to winning.
problem.
If it
You don't
contributes to
think that's going
winning,
to be a problem if
no.
we're feeding less Tyreek Hill to give a little bit more to
If it
OBJ?
contributes to
Wow.
That's
winning,
why Tyler Boyd would have been a better option when it comes to
if
ego.
it contributes to winning, there shouldn't be no problems at all. There shouldn't be nobody should open their goddamn mouth as long as we're winning. Now, if we don't win,
yeah, but that's not going to be the issue why we're
As long
winning.
as
That
we're
will
winning in the
be the reason
playoffs,
why we're starting
we can't just
3-3.
accept winning in the regular season no more.
So-
That's the norm.
So EM. So in your
Remember what
opinion,
Mark
man,
said. Go ahead,
is
Fred.
this one of the things? EM, is this one of the things? In your opinion, man, that Tua should work on, bro, this season? Ball distribution, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Well, first off, every quarterback should do that, right? Should be honing their craft to get better in every aspect, in every area of their game. But with Tua, in terms of being like, I don't understand. Like, if you go back to 20 under Brian Flores, and again, I forget who made this point. Forgive me if you're listening.
Said about the Bills, Mark. Go ahead, Ian.
It was probably me.
Well, I doubt
was
that.
definitely me.
I doubt that. But somebody brought a point up. It's been a while back. It's been months ago, right? About how Tua under Flores and under Flores, his first 2 years, 2020, 2021, 2022, no, 2021, 2020 and 2021. Tua again, he distributed the offensive approach. Tua distributed the football, right? He was more diversified. Yeah. And again, that was a reason why they didn't have a guy like Tyreek Hill that could get open so fast, so quick, which would cause Tua obviously to make the read a lot faster, right? The read is sped up because the guy is open. He didn't have a guy with that skill set. He had Waddle, but again, there's levels to this, and I love Jalen Waddle, but Jalen Waddle is not fucking Tyreek Hill. And on top of that, Waddle never had a viable number two option in 2020 and 2021.
You said Jalen Waddle's not Tyreek Hill, but if you had to keep a receiver for the next 6 seasons, who you keeping right now, Ian?
Well, listen, I'm a Waddle fan, but he's just not Tyreek Hill, bro. He like
if
Tyreek
you had
Hill,
to keep a receiver for the next 6 seasons, EM,
if they're the same age, if they're the same
right
age,
now,
I'm going with Tyreek Hill.
Don't move the needle right now. Right as of today.
No, I'm bro.
For the next 6 seasons,
we know one guy. We know one guy's on the other end of 30, and one guy is not. So you're gonna go with the younger option. Right. I love Jalen Waddle. Listen, before my statement, gets spun right into something completely different, I want to be clear. I love Jalen Waddle, but he's just not fucking Tyreek. Tyreek Hill is like one of the most dynamic weapons in the fucking history of the 100+ year history of the National Football League. As dynamic and great as Waddle is,
I'm not buying that.
He's not in that category, bro.
You know what, Ian? I'm not falling for that trap. Let me explain something to you.
Can I at least finish before you respond,
Yes,
Pete?
you're gonna finish. But if you would have put Waddle in the Tyreek Hill, the cheetah role, he would have gave you the same amount.
Did he not get the targets his rookie year? How many targets did Waddle get in his first year?
I'm telling you the same way I feel.
I am asking you. I'm asking you how many?
He got about 140 plus, I think.
He had 140 plus targets his rookie season.
140.
So you don't think?
And what was his numbers? And what was his numbers?
Okay, let me explain.
9 yards per catch.
Waddle literally had Waddle had nobody. It was all him his rookie and his second year. Tyreek Hill
Okay,
had
I just
Waddle
made
to
that. Okay,
benefit off
I was
of.
getting to that, Pete. If before
Tyreek
I was
Hill
so rudely
benefited off of
interrupted.
Waddle. People don't want to realize that.
Nobody's saying he doesn't, bro. Nobody's saying he
Oh, I'm
didn't.
just making the shirts clear. All I'm saying is, if you would have reverse role, I know Waddle would have put up the same production than Tyreek Hill did. There's really not a big.
Can I ask
not gonna
Fred?
cap for that.
Can I ask Fred a question real quick before I get up out of here? Because I think this conversation right here is nonsense. But Fred, can I ask you a question? Because
it's nonsense. Did we see Tyreek Hill make a sideline
Hey,
catch?
Lewis said you're doing a
we
great
see
job,
Tyreek Hill making tough
Pete. He
catches
said you're doing a
that
great
Waddle
job.
can't make?
Y'all,
Hold
listen,
on.
y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop.
Do we see Tyreek Hill make spectacular catches that Waddle can't make?
Pete, can I just ask? Pete, can I just?
Tyreek is way better.
Pete, can I just ask Fred a question, please, before I get up out of here? I'm not going to be up here long, but Fred, I was listening earlier, right? It wasn't very long, like I already told you guys. The shit was terrible, but I was listening. And Fred, you made a comment that Tua is a spot thrower. Right now, I just want to ask you.
Here we go.
Do you think?
Here we go.
Where did that come from?
Do you think that all quarterbacks are spot throwers, or that all quarterbacks should be spot throwers, or do you think that's just a Tua problem and he's limited and that's why he's a spot thrower? I'm just trying to get some clarification on what you meant by that, Fred.
I'm gonna have to drop the link again. I think he just dropped off, but
he got out of here.
Yeah, I know he did.
He got up out of here on that one.
He probably had connection issues.
Well,
I just dropped
let me question real quick.
Hang on, Crypto.
Hold on.
Let him answer his question.
I want to emphasize EM point real quick. I'm asking him a question. Hey, EM, to your point, EM, would you
Can
say
we stay on the topic, Crypto?
We're saying this is kind of along the same lines, EM, what EM was saying. Does Tyreek Hill command more respect from defensive coordinators, him or Waddle?
I was going to get to that, right? I was going to get to that before Pete so rudely interrupted me, right? If you poll 32 defensive coordinators in this league on who keeps you up at night more, Jalen, and this is no shade at Jalen Waddle, or fucking Tyreek Hill, 100% of them will tell you with a straight face, it's only one guy, maybe two, right? That causes me to stay up at night. It will be Justin Jefferson and it will be Tyreek Hill, not Jalen Waddle. This is a fucking fact.
EM, I hear you. Based on you're speaking facts based on stats and what we've gotten. But let me ask you,
listen to the players.
But no,
don't take Ian Dolphins fans. What do the players say?
Fred is back.
What do the
but
players
I just want
say?
to ask this before Fred goes, right? Because Fred has the floor with Lewis's question, right? But let me ask you one quick question. Hold on, Fred, 1 second. Because if you don't switch, right? I knew you needed the question asked again, but if you don't switch roles, you don't think Waddle makes those same production and becomes all pro? Let's just be honest.
I think he's going to be highly. No, he's not going to have the same impact.
Not to that level.
He's not going to have the same impact. No, he's not.
It's all about McDaniel game planning who he wants in the game. If McDaniel wanted Waddle in motion as that guy, go ahead, Lewis.
Pete, can I ask you a question? Because arguing about Tyreek and Waddle, it don't make no sense. But Fred,
it doesn't make sense because it's about the scheme. If you put him in that role, Lewis keeps saying it makes no sense, and he's pissing me off, Fred. I'm sorry.
Okay, Pete. Well, we get it. That's cool, Pete. We get it. But Fred, I was listening earlier, and you had this. Tua is a spot thrower. That's why we've got all these small, fast guys so they can get to the spot and stuff. Can I get a little clarification on that, Fred? Do you believe that every quarterback is a spot thrower, or that they should be spot throwers, or do you think because, in your words, Tua's limited, he's just a spot thrower because that's all he can do? Can you just clarify what you mean by Tua's
what I mean by that, being a spot thrower, Lou, is throw that ball in this right there in that little window. This is before your wide receiver has even made his cut, bro. You know what I'm saying? So he can run into that spot.
You don't think all quarterbacks should do that, though, Fred?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I think quarterbacks ought to recognize when their wide receiver, has maybe. And he's not going to be able to get to that spot on time. I don't need.
Mark is up here.
I still don't. Am I still there? Am I still here?
Unfortunately,
Fred,
Yeah,
yeah,
you're
Fred,
Fred.
you're
speaking.
still here.
Unfortunately, yeah.
But Fred, when you're done,
Let me
when you're
rebut.
done answering,
You heard
Starting
that,
to
I
EM?
want to
convince
ask
You
me.
heard
Yeah,
that?
Mark
I
real
heard
quick.
that
Mark is
dumbass
answering
shit.
that question.
Yeah, I heard that dumbass
He
shit.
asked me a question, man.
First and
He asked me a
foremost,
question. He asked me a question. He asked me a
and
question. Now, when
I
I get
want to
my take,
explain to you why you're wrong,
when I
Fred.
get my take, you gotta be done.
And
You
I
ain't even let me.
Yeah,
You
but
didn't let me
hold
I
finish.
on,
want to
You didn't
EM.
let me
explain to
finish
you
what I
why
was
you
saying.
are
Let
wrong, Fred.
No,
let
Walter,
Fred
well, let me
Fred
finish saying
start
what I
all
was
over,
saying.
please.
Fred,
Hold
Start
tell
on,
him
all
let
you're
me
over,
gonna
finish.
Fred.
break his motherfucking jaw, Fred. Tell him you're gonna break his fucking jaw,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah,
Can
yeah. He know better
Fred,
than
Gonna
that.
break your
I finish
goddamn
my
jaw.
point,
He know
You
man?
better
come
than
down
that.
there to Texas.
Yeah.
You go down to Texas, goddamn
Fred
it.
know better than
Break
that.
your
But go
goddamn
ahead,
See,
Fred.
you
jaw.
know what? Look, this is what I'm gonna say, man. Look, see, this is why Miss Fins is sick, man. Dealing with y'all, bro. You know what I'm saying? This why
Shit.
this why she can't talk, bro. Now I feel her pain now, bro. You know what I'm saying? But am I still here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah.
Go
Go
ahead, give
ahead,
it to
Fred.
us, Fred.
Okay. So yeah, like I need you to know, I need you to recognize when your receiver has slipped, or maybe he's even held just a little bit. I don't need
Oh,
you to
he don't do
still
that.
try to put that ball in that spot, bro.
He
I can't do nothing with that.
Tua
I can't
doesn't
do
do
that.
that.
I need you to be like, oh, he's out of the play. And look, and now go to your second.
Oh
Now look
my
for your second. And
God,
maybe
bro!
it's better.
Like, there,
Come
there,
on, man.
there. Are you done, Fred? Please tell me you done, bro. Please.
Yeah, okay.
God damn.
Okay,
You
y'all go ahead, bro.
good, Fred?
But that's
You done,
exactly,
bro?
this is exactly what's
Just
going
go
on with
down
our
there and break his
quarterback, bro.
jaw, Fred. Just go break his jaw, man. Just get it
Fred,
over.
you done?
Before Lewis and
This is
EM drop
exactly
out,
what's
I do
going
want to
on.
ask them. I do want to ask them a question.
No, no,
This is
Mark. Hang
exactly
on.
the
I'm gonna address this real quick.
Mark, please,
Say,
before you switch, hold on, EM. Mark, let me ask you a question, right? Do you
Yes,
want
sir.
Josh Allen
Oh, we just
and the
gonna let
Buffalo?
Fred slide?
No,
We just gonna let
no,
Fred slide on
no,
that?
wait. Well, I
oh
got
no, no, I'm
Fred's
gonna get
back
him.
because
Don't
it
worry,
feels
I'm gonna
like
get him.
I hear you guys laughing at Fred, right? But I kind of understand Fred's pain right now. So I want to shift it to the Bills real quick, and then when you hear my question, you'll
I need you to go
understand.
down
Like,
there and
Man,
break his
fuck
jaw.
the
I
Bills,
don't give a
man.
fuck about
I
your
mean, Mark.
Let
No, hold on. Watch this, Fred.
what you say, Crypto?
Mark.
Yeah, right here, Pete.
Hey, Mark.
Hey,
Mark.
I want that jaw.
Let me ask you a question, Mark. Do you
Sure.
want Josh Allen to be a spot thrower all game long?
Josh Allen has never been a spot thrower. He had known
Never.
accuracy problems
Hold
at
on.
Wyoming
Let
when he
Mark
came into
answer.
the
Hold on.
league.
did you hear what? Oh, did you hear what he
Hold on.
said?
Mark.
Did you
Hold
hear
on.
what he
I know.
said?
What?
Hold on,
Wait a
Oh,
minute.
please, guys.
Mark
I
might
think
not
you
be
talked
as
to
Crypto,
Dan
let me
Mitchell
incompetent
let
as
me
I
go
about
back.
initially
Hold on.
thought.
Hold on,
Crypto, let me
guys.
go
Mark
back to my
might
statement
not
for a
be
Oh
second.
as
my God.
incompetent as I
Oh
initially
my
thought.
God.
But go ahead, Mark.
So
I
when
need the
Josh Allen came
entire
into the league,
hold on,
he
Mark,
had an
please.
issue with
I need the
accuracy, and
entire
I know.
community to hear this. Okay. So
Okay.
I'm gonna ask you the question one more time so everybody
Yes.
can catch up. Please do not interrupt Mark. Please.
Oh,
Please do not interrupt Mark. Mark, I ask you this. Do
But they
you
get
want
interrupted my shit,
Josh
right?
Allen to
Oh,
be
okay.
a full-blown spot thrower?
Absolutely not. Josh Allen had known accuracy issues coming out of college. His first year in the league, his completion percentage was something like 52%. In his second year, went up to 59%. They brought on Stephon Diggs, who had the ability to get himself open, so his accuracy improved. Now, as we continue to go on with Josh Allen, and let's look at one thing, something specific about the Buffalo offense. Even the first 2 years with Allen, and then with Diggs, they were 31st and 32nd in the league in yards after the catch. What Buffalo understands about Josh Allen is they need receivers who can separate, because Josh Allen will throw incredibly bad, stupid passes because it's in his head that he can complete anything that he throws. He's not the type of quarterback that Tua is, and I think Tua is far better than being a spot thrower. I think the problem is what makes him a spot thrower is the inefficiencies of the Miami offensive line. The poor
Oh,
kid
but you
is
think
throwing
he's,
at
but you do
2.1.
think,
The poor
you do
kid's
think
throwing at
he's a spot
2.1
thrower, though.
seconds.
Hang on,
You do
real
think
quick.
he's a spot thrower, though,
Hang
right?
on, Fred. Hang on, real quick. I want to address a
Man,
couple things that
hold on, Ian. I
Mark
just want to
just
ask
said.
one question to him, bro. Hey, Mark, do you think he was a spot thrower, bro?
Do I think he's a spot thrower? I think he's forced into being a spot thrower. Do I think he can throw other passes?
Can I get
Yes,
a couple minutes,
absolutely I
Pete?
do.
You believe he's a
Pete, can I
spot
please
thrower,
get the
that
then?
floor a
is
couple
the
minutes?
dumbest shit
This
I've
has
heard.
got. Oh, Mike,
Okay.
First off, let me address. I'm gonna come back to you, Fred, but let me get this Bills fan out the way real quick. First off, don't you think he asked you a direct question? Do you wish Josh Allen was a spot thrower? You said no.
I don't want him to be a spot thrower.
Okay, but then you went on about a 5-minute rant, soliloquy on why Josh Allen has accuracy issues. Could it be that he's again, he's not a spot thrower. He struggles in that area of his game.
Yeah, I would agree with that, EM. I don't think Josh Allen is the level of accuracy that Tua is. I never have.
Well, again, you just contradicted yourself. On one side, hang on. One
so,
side,
Mark, do you visualize Josh Allen as a field
Pete,
vision
let me
guy?
finish,
See
Pete.
you open, throw
Pete,
you open.
Pete, let me finish. Right at a one side of your mouth, right? You acknowledge that Tua excels in that area. Again, that's why I'm paraphrasing, somewhat of a paraphrase, but that's why Tua is so accurate, is because he's able to anticipate. He's able to anticipate spots, right? Receivers are going to break. Josh Allen, and then at the other side of your mouth, right? You said, when asked a question, you said no, and you said this is the area that Josh Allen struggles with. So you just contradicted yourself, bro. If Josh Allen, hang on, Mark, I didn't interrupt you, right? So if Josh Allen were able to excel and be better and be more consistent in that area, his accuracy he would be a much more accurate passer, bro. He is a slow processing quarterback that relies 110% on his arm strength. On his arm strength, again, it's somewhat a paraphrase, but this is what just came out of your mouth. So, bro, you're all over the place in terms of your evaluation, bro.
1,000%.
So
this is crazy, Mark. Trust me, I'm fuming like you, Mark. Go ahead,
hang on, Pete. So I just established that Mark actually is as incompetent as I initially thought. Now let me circle back to Fred real quick. Let me circle back to Fred real quick.
If Josh Allen has the same problem, why is his completion percentage the same as Tua's?
Let me circle back to Fred real quick.
Answer my question.
Let me circle back to Fred real quick.
Hold on. What was the question?
Yeah, I think
hold on, EM. That's not how it's gonna work. You can't address Mark and then ignore Mark. Mark wants to address you back. Mark, tell him how you feel.
Oh, was he?
You have.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, EM, as I said, personnel is different based on strengths and weaknesses of talent around them. Tua's talent, like as I said before, he is not just a spot thrower. And when people say he's just a spot thrower, they're wrong. It is partially because he only has 2.1 seconds to throw the football. That's why I believe that your best first-round pick was Graham Barton, who could play multiple positions on the offensive line to give him more time to throw, to give your team a chance to get a bigger wide receiver, which would allow Tua to use the accuracy that he has and improve upon his accuracy percentage. He's only averaging 69% completion percentage. He should well average over 72.
Which is in the top 5 of the fucking league, bro. What are you talking about?
EM, what was Josh Allen's completion percentage last year?
I have no clue. That's your guy, not mine.
Okay, he's 68.9. Tua was 69%. Tell me who's better.
Well, no, Tua's better, right? Tua is better.
Can't be better if Tua had elite weapons.
So no, but you got to add into other things.
Imagine Josh Allen had Waddle and Hill.
Look at depth of target, right? Look at depth of target, right? Accuracy down the field. All of these, you got to add all of those things into the equation.
I already did.
So
if you compare Tua to Josh Allen, the only difference that you're going to see is Josh Allen had 2 more net turnovers and 15 more net touchdowns that he was accountable for.
So what are we arguing? What's the debate here? The
debate is the type of receivers that you need to produce those outcomes.
No, bro.
Tua needs a specific type of receiver to get his outcomes. Josh Allen needs a specific type of receiver to get his outcomes.
No, I think pointed out. No. Well, first and foremost, bigger bodied guys with a wider catch radius, you can make that case.
How the hell you just said you don't believe that? But you on this same live stream said we drafted the 2 short guys because of the scheme.
Hey.
Yeah.
You're getting shot down. You really be better off just simply be quiet.
I want
I don't
EM to
believe.
get on Fred.
No, he
Pete,
That's
can
what
wasn't
I
I
talking
please?
want.
about Josh Allen. He was
Pete,
talking about Tua and our
can I
receivers.
please respond? Can I
Are
please
we
I
talking
don't
about
respond?
believe.
scheme or what? Go ahead, Em.
Can I
Go
please
ahead, Em.
respond, Pete, to that Bills fan, right? So to make this narrative that Tua requires a bigger body guy with a bigger catch radius.
I didn't say that. I
Hang on,
said Tua. Okay, go
I
ahead.
did not interrupt you.
I'm sorry.
So at the end of the day, that's a league-wide narrative, right? Every coach is trying to find Justin Jefferson, right? Julio Jones, Megatrons of the world. That's not a
Not
Tua-related
Chris
issue.
Greer. We passed
That
on
is
him for Noah
so.
Igbenogany.
What the thing with Tua again, like pretty much like Josh Allen, to your point. Reason why they targeted a receiver with the skill set of Stephon Diggs, right? Very similar to Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, guys that are shiftier, right? That can get
Not
off.
similar. No, Diggs
Hang
and
on.
Hill aren't
Can I
similar at
please
all.
finish? He's not a
Well,
bigger
you're making
body
wrong
guy.
statements.
He's
That's
not
why
a
I'm trying to
catch
correct
radius
you.
receiver. He's a quick, fast, shifty guy that can get open relatively quickly, right? That's Stephon Diggs' skill set. That just came out of your mouth, Mark. You just said that 20 minutes ago.
No, I didn't.
So if Tua needs those type of receivers, right? When you just highlighted in his first 2 years, he was terrible in terms of accuracy, sub 60% accuracy in his first 2 years. Why did they go target a guy with that type of skill set? It helped him get those numbers up, right? Gives him a quick, easy target, right? Which contributes, and again, to his, in terms of his completion percentage going up, right? If Tua needs those type of guys, Josh Allen clearly needs those type. That same type of receiver. So again, you're all over the fucking place, Mark. You're just up here.
I'm not.
You're up here
okay.
talking
First of all,
out the side. You're out here talking out your ass, bro.
with you. I want to have a legitimate conversation without insulting,
But you
without
can't
degrading, and
when
try
you're
using
all
my
over the
name,
place,
please.
Mark.
I'm not all over the place.
You cannot because you've been contradicting yourself since you got up here.
You just can't stop talking is what your problem is.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
I just can't destroy you. But go ahead. I can't stop
you're not
destroying
destroying
you.
me by any
But go
means
ahead.
because this is all about the way teams approach their offense. Diggs was brought in because yes, he could get open quickly, but what Diggs did not have, and what Hill does have, is he has the ability to not only get open quickly, but he has the ability to accelerate and improve on yards after the catch. Diggs did not have, and nor does he have it now because he's diminished.
Nobody brought that up. Nobody brought that up. We're talking about third year Josh Allen. We're not talking about Josh Allen in what?
We're talking about Josh Allen in the third year of Diggs. Diggs didn't. Why was Buffalo 32nd in the league? Wait a minute, Pete. Let me finish. Why was Buffalo 32nd in the league when Stephon Diggs was the primary target? Because Diggs did not have the ability for yards after the catch.
I'm talking about third year Josh Allen.
Would you open your ears and shut your mouth and listen to something?
Come on, man. Keep it clean, Mark.
I said.
Anyway, but go ahead.
Third year with Diggs, or third year with Diggs, first year. Why was Buffalo 32nd in the league in yards after the catch?
I'm not talking about yards after catch. I said nothing about yards after catch.
You can't jump on Mark because
I said nothing about yards after catch, bro. What I said was guys that are shifty, that are good in confined areas, that can get open relatively quickly. That's all I said. I said nothing about a vertical element. I said nothing about a yards after catch, bro.
But I'm talking about an effective offense and one that wins. One that wins in Buffalo, and what they're looking for is
I'm not concerned about what wins in Buffalo. I am not concerned about Buffalo. What I am here to address is to what you tried to highlight, that a specific type of receiver that Tua needs to flourish, to be productive with. My rebut to that was, if you can sit out here at one side of your mouth and say it about Tua, you can say it about fucking Josh Allen, because the Buffalo Bills went and got the same type of fucking receiver in his fucking third year. That is a fact.
Well, I'll tell you what I can say. I'd much rather have Brian Thomas as my third receiver than having Chop Robinson, who has 11 sacks in 3 years.
Oh, well, now we're skipping the conversation because you just got destroyed yet again.
Mark, how much draft capital did you guys give up for Stephon Diggs when you traded for that guy?
We traded the pick straight up and gave up the pick that became Justin Jefferson.
So you just gave up 1 first-round draft pick to get Stephon Diggs.
Yep.
And you pretty much, they can sit here and say Justin Jefferson is better, which is completely true. But you guys went the safer route to get a proven, real deal receiver that wasn't happy in Minnesota at the time.
Yeah, Josh Allen needed an established
so you guys didn't
receiver.
win or lose.
He wasn't going to develop with a rookie. Justin Jefferson was the better player, and Buffalo, quote, lost on the trade. I agree. But for what Josh Allen needed at that time, he needed to develop confidence in a receiver that could be shifty and could get open quickly. He didn't separate. He didn't separate in Minnesota either, and he didn't separate in Buffalo. But in essence, what they did is they traded Diggs for Jefferson straight up. 4 years later, they turn around and get a number 2 pick from Houston, which is actually, in point of fact, Minnesota's pick next year. So who really wins the trade in the long term when you got to pay Justin Jefferson $32 million and Buffalo's got a receiver that they're going to pay $895,000? Who wins? Bills win 4 division titles. Did the Vikings win 4 division titles? No.
Did they win a Super Bowl? Have they won a Super Bowl yet?
Have you won a Super Bowl since 1973?
I'm asking you a point. I'm asking you, have you ever won a Super Bowl? Have y'all ever won?
No, but I'm a lot closer than you are.
You. Well, you can't talk to us, bro. You can't talk shit to us. We actually do have Lombardi trophies in our trophy case at Dolphins headquarters. You can't say the fucking same thing, bro.
You mean they haven't rusted yet?
Yeah, but you know what?
You can't say the same fucking thing, bro.
Yeah.
You're not even old enough to remember those Super Bowl trophies. I watched those.
Matter of fact, Mark, y'all are known as the biggest choke. Y'all are known as the fucking. Your franchise is known as the biggest fucking choke artist in 100+ year history of this league.
You know,
so you really gonna sit up here and talk about Lombardi trophies,
not just the league,
when y'all fucked off 4 Super Bowl appearances in a row?
Run their mouths over Super Bowl trophies that you never saw.
I'm just asking you a question, Mark. I'm trying to have a. I'm trying to have a productive conversation with you, Mark.
Sports.
I can call you people out because you don't know because you weren't there. I watched those games because I was 15 and 16 and 72 and 73.
It don't matter,
Mark.
The history has been recorded. It has been documented. It is official. What we do know is we have Lombardi trophies in our trophy case, and you all do not. This is a fucking fact.
Where are your AFC East?
I don't give a fuck about AFC East titles. We're about Lombardis. We're about Lombardis.
Mark, the 2 things could be
true. We have more AFC East titles too, Mark.
We at least do have Super Bowl trophies in our trophy case. But then
we won
but then again, Mark. But then again, Mark, what matters is right now, right? Because if you really think about it, in 1972, the world wasn't the best world than it was back then. Admit it, Mark.
Actually, the world was a much better place in 1972 than it is now.
No, it wasn't.
What's your point? What's the point you're trying to make, Pete? What are you trying to say, Pete?
The point that I'm trying to make is, 2 things could be true. We do have Super Bowl. But then again, I agree with Mark. I do believe Bills are closer to winning the next Super Bowl than it is us, bro.
Well,
that's the problem.
Talking about some goddamn double agent.
We talk
about some double agent type of shit, bro. You should be ashamed of yourself, Pete.
Well, let's bring
You're
up
a fucking double agent right now.
Hold on, Mark. You know what's funny?
You're ridiculous.
Talk about double agent.
Based on that standard,
Nixon
was the greatest president we've ever had.
Go to the playoffs.
And Pete, you can get you can get your behind about the fan base too, and go right over there to Bills Mafia, bro. And goddamn it, nobody gonna bat an eyelash. You playing with this double agent shit, bro? You need to stop.
And EM, we'll be glad to take Pete as a fan because you could stay with the Dolphins and you can lose division after division, year after year. You can lose playoff games year after year, which is what you're going to do.
Isn't that what you did? Isn't that what y'all been doing?
Y'all 4 years, $220 million, and you leave.
Isn't that what y'all been doing? Isn't that what the Bills? Isn't that what Buffalo's been doing? Have you gotten to the Super Bowl yet?
I'm going to the playoffs every year. I'm winning playoff games every year. What are you doing?
Y'all are the biggest fucking choke artists. You choked away a fucking what was it? A 4-point lead with 12 seconds to go, right? Up in Kansas City. You choked that away, right? You choked away 4 straight Super Bowl fucking appearances, right? You fucked that off, right? Y'all are known as the biggest fucking choke artists in the history, the 100+ year history of this fucking league. And you got the audacity to come up here and try to stick your bird chest out about fucking Lombardi. fanbase and how y'all have a long line of history of winning, bro. Fuck out of here. Your fucking franchise is a joke, and you a fucking you're an even bigger joke. Get the fuck out of here.
You've proven EM in this time frame that you can swear, but you're not proving anything about football knowledge. You're proving nothing about that.
Bro, I've been I have absolutely I've been killing you all since I came up here. Are you serious?
In your opinion, but not on.
Bro, I've been bodying you ever since I got up here. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Y'all don't let these these idiots, goddamn it, come up on our panels. Y'all need to stop, Pete. Hey, at least get somebody up here that knows what they're fucking talking about.
You can't complain about the parties that you guys see out.
Maybe you upset some other Bills fans.
The only one in their fan base that knows, that has a good understanding of the game, grasp of the game, is that Josh Allen is the next John Elway guy. He's proven right.
What I'd like to do with you at this
he's
point
the most knowledgeable one that I've come across.
Do me a favor. You've insulted me for enough. Let's do a favor.
Dan Mitchell.
Let's talk about the 1972 Miami Dolphins, because you were of course giving them the rose for being the first undefeated team and winning the Super Bowl. So let's talk about my 1972 Dolphins against your knowledge of the 72 Miami Dolphins. Okay?
We're in the history.
So this way I can prove to the rest of the people that are on chat about who knows about Miami Dolphin football. Would you like to do that, or would you like to just run like a coward like I think you are?
I want to Fred. What does
that prove, Mark? What do you? The 72 Dolphins has more than what the Dolphins, more than what
Fred
the Bills will accomplish.
No, because I'm being told I don't know anything about your franchise. So you're talking about the very best team in your franchise's history. Let's talk about either the 72 or the 73 Dolphins, who I think were a better football team, by the way. And let's talk about those teams, and let's talk about those players, and let's talk about how you won those titles and who you competed against, and any other elements. And let's talk about how much you really know about your beloved Miami Dolphins.
Tell them how you feel about talking about that right now.
They're like years ahead of any Bills team that will ever.
Yeah, I want you to tell him how you feel about talking about that.
Like, what's your point, Mark?
My point is the fact that EM, I don't think you know as much football as you think you do, and I'm just trying to prove it out.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so the floor is yours.
Look, man, I don't
understand. Hang on, Fred. No, you said you want to prove that EM is I am not as knowledgeable as I think I am. Well, the floor is yours. Please put me to the test.
All right. Who was the second place team in the AFC East in 1972, and what was their record?
I have no idea, bro.
I guess that kind of qualifies as one. It's okay. Let me ask you again.
I have no clue.
What was the score of the Super Bowl in the 1973 Super Bowl after the 72 season? Who did you play, and what was the score?
Man, that's a tough one. That's a good one.
No,
I have no clue about that.
You over here claiming the 72 undefeated season, and you don't even know the Super Bowl score.
The Vikings.
No. I don't know the Super Bowl score. Hey, bro, I went around for that. I don't know. I have no idea what that was about.
You don't know.
Wow. But you can go ahead and,
if I don't know something, I don't know something, bro. Like
how many?
Mark, I just told you,
Mark. You want me to tell you how much?
It was the Minnesota Vikings, 24-7.
I'm gonna tell you the first.
No, you're actually wrong. It was the Washington Redskins. You won the game 14-7.
Mark.
Okay, that's cute. That's real cute. Anybody can Google that. Anybody can Google that. That's real cute. But what I do know is this. Hang on. Hang on, Pete.
Let me tell Mark something.
The Redskins was our first
Dolphin fan nerd.
You're not gonna let me address him, Pete? I can't address him, Pete.
Yes, but I'm telling Mark something real quick. I know how the Miami Dolphins scored their first ever touchdown as a franchise. And
so do I. Joe Auer ran a kickoff back 95 yards.
Anybody can Google that fucking information.
John R. ran it, and he's a local.
Anybody can Google that fucking information.
What team did Joe Auer get taken from in the entry draft?
Anybody can Google that fucking information.
You can't.
But let me ask you this though. I'll tell you what EM Dolphin fan can do, right? And it's been well established year after year,
he
right?
He can stick his dick up his ass and come.
Okay,
that's cute. That's cute. That's why I said the Vikings.
What EM Dolphin fan can do is this, right? I can go into
and Travis,
hang on.
He said 73.
Hang on. I can go into the collegiate arena, right? In year. Let's say in 2024, right?
I can't believe you didn't know the score of the 72
Hang on, hey, bro. Hey, I'm guilty. kill? What you gonna do? Shoot me? So what? But what
That'd be a
Ian
good
can
idea. At
do?
least we have to listen to
Right,
you.
hang on, please.
And
Can I
David
finish?
just did a check. Go ahead.
Hang on. What EM Dolphin fan can do, and again, the receipts are printed out, right, and been distributed. They're available. What EM can do consistently is year after year go into the collegiate arena, right, and scour the thousands of players that are that play at the collegiate level, anticipating what the following year's draft is going to look like. What I can do is go scout, right, evaluate, and pick out fucking players that I think would be ideal fits for the Dolphins based off what they have going on in their program, right? And the team actually, the following year in the draft, they actually draft those fucking players. EM does that. Dolphin fan does that. I'm not the only one, but EM Dolphin fan does that. Can you do that? Can you do that, Mark? Can you do that, Mark? No. Answer my question. You asked me.
Yes, I can.
Oh, when can you prove it? Can you prove it?
Yes, I have.
When did it happen? When did it happen? When did you go and evaluate? And I'm not talking about. And I'm not talking about going to listen to fucking Mel Kipers of the world and listen to fucking Todd McShays of the world or Daniel Jeremiah's of the world. I'm talking about going to find hidden gems, right, in the undrafted arena, in the 6th, 7th, 5th, 6th, 7th round arena, right, that nobody's talking about on on front page news. Can you do that?
Can I.
No, you can't. You can't. Stop it. You've never done it. If you have, prove it.
How do you know? Excuse me.
Prove it.
Okay, Nostradamus. How do you know what I've done and not done?
Prove it.
I did. I
prove it.
I did mock drafts this year.
Prove it.
You ain't done drafts for you guys. I did mock drafts for my son-in-law's
shut the fuck
team.
up. You've never done that because you don't have that fucking ability, bro. All you do is sit up here and regurgitate evaluations, what you hear on other people do, other people that have platforms, either national media or the local media arena, bro, or YouTube or whatever. Get the fuck out of here. You're not on the level. You don't have a seat at that fucking table, bro. Stop it. Close your goddamn mouth and listen, and you might learn something.
From who?
They gotta make
you don't even score. You don't even know the first Super Bowl that you won. Give me a break. I'm sorry. You can insult and degrade all you want, but the point is, I have the knowledge, I have the history, and I have the intelligence. When I'm up on a line, you come up here and you just spew and swear. So where's the difference between you and I?
No. When did I swear? I didn't swear at that point. I asked you. I asked you a simple question, right? But you can't answer because you don't have a seat at that table, bro. Because you can't do that. So who is actually on the level and who's not?
What does your panel show? Because if you don't have a panel show, you don't have you are given a courtesy seat by Pete to be on his.
No. Yeah. Okay. No. Fuck off. No. Pete ain't give me a courtesy of anything, bro.
The first overall pick.
No. Trust me on this.
Red, White, and Bills said he predicted the first overall pick. That's what he said.
Pete fucking benefits.
Red, White, and Bills. That's what he
said. Pete benefits by having me on his panel more so than he benefits. Trust me on that.
Mark, let me tell you two guys something. Let me tell you two guys something. I am honored to have Fred, Crypto, EM, and Mark all up here at the same time, and I appreciate you guys' time, and this is between you guys, so I'm just saying, I'm honored to have you guys up here with me.
You won't even let me talk, Pete. Go ahead with that.
So anyway, Pete, I'm gonna get up out of here, bro.
You're being the one over top, bro. You got
Red, White, and Bills fan has made his, stamp in the Bills community. Red, White, and Bills.
Hey, I'm gonna get up out of here, Pete. I'm gonna let y'all have it. I just had to come do the Lord's work. I identified an idiot, and I had to get him out the way. I had to really put him in their fucking place, just like I did, right? So, Mark, I want to say to you, my friend.
What football thing did you?
So I want to say to you, Mark, right? Whenever I see you, and again, I'd let you make it for the most part. I had left you alone, but when I hear you coming up on our panels, right, misinforming to the level that you were doing for about 2.5 hours now, right? Expect this same approach from EM Dolphin fan when I see you, right? I'm not on the internet.
Was that rambling with no purpose?
So when I make you look like a buffoon, right? Expect this same approach.
Yeah, but that's all right.
Oh yeah, okay. Anyway, so I'm gonna get up out of here, Pete. I came here to do the Lord's work. I'm here again. You know my approach to the community. I'm trying to get these idiots up out of the fan base, right? I'm doing everything I can to get them up out of it, to get them out of the way. So I'm gonna get up out of here, Pete. Appreciate you having me up. Crypto, you still a hoe. Fred, salute to you, man. Until next time, gentlemen. Y'all be good.
Appreciate it,
I
Ian.
appreciate
What
you,
the hell
Ian.
I do, Em?
Salute to you
Hey, I
too,
ain't say nothing
Ian.
bad about Wimby.
You
Wimby's the
notice,
guy.
Fred, I heard you laugh on
I
EM
didn't say
saying the
nothing bad
Lord's
about
work.
Wimby.
You know what? You got to respect EM because the Lord's work is defending the logo by any means necessary.
Yeah.
So,
Oh man. Hey, Pete, you know
You
what,
know,
Pete?
Pete,
I
I'm
just
really sad because I
wanted
didn't
to
have a
say,
chance. I didn't have a chance to question
hold
EM
up, Mark.
on
Hold up,
his
Mark,
knowledge of
man.
the
You just had a
No,
whole
Lewis
hour,
said
Mark.
something bad
Hold up,
about
man. Hold
Wimby.
up.
We gotta,
Hold up, Mark.
we
You
gotta,
just had a
talk
whole
to
hour,
Lewis
bro.
about that.
You just had a whole hour, but I just wanted to get this across, man, that when it comes to the second and third receivers, why is Tua one of the lowest ranked quarterbacks there is, bro? In the
Tua
game.
has okay.
He's the worst.
Fred,
He's
let
one
me
of the
give you a very
worst.
respectful
Wait a minute,
opinion
I don't
on
get,
my
I don't get
my
your
thoughts
point,
about
Fred. What
Tua.
do you mean?
What I'm saying is Tua. My whole point is why I'm saying the man is the spot thrower, bro. And when it comes to going to your second and third wide
But you
receiver, bro,
said something about
he's like one
third
of the
receiver.
worst.
What they got to do with spot throwing, Fred? I'm
Okay, what
confused
that's
now,
got to do
Fred.
with spot throw. What I mean by with this, okay, this is what I mean by the spot throwing. If your first read is, you know what I'm saying, it happens to slip or it's all right, he's jammed up a little bit. I still don't need you to throw that ball in that spot because that timing is gone. Now this is where I get to where he's one of the worst at the second read, bro. Your second or third wide receiver. He's one of the worst at that completion percentage. This is all I was getting ready to say.
Okay,
One of the
Fred.
worst.
So you're
One
saying
of
his
the
And I'm
worst
completion
at
percentage
going to
goes
the
down?
second wide
points
My
here.
receiver.
bad, Pete. I forgot I had to address Fred about the whole spot
Yeah,
throwing
that's
narrative.
right. That's right. You must have heard me on that. You must have heard me. Did you hear what I just said? All right.
May I, Pete? May I address Fred? Because I was going to address him like 10 minutes ago. I
Go ahead,
forgot
Ian.
about it. I got off track.
Go ahead, Ian. Go ahead.
May I please have the floor to address Fred? Pete? Okay, well, Fred, listen. See, again, I'm addressing you right now, but this is an issue. Hang on. Okay, hang on, Fred, but this is a much bigger issue because you're not the first person to put that dumbass shit out in the fucking community. TD, hang on. TD is, and this is not a situation where I haven't discussed this already with TD, which is why I'm bringing him up right now when he's not here to defend himself, because I've already had this conversation with TD in the past, right? So the narrative came up, and I'm addressing you right now. TD is the one that put that out in the community. And I warned him, I cautioned him not to do that, right? Because
just go ahead. What you say? Go ahead. What you want to say? Go ahead. Don't leave TD out.
Hang on. Not only does it misinform, right, but A and then B, every quarterback, right, that has played in the National Football League, they're taught to throw to spots. Another term for throwing to spots is called being anticipatory. So when you're talking, the reason why, right, quarterbacks, no matter who it is, every quarterback that has played in this league are taught to do that. And there, some schemes are more relying upon being anticipatory based off the skill set of the quarterback than others. But at the end of the day, every quarterback is taught for the most part to throw to spots. And the reasons why is because the players are bigger, faster. The windows close a lot faster than on a collegiate or high school level, right? So I don't care how Josh Allen's got probably arguably one of the top 5 strongest arms that I've ever seen in the National Football League. And we see how when he struggles when he just relies on his arm, it gets him in trouble, right? That this idiot Mark just said that about 20 minutes ago. So and again, that might be the only legitimate thing that he actually said over his 2.5 to 3 hours on this panel today. So in terms of that being a negative about a quarterback being throwing the spots, every quarterback is taught to be anticipatory, quote unquote, to throw to spots, right? You heard Kurt Warner address this. You've heard Derek Carr address this. You've heard Louis Riddick address this. You've heard JT O'Sullivan on Finside the NFL, who played in the league, I think, 12 years, right? Reason had him on his show, and he did a 5-minute breakdown on why quarterbacks are taught to throw to spots. So this narrative out there is fucking ridiculous. I caution TD not to put that out because he said it privately, and again, I might be revealing too much, but again, this is not a conversation that I've never had with him. I've had this conversation with him, right? Caution him not to make that public information, because I say you sound like a complete idiot when you say that, TD, because every quarterback is taught to throw the spots. So I caution you to stop saying that, Fred, because you sound like, no disrespect, like an absolute buffoon, bro, when you sit up here trying to spin that as a negative. You're actually You're actually very complimentary of Tua, and you're not even realizing that you're complimenting him.
Yeah, I do give him his props when they're due, bro. It's what it is. When he do good, hey man, I'm all for him. But man, when I see some bonehead throws, man, like look, man, like that's not there. Why are you trying to fit that in there? You don't even have the arm for that. You know what I mean? Don't even do it. You know what I'm saying? You look like the easiest quarterback for teams to bait to me right now, bro. You know what I'm saying? This is all for what I see here. Am I still on? Can you hear me? Because my shit be going in and out.
I hear you loud and clear, Fred, and I know exactly.
Hang on real quick. Let me fucking address this Scar 305 idiot, right? So were you? I wanna ask you, Scar 305. Were you privy to that private phone call that me and TD was on discussing this whole spot throwing narrative? Were you on that other end? No, you were not. So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This is not starting no beef with TD. This is a conversation that I had with him multiple times. And matter of fact, I've got several people that can confirm that fucking conversation. So you don't know what the fuck you talking about, bro.
Damn.
So get the fuck out of here. So at the end of the day, again, I want to reiterate, I am addressing for the spot throwing narrative, and I'm just bringing that and again, I'm giving Fred some leeway in this regard, because again, he ain't the one that put that dumbass shit out in the community. TD did, and again, I was very upset with TD. Expressed that to him to his face about this whole narrative. He knows that, I know that. So when these idiots like Scar, these females like Scar 305, go back and run back and tell them, "Oh, you was talking shit about you." No, TD know exactly what when he hears this, and he's probably listening right now. He just ain't saying anything. When he hears this conversation, he knows I'm telling 100% truth. So I don't give a fuck about what these fucking his minions and these fucking idiots are trying to start right now, bro. Fuck out of here.
Ian, before you go, bro, let me ask you this one thing real quick, bro. What are one of the things you think Tua can improve on and amplifying his game more?
Well, Fred, again, I want to reiterate, right? I want every quarterback to work on every aspect of their game every single year, because as long as you're willing and striving to be great, the results generally do follow. So I want with that out of the way, with that being said, hang on. I am, Fred. I'm just saying, let me get that out of the way first and foremost. Okay. Now, where I think Tua's game can really go to another level, right, is his ability off script. Right. Again, go back to my evaluation on Tua 2019, 2020, right? His first 2 years of Miami Dolphin, 2021, and also in the first year now going into the third year of Mike McDaniel's offense. To me, I think we all know what his issues were, that, his shortcomings were as being a drafted player, a compromised player physically, right? We all were aware, the ones that really know actually the details of football, right? We all knew and highlighted and documented his issues. He's addressed probably 80-90% of those issues. He's just got one level to get to, in my opinion, for him to get to really cement himself as a legit, right, top 3 to 5 guy in the NFL at his respective position. And I think the element of his game that has regressed and that needs some development for the most part is his ability to play off script. If he does that, and again, it's not just a physical issue, I think it's more of a mental one. He's programmed, he's a pocket quarterback, so he's been programmed all his life to win from the pocket, right? This is what he's been taught to do. This is what he's been bred to do. Tua needs to be cross-trained, right, on when to not be so reliant on the script, on the play call, on the timing of the play, right? He needs to be more aware, self-aware, and scheme-aware was when the defense takes away what the initial play call is and take away the area of the field that you are initially targeting, right? Post-snap. He needs to, and again, that's not necessarily a physical issue. It's a mental thing, right? He needs to program himself. Mike McDaniel needs to wire him a little different. And when he needs to be in a position where he recognizes those opportunities a little more consistently than what we've previously seen. So if he does that, right, he's able to extend, not only make a play with his legs, because I think Tua has more than enough athleticism to at least be a threat, right, with his legs whenever the play call dictates, right? But if he does that, not only make a play with his legs, but extend the play in order to make a play with his arm down the field, I think he has flashed that ability. So if he's more consistent in that area, I'm 100% convinced Tua will submit himself as a top 3 to 5 receiver for the next 5 to 10 years.
Okay.
I think Lewis said he was on that call, Em. That's what he said. He was on the call.
I got another question for
Lewis
you,
got some insight on that call.
Do you think that? What do you think about Tua is deserving of this contract? I say 50 plus million, bro, because he was able to stay healthy, man. What do you think? Because he was able to stay healthy is the main reason why he should be getting a contract like this, bro?
No, I think not only his ability to stay healthy, right, but his elevated level of play. Tua has earned the contract, bro. I don't think he's earned, again, until he reaches that level I just highlighted, right? Tua has not earned the right to reset the market. That's just my opinion. But he has earned a contract worthy to be paid amongst the top 10 of his peers. That is a fact.
Let me ask you a question.
He is one of the 10. He's one of the best 7 to 10 best quarterbacks in the National Football League. I have him around 7, right? I think that's the sweet spot for Tua. But he needs to be. He has earned the right to be compensated accordingly.
I want to know about that phone call, Em. Lewis said something about that phone call. I'm trying to figure out what's going on that call. Lewis got some insight on that call.
Lewis is just privy to that information. He knows 100% that what I said was 100% factual.
Hey, I need some insight. I need some insight.
I just asked you that, Em, because I hear these football analysts, whatever they are, they say
keep me out of the loop.
You need to pay Tua because he proved that he could stay healthy, bro. You know what I mean? And his proven to stay healthy, I mean, I don't think it's proven. I think I think it was what it was. Not putting yourself in danger, you know what I mean, of getting hurt, which quarterbacks should do. But that's not proof to me that, he's able to stay healthy. And what I mean by that is, not trying to create off script, not going for that half yard we need for first down and an important part of the game, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, so wait. What was your point again, Fred? My bad. Go ahead. That was a lot to process there. Can you repeat that again real quick? Fred, you there?
Yeah, I'm here now, man.
What'd you say again? What'd you say again?
Say it again, Fred. I think basically what he said was, in a 3rd and short situation, 3rd and 3, will Tua run that rock and pick up the first down?
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like whenever the play dictates, right? Again,
I believe by not trying to create off script, not trying to get that half a yard we need for a first down. You come up short on that. I don't believe that you don't prove to me that you can stay healthy, man. That's not proof to me that you can stay healthy.
Well, I mean, shit, Fred. I don't know what the fuck. I'm still trying to figure out what your fucking point is, Fred. I mean, what does that have to do with his health, though?
I'm trying to like not. I'm not buying that. You pay this man this money because he's proven that he can stay healthy. Shit, if I throw the ball, look here, Em. If I throw the ball in 1 second, 1.5, 2 seconds, you know what I'm saying, go down instead of trying to make things happen, bro. Yeah, I expect to get through the season healthy. You know what I'm saying?
I think your concern about health is misplaced, Fred. You're not the only one. Hey, hang on, Fred. Okay,
what injury scares you most, Fred?
Hang on. Let me address them real quick, Pete. I think you're concerned, and again, there should, well, let me say this: there should be a level of concern, but heightened concern to the level of a lot of our fan base has, and I think you have as well, Fred. I think it's misplaced a little bit. I think it might be a little overstated, because if you look at Tua in terms of your scenario that you brought up about him tucking the ball down, making a play with his legs to get that 3rd and 1, 3rd and short type of situation, right? To move the chains, right? Tua never got hurt in that scenario. Tua got hurt when he hang on to the ball trying to make something out of nothing, right?
You heard it right there, right, Fred? Hang on to the ball. Remember, I was talking about that earlier.
So that is when Tua, going back to college, that's what got him hit, run over by a bus in that Mississippi State game, right? When he held onto the ball way too long. If he just threw the ball out of bounds and lived to fight another day, the hip situation would have never been a situation. This has been a issue that not only myself, Reason, as well as others highlighted in college, and also again we've seen it since he's been a Dolphin fan. Whenever he holds onto the ball too long, right, as opposed to making a decision to go off script and bring up. Okay, remember when he got hurt in the Cincinnati game, right?
Yeah.
Tua had like 6 seconds. He had like 5.5 to 6 seconds to evaluate the field and make a play with either his arm or his legs. There was nothing but green turf in front of him. If Tua just elects, as opposed to hanging and staying in the pocket and trying to run around to evade the rush, why not just make a quick decision to go pick up that 5-yard slide, get down, and keep the chains moving?
Right.
Why not do that?
What?
Again,
you know what I'm about to say.
Hang on. That's why I say that's not necessarily a physical limitation. That's a mental. Tua's got to be programmed a little different. He's got to learn it. It's like a skill.
What I'm about to say to that? That's a big concern, and I'm sorry, Fred. I just got to say this because we spoke about this earlier. I know you want him to run in that situation. It makes sense all the time. But guess what? OBJ over here is going to be the reason why we're probably, and I hate to say it, we're probably going to relive that Cincinnati game, because that's the biggest injury. That's why I asked Fred, what concerns you? What injury? The injury that concerns me with Tua is probably one of the easiest NFL injuries to get. It's harder, I think, to break an ankle, to break an arm, than it is to get a concussion. And my fear with Tua is if he gets a concussion, he has to retire. The next concussion, he's done. And by us having, listen to me, EM, Tyreek Hill,
why would he need to retire?
Waddle, Crypto, I feel like he has to retire based on his Cincinnati concussion, bro. It's not normal. And then you got Tyreek Hill, you got Waddle, and now OBJ. He's not going to hold on to that ball and look to escape and run. Now he's going to feel pressured to hold on to that ball and look to see who he can throw it to, because in his mind, he has 3 elite wide receivers. And that's what I said earlier. That's probably going to be his downfall. Didn't I say that, Fred? Because he's going to have and didn't you bring that point up, Fred? Actually, it was you that actually brought that point up. Wasn't it not you?
Yeah, I
don't think he necessarily has to retire, though, Pete.
I know. I'm sorry if you feel differently about that. I honestly feel if Tua gets another concussion in the NFL, his game is over. It's retirement. I'm sorry. I have to feel
What
that.
if it's a mild concussion? That's
I disagree with that. It'd be different if he played linebacker. You know what? If he played linebacker, running back, a more position
it's levels.
that
could be a mild
there's more
concussion,
probability of consistent collisions.
I would prefer Tua to blow a knee.
I would be more inclined to entertain that, Pete, but no, the quarterback position, absolutely not, bro. He shouldn't retire if he gets another concussion.
Okay, EM.
Yeah, because the
man.
community don't want to talk about it, but I think that's what's hindering his contract as well, is his concussion, sustainability to concussions.
EM, doesn't seem to you like the longer the man has to hold the ball or maybe get outside the pocket, doesn't seem to you like, he starts to get highly erratic, bro.
Well, I'm not going to sit there and say that he don't, because, Tua has been, known, and this was an issue in college, right? And somewhat it's been an issue with, at this level as well. Not so much of an issue the last, I would say, under Mike McDaniel, but, it's about decision making. He's got to clean a lot of those bad decisions up. And again, this is just not a Tua issue. You can say that about every quarterback in the
but he's
league.
not going to
Patrick
have that
Mahomes.
issue no more. He has Odell as his number 3. Think about that.
Well, he again. You got to decide on where you're going to throw the ball before you actually throw it. So you got to process the play, right? The
but
flow,
even if,
what
like
the
Fred
defense is.
said, Fred pointed out, if he decides to hold on to it, I mean, what do you think is going to break open more often than not? A River Craycraft, a Braxton Berrios, or an Odell Beckham?
Odell, again, that should go a long way of alleviating. Absolutely. Yeah, he's going to get open a lot more consistent and a lot faster than Braxton Berrios, at least on paper right now. Now, we might get to training camp. We might see an elevated version of Craycraft.
That's what I'm saying.
What happens if OJ anything is possible. But as of right now on paper, no, Odell is a smart bet. Odell is a smart bet, right? He's the player, the more accomplished, more established player. We know what type of player he's been, and I think in his advanced age of 31, right, relative to the wide receiver position, he's still a more consistent, better, athletic, shiftier, faster version than what you had with Berrios and fucking River Craycraft.
Hey, EM, do you think he can? You think he can ever get that erraticness? I don't know if that's a fucking word or what. You ever think you can get that erraticness out of his head, bro? You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, for sure. Players
so.
develop. I don't understand why the narrative that, again, Tua, and whether you like him or not, right? What the data says, right? What the film says, what the health says, is that this is a player since drafted as a Dolphin. His shortcomings were identified, were highlighted, were documented at that time. And you compare that player to the player that he is now, right? He's virtually gotten better in almost like 90% of the areas that he was deficient in from year 1 to year 2 to year 3 to year 4, now going into year 5. So why is it that our fan base thinks that why is it that the fan base thinks that it's just out of the realm of possibility that he can't fucking take another step when all he's proven that he's gotten better, bro?
EM is pissing me off. You know what? I completely disagree with that.
Well, for telling the truth,
you know what?
For presenting facts,
I disagree.
Okay, but go ahead,
Pete. Let me finish. The things that Tua could not do when he came into the NFL, he's not taller. He's not less injury prone. He doesn't have a higher Wonderlic score than 13, which is a problem with decision making, which you keep saying. Well, he's got decision making.
Dan Marino had a 12 Wonderlic. Did that affect his play in his career?
He had physical NFL talent. That's the difference. It was a different league in 1983.
And what the fuck is the Wonderlic
that Tua had coming into the league are the deficiencies that he has now. He's gotten better at certain things because they gave him 2 stud wide receivers, and they gave him a system that emphasizes his ability. Congratulations to Mike McDaniel.
Which is what a coach and GM are supposed to do.
And if you're going to give him a 4-year, $220 million contract and pay him $55 million a year, and then as Fred said, if he gets another concussion, now you're stuck with that contract, and that money is not going to go away. It's going to come off your cap, and you're not going to have a quarterback. Good luck.
No. Well, you need to take the same approach that Bill Belichick took.
We got Skylar Thompson.
Hang on, Pete.
Remember that.
Hang on. Well, then this is what the focus and philosophical focus needs to shift to, right? If you're going to make, and I've been consistent by saying this, if you're going to make that level of investment, giving out the richest contract in our franchise's history to said player, right? Well, you need to take a page out of Sean Payton's book, out of Bill Belichick's book, out of fucking every other head coach, right? That had a quarterback that's not the most mobile at that respective position. You don't need to compromise on the O-line. The focus needs to be in certain areas of every team that coaches do not compromise in. O-line should be the priority with Tua, because what he has proven is that when protected and properly supported, he gives you top 5 for 3 years, going on 3 years in a row, top 5 worthy analytics and statistics. This is what that man has done. And these are just the facts, and they are unfucking disputed. You can argue about, well, he's going to get this, but he's going to get hurt. You can deal in the hypothetical world all you want to, but these are just the reality. These are the facts.
Okay, EM, as a draft aficionado, as you say you are, then why do you not take Graham Barton to enhance the offensive line and bypass a Chop
Because-
Robinson when you
Because the value
why do you do that?
Because why? Because you have to understand the nature of the NFL draft. The NFL draft is about value. Round 1 through 7 is about maximizing value, and every team, right, values certain positions. Generally, they're pretty much the same from a draft perspective. So when you're talking about a guard, right, and again, Chris Greer has shown you that again he can go into the second round and get higher, every round except the first, right? Addressing that position with, at other rounds other than the first.
Oh, you mean like moving up to get Eichenberg? Is that what you mean?
Hang on. Okay, well, again, that evaluation is still ongoing. We'll see.
Yeah, Mark,
So-
and like getting
Okay,
Raekwon
all right,
Davis
well,
in the
okay.
second round too,
Okay,
Mark.
and again,
Go ahead.
that same guy that you
Eichenberg.
shit on,
Mark.
the same guy that you shit on, he just signed a 2-year, $16 million contract with fucking Indianapolis. All these players that
This is
Chris Greer hit
Raekwon
on,
Davis all over again, Mark.
all of these players that you say that you're shitting on, these players that he drafts, they're signing record deals, right, in this fucking offseason.
Are
So
they
get
in
the fuck
Miami?
out of here with the narrative that the man
Are
can't
they
draft.
in Miami?
The rest of the league,
Is Robert Hunt currently in Miami? Is Connor Williams currently in Miami?
The rest of the league spoke up loud and clear, and they're telling you what the rest of the league thinks of Chris Greer's draft
Yeah,
picks.
the rest of the
now
league is
moving
saying
on,
we're gonna overpay for your guys who you drafted and you didn't win.
Now moving on, right, from a value perspective, right? Again, you're gonna prioritize coverage. You're gonna prioritize pass rush. You're gonna prioritize wide receiver, left tackle, and quarterback. Those are the first round are generally where you target those positions. And again,
you
every
didn't prioritize quarterback because you got Jalen Hurts, Jordan Love, and Joe. Well, you couldn't get Joe Burrow, and you have Justin Herbert,
right?
who are better quarterbacks.
Right, you brought up Jalen Hurts first, who could statistically, Tua has consistently graded out better than fucking Jalen Hurts. And again, in my opinion,
why does
Jalen Hurts is fucking overrated. And now,
but he's gone to a Super Bowl. And
have you been paying attention? Have you been paying attention to what's going on in Philly? How they allegedly have buyer's remorse on that contract they just gave him last year? Are you paying attention to what's going on in Philly?
I'm going to tell you that much right now.
Obviously, you're not. So I don't get the fuck out of here with Jalen Hurts. Overrated.
And by the way, you're going to be
the most talented team.
When you pay Josh Allen. Seriously,
Jalen Hurts played hurt all year, bro.
What's that?
Jalen Hurts played hurt all year, bro.
I don't know, but again, okay. Well, then Tua's been playing hurt. You don't give him the benefit of the doubt, so I'm not going to allow you to give. I'm not going to allow you to give Jalen Hurts or any other quarterback the benefit of the doubt either. If you're not going to give that said your quarterback, who's the quarterback of your team, the benefit of the doubt in these areas, well, I'm not going to allow you to do that with another quarterback of another fan base. Not doing it. Not doing it, Fred. Not doing it.
Jalen Hurts still tried to create off script.
Taking EM down to his knees.
Yeah.
Tried to create off script.
Okay. Back to the original point, right? That Mark attempted to make. Right?
By the way,
you have to understand the draft is about value. Chris Greer, he's going to prioritize pass rush in these other positions other than fucking guard.
To keep my quarterback upright is more valuable than a pass rusher who can't play the run and only has 11 sacks in college. But that's just me.
So you think so sacks are the end all be all?
It's not just you, Mark. I'm in agreement with you, Mark.
Do you not know he was in the top 5 for 2 years in a row in terms of pass rush win rate and fucking pressure percentage? So sacks are everything, right? Sacks are everything.
Think, you know what's crazy, Mark?
Again,
this
I don't even know why I'm even entertaining conversation with these fucking casuals, bro.
You know, honestly, that's what's pissing me off with this regime in Miami. They're actually overvaluing. Oh, he gets so much pressure. Bro, you could still get scored on with pressure. You could blitz and get scored on. We blitz Josh Allen and he throws it over the top and we still get scored on.
But see, when you listen to people talk about, when you're talking about the art of pass rush, hang on, Pete. Right? When you hear people in it, not EM Dolphin fan, right? Don't take my word for it, right? God, do not take my word for it, right? Listen to people that get paid. Hang on. Listen to people that get paid millions of dollars to, in the NFL that explain the art of the pass rush. The reason why they value pressure more so than sacks, because how often, over the course of a 60-minute football game, you are lucky to sack a quarterback twice, right? To bring him down twice on a defense, that is extraordinary. Twice out of 35, 40 plus dropbacks. But what you do have when pressure, why pressure and is so, is the priority, is because you have an opportunity to impact the launch point more consistently from a pressure perspective as opposed to a sack one.
You know what that sounds like
why
to me,
virtually every defensive mind in the NFL, they don't pay attention necessarily to fucking sacks, bro. Because there's so many other things that go into a sack being a play for the defense.
That sounds like a cornerback.
But I would not expect.
You know what?
I really don't expect casuals to understand that.
EM. Well, let me break it down to. No. Let me break it down to casuals that don't understand. A defensive end that only puts pressures and can't get production off sacks and close it down is like a cornerback that has sticky coverage but still gets the ball caught on them. What does it matter? You're always with the receiver. You're trailing him on his hip, and the receiver still catches the ball. You suck. You can't
Pete, you know what? T. Higgins in the
Pete,
Super Bowl against Jalen Ramsey.
I said, hold on, Mark. Pete, I said this to Pete earlier, man, with Chop Robinson, bro. I said, you said he could just create pressure. He's this fast dude. Okay. But what that quickness does and that pressure does, gets quarterback off the spot, Pete. Not only that, but your other defensive players are eating off of your pressure. You know what I'm saying? So and
so many people are concerned about Chop Robinson, right? So many people are concerned. Not me, not this guy, but there's a lot of our fan base that are concerned about his lack of sack production, right? Hang on. But his Penn State alum, his fellow Penn State alum, Micah Parsons. Go look up his sack total for his career, right? He wasn't even a defined edge player at Penn State. They moved him around a lot. He played off the ball. He played on the line of scrimmage, right?
Right.
His sack numbers were relatively pedestrian. And look at why did teams take it? Why did Jerry Jones select him with the 11th overall pick? Why? Is because of the athletic upside. Because the way he wins, the heightened level of athleticism, we hadn't seen very often at that position, and this is no different with Chop Robinson.
Did Micah Parson have Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb?
What's that?
Did Micah Parson have?
He had DeMarcus Lawrence. Did he not have DeMarcus Lawrence, who was a Pro Bowl first team All Pro?
Near his position.
I'm asking.
With his hands on his
bro.
No.
He's a DN too. He was an outside linebacker in that scheme too. What are you talking about, Pete? Don't do that. Don't fucking do that.
I have to do that because
he's got other players, again, productive players on that. Bro, their defense was in the top 10 last year. What are we talking about? And what is that even relative to the point? What's the point here, Pete, by you saying that?
That's what I said about Chop Robinson. Don't shit on him, bro. His pressure is going to let other players eat, man. It's going to get quarterbacks off their spot, man. When they see a guy like Chop Robinson probably coming off the edge, man. That's going to be in the quarterback's head alone.
Fred, we're not shitting on Chop Robinson yet, but
you
maybe
are,
we're just we're not shitting on him. We're passing gas.
And I'll do you one.
That's all we're doing.
That's QP, and I'll throw you one even better.
Fred, let me tell you something, Fred. Let me explain something to you. His lack of production in the run game, right? When they're running at him, he sucks at run stopping.
No, that's not true. No. That is not true, Pete. You are misinforming. You're misinforming.
God. How many tackles for loss did he have?
That's not an indication. Just because he might have the number.
How many total tackles did he have in 10 games started, 15 games played?
Tackles for loss, right? A gauge on how you can determine whether a player can set the edge or not. How is that? There's so many things that go in. Hang on. There's so many things that go into a player being able to just get into the backfield, bro. That's just not on one fucking player.
Yeah,
Come on, man. Y'all got to be better,
right
bro.
Please give me 2 minutes, and I'm going to interject something that's going to qualify this whole statement.
Let me finish.
Michigan versus
I'm
Penn
not
State.
done. I'm not done yet.
You're
Let me
never
finish.
done, EM. That's the problem.
I know. I'm never done educating. I'm never done educating. Don't get mad at me because people want to listen to me and not you. Don't get mad at me because people want to listen to me and not you. But again, I want to bring up Jalen Phillips, right? For his career in Miami. He didn't have a lot of overwhelming sack production at Miami. He did not. So Chris Greer, again, and he even slid based off his his RAS score. Jalen Phillips should have went in the top 10. But again, medicals caused him to slide to number 18. And again, 18, 21, that's a sweet spot to where he obviously selected Jalen Phillips and he got, Chop Robinson at 21. Well, again, this is a situation all over again without the medicals, right? Look at the sack production from a sack perspective. They didn't have very good numbers, but pressure-wise, they were at the top. They were at the top of their respective positions the year they came out. And again, this is another scenario to where Chris Greer is taking a chance, right, on the athletic upside because Chop Robinson, his RAS score is historic. Jalen Phillips' RAS score was historic. So this is yet another situation. So why can you blame Chris Greer, right, sitting there at 21 when you
the jury's still out, EM.
You were just in this scenario just 3 years ago when Jalen Phillips sitting on the fucking board. We now know how that worked out and how that has panned out, right? So can you blame him to not just ignore the exact same scenario of this exact same situation is staring you right in the face, and this is a more athletic version of the guy you took 3 years ago at number 18. Get the fuck out of here. Y'all are fucking clueless, bro.
Okay, are you done now? So I can go ahead and have something to say.
You can't blame nobody yet until after
What you say, Crypto?
Right.
What you said?
The jury's still out. You can't blame.
Can I please have 2 minutes and I can clarify this whole
hold
thing?
Hold on. Hey, Crypto, you said the jury's still out on who, bro?
On the decision with Chop Robinson.
True.
Okay.
Well,
Now
the man hadn't played a snap yet. He hasn't played one down yet.
Right.
EM, you said you are a draft guru. Let's go back to Penn State, Michigan.
Never said I was a draft guru. I just said I'm better than you. That's all I said. Better than you.
Okay, I'm going to finish my statement. Whether you want to talk over me or not, that's your choice. But Michigan played Penn State last year in a game that was going to potentially decide who was going to meet Ohio State for the Big 12 championship. Chop Robinson generated pressure on the first couple of dropbacks that Michigan tried. But what Chop Robinson has a problem doing is he has a problem setting the edge. Michigan then proceeded to run 32 consecutive running plays. I will give you example number 2 with your
not 32 times at Chop Robinson. That's not a Chop Robinson issue.
Penn State's defense.
So you're saying they ran 32 times at Chop Robinson? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is they ran 32 times with a majority of those coming at the side that Chop Robinson was in.
They ran the ball.
I'm going to give you one more example.
They ran the ball 32 consecutive times because they feared him they had nobody that could block him, so they took their chances on running the ball at him, right, at Penn State, as opposed to dropping J.J. McCarthy back 35, 40 times and letting this man wreck their fucking game. That is what happened.
Actually, what Mark is saying is actually what I heard, is that they changed the game plan during the game to run more at this guy and Chop Robinson, and I did hear that. So Mark,
you heard it from
ran the ball 32 times.
Buffalo versus Dallas.
You've heard it from.
Mike, we remember with the great Micah Parsons. You know what Buffalo did? Buffalo ran for over 276 yards, and they chose to do it when Micah Parsons.
He's terrible against the run. He's terrible. Micah Parsons is terrible against the run.
Let's say you're a team like Buffalo who has a dominant running game with dominant offensive linemen. You think they're going to let Josh Allen throw 50 passes against Miami? They're going to run the football down your throat because you have a lousy defensive line and you've got injured linebackers.
Oh, really? They're lousy? They're lousy. Number 4 against the run last year.
Really, Mark?
Number 4 against the run last year. That's lousy.
I'm not sure that's the hill you want to die on, Mark. I'm not sure that's
number 4 against the run last year, but we're lousy.
Christian Wilkins is with the Raiders. Ogba's
Well,
out of the league right now.
Well, I'll
tell
tell
me
you
who
one
your
better.
defensive line is right now.
Not only do I think Tia Tart is the front runner to be the starter, which I think
Oh my
from a run
God!
perspective,
And Benito Jones,
absolutely
and
from a run
Brandon
perspective.
Peely, are you kidding me? You've got to be kidding me.
That's why you get cussed out, Mark, man.
Pete, if I might have to let me get the floor for 2 minutes. Let me educate this fucking idiot yet again, right? So again, he's putting all the emphasis on the deal on one position, right? And again, I want to be clear. Christian Wilkins, there will be a drop off individually, right? No matter who's again on paper as we're having this conversation right now. Christian Wilkins is at the top of his position from a run defense. He regressed a little bit last year, but he's been known to be a much better one of the upper tier run defenders in the league. So I think we can safely forecast there will be somewhat of a drop off until proven otherwise.
Yeah,
right?
Shake Money. Answer your question, Shake Money. That's a good one. He is doing that right
now. However, I'm not concerned so much about an individual, right? Obviously, Chris Greer is not either, because look at the collective of players that they brought in, and not only, right, you got Tia Tart that is very good against the run, not as consistent. He's not a volume type of player that Christian Wilkins is, but they're not bringing him in to be that type of high volume player that Christian Wilkins was, right? You got Benito Jones, right? You got guys that you can plug in there, right, with a specific skill set. And again, they're not asking them to be the complete player that Christian Wilkins is. But you know where this is with an area of improvement, right? That a lot of our fan base are overlooking. Not only, again, did you address it with quantity at that defensive tackle position, but what did you do? You combine that with the improvements that they made at the second level in Jordan Brooks. I think Jordan Brooks, right, is going to be absolutely phenomenal in in this Anthony Weaver led defense. Phenomenal, right? So Chris Greer, this is the mind. Hang on, no. Let me finish. No, I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. Let me finish. I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. Let me finish. So I think the mindset. This is what I know the mindset was to be with Chris Greer, not only him but Anthony Weaver, because again, he's only moving at the instruction of Anthony Weaver on who he wants to target for agency to add to his defense. If they're forecasting a drop-off at one position, at the defensive tackle position early on, right? And again, I think it's safe to make that assumption. If they're going to forecast drop-off, well then, at the end of the day, when you compare Christian Wilkins against the run against Tia Tart against the run, if the drop off between those two players is not big as the fucking Grand Canyon, right? If they're closer in terms of run production, well then how can you overcompensate for that drop off? Well, you get better, you get a player that's bigger, faster, stronger, more instinctive at the second level, that's better at getting off, processing, taking on blocks, stacking and shedding, consistently getting off blocks and making plays. And we all know that was a big area of concern for Jerome Baker since we fucking drafted him. So that's why you go and make the move for Jordan Brooks and an Anthony Edwards, players that excel, right, that are much better in areas that Jerome Baker was weak in. And you combine that with David Long, I'm safely forecasting overall the defense against the run. I don't think at the end of the season, right, when they tally up all the statistics and all the grades, right, I don't think there will be relatively much difference between that fourth-ranked rush defense we saw with Christian Wilkins. I think it will be relatively the same, or we got the potential to be even fucking better.
Yeah. Let me just take a question on that. You've got Baltimore, you've got Pittsburgh, you've got Kansas City, you've got Cincinnati, and you have Buffalo. Those are all power dominant teams that can run the football with strong offensive lines. How does your team match up currently against those types of teams that also have passing weapons on top of it, or a special quarterback?
I just told you.
Like Lamar Jackson.
I just told you. And also, one thing that I didn't add in,
80% of the teams you named, we don't even play this season.
Hey,
we haven't even played yet.
Hey,
so how do we know?
I didn't even add this into the equation,
those are
right?
Teams that are going to be in the playoffs, guys, and those who are definitely going to have to play.
I didn't even add this into the equation.
You can't play.
Hang on, Crypto. Hang on. I didn't even add this into the equation. I just highlighted personnel, right? We're not even talking about schematically that, okay, if we can forecast a lot of what we've seen in Baltimore, they love to run that single high shell, which means that eighth man 80% of the time is going to be down in the box. That alone, the scheme alone, combined with the personnel additions that they brought in, and you add the scheme with that which is why you targeted Jordan Poyer, because, yeah, absolutely, he is older. He's lost a step. He's a glorified linebacker right now, but what he can do, he's extremely disruptive, closer to the line of scrimmage. He can still process with the best of them, right? Very good at playing through traffic. This is why you target a player like that, to play him closer to the line of scrimmage, and you keep Javon Holland as that last line of defense.
Offenses.
So you combine all of that. This is a better version of what
Henry and Lamar Jackson. How are you going to do that?
This is a better version defensively than what we saw last year.
I don't think so. I think it's a significantly worse defense in Miami, and I think you're going to have all kinds of problems when you deal with.
Of course, you would say that, but you shitted on Fangio, if my memory serves me correctly.
That are going to overrun.
You shitted on the defense last year, did you not? You shitted on the defense last year, did you not? You shitted on the defense last year, did you not? At this time last year, I heard your dumb ass up on different panels taking a massive dump on the fucking defense last year. So yeah,
actually, what I did is I took a dump on your 53-man roster, not your defense.
So we're sitting here supposed to listen to you and take your word seriously, bro? Fuck out of here.
But what I told you didn't have is depth, and what you didn't have is depth, and when it came down to push come to shove,
okay,
because you didn't have a good, solid 53.
Yeah, that hindsight, that rear view mirror you got right now, bro, it's a beautiful thing. Fuck out of here. So anyway, I'm up out of here.
All you can say is get the F out of here. Yeah, I'm not impressed with you.
I bodied you all day, bro. I've destroyed you all day, so I'm gonna get up out of here for real this time.
Mark, I think you brought up a really, really important, valid note because
Mark's a panel killer, bro.
No, well, you can say he's a panel killer, guys, but I feel the fact that the fact that you guys know he's a Bills fan, that rubs you guys the wrong way. I don't feel that way. I just listen to the words he say. And Mark, I gotta be honest, I'm glad you're up here because while you were bodying and cooking up EM, I was up here. This is the depth chart, right? Look,
damn,
this is
Pete,
the depth chart. And because look at the depth chart. I mean, things speak for themselves. This is our offense. And I know it's not updated just yet, but what is updated is the holes that we have. You see how we don't have a right guard? You see how we don't have a backup?
Pete. That's all
we don't have. We don't have. Yeah, Eichenberg is the starting center according to the non-updated list. But hear me out. We only have one hole on a starting spot right here on offense, right? And guess what? When you scroll down to the defense, Mark, look at the holes. You're not surviving this. Why even send them to the ER? Just put them in a body bag. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 holes on defense, and plus the depth that we're lacking. And I get it.
Those guys will be back.
It's not updated. We've upgraded. But, I mean, how many teams upgrade from this many holes that I'm pointing out, Mark? I'm glad you brought that up because this is concerning. And then when you see guys like Channington, no, it's not updated. But guess what? It actually shows the holes that we're dealing with. So only because we picked up free agencies, Crypto, what? Every team in the NFL got better? Crypto. So what? The Panthers the year prior, how did the Panthers get worse if they actually got better by drafting a number 1 quarterback in the draft? Because the year before that, they won more than 3 games, Crypto. So you're telling me that because you get free agencies all the time, your team trajects and gets better from the prior season?
No,
that's
you still
not
have to
true,
play the
buddy.
games.
I'm sitting exactly. So it doesn't confirm because we got Anthony Walker, because we got Jordan Brooks. Oh, we got the safety, Jordan Poyer, the ex-Buffalo Bill, who in fact I feel Buffalo Bills did a good deed by getting rid of him because he's regressing. But yet our community will tell us, Crypto, that we got a clear-cut starter at safety. So don't worry about that position and that hole no more, Pete. We got Jordan Poyer. No, it's still a concern. Just like cornerback. You see this hole
why's
here?
Poyer name ain't on there?
Kendall Fuller isn't starting and putting me at ease at that spot. That's not
What
happening,
website are you
Crypto.
on, Pete? Why is Poyer
Oh,
name not on there?
because it's not. It's just letting us know the holes we have, and it's not clearly updated. And this is actually really up. This, you know what? This is the
I mean, he's
roster
already
I'm going
signed.
by.
He should be on the team.
This is my team's NFL roster, and this is who we have. So anything, any other podcaster, anything other, any other beat writer, it's
That's just my
it's
opinion.
all based on what they believe. That's their opinion. You know why, Crypto? I'm glad this conversation is happening because this is what my team thinks about my
Austin
roster.
Jackson, Durham Smythe.
Yep, our starting wide receiver
Wow.
right now is Tyreek Hill. Left tackle, Teron Armstead. Left guard is Lester Cotton. Our center is Liam Eichenberg. And our right tackle is Austin Jackson.
Are you listening, Batman?
We have a hole at right guard. This is what my team is telling me. And then at tight end, our starting tight end is Durham Smythe. You think I care about what these other pundits and anybody else is telling me about? Oh, we got Jonnu Smith. Okay, great. He has to put in that work because currently it's Durham Smythe that's our starting tight end. Our fullback is Alec Ingold. Our running back is Raheem Mostert. It doesn't matter that we got Jalen Wright. Devon Achane is also a backup. Tua, I guess he's our starting quarterback. And Jalen Waddle's number 2. Miss me with anything else. Those other people, number 3, Pete, it's River Craycraft or Braxton Berrios. How about that? Because OBJ's job is not even safer than those guys. These guys, Braxton Berrios and River Craycraft, they put in that work. OBJ's job is not currently safe. He has to produce and put up that work during training camp and show us he can earn.
That would be hell to pay, Pete, if he doesn't make the roster. If OBJ don't make the roster, that would be hell to pay.
But it doesn't mean nothing.
That means you got beat out by Craycraft.
It means you got beat out by Craycraft, Berrios, who are pretty much safe on the roster. But not only that, he got beat out by rookies. No, it's not. How is it bad? Craycraft and Berrios
he's beat out by the rookies and Craycraft and Berrios, really?
First of all,
he's going to retire on the spot.
This is why. Let me explain something to you.
If I was OBJ, I would retire on the spot.
Okay. Then he better retire. Because based on expectations from our website and our team, we expect Berrios and Craycraft to be better than OBJ. You want me to tell you why? They're entering year 3 in this offense. They know the scheme. They should be ahead of an OBJ and outproduce them in every single way. OBJ has actually a tougher and harder job to come in here, learn the system in year 1, this offseason, and be able to produce in this offense. It's hard. But guess what? If OBJ gets cut, that just means the 2 rookies, we hit on them. Because I expect Craycraft and Berrios to know what their role is already. It's going to be because the Washington brothers, or not brothers, but you know what? We drafted them in the same year, same draft class. They're pretty much family in that scenario. Those Washington guys probably outproduced OBJ and got OBJ shipped out of here. That'll be the scenario. Because as
the rookies get them shipped out. That's what you're saying?
Yep. 100%. That's what it's going to be. He has to compete versus 2 rookies.
I think it's going to be a lot of upset people if that happens.
Yeah. And right now, Patrick Paul, I read his description. I didn't see it. They said he never played right tackle, right? So his competition, not a single down. So right now, his competition to get playing time, guess what? It's Teron Armstead and Kendall Lamb. That guy might never see the field unless Kendall Lamb and
those guys.
All right. Yeah, but let me tell you how he's going to see.
Lucky for him, he'll see it because of Armstead.
This is why I address the issue of the Dolphins draft. The Dolphins draft made no sense to me because, first of all, you didn't fill any spots. You got 2 injured outside linebackers in Chubb and Phillips that aren't going to be back till mid-season, probably with Phillips, and probably late in the season with Chubb. And neither of those players may be the same until 2025. So basically, you have two edges. Kamara's small but generates some pass rush, and you've got Chop Robinson who has great traits but no production. So you have that. You've diminished at the offense or defensive line, and do you really think that Brandon Seiler is going to be as good without Christian Wilkins there to backstop him? I don't think so. You lose Howard,
Of
which
course
isn't a
not.
great loss.
Check
Kendall
this in,
Fuller,
Mark.
Kendall
No, they
Fuller
don't have
and Howard.
them.
Okay,
They don't have
now
to. They're
you
depth
make the
pieces.
problem really, really bad because now you go into the second round and you draft another backup. Because what is Chop Robinson once Phillips and Chubb come back? He's a backup. What is Patrick Paul? He's a backup if Armstead is playing. If Armstead's not playing,
Yeah,
which
but
he
listen
usually
to this
doesn't, at least about
scenario.
6 games a year.
Yeah, but
And
Mark,
now
listen
what you
to
do
this
is instead of
scenario.
getting size at wait, Pete, let me finish. Instead of getting size at wide receiver, you go get 2 more small speed guys and then you go spend $3 million on OBJ, and you're not giving your 2 new rookies a chance to take over that 3 spot. And then you draft a safety that nobody's ever heard of and nobody ever will hear from. I mean, the draft made no sense. It did not fill holes. It did not
Depth and
enhance your roster.
contingency plan.
It didn't, and it was more of a need draft, Mark. I'm
It's
glad you
depth.
point
It's
that out.
depth and
Because check
contingency.
this out.
That's what
In
it
my
is, Mark.
opinion, you see
Every
this
team
depth
does
chart.
that, Mark.
Well, not as bad as we just did, Crypto, because look at
Depth
this
and
scenario right
contingency.
here. Look at this scenario, Crypto. Teron Armstead is the starting left tackle. His backup
He'll
is
be out by
Kendall
a week.
Lamb.
If the third quarter, week 3, he'll be out.
And I'm glad you said that,
Right
because
around the
that's
6-minute
gonna add
mark.
to my.
I mean, I'm giving
You're just
specifics.
adding. You're adding to my point, because Mark, look at this scenario. How much of a disaster we're in. Kendall Lamb is more than likely going to get pushed to starting right guard. Lester Cotton is terrible, right? So now that you're forcing Patrick Paul to battle it out with the backups with Lester Cotton, and you have Patrick Paul. So now, like Crypto just pointed out, you're only going to have 3 sustained continuous games with Teron Armstead. Once he goes down, you're forced to put this guy, this rookie that you over-evaluated and overdrafted in Patrick Paul, to start at left tackle. By week 4, Tua's concussion injuries are coming back, buddy. I know what I'm telling you. It's set up as a disaster, dude. It's terrible. Look at it right here. It's right in front of our eyes. It makes no sense.
You don't think
at
Patrick
all.
Paul? You don't think Butch Berry will have him up to speed? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely not. But if
I'm
Butch
not
Berry
gonna
would
lie.
have had everything under
Butch Berry
control,
doesn't have the ability to
guys,
do that.
if Butch Berry
Listen,
had
Crypto.
people up to
Listen,
speed,
Crypto.
Tua
We
would not
screwed
be
this
throwing
up
at
so
2.1
bad.
yards
Listen to
or
me. Listen to
2.1
me,
seconds.
Crypto. We screwed this up so bad, this draft, right? That I take my words back. I wish we would have drafted Austin Powers in the first round. Not Austin Powers, you know what I mean, the Jackson Powers guy.
Jackson Powers.
Yeah,
say
I wish.
Powers them.
Yeah, I
Well,
wish we
basically
would
you
have
did.
drafted
Austin
Jackson
Powers, you
Powers.
can't, man of
Well, to a
mystery.
degree, Mark. It's funny you say that, but I wish we would have drafted the center now. I really did, because it would have made more sense. We are in trouble. Those guys were right based on this route that we took. It's terrible. It's terrible. We didn't get a starter to the potential 3rd and 4th round draft pick, possibly because we don't know if Jalen Wright is going to start. But worst comes to
For running
worst,
back.
because of need. Yeah, running back. But because of need, the only guy that we could really got that could be a potential starter and knock it out of the park is our 4th or 5th round draft pick in Kamara, the defensive end.
And he's small. And the thing I want to bring up, why didn't Pete? Why didn't the Dolphins take Braylon Allen, who was 6'2", 235, with 4.4 speed, and had 3 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons at Wisconsin?
If we were gonna trade up for
This is another
any
speed
position, Mark, it made no sense to me.
6th round.
If we were gonna trade up, right, and they want to
Washington.
Well, first of all, you traded your 3rd round pick in 2025 to get a 4th round pick to go and
And that's
go
when
ahead
we got a
and
running back.
pick Jalen Wright, who's another speed guy, not as good as A-Chain, and you should have drafted Braylon Allen, who was the running back that you needed to have size. You don't even talk about Chris Brooks, who you should have on your roster.
in the 7th round, Mark. What are you talking about? We're a speed team, right? We could have got one of the fastest running backs with Isaac Guerrero. Listen to me, Mark. This is what really my team should have
Oh, I know.
done,
I
bro.
had Guerrero really
And
high
listen,
on my
they
list.
wanted. We traded up for a running back, really? Instead of trading up for anything, you messed up. We should have got
this team
Tavir
is
Sweat.
sold on running backs.
You traded
Dude,
a
we
3
went for
next year
size.
for a 4
We
this
went
year.
for size with no production in the tackle and Patrick Paul. We should have went for size in the 2nd round, traded all the way up to probably 33rd or 34th, right? And got Tavares Sweat from Texas. And in fact, we actually, this would have made us, oh, no, this
We
is
had to
what
give up a
actually,
1st round pick to do that.
Crypto, Crypto, no, it wouldn't have. We couldn't. We didn't. We moved up in the second. We could have gave up that third and gave up the second and moved up in the second. And in
Not
fact,
that far.
we
Not in
should
the
have.
30s. It was in the
Mark,
60s and
you
90s.
don't think our team should have doubled down with the Texas boys? Went first round, 21st, right? Got Xavier Worthy, who you guys passed on drafting and gave it to Kansas City. I can't believe you guys did that, right? You guys
That's
keep
because we
helping
were
out
looking for a
Kansas.
different receiver. We were looking
You
for
guys
size.
keep. Well, you to a point, I actually agree with it after when I saw that you guys drafted Keon Coleman. I like that you guys
Yeah,
went
yeah, we
Keon
want
Coleman
size.
because you can't
Coleman's
trust
bigger body.
Xavier Worthy in the code, bro.
Not
You
in
can't
that
Did
trust
you
that
see he
guy
got
in the
hurt in his
code.
first practice, Pete?
In his first
He
trip
got
with
hurt.
shorts on.
He dropped.
With shorts on.
The first ball that they threw to him, he dropped, and then he got hurt in practice. Not
With
a big
shorts
hurt,
on.
but he got hurt. Huh?
With shorts on. But my issue is, I honestly believe, based on the Dolphins schematic wise, instead of this OBJ crap, Xavier Worthy with the 21st pick, then we should have went size, who's starter material, right? You want to go with a real cut starter? Tavares Sweat from Texas and doubled down with Texas and got the nose tackle. He would have
I
came
didn't
in and
like him
filled that
because of
hole
the
at
alcohol
cornerback.
issue with him
the
in
guy that
South
got
in
Oh,
South
the
Beach.
alcoholic issue.
the
Yeah,
LSU
you
guy.
give that. You give that
They
guy
should've
from
picked him.
he's from Texas. LSU guy, no. You got
No, you
the
should have
Texas
taken
guy
Mason Smith. You should have
I'm
taken
talking about the
Mason
wide
Smith from
receiver.
LSU. That was the guy that you wanted. Mason Smith's going to
Mark.
be a star in this league.
He's not gonna be better
No,
than
the third
Sweat.
wide
What
receiver
the Tennessee Titans
from
nailed it,
LSU.
bro. The Tennessee Titans
Sweat
nailed
could
it. You
drink.
guys are
Titans
Sweat
gonna.
had
could
a
drink himself
squad
out
to
of the
go
league in
draft.
2 years.
I'm telling you right
I'm
now.
telling you something. If you go get a DUI and you're driving drunk, and this is the most important time of your life because you're going to be drafted into the NFL, and you're that stupid, then I got problems.
I'm
You're an
sorry to
idiot.
tell you, Mark.
Yeah, getting a DUI.
I will look at
At this
Sweat in
time.
his eyes, and I will give him the best speech of his life. I will let him know from Drum Street. When you're a Miami Dolphin and we select you, I'm gonna have investigators investigating you. I don't care if you think it's illegal, but you're not gonna have a sip of alcohol. I want to win with you on my team, and you know what? I will open up a restaurant that when you retire and you're done, you'll have free alcohol when you're actually clear and you're done with the NFL.
I totally agree with
You
your
have to sell
concept,
it.
but
You have to sell it.
I asked about the issues
Doesn't
that Cam
matter.
Smith had being in South Bay, and they didn't want to give him a contract until really, really late because they were concerned about his character issues and being in South Bay with money. I really question some of these things.
There's a lot of theories, and you know how everything is a theory and it's hypothetical, but there's a lot going on with that Cam Smith. Some fans, I think Batman Defensaholic, they will tell you from that little group of guys over there, they'll tell you Cam Smith was in trouble because he broke Eric Iguodala's neck with a punch to his jaw, right? Then you'll have some other guys tell you that Eric Uzama really didn't pick up the playbook. And then, and to a certain point, you'll have some guys tell you that Cam Smith, his issues were, he was put in position that weren't in his favor. And then Igbenogany was put in a position where it was favoritizing him, where he was making plays based on what he knew what he could do. He already knew how Tua plays. He already knew the offense. So he was making plays in practice, and they were trying to tell Cam Smith to play a different role and pretty much not excel. So he was getting upset, and he knew that it wasn't in his favor. So that's what pretty much happened to him. He acted a little erratic, didn't go along with coaching. That's what I believe happened. There's a lot of stories behind Cam
point was
Smith,
this, though,
but I
Pete,
think
in the long term.
he didn't get along with coaching of Vic Fangio. He didn't like the scheme. He didn't like where they were putting him, and he's just not that soft player. He's gonna voice up. You know why he's the type of player that will voice up, Mark? Guess what? His best friend is Chris Greer's son. He's buddy with Chris Greer. So he's probably confused. Like, I'm here. I'm pretty much family to Greer, and they're gonna listen to this old fart in Vic Fangio, where he's telling me to play 20. He's telling me to play. This old fart is telling me to play 20 yards off ball, where in fact I could shut this trash receiver down in Braxton Berrios in River Craycraft, and all I got to do is line up on the scrimmage. But they don't want me to shut these guys down, so I'm supposed to just give these catches up. And Noah Igbenogany is looking better because they're telling him to do that. I'm gonna have a problem with that, Mark. And that
Yeah.
was the problem. Okay.
I'm going to ask you a movie question real quick. Did you ever see the movie Rosemary's Baby about 1967? Because there's a football analogy coming in behind this question. Pete? Pete? Did we lose you? Hello?
No, you didn't lose me. I'm sorry. I had to catch my
No, I
breath
was
for a
asking,
second.
did you ever see the movie Rosemary's Baby in
No,
1967 with Mia Farrow? Okay. There
no,
was
I
this
didn't.
older woman who was actually, they were trying to get Mia Farrow impregnated by the devil to have Satan's child. And what she did is she gave Mia Farrow, who got pregnant, this herb called a tannis root and put it around her neck and made Mia Farrow grow lean and like really, really unhealthy for the baby. This is what Chris Grier is. Chris Grier is to the Miami Dolphins as tannis root was to Mia Farrow. Chris Grier has destroyed this franchise. And the faster you can get him gone in your organization, that's the time frame where healing really becomes. And if he's allowed to sit there and make a move to pay Tua $220 million over the next 4 years, it's over. It's done. You're gonna go to 3 decades without winning a playoff game. You think the Miami Dolphins are going to beat Buffalo, especially as Buffalo has $14 million in cap space, 10 draft choices next year, 5 in the top 100, plus another 50 or $60 million they can pull by restructuring contracts? You're going to go to phase 2 of Josh Allen's career with a younger,
A
faster
real
team with a more
franchise
diversified
quarterback.
team.
Yeah, you guys are
And you're going to have
building
Tua
and
for 4
continue to
more
build
years,
with.
you're dead.
No, I don't think it's gonna be 3 decades. I think they'll figure it out by year 3, like the Tannehill, which sucks to say all over again, right? We screwed up. My team really did screw up, Mark. And the community, you heard EM, you and him, you guys go at it however you guys decide to go at each other. But again, at the end of the day, it's like he's just doing anything in his power to come up with a narrative to protect the logo. And a lot of cases he could be right, and I just disagree with a small portion of his takes when it comes to with this team, because what you just said, I firmly believe that. I'm glad you said that. I never saw the movie. Good analogy there with that, because I do believe our general manager is straining this team. But I do like to think the owner, Stephen Ross, based on, like, well, what else you want me to think? If Greer was running this whole regime, right? Like supposedly he is, I for sure 100% know already. Tool would have already gotten his contract. You don't think that would have been the case, Mark? If Greer really had sole possession like they make it seem like he does, you don't think Tua would have got his contract by now?
I'm telling you what I think. I think Stephen Ross wants to make a bunch of money. I think Stephen Ross wants to use the Miami Dolphins as a point in Hard Rock Stadium to be able to bring in Formula One, to bring in soccer players, to bring in a tennis tournament, to do everything he can. He wants Tua because Tua sells seats. He sells jerseys. He's down in Brazil. He's doing marketing rights with the NFL. They now have an NFL regular season game in Brazil. Stephen Ross is a moneymaker. Stephen Ross wants to make money, and then he wants to move on to the franchise. I don't think if Steve Ross wanted to win, we wouldn't be changing coaches every 3 years. We wouldn't be keeping Greer. And, do you know who Greer's brother is? He's the general manager of the San Jose Sharks, which are the worst team in the NHL. I mean, it runs in the family. I swear to God.
No, and there was a report up there that brought that up to light not too long ago, and that was hilarious
And
that you brought that
we
up.
could take Chris Greer for whatever it's worth, but he was, head of personal player or player personnel department when he first came in. He has been with this organization for these many years as this franchise has not won a playoff game. He was influential in getting the decision to draft Deion Jordan. He was influential into moving the Dolphins into Charles Harris, who they never developed. What the Dolphins can't do, and I'm not saying they can't draft, they can't develop players. They just can't develop. They're like the Cleveland
Exactly.
Browns of the South.
Exactly my point. And what did the Dolphins just finish drafting in Chop Robinson? He didn't
They
show
drafted a guy
production.
with traits who has a known weakness, and I want to go back on this issue of this running game against Michigan. Michigan saw how disruptive Chop was going to be against their interior offensive line, and then said, okay, well, we know you can't defend the run. We're going to plow you over with our offensive line. That's exactly what they did. 32 consecutive running plays, and Penn State was out of that football game.
100%.
And if you don't
out.
think the Baltimore Ravens and Derrick Henry are going to run you over, if you don't think the Kansas City Chiefs and Isaac Pacheco are not going to run you over, if you don't think the Buffalo
Cal
Bills,
Shanahan plays Mike McNerd right now in a Sunday night game, he might be inclined to run McCaffrey and Elijah Mitchell 32 times consecutively. It's been done by him before in a playoff game almost with Jimmy Garoppolo, where he didn't even pass the ball. So Cal Shanahan might be that guy that comes in here at the Hard Rock and says, you know what? I'm a Michigan Wolverine. This thing, what they did to Penn State. I'm running 32 times in a row. They can't stop it, and I know it.
You don't think the Los Angeles Rams are going to come in and they're going to run their rookie, their second-year running back, and Blake Corum with their offensive line and dominate? These people, I think a lot of the fan base here looks at the Miami sparkly offense and goes, "Oh, we can do this, we can do that." Well, you can't do anything without the football.
It just rubs me the wrong way. You know what really gets me a little upset, Mark? That everywhere you go, no matter NFL Network, ESPN, YouTube on the Dolphin guys, Twitter with the Dolphin people, and you go anywhere, wherever you go, it just seems like these Dolphins community, they just find a way to just want to talk nice. And it gets upsetting because I don't see that bright light. To me, it's a bulb that's not working right now. I see it crashing, dude. We just finished getting developmental talent. Like you said, we can't develop anybody. But yet we drafted Chop Robinson, who needs development, who needs to learn at the next level. Patrick Paul, who needs to learn at the next level. We keep drafting and going after these guys, right? Because we can't develop. That's the reason why we had to trade for Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, because you can't draft, and so what you have to do is you have to pay outlandish salaries and screw your salary cap. Joe Marino brought up a point today during his show that the Dolphins' salary cap space next year, with the expanded salary cap, by the way, they have $3 million. Buffalo starts off with 14. Buffalo has one starter, Spencer Brown, they have to concern themselves with to re-sign. They have one starter on defense, Rasul Douglas, who I think they're going to let go because they have a myriad of draft picks all over the place. And they have a ton of restructure money. Look at your 25. If you want to see where a team's going, look at your future salary cap and look who's on your roster and look what the costs are going to be. That's how you determine where your team is going to be. I look at my Bills and say, well, let's see. I've got a 2024 team that's fairly strong. They rebuilt. They got rid of age. They brought in youth. They're doing a 2-year redevelopment plan to relaunch Josh Allen in 2025 and still win in 2024. Are they a Super Bowl team this year? I don't think so. I think they're probably a divisional loss team. They're probably they'll probably win the division, win their first game, and then get beat by a better team. And I'll tell you the team I think is going to be really, really good this year is going to be the Pittsburgh Steelers. Look at the Pittsburgh Steelers development. Look at their draft and look at what they've done. Do you realize the Pittsburgh Steelers are spending $4 million at quarterback this year? $4 million.
It's not a lot.
They have Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, and they have Kyle Allen. Okay, big deal. But you know what they have? They have the draft pick that the Dolphins wish they had in Fontu at offensive line. They got a starting center in Guy Frazier, who's going to be a stud and was a 4-time Big Ten wrestling champion on top of everything else, or Big 12 wrestling champion. Then they went out and they got Roman Wilson. Then they got the best linebacker in a draft in Peyton Wilson, who was like 6'4", 233 and runs a 4.3, 4.40. Then they got Logan Lee. Are you kidding? They hammered every draft pick. And a point about Chop Robinson, and the point that EM was trying to make and failing abysmally, was if you get a great pass rush and you get pressure from Highsmith, you know who you have on the other side? You got J.J. Watt. Chop Robinson can go get all the pressure. He can go get all the pressures he wants, and you know who's going to get. He's going to be run by, or who's going to have his partner, Kamara, who's small, or Shaq Barrett, who's old. Good luck.
Oh, we're gonna need
It's
every piece of luck you just mentioned, Mark. Look, I'm on the website. This is the office. Look how when you have too many chefs in the kitchen, the food more than likely is always gonna come out salty. Someone's gonna spray a little bit too much on it by accident. And this is what's going on. Look at this front office. Look at this regime. It's ran, I don't know, it's crazy. Stephen Ross. Then you got Bruce Beal, Tom Garfinkel, all these other partners right here in Venus and Serena, Mark Anthony and Fergie. They want stars, right? Look at this. Look at all this. This is unbelievable. This is too many. This is too many with none that are actually here that have like a system of which one of these personnel people have a Super Bowl ring and bring that pedigree on us? Nobody. None of these
Reggie
have ever
McKenzie
got
as
us
a scout may have had a Super Bowl ring.
Who?
I think Reggie McKenzie in the scouting department may have gotten a Super Bowl ring with somebody.
Where do you see Reggie McKenzie's name here on this list?
Well, he's not on the list. He's in the scouting department, so he's the one that's queuing information to Chris Greer. But yeah, you got. You take a look at the teams who are continually bad. The Jets, continually bad. What's their problem? Ownership, general manager, coach, player development. Cleveland, what's their problem? Owner, head coach, player development. They had no play. Cleveland had like 7 number ones over 4 years, and they blew them all. Are they bad players? Player development issue. Arizona, horrible for years. Why are they horrible for years? Because they can't draft, they can't develop players. It's the same thing. The problem stems threefold. Your general manager, your head coach, and your player personnel department have to be in complete synchronization as to the type of athlete that you want, the type of scheme that you want to develop, and you need to get the athletes, and then you need to develop those athletes into that scheme. When you change coaches every 3 years, which is what's happening in Miami, your scheme changes. You go from a 4-3, you go to a 3-4, you go from a power offense to a speed offense. It changes. You never have any. The word that the Dolphins are lacking is continuity. They have no continuity, and that's why they don't win, and that's why they're not going to win. Who are the 2 teams in the AFC East who've had continuity over the past 25 years? The New
Look
England
at
Patriots
this
and the
staff,
Buffalo Bills.
bro. Look at the only one that looks like they actually play football is probably Deshaun Sheed, our assistant defensive back. But none of these staff members look like they ever played a lick of football. Not Matt O'Donnell, our defensive assistant, pass game coordinator secondary. Where the hell did Brian Duker? You ever heard him as a high guy who played ball? Outside linebackers coach Ryan Kroll. What position did he play? Who is it? Ken G. Cotton. He played ball, our assistant defensive line. Look at Austin Clark. He probably was a 4th-string tight end wherever he played in high school. Anthony Weaver. Look at our cornerback coach, Matthew Araju.
Oh, you want
this guy was an
piece of
elite
info,
cornerback
Pete?
at any time in his life? Like, who are our coaches, bro? Look at this. This is eye-popping.
You want to know
We
what
got
happened
Joe
the last
Barry.
time Anthony Weaver brought Pete? The last time Anthony Weaver brought a defense into Buffalo when he was a defensive coordinator,
We used to
Houston
have
got nipped
Sam
40-0.
Madison with
Go back to the executives, Pete.
With Flores, we had Sam Madison,
Then
Renardo Hill, Patrick Surtain. We had names back here, bro. Look
Pete,
at
didn't
this
you have
now.
the executive?
Now
Didn't
we
you have
only
the?
have Wes Welker. That's
Didn't
it.
you have
Look
the?
at
Didn't you?
wow. We
Again,
have
he's got a
offensive
Super Bowl
assistant
ring.
Max McCaffrey. We got a McCaffrey.
He-
This
he's-
is crazy.
Did you not have the executive pulls up too, Pete, at one point?
Front office. I'll put it right back with our front office. You want to see that
Okay.
screen? We're right back.
Yeah. Well, you posed a question like, who has championship Well, you didn't. This is definitely a paraphrase, but you said who has championship pedigree. That's an executive in our organization. And if I'm not mistaken, Marvin Allen is the assistant GM at this point. Correct?
Where do you see his name right here?
He's not up there.
I don't know. Look, I'm scrolling for you.
Well, that's what he is. He's the assistant GM, and he definitely has a Super Bowl ring with the Kansas City Chiefs.
If he is assistant GM, is this because EM Dolphin fan is telling us he's assistant GM?
No, that's a well-known
Because
fact.
I
Though.
don't. How is that a known fact?
That's a well-known fact.
Assistant GM. We're gonna find out right now. Look, Vice President Security Brian Waterman. Michael Shaw is Vice President Brand Marketing. We don't have. He's not on our list. What? Is he some sort of secret material that we can't show? Are we hiding him?
Well, they don't have anybody listed as the assistant GM on this list, though, correct?
No, he's not part of the roster. It's General Manager Chris Greer.
Well, they don't have the assistant GM. Well, he is the assistant GM. That's a well-known fact. So,
but he definitely has a chart.
Not according to the Miami
Dolphins championship pedigree. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know why they don't have him listed there, but it's a well-known fact, bro. Like, he is the assistant to Chris Greer.
Well, I mean, if you have Serena Williams, they can put the Dolphins out there in like tennis skirts, and maybe they can do something better than they're currently doing.
It's another thing. Ross is smart. He just wants to have the hottest names in tennis because of the tennis program he runs at the Hard Rock.
So you don't think the priority is winning?
Nope. Haven't thought the priority's been winning for almost a decade and a half.
You know what? I gotta be honest. Like Cap for Life earlier said in the beginning of the stream here, Ross wanted the New York Jets. It wouldn't shock me because the Jets might be so bad because it's funny, right? Dolphins might be bad right now, but the Jets look like they're gonna be terrible too. Ross sells the Dolphins. Might want to buy New York Jets and start doing that scenario.
Here we go.
He's an investor. He wants to jump around, fix organizations and franchise, and make billions off of it.
So go to the chat real quick. If I might jump into the chat, Lenny Pena, he said Marvin Allen and Reggie McKenzie are pretty much assistant GMs. So again, it's not my fault that y'all not educated in this area, but that's a well-known fact.
Marvin Allen, you can also click that link. I thought
you was on the level, Pete. You slipping.
Well,
I know this other guy's not on the level, but I expected more from you.
Website. That was on our organization's website. Lenny Pena is probably talking just like
you should know this information, though, Pete. You should know this, right? This is your team. I don't expect this other clown to know, but I expect you to know that information. That's a well-known fact, bro.
Like you said, they're pretty much, but they're not. They have no say-so.
No, they are, bro. That's
questioned. They get questioned. Hey, you think we should draft Chop Robinson? And at this point, they know how Chris Greer is. So he's like, yeah, just do it. Whatever. They go along, get along. Free lobster rolls.
And for the record, allegedly they had
rolls. And they get free front seats at the F1
and for the record, they had Chop Robinson graded out as one of their top players on their entire board. So it is what it is. So
I guess it shows their ability to scout, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You trust our organization, Ian?
I mean, from Jalen Phillips, ability? from Christian Wilkins, from Zach Seiler, from Jerome Baker. He's not on the team anymore, but you drafted, developed him, right?
Christian Wilkins is on another team. Again,
you drafted and developed. Though you said they couldn't draft and develop, is what you said. Now, whether or not they on a team now is irrelevant. You said they couldn't draft and develop. And again, I just told you about an hour ago, right, that the league spoke up and let everyone know how they feel about Chris Greer's draft picks by giving them at two positions.
And you know what?
Allowed them to reset the market at two different positions.
Players, you wouldn't have had to overpay.
Andrew Van Ginkel.
You wouldn't have had to overpay.
Andrew Van Ginkel.
You could have drafted more players.
Andrew Van Ginkel's of the world. Andrew Van Ginkel's of the world.
Screwed the thing up.
Raekwon Davis's of the world. Jerome Baker just got a $10 million contract in Seattle. But yeah, he can't draft and develop though. Juwan Hollins of the world rated out the number one safety in all, according to PFF, in all of football last year. Yeah, they can't draft and develop. Okay, Xavier Howard, right?
Players seem to stay. They don't have a problem.
Two-time All-Pro, right? Contract. How many times? 4 or 5 time Pro Bowler? Yeah, they can't draft and develop. Yeah, Xavier Howard. Yeah, they can't. You're absolutely right. Jalen Waddle, right?
Let's
4 straight 1,000-yard seasons.
Let's see what
Jalen Waddle.
Hasn't won anything yet.
Jalen Waddle, 4 straight 1,000-yard seasons.
Let's see what
they don't know
Austin
how to
Jackson
draft and
is.
develop.
Not much.
Tua, let's go to Tua. Let's talk about Tua.
Noah's not a
Tua,
football.
great in the last 2 years, going on 3 years, graded out the top 5 statistically at his respective position. But they can't draft and develop though.
He's in Indianapolis.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct.
Kittling's out of football.
Austin Jackson, right?
Curtis
Graded out a top 20 tackle, right?
Is out of football. Malcolm Perry's out of
Austin
football.
Jackson.
So yeah, you guys can really draft and develop. Right? Way to go. Tell me about it.
Which allowed him to cash in on a 4-year new contract. Yeah, they can't draft and develop. You're right. Connor Williams, right, was an afterthought.
What good is developing a player if you can't keep him?
Connor Williams was a fucking afterthought in fucking Dallas. They couldn't ship him out fast enough in Dallas, right? Comes to Miami, positional change, right? Gets coached up, becomes the best, number 1 greatest center in all of football. But yeah, they can't develop.
Is he currently in Miami? Is he currently on the Miami Dolphins roster?
They can't develop players. Okay, you're absolutely correct. Bradley Chubb, right, had his best season statistically as a Miami Dolphin. Best season, but they don't know how to develop players though. Okay, you're right.
Is he on the 53 starting roster this year?
You're right though.
You're right though.
You're right, though.
Is Jalen Phillips, who you drafted and developed, is he going to be playing this sometime this year? Yeah, probably about November.
Far be it for me to agree with anything ABAB has to say. But I see AB in the chat. Shout out to ABAB in the chat, right? Yeah, I'm still on your neck. It's still up when I see you. But at the end of the day, Nick Needham, right? Undrafted guy. Look at how productive he's been, right? And far be it, I can't believe I even forgot about Nick Needham. I'm the one that found Nick Needham, goddammit, in the community. But the Dolphins found him, drafted. Well, they didn't draft him. They signed him as an undrafted player, but they developed him. And now he's on the current, signed yet another contract.
I got to give you props.
But,
who is an undrafted free agent.
Tater Cole's the world, but they can't develop players though. They don't know how.
Mark, let me ask you a question.
They don't know. Devon Achane. Do we need to get to Devon Achane? Do we need to get to Raheem Mostert? His most productive years on the plus side of 30, right, was an afterthought. Gets here and has his most productive years of his career. But yeah, they don't know how to develop guys though. You're absolutely right.
Mark, let me ask you a question.
Did you develop speed with Raheem Mostert, who just needed a chance, and he's played well? I'll give you props. He's played very well. Achane's played very well, I think. But can you tell me about the other? Can you tell me about the last two drafts?
They don't know how to draft and develop. That's what you said, though. That's what came out of your mouth.
Yeah. Give me the last two drafts. Give me the 8 players that you've got out of the previous 2 drafts, and tell me what the development is, and tell me anything about anything other than Achane.
We all know. We all know they traded away They traded away that what was that 2022's draft for virtual. You got Tyreek Hill. So again, another player, right, who had his most productive years as a Miami Dolphins. More productive, I might add, under arguably the best play caller in the history of the NFL, and arguably the best quarterback in the league.
A Super Bowl, but
he has been individually. Again, we don't know how to develop, but individually, he had his best. He's had his most productive years of the Dolphins.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. Okay.
Yeah, we did. Did we not? Is he not a better version of himself than he was in Kansas City?
No, because he doesn't have any Super Bowl rings. He doesn't have any playoff wins. No, he's not a better version. If you throw a guy 200 passes, you would hope the hell he would actually catch 120.
He never led the league in receiving in his years in Kansas City. Never led
football games.
He never led the league. Again, we're not talking about team accomplishments. We're talking about individual accomplishments. We're talking about individual accolades.
You talk about individual accomplishments.
He said,
I talk about team accomplishments. That's the difference between you and I.
No. That I am addressing what came out of your mouth. You said he could not draft and develop players. That's what you just said. That has nothing to do with team accomplishments. You said he couldn't draft and could not develop players. That's what you said.
You don't. Look at your draft in the time frame.
And I just brought up a multitude of examples. I just brought up a multitude of examples to show you why that's a dumbass fucking take to come out of your mouth about the man can't draft and develop players.
That you didn't develop. That you didn't do anything with.
If this Chop Robinson pick was so big, you would have like the national media, NFL.com.
Oh yeah, real quick. If I might jump back in a comment, Pete, real quick. Again, I want to be clear. Far be it for me to agree with anything ABAB has to say. Oh, and by the way, it's still up when I see you. But Minkah Fitzpatrick. I mean, who drafted him? Who drafted that? Who had the foresight to draft that guy?
He lost him. He don't know how
Yep,
to
he had the
keep
foresight
talent.
to trade him for Austin Jackson. Congratulations. Brilliant move.
Again, who's a top 20 tackle right now who might
He
even elevate to
loses
a
the
top 10
real
status.
talent. He
He's a
loses
top
the
20
real
tackle
talent.
out of how many? 200?
He's a
You overpaid a
absolutely.
guy $13 million a year for a guy who's an average tackle at best.
That is very good value for a very good and productive young 24-year-old ascending right tackle in this league. Fuck out of here. Now again,
he's better than what he's been because he hasn't been all that great
what
so far.
came out of your mouth. This is why, again, when I hear people misinforming my fan base, right, which is clearly what you've been doing for 4 fucking hours today, Pete. I can't believe you allowed this to happen, bro. But when you get these clowns, especially these clowns from other fan bases, absolutely, I'm bringing that extreme pushback, and I'm gonna body and destroy you every chance that I get when I sit and hear you on our platforms misinforming, straight lying, straight making up shit, trying to create false narratives about my team. I'm gonna put my foot in your ass every chance that I get, just like I've been doing today.
It's a shame you can't reach that far. But let me just ask you a question. The Bills are paying about $2 million a year for Spencer Brown. You're paying $13 million for Austin Jackson. Spencer Brown to date has had a better career because Austin Jackson was absolute trash for 2 years until he finally played well enough to be able to get a contract out of Chris Greer. Spencer Brown is now getting ready to go into his 4th year and maybe paid next year or maybe, be told to move on. But we're paying $2 million for a better right tackle than what you have at $13 million. So you tell me how that works.
And how many big contracts are you guys got to pay next year?
This is what have you done for me lately business. Austin Jackson is clearly the better player. He's the better player. He's the younger player, right? And again, that evaluation that went into giving him
actually Spencer Brown is younger than Austin Jackson.
Austin Jackson is 24 years old. He just turned 24.
Spencer Brown may be 23 or 24. So they're basically the same age.
Anyway, so again, a lot of that is projecting upside because he does have immense upside. Whether or not, again, he was wildly inconsistent in the first 2 years, absolutely. He was garbage. But he took a massive leap last year, and I think he's going to take even bigger leap this year. And again, I think the ultimate goal. I think we already have our left tackle in the future already on the roster, and they didn't draft him in the 2nd round in Patrick Paul. I think that's going to be Austin Jackson. I think the shift that they're going to make, again, I think he's gonna get better this year.
It even gets even worse.
And I think they're gonna shift him. And then once they shift him back to the left side, now you're looking at that contract relative to left tackle status as a fucking steal.
And you're looking at that 2nd round draft pick, Patrick Paul, as a freaking waste.
No, because he's gonna be the right tackle. No, that's the right tackle. No. I think that's the right tackle.
Left-handed or right-handed? Let me ask that question.
I think confirm. Patrick Paul is the right tackle of the future, in my opinion.
Okay, so the right tackle is because the Miami Dolphins structure is set so that the right tackle has to be their primary protector and their big dollar guy.
No, I don't know. No, I don't put much stock into that because you got to pass protect no matter what position you're at on the O-line.
You actually have to deal with the blind side. I
don't subscribe to that. No. You got to pass. You got to protect your quarterback no matter what position you're in. So no, I don't subscribe to that.
Of course you do. But who makes more money in the league? Blindside tackles or off blindside tackles?
No. Left tackles do. Left tackles do.
Thank you. And why do left tackles make more money than right tackles?
Because they're more athletic, and they're lined up on the more athletic side of the defensive line.
Oh, no. It's because it's the side that the quarterbacks are right-handed. So if you have a left-handed quarterback, your right tackle.
Well, you can say that, but obviously the Dolphins didn't take that approach.
The left tackle money.
Obviously the Dolphins they didn't sign the premier right tackle in free agency the year Teron Armstead came at. No, they signed the premier left tackle that was available
because
in free
nobody
agency.
else would sign with them.
So man, get the fuck out of here. No, the Dolphins didn't subscribe to that either. So I don't know. You got to pass protect no matter what position you play, left, right.
Oh my God! It just shows you how little you know about football and about contract management and about how you allocate
Dolphins
resources.
Didn't take that approach.
No, the Dolphins don't because the approach the Dolphins take is we haven't won a playoff game in 24 years. That's the approach that they take. Bye, EM.
Exactly,
see you later.
Mark.
And next time you have a good thought, come back and give me one.
Stop, bro. Stop it, bro. Really, dude. You want to go back and listen to this program? You're
That
irrelevant,
that
bro,
is
and I made you
that is
irrelevant
the
today.
that is
Yet
the
again,
approach that we
I
take,
made
man,
you
and
irrelevant
it
yet
sucks to
again,
admit.
and I told you every time I hear you up on my on fan bases, I'm sorry, on platforms and our fan base, and you up here talking this nonsense that you've been saying, bro, I'm gonna make you even more irrelevant. This is my goal
Well,
this year in 2024. When I see this
good. It's
dumbass
my
Mark
goal at the
Bills
end of the
fan
season when
on
we
our
win
program,
another
I'm gonna
AFC
make you
East
fucking
title and you guys
irrelevant just
finish
like I
third
did today.
behind the Jets
Just
and you're
like
out
I
of the
did
playoffs
today,
with a
bro.
7-10 record. You and I'll talk, and except I'll talk this time and you'll shut up and just say, "I'm sorry, Mark. I'm sorry, Mark. I'm
Yeah.
sorry,
I'm
Mark."
still waiting on that. You said that last year when I destroyed you on the Fence tailgate, right? You said that again.
No,
You've
you
been
didn't
saying
destroy me then.
that
You didn't destroy me
that
now.
is
And
a
the
New
fact was,
Year's
last year
resolution
we
for
won the
you,
AFC
right? And
East,
it is yet to come to
and you lost in
fruition
the
as
first
of
round of
one
the
time.
playoffs, and we won.
That has been a
So
New
I
Year's
don't know what you're
resolution for
saying,
you every
man.
fucking year.
You
Mark,
have
let me
That
nothing.
is
ask
a
you,
New
Mark.
Year's resolution for you every fucking year, and it's yet to come to fruition, not one time. So yeah, I'm
Mark,
still waiting on that.
Mark, when it comes to the AFC East, right? You got Joe Douglas and Salah, um, Jeremiah and that guy in Patriots.
Elliot Wolf, I think, is going to be in New England.
Okay, so out of these GMs, all of them and head coach, which
Yeah, it's
ones do
up,
you think
ABAB. Yeah.
which ones do
Yeah.
you think
It's up.
have the most pressure right now to
The
win
most pressure is
or on the hot
obviously,
seat?
yeah. Well, McDermott and Bean are on the hot seat because they haven't gotten past the divisional round. You know, what kind of a hot seat is there for Greer and McDaniel? They go to they get up to 11 wins and then they lose and then they fade. Is there pressure on Saleh and Joe Douglas? Yeah, because you got Aaron Rodgers that's got a ridiculous contract in old age, and New England's got no pressure on him because they got nothing. They're going to be nothing for 3 years. The least pressure is on
Pressure
Jared Mayo
in
and
your
Elliot Wolf.
so the pressure's not on Sean McDermott and Josh Allen, is what you're saying? Correct me if
No,
I'm
I
if
said
I'm
they have the most
There's a
pressure.
lot of pressure. I
is
think the
that what
most
you're
pressure is
saying?
probably on the Jets because of the location, the media capital of the world, and you've got a grotesquely expensive quarterback that you've got to win with now. So the greatest amount of pressure is on them. The second
I
most
agree with
pressure you
that.
got on is Bean and McDermott because they haven't gotten past the division round in a couple of years, and they need to progress this team forward to make the next jump into the phase 2 of the Josh Allen era, which I think will start in 2025. I think this 2024 Buffalo team is a division winner, a first-round wildcard winner, and out in the divisional round. They're not at the level of Baltimore. They're not at the level of Pittsburgh. They're not at the level of Kansas City. They may be
No,
at the level of Kansas
no.
City. It's
I
hard to
want to be
say.
clear. I think it's immense pressure on fucking again. I do agree
They
with
also have long-term contracts through 2027. Although
I
whatever
agree.
that means, it is what
We
it
know.
is.
We know teams move off of long term. I mean, they don't
Sure,
give a fuck about
absolutely,
contracts.
totally.
But I do agree with the Jets' assessment. They are under immense. I mean, you talk about a pressure cooker, right? It is all the way up in New York. If they don't get it done, we all know. If they do not get it done, we all know it's going to be wholesale changes there. But I think the pressure is in Miami as well, and this should, based off the roster, yet again, that Chris Greer has made available to Mike McDaniel, right? Tua, again, he's got to get to another level. We all know that. There's pressure there. But make no mistake about it, there's also immense pressure up in Orchard Park, New York as well. Make no mistake about it. If this team does not make the fucking postseason, which I think they're more on – I think they're more inclined to not make the postseason this year because I think with a lot of the players that they were not able to obtain through free agency, you get what you can bring up analytics and say, well, Stephon Diggs, the last 6 games of the season was not this or that. That's fair. I'm not going to push back too much on that. But at the end of the day, when you're talking about comparing Stephon Diggs to what else they have to Mac Hollins, and I love Mac Hollins, by the way, Chase Claypool's of the world. I mean, bro, there's no conversation that needs to be had there. I mean, come on. So what teams are going to respect? You mean the team, defensive coordinators respect Mac Hollins and fucking Chase Claypool as opposed to Stephon Diggs? Really? That's what you're trying to sell? Okay, well, good luck with that.
I think we have to look at it.
We will see how that works out,
to be honest
right?
with you, the Stephon Diggs that I saw the last 6 weeks of the season and in the playoff game was a very diminished version, a step slow. And it was his time to go, and you can't keep a guy like that at $26 million a year. You just can't do it.
Okay, well,
they did a bad contract with him, and it cost them. It cost them big time. It cost them a number 1 receiver. Gabe Davis, they thought was going to develop into a good number 2. Gabe Davis did not develop into a good number 2. They went to they went to Coleman as a wide receiver. They went to Curtis Samuel. They went to a different mindset. And I think will be a down year. If the Dolphins aren't going to win a division title this year, then I don't know when they're going to win it, because they're not going to win it in the future, because Buffalo is totally revamped by 2025.
Okay.
That's a very good
I
point,
think.
Mark.
Well, yeah, I think
That's a
definitely the
very
stars
good
are
point.
aligning. The stars are definitely aligning for the Dolphins to really take command and really take control of the division this year. I think they're going to do that. I think what we currently have right now, this will be a 14-win team. This year they'll improve upon 2 wins upon their last year's record. Right? Didn't they win 12 games last year in the regular season?
No, they won 11. They won 11-6.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. Well, they'll win 3. I think they'll be able to win 3 more. So at the end of the day, but listen, if Buffalo don't make the postseason, if there is and again, things can get out of control. I don't think McDermott is safe there in Buffalo. I don't believe that. Right?
You
because
may very
again,
well be right. You could totally be right. They got a new stadium. If the team doesn't make the playoffs this year, the only thing that may give them grace if they don't make the playoffs is the fact that the general manager and the coach have actually built the team for 2025. They may get a year's grace, but if something happens in 2025 and they go to a new stadium in 2026, they will be gone. I guarantee you. You're 100% right.
I'm hoping that is the case because, again, I don't root for any other team but mine. So, and they're within our division. That would be, man, the cherry on the icing on top of the cake. That would be beautiful for me. So,
you guys could certainly win the division. I still think, and I'll be honest with you, I think the Dolphins have the best top tier talent in the division. I think when you talk about top tier players, I think Tua is a top-tier player. I don't think he's Josh Allen, but I think he's a top-tier player. I think A-Chain is a top-tier player. Hill is obviously a top-tier player. Waddle is very, very close to being a top-tier player. That's 4 on offense alone. Now I go to defense. Now, yeah, you lose Wilkins. That I had him as certainly a top-tier player. I think Jordan Brooks could be a top-tier player. I know Jalen Ramsey is a top-tier player. So that's 6 on your roster. Does Buffalo have 6 top-tier players? No. Buffalo has Josh Allen. They have. I'll give them Cook, and that's 2.
Milano.
Oliver. I'll give them Oliver as 3. I'll give them Milano as 4. And that's all I can. I can't come up with any more top-tier players than 4.
What you mean, Dawkins? Dion Dawkins?
Hey, Pete. I don't know if you see the chat, but somebody's requesting the link. I think it's probably Cap. Cap. It ain't no El Capitan exists, but Cap. We all know the clown from the tailgate. We all know that. But but yeah. It's up, Cap, with you too. Goddammit. But Mark, yeah. I think this is a prime. I think Buffalo is not going to make the postseason. You don't lose that many players on both sides. Micah Hyde's poor. I know you say Poirier's lost a step, but he was a starter for y'all last year, right? For the better part of last year.
So was Gabe Davis. Yeah, they lost a ton of starters.
They lost a lot of players, and I don't think they did a good job of replenishing like we did, right? Because I think in the players that left, the defections we had, I think we upgraded with the exception of maybe 2 positions. Obviously, Christian Wilkins, there's a void there. And obviously the Robert Hunt situation, there's a void there. We'll see how that works out. But every other move for the most part that they brought in, I think this is a better team overall, bro. Going into 2024.
Yeah, I just think the difference between the 2 teams, and I said it last year, is that Miami had the better top 22. Buffalo had the better top 53. If injuries don't occur last year and you guys don't get beaten to death, which you got beaten to death by injuries, you win that division. You probably are an AFC championship game caliber team. I'm coming from a Bills fan perspective, and I thought your team was better. You got hurt at the end of the season. That's what caused the issue. You don't have as many top-tier players this year. But I think you may have, you may be right. I think your overall 53 is going to be better. And that's going to help you sustain against injuries. And if it's Buffalo and Miami in week 18, whether it be in Buffalo or whether it be in Miami, I think that could be it for the division title again. But now the Jets, assuming the Jets don't lose Aaron Rodgers 4 plays into the season, they're going to be competitive.
Yeah, I think the Jets will be competitive. But I don't think the Jets are a legitimate threat in the AFC because if you're banking on a 40, what Aaron Rodgers is going to be 41 this year,
41.
41-year-old quarterback, and again, we all know how historically great Aaron Rodgers has been.
41,
but that's a lot. That's a lot to ask. We remember Brett Favre, and again, I want to, again. When Brett Favre came to Minnesota his first year, he had that big year, that massive year where he was in the MVP conversation. They got to the NFC Championship game that year, right? The following year, he tears his Achilles. He comes back.
It kind of switched.
He comes back
this time, didn't it?
He fell off a fucking cliff. So again, I'm not saying Aaron Rodgers is gonna fall off a cliff, but I'm just saying, bro, we've seen how this movie ends with 40-plus-year-old quarterbacks sustaining that same level of injury, bro.
Yep.
So
the only one
we'll
that
see.
didn't was Brady, and that's fact. I like I said, I think the Dolphins are a good football team. My concerns are about depth. And from my past, I rooted for the Dolphins. I rooted for the 72 and 73 Dolphins. I wanted the 84 Dolphins to win that Super Bowl so bad because I love Marino as a quarterback. But I'm a native Buffalonian.
I want to ask Capitan the OBJ questions from earlier. Capitan,
what's up?
42 catches, over or under for OBJ, full season.
Man, I think it's gonna be real close to that number, honestly, because as much now, I'll tell you what, if it's significantly over, that's a bad thing, because that probably means one of our two guys missed one
significant time,
missed significant time. Plus,
or
forget, dude,
possibly holdout from Jalen Waddle.
I think the next progression in this offense, and a lot of Dolphins fans would probably agree, is getting those types of targets to the tight end and running backs, right? And just look how they've drafted and how they've added to this offense. We've had answers in the wide receiver position, at least from number 1 and number 2, which is saying a lot more than other teams can do. They're lucky to have one answer in the wide receiver group. You know what I'm saying?
I'm a Bills fan. I have no answers.
Well, you're rolling a lot of dice this year with the Bills, because I think they'll be effective, but I think there's an ideology change with the Bills too. I think they're going to be a more run, play action, try to be.
I do too. Yeah,
I think they're really going to change ideology, try to take
the
game out of douche. I don't know why I want to call him douche. I'll be respectful.
You had it right the first time.
Yeah.
But you know what though, Mark, Cap, Pete, where I think it's going to be difficult for Buffalo. Yeah, I think that'll be the approach early on. But I think now that they don't have a viable threat on the perimeter, teams are gonna keep that eighth man in the box, and they're gonna load it to address the run, and that's gonna make things significantly difficult on Josh. He's gonna be asked to be Superman more this year than any year of his career, in my opinion.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing I expect to see out of the Bills offensively a lot. They're gonna put targets to their tight ends. They love Kincaid; he's good.
Dawson
Knox starting. Knox too. And I think they're going to try to do some play action, a little bit of dump off passes, a la Justin Herbert, right? They're going to reel it back, but they're always going to do this in the end. And I've seen them make tweaks, and I've seen it do good. I've seen it do bad. They add a good wide receiver. It does what they want. The problem that always tends to end up where the Bills find themselves at the end of the season at some point, successful as they are, and off of the talent that they have at the quarterback position. The problem is at some point in big games against big opponents, they got to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, Allen, I need you to do something and win it. And they live and die by that sword. Bottom line. They throw caution to the wayside. They go, I know we got here by running the ball. I know we got here by doing this, but we're against Patrick Mahomes. We're against Joe Burrow. We're against insert team that whatever they decide to pivot. And they just now Josh Allen does his running around thing, and it's good and bad. But eventually they're in a long down situation, and they're asking him to win it with his arm. And he has shown that yeah, they can win some, but eventually they'll get got. So it's really the biggest crapshoot of an offense until they can figure a way to impose their
let me
will
ask you
in
an
a
opinion,
different
Kat,
manner.
because let me ask you an opinion because I think you got a really good take here. I mean, I've had enough years of running face first into the wall and face planting. I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm.
But if the Dolphins, let's just hypothetically say Chubb was fine, Phillips was fine, everything was good, and you didn't lose Connor Williams. You had Hunt back to the playoffs, and you've got your full roster.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, I think you win that game in Week 18, and you win the division.
Probably.
And
I would say so.
secondly, I think you could go into Kansas City and win that football game.
I would say this differently. Now, with everyone healthy, maybe that Kansas City. Well, if we would have won, we would have been at home.
Right, which is the key difference.
Yeah, if
Well,
we
would
could
you
have
have been at
stayed,
home because you lost in the regular season, and they won? If you would have ended up,
we'd have to
no,
win
because Dolphins would have been
back-to-back
12-5,
games
so
with you
you'd have had the home game. Yeah,
we would have had back-to-back games with you guys. In which case, if
we would
won
have
both
had a
of
better
those-
record though. We would have had a better record. I think.
yeah, you'd have been home against Kansas City, not
Yeah, we
not
would have been at home
not
at
in that
Kansas City, so we would have had a
frozen
better
tundra.
record. Now, if we would have tied, well, then I would have been the tiebreaker. Would have went to Kansas City.
If memory serves me correctly, by the time we were in the last game of the season, it only could have affected us at home. We were going to play the Bills week 1 and week 2, no matter what.
No, actually, Cap, the Bills would have been out because everybody else won. Pittsburgh won, so they were in.
True. It's not true. I'm telling you. Go back and look at it.
I could be wrong.
I'm telling you guys.
But the bottom line is,
I think Capitan is right. We would have played Buffalo 2 weeks in a row.
If we would have beat the Bills the last week of the season, we would have faced them again at home.
And the Chiefs would have played Pittsburgh.
Well, that would have been better as opposed to going to up in Kansas City in that goddamn ice bowl.
That's my point. To me, the weather alone at that Kansas City game tells me, unless we had all healthy line and healthy running back stable and healthy D line, and we could just play smash mouth football and grind it out, I don't see the Dolphins. Our odds are at its worst in that type of atmosphere, healthy team or not. And dude, you seen the game? It was a hard watch, bro. For both, the whole game was a hard watch. It was a struggle. And I mean, dude, it is what it is. Kansas City. Did you guys see the stadium that they're going to be designing in Kansas City?
No.
Yeah, they sent out a couple of pictures.
It got approved?
No. They haven't approved anything, but they've leaked a couple of.
They've got a floor plan.
Yes,
they got a floor plan.
The one of them looks really cool. The other ones look kind of all right, but.
So let me just put that question on. So if you think if the Bills would have had back their injured defensive players, and they were out 4 starters in that game, they were out Milano, they were out Bernard, they were out. I think Rasul Douglas came back, but the safety Tyler Rapp was out. If those players were available, would they have beaten the Chiefs in Buffalo in a game that they lost by 3?
No, I don't think they're beating
the Chiefs in Buffalo.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know, man.
That was a 3-point game, square up, and Bass missed the field goal that could have tied it. But I think Mahomes would have gotten the ball back and won anyway.
Your odds would have been the best it could have ever been. The problem, again, goes down to at some point, if Patrick Mahomes is going off and the Bills go, Allen, I need you to go off like that because I don't understand. It's like they get ants in their pants, for lack of a better term, right? They get antsy rather than just saying, all right, we knew this was going to happen. Stay steady. And they're gonna make a mistake first. Like they go the opposite of the Patriots method. Patriots.
Well, see, this goes to EM's point
in the
too.
second quarter,
one of the plays
in the start of the second half, they would let people jump out 14, 17 points on them, but they would go, all right, keep messing around. We're gonna grind you out, and in the fourth quarter, we're gonna make a play, and we're gonna be in striking distance, and then you're gonna stop doing what you're doing, or you're gonna reel back and play conservative football because you got a lead. And you're gonna lose this game. And the Bills, if they did that, they would be a far way better team because they still do have the ability where Josh Allen can just say, fuck it, I'm just gonna scramble around and make a play when he's inside the 20 or something to that effect. But they don't.
I want to go back to what EM said, and because it comes into play here. Last year, Buffalo tried a fake punt from inside their 30 in the fourth quarter, in basically a 4-point game. It failed miserably. Kansas City happened to fumble into the end zone and give Buffalo another chance. But this is what Ian was saying about maybe there's a coaching change coming, because the Bills continue to make these incredibly stupid faceplant plays.
I'll tell you what. I hope you do change your coach, because it'll earmark the end for what you got going
I'm not
on
gonna
there.
lie, Mark. I was really confident. I lost money on the Bills. I thought the Bills were gonna win that game, right?
Due to the fact that the Chiefs had that home playoff game. It was the coldest game ever in history, almost top 5 or whatever. Then they had to travel and go to Buffalo, which was another cold game in those temperatures. So I was like, I don't think the Chiefs have enough gas in them. And Mahomes it was incredible. I
I'm
do
not saying
feel
there's
like
conspiracy, but I'm going to ask a question. Okay, the Bills have the ball 1st and 10 on the 27-yard line. They're right at the 2-minute warning. Kansas City has one timeout or 1 or 2 timeouts left. Okay, it's a 27-24 game, Kansas City. Now, Taylor Swift is worth, I think, turned out to be like $31 billion to the NFL. Brought up the salary cap, brought up a lot of possibilities. I think the Super Bowl was supposed to be, and I'm just playing conspiracy theorist here, was supposed to be Baltimore and San Francisco. The moment Taylor Swift came onto the scene, brought the female people in
I gotta say,
to
Mark,
the
I'm
NFL
loving where you're
and
going, buddy.
into football.
Loving where you're
Now
going.
all of a sudden, what does Buffalo do on 1st and 10? On 1st and 10, Diggs is running a shallow cross at about the 20-yard line. Wide open. Allen could have hit him. Diggs could have gotten a first down, forced a timeout. Deion Dawkins loses his block on Chris Jones. Chris Jones comes in, hurries the throw, and he misses a wide open Khalil Shakir in the end zone. Then they try a pass down the sideline, and then they do something else. So even if they had gotten a field goal, Patrick Mahomes is going to get the ball back with 1 minute and 30 seconds left to play. And he's going to score. You just know he's going to score. So Buffalo was going to lose that game one way or the other. The only way Buffalo was going to win that game was to make a first down, bleed the clock, and score and not give the ball back. So do you think the NFL had any opportunity, or there was any little bit of rigging of the game to say, well, let's try this and let's do that and blah, 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 because we want Kansas City to win this football game? I swear that was the nature of what was going on in that game. And Bass, who normally doesn't miss anything, misses a 44-yard field goal. Come on.
Well, I don't know. Again, I'm all about conspiracies. Anybody who knows me and has watched me on here knows I love me a good conspiracy, right? But I also got to err on history. And history would say that the Bills tend to do this anyhow. And I just went through a whole scenario where, to me, they consistently overthink it. It's like the moment gets so big, and you're looking at the Bills, and you're like, they got this. They got this. They're this close to tying this up, but it's like their anxiety or something comes through, and the bubble bursts, and they're done. And they cook themselves, bro. They cook themselves. And the only team I've seen do that consistently is the Jets. The Jets cook themselves, like, organizationally. Bills can figure it out. Have one of the best defenses. They'll have superstars. They'll do this stuff, and they'll win games. They'll be in position. They're in the playoffs. And when anyone's asking or judging, what are the Bills going to do this year? Or what are the Bills going to do in the playoffs this year? Nobody wanted to face them, yet they shoot themselves in the foot with some kind of brand new attitude. I don't know, dude. I really don't. So if you're gonna tell me the best player in the game right now against a team that's giving you a brand new attitude historically, I'm taking Patrick Mahomes, because here's the problem. It's just like when you knew, oh shit, you scored too early. Now you're gonna give Brady enough time with a timeout to drive down the field and win the game. You knew it was coming, and the Bills. You're knowing that potential is coming with the Chiefs, and Bills fans feel that impending doom, and it's almost a guarantee. I will say this about the Dolphins: because of the types of games we've won around, I don't feel like that all too often with very many teams. I didn't feel like that. This new Chris Greer football team, I don't feel counted out against anybody these days. Now they've let me down mightily, I might add, but I still think systematically, scheme, and personnel, even with some injuries, I don't count this football team out against anybody. Where there was times I'm like, oh shit, here comes Tom Brady. He gonna take it from me. I don't even feel that way with Patrick Mahomes when we've faced him. I'm like, dude, we got this bitch. We getting his ass. And yeah, it does a la he wins the game late in the fourth and ices it, but I don't feel that impending doom like I used to with Brady and the Patriots. So I would say that that's at least a good thing. But then again, I haven't been in that bubble burst moment either, right? We're losing in the first round of the playoffs. So maybe when the moments get bigger, I'll remember what that feeling is like. But I'm gonna slide out, boys. I just wanted to come cruise through. I haven't seen Pete on panels. I know I've popped up on your shows every now and again. Pete, don't ever come by the tailgate no more. Mark, I ain't seen you around. I don't. You don't pop
Well, the
around.
shows have gone down since since the draft and stuff, and I figured you guys are going to steam it back up as soon as we get the schedule. Obviously,
I just ain't seen you, Mark. I miss you. And EM, who's always hiding in this community. Everybody knows EM. Only pops up. You notice as soon as I came up here, he went running. Look, Lou's up here.
Yep.
We see Lou all over the place, but I know EM, he'd be hiding. He'd be hiding. As soon as I got up here, he was up here for like 2 questions and ran. I don't know why EM's so scared of me, dog. What I did? What I do?
You be having them running like that, man. I don't get it. I
just
noticed
didn't.
that too.
You know what? It's how I intimidate people with just all this vast football knowledge and charisma and good looks too. Let's call it for what it is. What's up, Lou? I'm gonna get ready to slide out. How you been, buddy?
Hey man, I was gonna say, Cap, 2 out of the 3 ain't bad. The good looks you're missing everybody with, but you were right.
Oh,
You were right on 2 of the 3.
Okay, well, I'll take 2 out of 3. We can let the audience pick which 2 out of those 3. But I think I'm betting 1,000, 3 out of 3, dog. That's what I think. I will say this: arrogance is one of my qualities as well. In case you didn't know.
1,000%.
Yeah. All right.
I wish our quarterback had that. Appreciate you stopping by, Captain.
I think he's going to be showing a little something.
Let me tell you something before you go, right? And I'm
Okay.
glad you're up here. That question I asked you earlier about their over/under reception, I was going to ask you about 500 yards and then 5 touchdowns. I was going to give you the rundown just like that. But here's my issue. I've already saw on Twitter and on other platforms on the community when they come out, they're telling me, right? They're trying to tell us all, beat writers, everybody. Odell Beckham is coming to Miami as a number 3. You believe that as a number 3?
I do 100% believe that, but I also love that you put yourself in the beat writers category just now. I don't know if anybody saw that, but I caught it. He goes, they're telling me and the beat writers. They're telling
No, they're telling me, and it's all of them. It's the beat writers, it's the YouTube guys, it's all of them. Nobody gets away. It's the NFL networks. I speak like that. They're all included. They're all trying to tell us that Odell Beckham is coming to Miami as a 3rd option. And Pete is here to tell everybody that that's not true.
What's he coming in at? Number 2?
He's going to be the number 2.
Okay. I will tell you, I will give it to you like this because I like this game, Pete. You know I love this game. I will say Jalen Waddle is the 1B to Tyreek Hill, the 1A. I would say Jalen Waddle, the 2A, is how Odell Beckham is the 2B. How about that?
No, I mean, I hear your point. I see how you're breaking it down. Sounds like a round robin insurance on your bet. But let me tell you something. When Tua snaps that ball, he's going to look at Tyreek Hill. After Tyreek Hill, he's not going to travel with his eyes across the field to the other side of the field to look for Waddle and then come back to the middle to look for Odell Beckham. It's always going to be one vice versa, like you pointed out. It's going to be Tyreek Hill. Oh, he's locked down. Here's Odell. Then it's going to be, here's Jalen Waddle. Oh, he's locked down. Here's Odell. That's why I say he's the number 2.
Hey, Pete, let me ask Cap a question real quick before he gets up out of here, because I heard him say he was leaving.
Yeah, I'm
But
gonna
We're
be
trying to run
sliding
them
through
down with
another
a
show
million
that's on.
questions right now.
So
We're shooting them off.
but Cap, real quick before you go, I asked the same question earlier to Ian when he was up here. Today, breaking news: Tyler Boyd is going to the Tennessee Titans at a contract. Now I've got crazy reports. I got two different reports. I got people texting me saying it's up to $4.5 million, and then I got other people texting me that the contract is $4.5 million
for Boyd,
but for Tyler Boyd. So if let's just say, and again, it's just $4.5 million. I just don't know if it's less and that's with incentives or if it's 4.5. But in this scenario, let's just go with $4.5 million, right? Knowing that Tyler Boyd is a little bit bigger, younger, who would you rather have in that scenario? You got OBJ for $3 million, but if the Dolphins could have, let's say, had Tyler Boyd for $4.5, what do you think was the better
so
option, Cap?
on its face, I would say Tyler Boyd 10 out of 10 times, right? Because it's just a smarter business move and something into the future, right? Because Boyd is younger and all that stuff. I will say this. I'll have to see what the incentive, because that could be $4.5 million guaranteed on a $15 million deal, right?
Worth up to 4.5 million.
Worth up to 4.5 million.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's what I'm saying.
Get the fuck
I
out.
think
That ain't true. That is not true. That
bro,
can't
it's
be true.
all yeah, Cap. That it broke earlier today. He's signing with
How
the
much is he
Tennessee
getting
Titans.
guaranteed?
I don't know.
They're not saying that.
They're not saying, but that's what I would. Again, people were texting me because I seen it come
It's right
across.
here.
1 year, $4.5 million, and then I had people say no, it's up to $4.5 million.
It's right there.
Yeah,
Former Bengals receiver
I
signing
don't
1 year
know.
with a Titan worth up
I'm
to
not gonna make.
4.5 million.
I will say this: if it's up to $4.5 million, then the Dolphins fucked up. Bottom line.
Let's say it's the same thing, Cap. Let's say it's a $3 million 1 year deal for $3 million, and it's
So
up
if it's
to
the same in
$4.5 million.
guaranteed money,
Basically, yep.
I would say I would go. Then it's just really coming down to preference and what you plan on having this guy do, right?
Absolutely, right.
That's what I would say, right? And the Dolphins have already shown interest in Odell, and let's call it for what it is, right? Mike McDaniel and Ross and apparently Greer, they like the star power. It's big in Miami. It sells. You think fans would be clapping the way they are for Odell the same way for Boyd if it was all in all the same? I
My
don't
thing
think
is
so, right?
this.
There's a little bit of star power, and it is ridiculous, but I also think that there is something to everything. We're talking about monies being equal. So I don't know,
First of
man.
all,
I would say take Boyd because it's a future option in the wide receiver room. But I also think the Dolphins are in no position to start thinking about money going to other people outside of Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill in the fucking room right now, because there is no third option you're going to put that's going to take. And I know Pete wants to say he's coming in here to be number 2. That would mean Jalen Waddle went down. That's the only way, because Jalen Waddle, if anything, is striving to overtake the number 1 position, and Tyreek Hill's going to slide down. And I don't give a shit who you are. Odell is not taking any snaps away from Tyreek in any scenario at all. So to think that he's going to do that to Waddle has gotten better in his game every year. Now, will that mean, I don't think Waddle will ever be what Tyreek Hill has been and is, but I think as far as what we're measuring, what you want out of a number 1 wide receiver and paying the money and stuff, Waddle is as good as anybody you want to put a name to outside of Jefferson. Jefferson's
I would
in a
say
league of his own right now, just like Hill is. But everybody else is number 1. The St. Browns, the Brown on Smith, all the Eagles guys, all that. Every single one of a Chase. I don't give a shit who you say. Waddle is every bit as good, and then you can line him up with who does what better in this. And Waddle is. You can make a case that Waddle is better than anyone.
I agree.
Agreed.
I agree, Cap. But I would say this, right? This is, remember when I brought up, I think a month ago, did the research, found out through the last 3 years, Greer brought in motivational guys off a terrible injury. 17 of them.
Hey, I'm gonna slide out. I gotta swing somewhere else. I'll come through. I'll come back.
So that tells me that Greer just picked up the 18th
guy who went through severe injury and is looking to come back and show the NFL. He did it with Ogba. He did it with 17. Some of them didn't work out. Some of them worked out terribly. It blew up in our face. Majority of them worked out. Ramsey's still on the team. A couple of guys are still on Connors. So some of them terribly worked out for us, didn't work out, and some of them actually worked out. But this is the 18th one, guys. This is the 18th guy that Greer likes to get, who is
What
full
the
of
hell are
injuries.
you talking
Full of
about?
injury. If you would listen and you're not being quick to respond, 17 guys that he brought in the last 2 years who have terrible injury histories, right? They're not guys who we can say they'll play the whole season. They are guys who wants to motivate because the past team let them go and they want to prove to the NFL that they can play with the Miami
Teron
Dolphins the whole
Armstead.
season. We can go on. It's 17. I'm skipping all of that. I count them already. What I'm trying to tell Lewis is this is the 18th guy that Greer has brought in full of an injury list. And all I'm saying is I'm sitting back here watching. This is gonna be Chris Greer. He's gonna get these 7s and 8s who wants to show the NFL I can play 17 games, and it blows up in our fucking face sometimes. And when it blows up in our face, don't think I ain't writing this shit down, Lewis. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. If the guy plays 10 games, I'm happy. I don't think Odell's gonna play the whole season because number one, Greer likes to bring in these guys. Greer likes to bring in these guys who will show the NFL I can play all season long, but it's proven to blow up in our face. A couple of them make
Especially
it to
late
the
in the
other side.
season.
All I'm saying is it's the 18th guy that he's brought in over the last 2 years who's full of shit injuries. So
And
let's jot
this is
that. You
Odell
have to jot
Beckham you're
that down,
talking about.
Lewis.
And this is
Lewis, you
Odell
have
Beckham you're
to
talking
make
about, right?
accountability for this shit.
Sharif, so everybody knows exactly who you're talking. You're talking about Odell Beckham is the 18th.
Yes, yes.
Okay, just making it clear so everybody understands exactly.
This is the 18th guy now. So you like to get these guys who you're hoping, because the Dolphin fans are not really. We're kind of pissed because we picked up on it over the last 2 years. Oh, why they got this guy? And Connor worked out fine, but then it blew up in our face. Like another win blew up in. We could go back to Byron Jones, blew up in our. So it's like I don't know. Fuller blew up in. You got Odell. If he plays 10 games, he did his job. If the guy plays an entire season, man, he showed the NFL. But Greer likes
How
to
many
do
games
this.
did OBJ play last year for Baltimore? I'm just asking. I really don't know.
I really don't know either. But I'm just saying we got to jot this stuff down to hold people accountable, Lewis.
Pete, is there any way you could find out how many games OBJ played for Baltimore last year?
I'm gonna get it right now.
At some point, Greer's got to get a stud who was a fucking stud before he signed him. Meaning, Iron Man. Why doesn't Greer like to get Iron Man? I don't give a shit if he doesn't get an O-line. Get some Iron Man, man. Jesus Christ. We're going to hope and pray. Like this is a Rastafarian song. Hope and pray for anyone to stay healthy throughout the season.
Who's an Iron Man, Sharif? Like, give us some names who's some Iron Man.
I got to go through the free agency list. It's the second round of free agency. I guess everybody who's left probably has some injury history, right?
But don't you think, like in a league that's a contact sport and stuff, there's always going to be guys that have injuries? Like I'm just saying, like in the NFL, there's probably not that many guys that are injury free. Like right? Like I think we can all agree on that.
I think he got an Iron Man and Tyreek. Could you agree with that? Never been injured, never, nothing.
14 games, says S. Harris.
Oh,
this is his first year with that, though.
Okay, so OBJ played 14 games for the Baltimore Ravens last year. That, for the most part, in a 17-game season, I would say that that's great production for a older player that's been, in the league for what, 9, 10 years now. I think 14 games
31.
is good.
He's
Yeah,
31, right? That's not
yeah.
old.
Well,
That's
from
not
an and
old.
well, again, it's old in the aspect of look at all the young up and coming receivers in the league. I
Right.
would say, yeah, he's old in that respect.
I think if he could learn how to use baseball terms, work his changeup, because he can change. I watched some tape with him. He can still change speeds, and I saw a out and up. I don't know who that defender was for Seattle. I don't. You saw it too, eh? That guy got toasted. We call it fried in the Bahamas.
Oh
Your ass
yeah,
got
yeah,
fried.
yeah. I know the exact play you're talking about. That was the underthrown ball by Lamar Jackson.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Man, if
yeah.
he does even some of that here, they're gonna shift coverage over to Odell by week
Did,
4
did
because
you hear that? Did you hear that, Pete? The underthrow by Lamar Jackson. Did you hear that?
It was an underthrow. That's what it was.
yeah,
Well,
because he had to
OBJ.
fall on his hip to catch
Oh,
it
OBJ had to fall down and then roll like the building was on
and
fire
hit his
into the
head
end
and
zone.
shit. Yeah, he got a
Yeah,
concussion
he
off of
had to
that.
roll into the end zone from an underthrown ball. I just wanted to know
Yeah,
if you seen that, Pete.
I hear that. That's that same guy you were begging the Dolphins trade for. That same guy.
Hey man, hey, listen. I like guys that thrown balls, Pete. What can I say?
But again, we're now gonna hope for Wynn to stay healthy. We're gonna hope for June 1st money to pop out, Connor to come back, right? Because if you got Connor, you got Eichenberg as your swing guard, you got Robert Jones, Keon Smith. That's a good group. And the starters I don't need to mention. I guess X player would be right guard if we signed that player. I don't want Eichenberg starting. But when I say that, I mean like injuries, right? And then we're depending again. Like we're trying to go on a run here. Like we already understand that Chubb needs to come back after week 10. We already understand that we need to slowly bring in Phillips by week 6, Jalen.
Sharif,
And
I see,
like
I hear you, but what do you feel about Jalen Waddle holding out? Because
holding
I
out.
hear what you're saying, right? And I hear all that positivity is great. But in real sense, things aren't really so great right now as much as you're speaking them to be. Jalen Waddle's rumored to be having a holdout. He's holding out. He wants his money and he wants it now.
Listen,
You don't think
I
he should feel that
I
way, or you think he's
I
wrong for
listen.
feeling that way?
I personally, I do not have a problem with it. You know why?
You don't have a problem
Because
with him sitting out and begging for the money right now?
I don't have a problem with him doing whatever he needs to do. Because if you talk about who has that leverage right now, like you talk about a quiet guy who has the leverage of Christian Wilkins and Xavier Howard, a quiet guy who has not been in Tyreek's uh, podcast, who's since the first one, he's really not been moving with Tyreek like that. When I say that, I mean he's negotiating with his agent to get his bag, and he ain't even trying to. So to me, I can see if Waddle does something like that. To be honest, I love the Dolphins. That's not my problem because the Dolphins knew what they were getting into when they moved back up to 6 to get this guy. They know what they were getting into. So deal with your issues now. It's like you
Well, they
made
didn't
the
know what we were getting into because
the Dolphins
when
knew.
we went after Waddle, we didn't have Tyreek Hill.
So
We didn't have
yeah,
Odell Beckham.
well, you created it now, and the thing about it
By
is,
bad management, by
I look at
running
the
the ship
Marlins.
wrong.
I look at the Marlins. Right, Jeter came in. He said, "Look, we're gonna spend some money. We're gonna attempt to make a run." Right, it blew up in the Marlins' face. Right, Jeter left. Kim Ang left. And the point is that they're in a tear down right now. Jazz Chisholm is going to be traded. We traded Arias, the best hitter in baseball. Like, my thing is this. I hope the Dolphins don't have to. Oh, we tried to. Oh, we gotta tear it up. Well, let Tua walk and let this person in. Or okay, we signed you Tua, but now nobody is able to be signed because 38% of your cap you hold. So we're gonna make you have Edelman and Wes Welker, and we're gonna give you Amendola, and that's who you're gonna have to pass to now because we can't afford anyone Tua. And you know what? I'm good with that, man, because the Dolphins, at the end of the day, if you ain't gonna give me no Super Bowl before I'm 50, that's okay, man. I'm good with my Marlins championship. I'm being honest. You made the bet with Waddle like this. You freaking moved back up from 14 to 6, bro. You made this issue to be creative. Waddle decides to play this hand.
Yeah, but I'm sorry to tell you, you can't
I
be
ain't
good because
sorry.
the
That
Marlins
that
won a championship. That
ah.
you
So
can't.
if the
That's a totally
teardown
different
comes,
sport.
the teardown
That's like
comes,
saying I
right?
saw the Heat
But you
win
still
so much
locked
and the
into
Marlins.
Tua.
Forget the Dolphins. I'm just no. I mean, what do you think? So now I'm asking you about Waddle holding out, right?
Mm,
Do you think there's a scenario right now where Greer is walking up to Tua and Waddle and trying to convince both of those guys at the same time, hey, we love both of you guys. We want to make a fair offer to both of you guys because you two guys are the missing piece of the puzzle. So this is all we have to offer between both of you guys. You think there's a
no,
scenario where Greer's trying to pimp them like that?
no, no, because this is the most money Tua and Waddle has ever made. So in that aspect, they are okay. Let's just say I there was the let's just say Toys R Us is on fire, and that's the only store in ever. And so I have a contract with 3 months left, even though the Toys R Us is burned down, right? And they kicked in the second part of my contract, which has a few months remaining, even though the building is gone. And so I'm using this analogy to show you that Waddle and Tua has made the most money in this coming year ever in their life. And they're in a contract that they cannot then fight out or fight for better. They because you already under contract. In fact, it would be tampering if another team was to say they want uh Waddle. If it doesn't work out with the GM of the Dolphins, we would like that would because Waddle is under contract, you'd be charged for
It
tampering.
doesn't matter if they're under contract, Sharif.
But my point
Why
is,
Waddle's going to be under contract? What do you think he's doing? He's holding out. What is that going to let the other organizations know, Sharif? Hey, I'm not happy here. They don't value me as much as I value me, and I'd like to take my services elsewhere if the price is
uh,
right. That's what it means.
you agreed to make how much? How much would he be making? 11 million this
Look,
year, I think.
I'm not sure, but I know next year under that fifth year it'll be in the 20s, right?
It's his fifth year next year. Oh yeah, yeah. Did he get
Yeah.
drafted with Tua?
Oh, he didn't get drafted with Tua. He got
He got
drafted the
drafted.
following year.
No,
Tua
he got drafted
2020,
the
he's
four. Yeah, so
2021.
he's in his fourth year. Yeah, 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 yeah.
He's
So
with the
he,
draft that you wanted to draft. How did you forget this?
God damn,
Imagine, imagine we would have went first
Pete,
pick,
slow
right?
down. Pete, we got a
Imagine,
whole year
imagine.
before the option year kicks in.
Yeah, but imagine this: 2021 with the sixth pick, you got Panay Sewell, and then with the other pick, instead of Jalen Phillips, we would have got Creed Humphrey, and then in the second round, we still could have turned around and got Javon Holland or
No, no, no,
whatever.
no, 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 no. See, I wouldn't have. See, that's what I'm trying to tell people. You didn't have to. Oh, let's set the lineup 1 year. Each of those years, the teardown year, Panay. The second year, Tua, and you get Caesar. You need to get Igbenogany. You see what I'm saying? You get Tua, you get Caesar with the 26th pick before you trade down with Green Bay, right? And then the third year, I mean, the first year you get worse. You see what I'm saying? The second year you get Tua and Caesar. And the third year you get Panay. And so you would have had worse your center, Caesar and Panay, in 3 consecutive years. So in 3 consecutive years, you pluck the best O line, and then you second year you get Tua, and then you pluck the best center, and then in the third year after you got Tua and Waddle, you not Tua and Waddle, you pluck uh Panay, so you never have Waddle, but you would have everyone else. You would never gotten Waddle because you would have gotten Panay.
Well, you can't really say you would have never had Waddle because he could have fell. We could have been the team that wanted to draft him that high. He could have easily. We could have selected Panay 6, right? And he could have slid right there where Jalen Phillips was
But
selected
take
around
yourself
whatever
back to that
15.
draft. Take yourself back to that draft, people.
Devontae
It
Smith
was
would have still probably got selected,
it was so many hot receivers coming out of Alabama. To
and it
take
was
that chance
Kyle
to let
Pitts.
that go beyond 8 and miss out on maybe 3 studs. Because then you
You
would
were
have had,
supposed.
boy, people would have been pissed at Greer if he said, okay, I know I can, he may drop. When you look, 7th pick, Waddle, 8th pick, Smith, 9th pick, Gallup, who the other guy is with the Cowboys? Boy, they would have, oh man, they would have got on Greer for that. You
Yeah,
missed
Gallup is
all
not
of them.
there anymore. I forgot what team. I'm trying to remember now, but yeah, he's not with the Cowboys no more.
Not Gallup, the receiver from Alabama.
Henry Ruggs. Oh, Jerry
Yeah,
Jeudy.
yeah, Judy. No, Judy's with Denver.
Judy's with Cleveland now. He got traded.
So, but Dallas has an Alabama receiver who's
CeeDee
beasting.
Lamb.
Right. So now, if you missed out on, boy, you want to get Greer cussed out if he passes on Waddle at that point. So I could understand during that draft, it was so much hype on these receivers, these space makers, these guys who can take off the top, and each one of them had their own way of taking the top off. People questioned Devontae Smith's size, and that was it. Everything else was just these guys are going in the first round. I remember that day.
Yeah, we all remember it. The community
Nobody
wanted to
would have done
destroy.
that shit.
Remember
Nobody
how
would
they
have done that
wanted
shit
Cal
and
Pitts?
wait.
We need a draft. They were, bro, the Dolphins, everybody on their contract.
Exactly.
They wanted to draft Cal Pitts at number 3.
Mm-mm-mm.
Tua would have been out of here. That would
And
have been a
it's
generational
and that's the
mistake
thing.
drafting Cal
You
Pitts at 3 for
traded
Tua.
to 14. You got 2 more picks, right? You dropped from 3 to 14. You got 2 more picks and moved back up to 6. Like damn. But that when you traded from 3, you gave up a 9. Right now, your right side would have been so set. We wouldn't even have been talking about uh the kid Paul. We wouldn't have been talking. Well, we already got Austin. We already got Austin.
Have you gave your
No,
opinion
no,
to the
no.
community about the OBJ signing and what it could mean and how you feel about it? And
I look at it like this. It's up to Tua because number one, I go back to press conferences, and the reason why I go back to press conferences, and I look at Tua like this when it comes to press conferences. He's more like Kurt Warner to me. Very honest, very forthwith, not afraid of. Look, if I'm Christ-like honest at the podium, I'm gonna get scrutinized. Tua's really not that kind of guy. When he doesn't give a shit, he's gonna be honest, and that's a problem for some times because you already said that it's like a video game when the receiver cuts across my offensive lineman, and at some points the route development, I have to wait until they peek out by the left tackle or peek out by the right tackle because at that point you're waiting for them to hit the sideline where I can see them again. And if I cannot see them, I can't hit them. It's things like that what tells me, number one, once Brewer snapped the ball, his 6'1.5" frame would probably allow Tua to see over the top of him. Number two, if I see he's too honest and forthwith at the podium, at his own press conferences. Tua said, I would I'd like to hit people more over the middle, but I can't see over the top of them. So I just think that it's going to be times where we would lie to him. You said it 30 minutes ago, Pete. He's going to look at Tyreek, and then he's going to come to Odell. And because of that, Odell is going to be the second progression for Tua, either because it's a quick pass offense, McDaniel catering to Tua. So if it isn't Tyreek open, immediately he's probably going to go to Odell. Now, when he does that, will he be able to see over the top of the offensive lineman? Because we've seen the seams with Smythe open. We've seen the seams with Gesicki open. The only person who could have been able to see the seams was a 6'3" Fitzmagic, because he's 6'3". He can easily see the seam and gives Gesicki 80 catches.
Yeah, because right now, I bet a lot of these fans think Odell Beckham is like 6'3".
Right,
a lot of these fans must think Odell Beckham is 6'3". He's going to solve all the height issues on the right receiver.
When a block develops after Tua snaps it, we have to hope that they spread a little at least and open up some windows for Tua. Like the O-line must like spread and not be much of don't be so much of a pocket. Because if you pocket up, then Tua probably can't see over the top of you. See, they're gonna have windows, maybe like how Drew Brees used to play. Drew Brees used to depend on the windows that the guards and the centers create for him.
Guys, do you remember back with the Kansas City Chiefs and Lenny Dawson and Hank Stram?
No,
Because
Mark.
when you're talking about offenses and being able to create windows, one of the things that the Chiefs used to do is they had really, really short running backs, and Dawson was like a 6-foot quarterback, but they had tall wide receivers. They had, obviously the superstar that they had there. My gosh, I'm trying to remember his name. But and they had Freddie Urbanus at tight end and Gloucester Richardson and, like I said, the superstar that they had. But what they did in Kansas City is they did half rollouts, half roll left, half roll right, giving Dawson a window to be able to throw to. And Kansas City did have a very tall offensive line, with Dawson being only 6 foot or 6'1". So they relied on using what they call these half rolls and creating windows and throwing to half a field. And I just wonder if that's something that may be something in Miami's future game planning.
That's something we've been doing for 2 years now with Tua. Because what it was with Flores and O'Shea and the rest of those guys, Fry and Godsey. The thing is with those guys is they did the read option. So Tua would read the defensive end and just pass quick.
Yeah, but a read option only works if you have a viable running threat. And Tua's not a viable running threat, never has been.
Right.
What you have to do is you have to get him outside so he can see.
I'm saying that's what negated his height. Because if I just fake it to Mostert and I can pass quickly, I really don't need to have height. Because I'm basically reading the defensive end crashes towards me, or reading if he's going to space out and run with my running back, wheeling out the backfield. And so that was easy for him to, as opposed to put him on the center and then let him bend down and take the snap from corner and then stand back up and backpedal 5 steps and watch
He was 6 foot tall, 190 pounds.
I don't know if the other thing that I think this type of an offense helps with is Tua. People are going to disagree with me with this, but I don't think he has a true NFL arm. He doesn't have an NFL arm of Mahomes and Allen and Herbert, etc. What you can do by rolling him out is you open up those sideline routes, you open up those 9 routes that right now he may not have the arm to be able to get, and he certainly doesn't have the pocket time to be able to develop and throw. And where Tua gets into problems is the teams that can rush with 4 and can crash the interior offensive line from the outside and then let their inside players go ahead and clean up. The teams like the Philadelphias, the Baltimores, the Buffaloes, the Kansas Cities, these are the teams that continually defeat and destroy Miami's offense because there's not enough. Tua needs to have just enough
Tua
time.
is one of 8 quarterbacks in the NFL who has adequate or fast speed, and his first step will negate that. Why am I saying that? Because when you look, I look at once again, I look at the plays when he had Calhoun, he had Eric Carros, Jesse Davis. That was his O line at the time. When he ran over the safety and then had those big running games against Arizona. So with Tua's first step at the time, he was only 208. Tua is 230 last year. At
I thought
208,
he was
that
too
snares
heavy. I thought he was too
Alabama.
heavy, to be honest with you.
He at Alabama, he was 205. Tua is back down to 210, thanks to Proform and what's
And
his
now I'm
name?
concerned about
But
injury history. He's not. He doesn't
listen,
have the
a
mobility
football
of
player
a
can't worry
quarterback.
about weight, the proportion weight because you're a QB. At this point, you need to survive. Meaning,
Well, I
my
think
first
McDaniel
step,
doesn't want him
I
to
won't
run
be
because
able to
of
be.
injury history.
Well, the thing is, you have to catch him first.
He's not that difficult to catch. Believe me, he's really not.
You get my point then. So take the 230 down to 210, which he did, and you would see his first step, which would negate what you're talking about. If you want to give him half pocket rolls, then you're gonna have to still chase him because half of the pocket will roll. That means someone else will crash down and start chasing him. My point is, the first step would negate a lot of the things that defenses will try to do. Because number one, if something isn't there and the pocket is crashing on me, and my first step allows me to get beyond the line of scrimmage and beyond the center in 2 seconds, my first step is adequate. Tua is one of 8 quarterbacks, once again, who has adequate speed and adequate first step again. So I don't like how people put this, he's only a pocket presence. That's bullshit. Now, I may not think that Tua is elite, but I'm gonna tell you and fight for this. He is he's a dual threat. He is fat. That's his problem. He is fat. Like I said, with Calhoun and Eric Carros and Jesse Davis, for God's sake, he was running and scrambling. He has a better line. That was my point of making that analogy.
I don't
So
think
you don't
he's
think
that much better of
he's
an
just
offensive
fat?
line.
He's just fat. That's his problem. Now with a better line, he'd be able to see shit break down and run and escape because he's lost some weight. I think if he produced that much running against the Jets in Arizona, he should be able to do that easily with Armstead and these other guys. And these other guys will block for him when they know he would take off. And watch them respond when Tua slides out of the pocket and runs and gains yards. Watch the offense respond and get excited for Tua.
If Tua wasn't running last year, do you really think if they give him a new major contract, which is basically career level at 4 years, $220 million, it's $55 million a year. Do you really think they're going to let him run when he is one injury away from invalidating a $220 million contract? I certainly don't.
Yes, because, okay, one thing people don't notice about Tua is Tua went against Daniel twice and he went against Flores once. Flores asked him to get down faster, and Flores was pissed that I think that game. And he was like, Tua, I asked you to get down, man, and like get down, try to get. Tua wanted to prove to Flores that I could run through defenders. That's what people like. I don't know if people notice that, but that's what I like. I like when you kick ass and the coach pissed. And McDaniel did it to him too. Why do you have to show that you could run through San Francisco defenders? We know you can. Don't do that shit again. Slide. And what did Tua do? Run through a defender again.
You know what happened
and
here
so
in
it's
Buffalo?
I don't care what the fans think.
Well, you
I
should,
want to
because it is
win.
relevant to Miami.
I don't care what
The
fans
previous
think.
coordinator told him, or Ken Dorsey told him, we don't want you to run. We want you to stay in the pocket and throw. He was terrible. They got
And
rid
I
of
like how
Ken Dorsey.
I
They
like
got
how
Brady.
Tua.
They released him, and
Mhm.
Allen went back and went crazy.
I like how he disobeyed orders and ran through defenders. I love how Tua did that. So to me, I don't care what the fans think because Tua will run through defenders when he needs to because he's quick enough to do it now.
And when he's hurt for the
I
season,
don't.
Saw that play?
I don't think he'd
then
get
where are
hurt.
you at? Where are
He
you
run
at?
through
Then?
it. He ran through Jared. What's the Allen kid who played for the Jets? The big thick safety that they had. I forgot the kid's name. Jamal Adams, I think.
Let's talk about
Big.
yeah, Jamal Adams.
They had a big. He ran right through him.
We're gonna respectfully agree to disagree on this. I don't think he's a running threat. He's not going to be taken as a running threat. They're not going to spy him, so you're not going to get that advantage of taking a linebacker out of the play to spy Tua.
And guess what? I want teams to think like you.
Well, I want to see
I'm telling you,
he's going to run the ball 10 to
it's
12
it's gonna have to be some point where you run like Purdy. It's gonna have to be some point where you run like Mahomes, slide and get 17. It's gonna have to be some point where they drop back 3 linebackers. They take away what you want on third down, and guess what? My feet will improvise because I can. Like I said, Tua is one of 8 quarterbacks left in the NFL who can do it.
Who are the other 7 in your opinion?
Stroud, the kid, Love, Fields, what's the other
Fields
kid's
doesn't
name?
start anymore, so that's the end of him.
Lamar, that's 5. Tua is 6. Mahomes is 7. I don't think Russell. I'd say Russell 8. Maybe
Look how Tua's offense looks. Look at this. Everything needs to be quick. You seen that? Everything just needs to be quick.
The ball is already out. So what that tells me is they're not
Look how
gonna
he
take
plays,
it.
though. Look at Tua. Look at this guy. Look. It looks like everything he wants it out of his hands fast. That's a scary player, bro.
No, Pete. What it is if you understand San
He was even in
Francisco's
a rush
offense,
to hand it off. Hey, hurry up! I gotta hand this off.
Pete, one thing I enjoy about sometimes it's really very nagging and it takes hours, but I love to learn what the new offense is coming to my team trying to do. Anytime you see that motion, the purpose of that motion across the center is to get half of the defense to think different, and you're going to the opposite side. That's why Mostert run to house. A-Chain is running to house because what they're doing is they're doing something so the defense can think they're going a specific way and they freeze. But guess what? The old linemen know where the offense is going. The old linemen know where the plays are. And you freeze them and you catch them with only 4 defenders left to block for A-Chain. You see what I'm saying? And this is how you get mismatches and the guys are housing running plays because it's the motion is built to make the Bills have 3 defenders left on the left side. That's what the motion is built to do. You see, when everyone is going one way and then, oh, Dolphins trick you. Yes. Now you have 2 defenders left to tackle.
There was the half roll. Very effective.
Right.
Oh,
and
you calling the half roll is a rollout. Yeah.
You have to do that with guys like Tua. And sometimes when defense commit hard to it, Tua still tries to force it in, and that's the problem. Sometimes defenses
he's not
are
a really
right.
good thrower of the ball on the run.
Sometimes
so you really don't want him rolling
Yeah.
out where he has to keep running and throwing.
Because if the defense is right, he may force it like we've seen him do so. Tua would have 3 interceptions right now, but because defenses are sometimes right, and it's a play where he has to go this way, he still tries to, I have to go. And no, you don't. So you have 7 to 11 interceptions because some of those shit you had to do it. No, you didn't have to throw it. Some of those were stupid throws.
This is the 48-20 game? 40 whatever
This is
score?
the 48-20 game, yeah. First 2 drives you look good, and other drives, the second half you look good, and the rest of it, Complete train wreck. The interior, Buffalo adjusted their defense to go to four defensive linemen with an interior pass rush, 7 in a secondary, doubled Hill, doubled Waddle, and took everything else out. And then you were
Sounds like
dead.
it was an easy plan.
It was an
Yeah,
easy
it's
plan because the
incredible.
Dolphins defense is easy to screw.
Hey, this is Mark, Bills fan. Hey, Mark, I thought you were a Dolphins fan, but look, Mark, at the end of the day, right? X Factor, NBA Finals, 6 man off the bench, X Factor. I look at the X Factor for the Dolphins, right? The X Factor is simply, to me, what is the X Factor for this season of taking us over the top to Super Bowl or to AFC Championship? The X
Having a
Factor to
defense
me,
that can get the ball back for the offense.
no,
But right now, I
no,
don't think your defense can do that.
no, because
Set him again, Mark.
no, because you know what? I think everything is galvanized on the ability of Tua's feet. And why do I say that? Because there was a play against Kansas City. It was I think a rollout, fake handoff to Mostert, and Tua had green grass to run on the left side. Tua was 235 pounds at that point, trying to prove he can stay healthy, but he was too fat to escape the defensive end mark. If you watch the play, you would actually laugh. Tua struggled to get out of bounds on the opposite side when he had green grass to escape and pull away. Tua got caught, right? He ain't gonna do that this year. Why? He shed those 20 pounds. Now I
But
want to
when
see
Tua was
Alabama Tua.
2 years ago, first year with Tyreek, he got the concussion in Cincinnati. That season that I'm talking about. When did we see Tua, who was a lighter Tua, running around with McDaniel?
Flores. And Flores had to tell him, stop, please, because your
No,
hip
I'm
isn't
saying
ready.
with McDaniel. He's
With
not going to
Flores
run.
too.
Stop. Get off of that, Sharif. It's like what
Okay.
Mark said. You're not going to pay this guy $50 million per year to then tell him, hey, start running the ball.
I'm not throwing in any fear factor. And
If
I'm
he
not
didn't
going to
do
tell you
it,
to stop
if he
it.
didn't
I'm
do
not.
it in a year, look, I'm gonna be honest with you, Sharif. Oh wow,
Defense.
there's like a big like.
Dawson Knox just takes that Miami defensive back and just says, "Screw you! I'm going to run over the top of you."
No, yeah, Dawson Knox has done them. The
Listen,
only way I see
Pete,
a scenario where Tua's gonna
Pete,
run the
I
ball
don't
like you're
want
saying,
praise.
Sharif, it's
No, what you're
because
thinking
he's
is
fighting for
Tua
his
is going to
contract.
have
He's
plays to
playing
be
on that
made for
5th-year
him.
deal
But
during
Pete,
the year.
I don't think Tua will have plays made for him. Once again, there was never, and see, this is what we're talking about. There was never plays made for Purdy. There was never plays made for Mahomes. But Mahomes saw that the defense was dropping back, really trying to take away Pacheco and these other guys. So anyway, you got the linebacker on the third
This
down,
old ass
dropping 15
Latavius
yards
Murray.
deep. This is when Tua's supposed to use his first step, get past Connor Williams, and get upfield and slide. Tua was not doing that because he's not fast enough to do it. Why? Because he gained weight to stay healthy.
And he's going to
It's
lose
simple.
weight and get killed.
Well, why
So-
is Nick? Why is Nick Hicks champion in it? Because Nick Hicks champion in it, and I agree with Nick Hicks. And I thought Tua should have done it. Well, I would honestly say this: now that he's past the hip injury, he can do it now. He can get back to Alabama Tua because his hip is past it. He's already have cartilage and muscle and everything built on that hip now. So my thing is, you can get back to Alabama Tua. You can get back to extending plays and running and scrambling and sliding.
You know the reason why I think Alabama Tua is no more. Alabama Tua is no more because Alabama Tua doesn't exist in the NFL. The receivers that Miami have, as good as they may be, are
But
not
didn't
going to get
Mahomes
7
run
yards
for
open.
50 yards? Even though he's a passing quarterback in the playoffs, Mahomes ran for 50 yards, and I just explained to you the play. Mahomes ran for 50 yards because they dropped.
Tua can't. There's
Exactly.
also an issue with me that Tua is programmed. There's an issue with me that Tua is programmed because he is intellectually challenged. I've thought that right from the beginning. And, people will laugh and mock and say, well, the Wonderlic doesn't mean anything. Believe me, it means something. Why is he not changing plays? Why are the Dolphins primarily successful on the first series or two of downs in each half where they run scripted plays, and the minute their scripted plays run out and Tua's left to kind of think on his own and work on his own, they fail.
With his 700 throws that McDaniel noticed, they caused him to be number one mark in the NFL in 7 different categories.
Okay.
So those 700 throws
let's look at Tua on the whole. Let's look at him on the whole. 29 touchdowns, 14 interceptions, 6 lost fumbles, no rushing touchdowns. So he's accountable for the Miami Dolphins offense. He was accountable for 29 touchdowns.
Mhm.
Josh Allen has 29 touchdown passes. He has, I think, 19 interceptions.
Are we going to compare Tua to an elite quarterback? Are you going to do that?
Okay. So you're saying that Tua is not an elite quarterback. Is that what you're saying with that?
No, and I'm saying, yes, and I'm saying Tua's not elite, and I'm saying the only way Tua can X factor himself to be that. You remember Flutie? Like you can't stamp Flutie. It's like a roach, and I got to stamp you. I think Tua can become that, like a gnat to people, but he's gonna have to be that kind of guy, the swashbuckle type of guy.
Tua is kind of like a gnat. He's like an annoying mosquito as a quarterback.
Guess what? Flores was pissed. Flores was like, "Why did you scramble? You didn't have to show me you could run over a safety." And Tua was like, "Man, fuck it, bro. I'm here. I love it." That's what I love about Tua, by the way.
Look at your quarterback. Look, this is versus Buffalo early on in the season. Everybody healthy and not even cold weather. This is him. Gets blown out 48-20.
Well, the first 2 drives of Miami was spectacular, and this is a great catch by
That was
Mostert right here.
lucky by Mostert. That was a great catch. It was a lucky catch by Mostert. Then he even had to get out because he set him up.
Listen,
took a big shot.
Tua cannot get. Okay, let me ask you guys a question.
Bad throw. You see what I'm saying,
this
Mark?
is where I feel.
Yeah.
If I feel right, the only way Tua can improve his ceiling is with his legs. Do you guys think Tua can get any better as an aerial passer? Or he's hit his ceiling?
I do. You have to scheme him.
Look, this was one of those sideline throws. Oh, we want Tua to throw toe drag passes.
Listen. Tua, listen, I've seen Tua. Tua does not have the velocity to throw a 25-yard out mark. You know that.
You seen it right there.
He doesn't have the velocity to do it. Now you're saying you can see a higher ceiling of Tua's aerial passing? No, sir.
Yeah, I can. I can see. But what he has to do is he has to be schemed into better patterns, and they have to improve the offensive line. The problem with this is continuous. This man has no time to throw, and when Buffalo made an adjustment and started to just go to 4 interior,
but they
and
run the
wide,
offense that way too,
because they took away the center of the field, and Tua was finished. If you make Tua throw outside the hash marks,
but if I know you're gonna get rid of it in a second and a half, why don't I just drop my linebackers in a second and a half? Because I know you're trying to get rid of the ball, so drop back quickly. It's kind of easy to stop Tua. So my thing is this: you got to do I formation. You got to do pro form. You got to do strong and weak, meaning go under center. That tells the defense you don't know what the hell happens. You don't know what I can be passing to Ingold. Because if you go in this, I see this what they call the wishbone, where Mostert and another an Ingle are behind Tua in the shotgun. Like, to me, defenses are gonna just here goes another pass fake run, and we're just gonna drop back. Like, why don't you just go under center? Go under center. To me, you should have done this with Tua a long time ago, Pete. think Flores should have put him on the center a long time ago.
I don't think there's no saving Tua, bro. Right now, we're like he's on his final leg. Now he has Odell. No excuses. We need more than 7 points, and it's not going to end well. It really isn't. I wish we would have been, jumped off ship to be ahead of the curve. But now, as it looks like, look at Mark. Mark just finished saying the Bills are rebuilding right now with confidence that they can still be divisional winners.
No,
Taking
the
losses
Bills.
and digs
The Bills
and
are a year or two from where Tua would be. The Bills have to win with Amendola, and right now they have to win with Wes Welker and
you picture right now
Julian
Tua
Edelman.
with the contract. Tua with the
That's who the Bills
contract
have to
and his
win
wide.
now.
Yeah, exactly. Tua with a contract, and we're having a win with Shakir. We're having a win with a rookie wide receiver that we drafted in the second round, and that's what we have is a tight end, a
And that's
receiving
what
tight end
happened
that
with,
can't
New
block.
Orleans. It happened with Seattle. You have to now win with Amendola and Julian Edelman because you paid with the kid's name, Russell Wilson, and you
I
paid
wish Snorty was out
with the
here,
Rams. Who
cause
did the Rams pay? The Rams went and paid that guy Goff. So not Goff, Stafford, and got all those guys to come in. And so you have to pay. And so now they have to break the team down so bad that they're in a pure rebuild for 3 years. And
Mark,
all I'm
earlier
saying
when
is
I asked you about Dolphin guys and I asked you who you didn't like, Sharif was one of those guys, right?
Pardon?
You said Sharif was one of the guys you didn't like in the Dolphins community, right?
Well, that's only because he extemporizes on the things that he's saying. A lot of his stuff, of course, I don't agree with, especially with the mobile Tua concept, which I think is inane because Tua is not mobile. He's never going to be mobile, and he's not going to do anything to cause a defense to script him or to spy him. But as far as a human being is concerned, great human being, love you to death. I just don't agree with your
That's what
takes.
I mean. I'm not talking about him as a human. I'm talking about football. You get me?
okay, Mark.
Football wise, we disagree. We disagree philosophically on a couple of points.
If Tua has 150 yards, Mark, I don't want to say I had a victory over you. All I'm
If
gonna
Tua has
say is
150 yards rushing, he's averaging 8
his hip
yards a
is
game.
healed, man.
How is 8 yards
That's
a game
all
affecting anything?
All I'm gonna say is Tua hip is healed if he has 150 yards or more this season. That's all I'm
If he has
gonna say.
150 yards, Sharif, he's doing.
He did it before under
He
Flores.
said 150
134 under
yards,
Flores.
Mark. You just
So
that
it's
take
not like he
was
didn't
so
do it
bad.
before,
You
Mark.
had Mark
Mark
get
has no
kicked out.
confidence in Tua.
No. But you just said something so crazy that got Mark kicked out of here. He's like he couldn't even believe
No,
he pressed
I
the
dropped
wrong
my
button.
phone. No, I'm saying 8 yards a game. 8 yards a game is not going to make
Right.
any effect on anything.
8 yards
You
a
know,
game is gonna make two guys spy Tua, Mark.
8 yards. Okay, I like to have some of this stuff that you've been drinking or smoking. If you think that's going to happen,
They're gonna try to get Lawrence Taylor out of retirement for Tua.
You know what's crazy, Mark? Sharif says Tua's gonna get 8 yards a game, and those 8 yards are gonna be so crucial because it's gonna amount to 3 first downs. Those
yeah.
8 yards
If
rushing.
those 8 yard runs come on a 4, 3, and a 1 yard touchdown run, then I totally agree with them.
But that was Tua in 2019, right, Pete? 3 touchdowns, and then the next year he had 3 touchdowns again. How much? I think Tua has 7 or 8 touchdowns rushing. Like,
No,
Mark,
he never had
you're
that.
disrespecting Tua, man. Look at the stats,
Look,
Pete.
I look at the stats, and I'm not
This
disrespecting
dude's
Tua.
disrespecting Tua. Like, Tua is running
I'm
it
not
in
gonna
and
lie,
doing his
Sharif.
he's doing his Hawaii dance in the end zone, right?
I'm not
That's
gonna
the
lie,
one.
Sharif. If Tua picks it up, man, we could have a special season. We really could.
Okay,
It's all there
It's
all there.
How many times have the Tua-led Dolphins beat a Josh Allen-led Buffalo Bills team? How many times? I think the number stops at 1.
It's 1, but I still say we lost that game. Straight up.
You did lose that game. You got dog walked up and down the field, 497 yards to like 190 something, and 43 minutes of
Exactly.
time of possession to 16. You got dog walked.
Exactly.
The fact that the Bills players are dropping like flies in 130 degree heat. Yeah, here's where this is the first series of downs where the Dolphins completely fell apart on offense. You get them on a penalty. Now you get them in a down and distance issue. Now watch what happens.
They play cover 2.
What are you
I
talking
can
about?
see
This
right.
defensive play
Now
right
they
here?
I can see right through this
figured out how to
cover 2.
attack Miami's offense. And I'm trying to see if at this point if Eichenberg had moved over to come into the ball game yet,
No,
because that had an impact on the outcome of this game too.
Isaiah Wynn hadn't been hurt yet. Isaiah Wynn played this game.
Okay, and this is a simple little screen, and this is something that I keep talking about when the Dolphins started having those offensive line injuries last year. Tua's average yard to pass dropped. The number of screens increased. The yardage per pass down the field went down over 2.5 yards, and his time to throw went to 1.9 seconds, taking the season average down to 2.1. Now here's your situation. Now you're down 21-14. Your defense hasn't stopped anybody or anything. Now comes the first stop of the game. Now, if I remember correctly, the Dolphins do make a defensive stop, a defensive stand here because Van Ginkel's going to make a great play. Unfortunately for Miami, Van Ginkel's now in Minnesota. I think Van Ginkel's going to make a really great play on second down, if I remember correctly.
And instead of keeping Van Ginkel, right, we passed on him to draft the project and Chop Robinson. I think Van Ginkel's better
right now. Obviously,
and the tackling, the tackling's horrendous here. I mean, look at this play. Look how horrible the tackling is here.
I'm gonna have to say that Pete hasn't watched the film. Guys in the comments, if you want Pete to watch the film of Chop Robinson, just put it in the chat. Chop. Put it in the chat
I've seen the film on Chop Robinson, and if I can't believe he's 25th pick in the draft.
Obviously, Pete is not seeing the
The
film.
film is not that long on Chop Robinson, Mark.
Now, all I can say is this:
against the run, he looks more like chopped meat.
There's a guy we drafted who's undrafted. He's a guard. He actually injured Chop. He's playing right now on our practice squad. But the thing is, right?
Yeah, see, this is where the Dolphins are playing solid defense and they're making a play, but it's the next series of downs on offense which killed you. You have the Mostert fumble, and now all this, and then the whole interior of the Dolphins' offensive line just collapsed. And I think it's this series where there's going to be an injury.
Mark is trying to avoid Mo Kamara.
Mo Kamara's not. I had Mo Kamara on my draft board in Buffalo. I just happen to like Javon Solomon more. I had more production for Javon Solomon than I did at Mo Kamara. And they're basically the same size guys.
I'll give you this too. Mo Kamara, Allen would have smelled Mo Kamara before week 8. And not only that, I think that we're talking like we really wish that Van Keegle had more speed, but he just doesn't. But he's a nosy guy. He's a nose to the football guy. You ain't got no problem with Mo's speed. I'm telling you. This guy, you know who he reminds me of? He reminds me of Marco Coleman. And Pete, you're a young guy. You know this. I watched the Dolphins for a long time with Aubrey
Marco
Beavers
Coleman, from Georgia Tech. Yeah.
Marco Coleman had the ability, even at 6'2", to get to power. Okay, when you watch these kinds of film, right, guys in the comments, this is the all 22. You look for speed to power, and they show you from this view, which is the side view, and then they show you from the guard view behind the quarterback, right? So these are the type of things where you want to see what is speed to power for a defender. Speed to power for a defender, something that they can't be teach. It's something that you're born with, right? Kamara was born with that. Somehow he has that white Freeney. Why? He's 6.5 feet.
Oh, here it comes.
6'1.5".
Look at this play. Watch this play. Watch the inside pressure and watch what happens. This is how the
They're
top
getting to
teams,
it.
and this is why the Dolphins can blow mediocre teams out that don't have a front four that can generate inside pass rush. If Tua has time to anticipate and to hit his
Why didn't you pay
receivers
your
and they're
guys though,
breaking, he's
Mark? You
fine.
didn't pay anyone. You let two of them walk. You think you're gonna
Buffalo,
generate that same thing? You're acting
do I
like you're
think they're
gonna
going to
be able to
generate the same?
generate
Who
that
do they?
same.
Well, who do they let walk? They let Settle walk. They let Phillips walk. They picked up Dwayne Carter in the draft by trading down one spot and picked up 49 draft pick, or 40 or 50, or what was it?
And coming out,
49
he
or
wasn't
51
even.
spots in the
He
draft to get
wasn't.
Dwayne Carter. They got two more defensive inside players. They went and got they're going to have a better Von Miller back than last year because he was basically nothing off of his injury. They
You guys
re-signed
didn't let him
Epinesa. They
ride
have
off in the
Rousseau.
sunset.
Pardon?
Oh my God! You didn't let him ride off into the sunset, Mark.
No, he's
You brought
actually
him back.
he took a $9 million
God damn.
pay cut.
I guess he brought a coffin.
Oh,
with
and
him,
this is
too.
Kohu just gagging this play.
Yeah, this
Listen,
was terrible.
listen. We're not playing zone against you, Mark. Fangio is gone. We're playing man, and we're also playing amoeba, meaning 3-4 positionless defense. Everyone's standing on third down and moving, meaning you don't know who's going to come when 7 is standing. Right?
Well, with the
More
7
than
that you have
likely, we're
standing, well,
probably going
here's
to drop 3, and we're probably going to only send 4 because that's what Flores did most of the time. Weaver is using the same thing.
well,
Positionless defense.
if you play
He's really
zone
going to
defense
let
against
Poyer
Josh Allen
guard
against
the
this
tight ends.
scheme, you're going to get crucified because now you're not going to. What Buffalo kept doing last year towards the end of the season was throwing these little screens to Diggs, and he didn't have the burst to open them up. Those same screens that you see at Florida State with Keon Coleman, he's blowing past people. He's exploding past people. You're going to see a whole different offense out of Buffalo. You're going to see them run the football about 55% of the time. That team is
All I'm
going to
gonna
be
say is,
very, very
on
different.
third downs, Dolphins will be playing man, and we will be blitzing.
Who you think is winning the division? Buffalo, Mark?
I think Buffalo's going to win the division. I don't like Miami's 53. I think your defensive line is horrible. I don't think you're going to get Chubb and Phillips back until at least midseason, and I don't think you're going to get Chubb back full time until 2025. And I don't have much belief in Chop Robinson. I'm going to be very honest with you. I think Chop is chop meat at the NFL level because he's going to get eaten up by teams that are power running teams. What's your defensive line? Is Seiler going to be as good without Wilkins? I don't think so. Tier, I realize that EM was talking about Tart and
Taj Williams, Neville Gallimore,
Yeah,
Tier,
but think
Tart,
about this for a
Benito
second, right?
Jones.
All
these
three
guys. These
AFC
guys are
East
dog food
opponents,
players in the league.
all three AFC East opponents are going to want to run the rock on us heavy. Aaron
And they are.
Rodgers
New England's
with the
going to run the
Jets,
rock. The Jets are going to do it.
Patriots.
Buffalo's going to do it.
The Patriots are going to want to run the ball on us because of their rookie quarterback, so they're going to lean towards the
You
run.
realize the last
And
3
you guys
years,
are too.
Pete, on average, what has our run defense been in the last 3 years?
It
Yeah,
won't
but
matter because it's this
it
year that
doesn't
matters. It's
matter.
the player. You're not going to have Wilkins this year, and that's the key player in your scheme. Wilkins
Raekwon Davis,
made
Jerome
Styler
Baker,
better. There's no more
all of that.
Wilkins, and it's not going to make Tamir Tart or Bianco Jones or whatever. Neville Gallimore, Brandon Pee-wee, Peely, whatever the hell his name is.
Someone
These
is
guys
gonna
are not good defensive
like
players. Chop Robinson's
Mark.
weak against the run. Shaq Bennett may
Mark.
be a little bit better.
He's old.
The
Shaq
reason
Barrett is
why they
old.
got rid of Jordan Brooks in Seattle because he couldn't defend the run.
Mark, it's not about being positive with the Dolphins.
100%.
It's about being real. And you're just afraid right now that
I
you
think
know
I'm
you
not
have a
afraid of it.
quarterback. You have a
There's
quarterback
nothing
who's
that there's
passing
nothing
to
that I fear about
Edelman,
the Miami
Julian
Dolphins right
Edelman.
now.
You're passing to Amendola and an old Welker right now. That's what your receiving core is. See,
I'm looking at
what
I'm
you're
looking
gonna
at the same wide
understand
receiver
this
core
year,
we had last year
what you're gonna
in Miami.
understand this year is that you're gonna understand Randy Moss made Brady have 47 touchdowns.
And Randy Moss didn't win a
Randy
Super Bowl.
Moss did that.
You know who they won
Randy
a Super
Moss.
Bowl with?
I'm not talking about Super Bowl. I'm talking about who makes the quarterback. See? He never did
You know what
anything
made the quarterback
close.
in New
He
England?
never
Tom
did
Brady
anything
made the
close
quarterback
when
in New
Randy
England.
Moss left. He never did any touchdown total close when Randy
I
left.
want to play
No,
you guys with
he just won
Skyler,
Super
What you're
bro.
Bowls.
gonna understand this here
He
is
threw to
that
James
you got
White.
Edelman and you got Amendola. That's who you have. Can he make it work? It's up to Allen. All I'm telling you is you're gonna find out real quick.
It's scheme, Sharif. What they were doing is
I hope
Buffalo got
so.
players
You could
that
make yourself
that
believe
are
as much as
scheme
you want.
fits. Their scheme fits in that offense, and
All
that's what
right.
people are missing. They're lashing it
Listen, all I was
home, and they're
seeing
saying
was,
they don't have anything. They don't have
if
Diggs.
you
Diggs was
ask me,
diminishing.
all I was seeing is Diggs catch everything. If you ask me,
Diggs
and same
at
thing
the
with
end. Did you
Tyreek.
watch the last 6 games? Did you
Tyreek
watch the
makes
Bills' last
Tua.
6
I ain't
games?
ashamed to say that. Tyreek makes Tua. You're ashamed to say that Josh will have issues because all he has is Amendola and Julian Edelman.
No, I'm saying is he's going to be
Diggs
better
is gone,
because he's going
bro.
to
You
have
think you hard like that?
diversity and separation
Diggs is
skills.
gone.
Good. I wanted him gone. I wanted that
But you
contract
think you
gone. I
hard
wanted the
like
diva
that without
attitude
Diggs?
gone.
You really,
Sad.
really think you hard like that without Diggs? It's
I think they're
amazing, man.
better without
My
Diggs.
mouth would never be this hard if Tyreek leaves us. My mouth would go cold because I
Because
know what
Tyreek
makes
is
Tua.
a Pro Bowl wide receiver. Diggs was at the end. I'm telling you, wait till Diggs goes to
Oh
Houston
my
and he
God!
goes
Did
and he
you
has
hear
to
what
deal
he
with
said
Tank
about
Dell, who's
Diggs,
playing ahead
Pete?
of him. Nico Collins, who's playing ahead of him.
Did you hear what Diggs said about? Did you hear what he said about Diggs, Pete? Wow, he said Diggs is past his prime. This kid.
I was saying that last year to Bills fans. That
Oh
Bills fan.
man.
There's a Bills fan called LaShawn or something on Twitter. He was riding the
Both
Stefan's
of you
jock
are
so
drunk.
hard,
That means
and I was telling him,
both
bro,
of you are
Stephon
drunk.
Diggs is hurting Josh Allen because he doesn't give him no yak like that. He catches the
Ah,
ball, he
because
gets
he
No
wants
tackled.
the
separation
freaking
anymore.
ball. Listen,
He did it this game with
listen.
that broken tackle on Kohu,
You
but
know what?
come on, that's not
You know who
consistent
Diggs
enough.
reminds me of? He reminds me of the version of Xavier Howard where, by the way, Flores, I got 2 years left on my contract because I had 6 picks. You know what?
Another punk.
I think I'm going. Diggs is that type of guy, and guess what he did? Flores gave him the contract, and the next year, what did he do, Pete? I'm a whole load of. I'm gonna need a little more money because I got 7. I think I got 10. So I'm gonna need that to be. He had 2 years left. Diggs is that type of dude, Mark.
I know, and that's why I wanted him out of Buffalo.
But you can't handle
The
that
day
kind
that
of
they
dude. That's
called
what
that
I'm
trade, I
saying.
was like as happy as
But
can
you
be. I
can't
wasn't happy
handle
with the
his
salary cap
loss.
hit.
But you can't handle his loss, even though he's a mouthy dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I'm
You
telling you,
cannot handle his
Sharif,
loss.
he's a diminishing skill.
Oh my
He's a
God!
diminishing player, and Joe Brady proved that the last 6 or 7 games of
That's
last
like
season.
me saying
They
Tyreek
basically
is trash
schemed
if he
Diggs out of the
leaves.
ball game, and you know who the number 1 receiver was in Buffalo last year? Khalil Shakir and Dalton Kincaid. And who are going to be the leading receivers in Buffalo this year? Dalton Kincaid's going to get the most targets, and then you're going to see Shakir get the second most, and then you're going to see Samuel Benjamin. You're going to see Dawson Knox. You're going to see all of these guys
I'll tell you right
all
now.
over the place.
I never watch a lot of all 22 for Buffalo, but most of those games where Diggs had those long passes, you know why Diggs had those long passes? Because Allen extended the play and Allen know Diggs would catch
His
it.
ball got batted at the
I
line of
dare,
scrimmage.
I dare he does that this year. Most of those long ass catches where he buys time, those were only to Diggs. So I'm telling you right now, when he extends the play and runs around in the pocket, you think these guys are gonna Diggs things out like Diggs? You gotta be out of your mind, Mark. He's gonna struggle
Pete, you
immensely
may agree
if
with
they
this.
don't have a
Do you
running
remember
game.
the Buffalo Kansas City game where the Bills lost it on the 13-second game?
Yeah,
Do you remember
the
that
lucky
game?
13. Yep.
Yep. Remember the pass? This is probably one of the top 5 passes I've ever seen ever thrown in the NFL. Where Allen went back to his 20-yard line, threw the ball 60+ yards down the field to a running wide open Gabe Davis right on the
In
screws.
stride. Yep.
Gabe is gone, man.
I know, but he's been replaced by somebody better that
Okay,
can do more
okay. So
things.
so if I say Chop is replacing someone and he's better, then I look bad now. But you can say a rookie can come in and be replaced better, and you can say he's going to be good.
No,
Okay.
I'm saying Curtis
Okay.
Samuel is a better fit in Buffalo. Matt Collins is a better fit than Gabe Davis was. Gabe Davis had like
Mike
I
Collins is
think
going to
he
play
was
special
targeted X
teams,
amount
my
of times, and
friend.
his catch percentage was like 55%. If Jacksonville wants to pay a guy all that money to go ahead and be a 55%,
Listen, Pete,
receiver, go ahead.
Pete, you think
That was not Jacksonville, it was the
Matt,
Texans.
Pete, Matt, we
No,
got to make a new
the
Pete.
Jacksonville signed Gabe Davis for $13 million a year.
We
Oh
got to
yeah, they
make a
did sign Gabe
Pete. We
Davis.
got to make a
I thought you were talking
video.
about Diggs.
Pete, did this just happen in the NFL? Pete, we got to make a new video. It's
And what did
called
Houston?
Matt
What did
Collins
Houston do the minute?
finessing the Bills. Do you realize
Well,
that he
Matt Collins is
finessed
going to
y'all?
Matt Collins is going to be the number 4
Listen,
guy
bro,
in
Matt
Buffalo.
Collins finessed y'all. He's a gunner. He
Yeah, they're
finessed
paying him. They're paying him like $2.5 million a year to be a gunner,
He's
and
a
that's exactly what they're
gunner,
doing.
man.
They're paying a gunner
Guy's a
position
gunner as
with
a
a
wide
gunner
All of
salary.
receiver. Bills
y'all know
down
y'all
bad.
paid it. Listen, they paid that man about $10 million thinking he gonna help them.
Let's
Matt
put it this way:
Collins is a
Miami
gunner,
paid
man.
Saron Neal more than Buffalo paid Matt Collins. And Saron Neal, if you put him into play, any kind of defensive back, he's a complete liability. He's wonderful on special teams.
Sharif, he said he likes Mac Hollins.
Listen, how do you get finesse, man?
He said he likes Mac
Matt Collins
Hollins
say,
now.
"Listen, man, I'm gonna just play
That's
I
my
like
gunner
Matt
role."
Collins as a 4 receiver.
I
He's going to be
told you.
Y'all
behind.
He
He's
will,
going
said
to
he
be
likes
behind
Mac
man.
Shaquille,
Hollins.
Matt
Samuel,
Collins gonna go
and
down there and
Coleman.
throw over the table in it. Matt Collins
And
is
you know what
hard
you don't
inside.
have. What you don't have. In Miami, and unfortunately, this is something that's going to hurt them. Is they don't have Kincaid and they don't have Knox, and that is going to be something
We
that's
have
going to
Jody
be a problem
Fortson.
for everybody.
We got Jody
Oh
Fortson,
yeah, from the
and
Kansas
we
City.
have
I'm glad you brought that guy up. He's a
have
sleeper.
John Smith's my friend. What are you
Oh,
talking
Jonnu
about?
Smith has been
You
dumped
know,
by a couple of
you're
organizations
not
because
gonna
he's
believe
lost
me,
2
Mark.
steps.
Well,
Mark, you
Curtis
know Jody
Samuel has
Foster?
been dumped.
Do you know who Jody
No,
Foster
actually,
is from Kansas
he went
City?
to Carolina, went to
No,
Washington, but look at the
no.
quarterbacks that Samuel
Washington
played
didn't
under.
want him.
I know.
But like you're using in negative things. Like people came, we're dumped. But everything is so glistening and white with you.
No, I'm just
No, no,
saying.
no.
Look at you also have to
But
look at
people
who the
have been dumped
quarterback
too
was.
and went to the Bills, like Curtis Samuel.
Right. Curtis Samuel goes to Buffalo. And do you think there's any difference between Josh Allen and the kid that they had the last couple of years in Washington, or the kid that they
Sam
had in
Howell?
or Teddy Bridgewater
Listen,
in Carolina?
all I know is, man,
Yeah,
if he
I
tries to
think
Curtis
buy
Samuel
time
quarterback
in
could
the
be a
play.
pocket,
sleeper in Buffalo.
you ain't got
That was
no
a nice play by
digs, man.
Barrios.
I think Diggs made Allen's career the minute they traded for him because
I
all he
think
was.
Diggs enhanced
Remember now,
Allen's
before that,
career.
it was
Allen
Charles
has
Clay
developed since
wide
then.
open in the end zone and he dropped it. That's what Allen was before Diggs. You remember that deep pass and Clay was wide open in the end zone and Clay dropped it,
He
Charles
dropped it,
Clay.
or else Allen would have been
Before
perfect.
that, that's what Allen was before Diggs.
This
I'm
was a
just
really
letting you
stupid
know.
coaching call by McDaniel. Why is McDaniel going
Look,
for 2
Dolphin
points here?
fans expect Odell Beckham to do this. Now, this is what Odell Beckham is here to do. He's here to grab that ball because it ain't going to be Tyreek. They're both
Listen,
about the
man,
same height.
Odell is
Tyreek
going
Hill
on
is
the
what,
boat, man.
5'9"? Odell's 5'10"?
Yeah. Again, I don't agree with the Smurf receiving concept. If you wanted to go another route in the draft and you don't want to go Graham Barton and improve your offensive line, you go get a big receiver. You go get Brian Thomas. Now,
I
if you have
think the
Brian Thomas
steal.
on offense, then I got some concerns. I have some fear.
You know who I think? Let me surprise Dolphin fans right now in the comments. You know who I think the face of the offense is in 2 years? Jalen Wright. He is your bell cow, guys. That's your bell cow. That's
Well,
your bell cow back.
I have a problem with that pick. I'm sorry. You've
That's your
got
bell
A-Chain.
cow.
If A-Chain is going to be your bell cow, who I think
A
it
Chain
ought
is
to
your
be.
Derek. Your what's the Ward kid? Your Warwick Dunn. That's what A Chain is. A Chain is your Warwick Dunn, and bell cow is Jalen Wright. The reason why I say
But
that is because
why didn't you give a look at Braylon Allen, who's 6'2", 235, and is the power guy with speed?
Kendall Wright too. They had a guy named Kendall. Yep.
But he's not. He's like 205 pounds. He's going to get pounded, and
Who,
you needed a
Kendall?
big back. Miami has been historically
Who,
terrible on
Kendall?
third and short.
Kendall, right? No, I'm talking. You mean
You want
Jalen
me to
Wright?
tell you? You want me to tell you who Jalen Wright is, Sharif, so I can wake you up a little bit? Don't fall for this trap. Jalen Wright is the next Kalen Balaj. Horrible vision. Horrible. He thinks he's just gonna run through people that he's not that big because he's gonna use his speed. He
And see
has
what Allen does on
horrible
this play.
vision.
Allen does
No,
on
that
this
was
play what
amazing.
Tua can't do.
No, this
Allen
was all
moves around
Allen.
the pocket and all of a sudden just zips the little pass out to James Cook for 40 yards down the field.
No, that was
Boom.
amazing. But
I
that's
think
who you
I
gotta
think
live with.
I think
Jalen Wright is
Jalen
Kalen
Wright,
Balaj.
when Tyree goes and we save 19 million against the cap and release Tyree, Jalen Wright and Waddle will be the starters. Will be starters on this team, and A Chain will give him a rest and here and there.
Well, I'll
You
tell you
remember
what,
Kalen
Sharif,
Balaj?
until
I'm
you fix
telling
your
you right
offensive
now.
line, it isn't going to make any difference what the hell you do. Until that
Well,
offensive line is fixed,
remember,
it doesn't matter.
our offensive line ran for #1 in the NFL. Just remember that. Even Lamar Jackson couldn't rush more than us. So just remember that.
I'm remembering all the rushing yards that you got against Buffalo. I'm remembering all that stuff, and A-Chain was really, really good in both games. And you got pummeled in Buffalo, and you got
So
statistically dog-whopped at Hard Rock at the end of the season.
A Chain had over 100 yards this game, Mark, and still got blown out.
Yep, and you got blown, and A-Chain had 130 yards or something in this game, and you lost by 4 touchdowns.
Yep, that's a fact.
And Buffalo took their feet off the pedal, and they could have beat you far worse.
you know why? Because the blitz is in there. The minute they remove Flores' defense, they tried to keep the residue of Flores by keeping Boyer. like they really tried. And I understand they tried to get McDaniel in to be the offensive coordinator for Flores, but that would have been the third coordinator if they had brought in him. And everyone know that there was talk to bring in McDaniel and Flores last year, and then they ended up going with Stootsville and Godsey and Charlie Fry. But my thing is, if they had brought in McDaniel, Flores would have still been here. Because McDaniel would have looked at those 700 throws.
I'd love to go.
Pete McDaniel would have loved those 700 throws, and he would have showed those to Flores. He would have been like, Flores, look, we got these 700. No, man, bring me in the Sean.
Flores would have told, no,
don't bring me shit, man. Don't show me shit.
I got 2,000 plays under Watson.
I got about 2,000. And Ross would have been, man, I got like friggin' 5,000 with Brady. If you don't bring your ass over to this yacht, I got like 5,000 throws with Brady, man. You talk about 700? Bring your ass over to this yacht. I got about 5,000 throws of Brady I need to show you.
So, Sharif, are you a fan that thinks that Tua is gonna get paid?
Listen, I just used the scenario when we were joking about it. Buffalo's going right now through what the Saints went through 2 years ago and what Seattle went through 4 years ago. The reason why Kansas City is able to escape it is simply because you have a quarterback who is able to, like, when he needs to run and also still pass. And we're about to go into the same thing, Pete. We have to be careful. Even if you paid Tua, now you have to let Holland go, and you can only keep Jalen Phillips and Jalen Waddle. You have to let Holland. You're not going to pay Holland stat line safety level, which is $14 million a year. You're not giving him that. So what you're going to do is you're going to have to pay Tua, and you're going to have to keep Waddle and keep Jalen. Seiler is already locked up for 2 more years. You have some other guys, Jalen Brooks, not Jaden Brooks, Walker. You got Chubb for 2 more. You got Ramsey for 2 more. Tyreek for 2 more. So you're really into you're moving good right now in terms of so Tehran for a year more. So we'll have we'll have some money to pay Waddle. Definitely, but I don't think you pay Holland any. You can all. The reason why you don't pay Holland as well is because Greer has shit on the NFL by getting 3 All-Pro safeties. So it's like if you let one go, I'll find another one. I wouldn't be surprised if Morrison comes in here and he's like freaking Ronnie Lott. This kid McMorrison. Wouldn't be surprised, Pete, if this kid knocks your head off and then all of a sudden, Javon Holland, we've got this kid. That's what the Knicks fans did. They were like, we got Randolph. Who the hell is Brunson? Who's Brunson? We love Brunson.
Well, I think the scenario where we're at right now, financially, if you had to pick, are you picking Jalen Waddle and Jalen Phillips with extensions to keep them here long term? Or are you picking Tua and Javon Holland and letting Waddle and Phillips hit the road?
I'm giving
You
you
have
the
to pick one
scenario
side.
where I'm giving you like the realistic, like from what I'm hearing from reporters, David Fuentes, and from what I'm hearing from Omar's not hearing anything, but Fuentes is hearing it. Also, forgot what his name is. Who's two talks with Sun Sentinel. I
Dave
forget the
Hyde?
Dave Hyde is saying it too. He's hearing some things about the finalizing, and so based on what I'm hearing with that, it seems to me that Tua is gonna get his money. Now we're entering where the Saints are fucked up. We're entering now with Seattle. They won the Super Bowl, the Rams. We're entering that area. Buffalo hasn't entered. Buffalo's entered the area and passed. Now they have to pay by getting the Edelmans and the Amendolas of the world. They got to win with nothing now because their window is closed. And I mean, I don't want to shit on Mark like that, but that's the truth. And so the Dolphins are entering into this area now where Mark is up shit creek because they had to pay Allen, right? And so Dolphins have to be careful. You have to win now, Pete. We have to because
Well, what I think where we have to be careful.
and if you win, right? I still say you keep 3. You keep Tua, right? You keep Waddle and you keep Jalen Phillips. But if you don't win, you don't keep Holland. You don't keep Tua. You can let Tua walk because if he has another 29 touchdowns, 14 interceptions, gets blown out in the first round, like I think Greer sits down and says, Tua, you have graduated.
You
You have
think Sear
graduated.
Greer? Hold on, you said if
Greer
that
comes out
happened,
and says,
you think
Tua
Greer
has
said? I'm gonna tell
graduated.
you right
I'm
now,
telling you
Sharif.
right now.
Greer's not gonna have a chair to sit on.
Greer
That's how
will say
bad it's gonna
Tua
be.
has graduated to touch free agency. I'm telling you right now, if he gets that.
If it
29,
gets that bad, I'm telling you right
it's
now, Greer's not even gonna have a seat to
Greer
sit
is
on.
gonna say
He's
the
not gonna have
same.
time. Greer's not gonna have time to assess this anymore. Greer's gonna be like, man, I need to go in there, pack everything up, and just. I don't think he wants the words to be told you're fired. He will probably just walk out and resign.
Listen, the
You
problem
see what I'm saying?
with Ross, Pete, is I think Ross loves Greer. And if you look into the history with Greer and Chris Greer's father in New England, they are all from Michigan. They love Ross. Ross is a good businessman to them. Ross has yield Chris Greer's father. Ross has yield him money too in his life and great things and assets from scouting. Belichick loves with the owner for Patriots love Chris Greer's father. Chris ain't going nowhere.
You out your mind, Sharif.
Chris
I
ain't going
guarantee
nowhere, man.
if Chris Greer's job was safe, Stephen Ross would have been happy with Tua. The owner's not happy with Tua, Sharif. He just isn't. He's not
We knew
satisfied. I
that.
just told you the scenario. I just laid the scenario down where we're at contract wise with our organization. we're in a situation where contracts are expiring between Tua and Holland, and they're expiring faster than Waddles and Phillips. So what
I
are
let
you gonna
Holland
do?
walk,
You're
or I
gonna
try to
keep
get.
Tua
I try.
and Waddle, or you're gonna just play out Phillips and
I'm
Holland.
keeping
I mean,
Tua,
and Phillips
Phillips, and
and
Waddle.
Waddle's fifth year, like you're playing Tua's fifth year, and if it
The
doesn't
winning
pan out, you're
scenario,
letting those guys walk.
yes, the winning scenario, Tua, Waddle, and Phillips. With the average scenario, you get knocked out in the first round.
You're
So
not
then,
gonna be able to afford Tua, Waddle, and Jalen Phillips. You're just not gonna be
yes,
able to afford all of that.
yes, because in 2025 you have a 88 something million. You have money, Pete. That's what I'm saying. What Greer did is the 2 year plan for most of these cats. And then most of these cats could come off in the void years within 2 years and they're gone. Like Armstead, void years are past 2 years. But we would save money if we cut him next year. Void years are past 2 years with Ramsey, but we'll save money if we cut him in 2026. Chubb, same thing. When you look at the books, what Greer is saying is if I have to pay Tua, guess what? There's a whole load of money plus the NFL annual addition to the cap every year that teams do the annual revenue sharing. So Dolphins are good in 2 years to sign anyone who they want to sign. Even if you want a franchise tour and say we'll wait for our money to come off the caps in 2025 when we have 140. So Chris could say, I will wait for that. I can franchise your ass and then wait till I got 145 to play with. And if you win, let's say you get to the championship AFC and I franchise your ass. Okay, now you play in a franchise. And let's say you do go to the Super Bowl, right? So you went to the AFC Championship, then you went and got a Super Bowl. Okay, now we give you 60 million, right? You give you 60 million for 3 years, 2 years, and a third year without. Two will be 31. Yeah. My thing is, but see, this is the scenarios I'm giving you. But you cannot pay Holland. Because number one, he's in his fourth year. This is his final freaking year. You see what I'm saying? This is his final year. So Holland ain't in the fifth year option like us, the rest of them. So to me, you let him walk. You were able to get Minka. You were able to get Bobby Jones, Bobby McCain. You were able to get good free safeties. You're able to come right back around and get Javon Holland. So to me, one thing I can say is you can get safeties. If you put a gun to my head and say, what can Chris Greer get? He gets safeties, man. That's all I know he can. I ain't lying, man. That's all I know he can get safeties.
And another thing we do
Like,
know is when he does get safeties, he can't keep them. So what happens if we wake up tomorrow morning and we check our notifications on the Dolphins and it says Javon Holland has signed an extension, 4 years, lucrative deal, and it's just how would you feel about it? Now, would you sit here and say, "Whoa, I'm concerned to his contract's not getting deal"? Like, is that something like that in that scenario where if he gets paid, we could probably pretty much write the writing on the wall to his contract?
like I said, to me, it sounds like Dave Hyde and Fuenis. It sounds like they know.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. They can talk about it. At the end of the day, the only one that knows is the owner that's going to pay out. He's the only one.
What I'm
So
hearing is just a
Greer
slap
and
in.
Greer
It's
could be
just,
telling all these beat reporters, "Yeah, I gave Tua a contract extension. I'm just waiting on his agent." His agent is probably calling Stephen Ross, "Hey, yeah, man, we want to sign." "Oh, you do? Okay." It's just not the signing is not just happening. It's just not happening. They all want to sign, but Stephen Ross is like, "Okay, no, that's good to know. I'm glad that you want to be part of the organization's long term, and you love the Miami Dolphins. I'm proud of that. I love
oh
that. But
man.
win me a playoff game. I remember how it happened last year. We
Mm,
gave you everything, and I don't know, man. Come talk to me around February.
mm, mm,
Stephen Ross
mm.
wants to be talked to after February. But man, Sharif, I kept
I
it
mean,
going because
listen.
you came in late, man. I appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah,
All of
man.
you guys. This is a 9 hours. This is incredible. Yeah, so I feel like I made up for being late for the show and pushing the other show back and pushing it back and pushing it back 3-4 days. So I appreciate you guys. I gave you my maximum time. Y'all have a good night. Stay blessed. Never
Tua
stress.
for
Fins up for life,
200.
man. 200 million signing at guarantee,
No,
fully
no,
guaranteed.
Tua for 200 rushing yards.